Your captain originates from the quaint village of Arleta. However, your modest vessel hailing from this very hamlet harbors the extraordinary ability to unleash resounding power and unmatched strength. It is solely due to your journey through the realm of pirates that you have awakened the 996 work system. Through diverse forms of overtime, I adeptly assimilated Kaido's thunderous gossip. Nevertheless, with Nami's abduction and Luffy's sudden eruption, this serene existence was swiftly disrupted. At this juncture, the downfall of Yarlita has triggered your system. Your employer has presented a temporary assignment that necessitates the defeat of Luffy. Will you embrace this challenge? Nevertheless, before you could approach him, you heard Luffy declare, "In that event, I shall first vanquish you." Immediately thereafter, Luffy deftly extended his arm, his clenched fist making contact with Alrita's abdomen. The most exquisite woman, your superior, shot forth like a rocket into the depths of the ocean. Ah! The anguished cries echoed across the expanse of the sea. In that ephemeral instant, the pirates were left utterly speechless. The exceedingly fearsome Captain Yarlita has unexpectedly been vanquished and even cast aside. Finally liberated. Nami, ensnared and constrained, experienced a rush of exhilaration within her. She could already envision that her foes would soon be promptly vanquished, and she would be released from her shackles. Ah, what a quandary! You, my esteemed companion, have remarkably propelled my cherished captain into the air. It is indeed a bewildering circumstance. While you may not see eye to eye with Captain Yarlita, the advantages bestowed upon you by the opposing party are undeniably substantial. Regarding Luffy, as the central figure of this narrative, this marks his inaugural journey. He exhibits an unwavering fearlessness. In reaction to your remarks, he simply offers a playful grin. By Zay, that detestable woman Yarlita has been struck. We have triumphed, and you need not worry. Kobe conveyed his sentiments with fervent enthusiasm, articulating his conviction that one must be driven by the oppressive influence of Yarlita to continually flatter and ingratiate oneself. Your demeanor appears rather solemn. What do you imply by suggesting that we are colluding? What causes you to presume that I am allied with someone as timid and cowardly as yourself? KB abruptly came to a realization. Before he could complete his sentence, you abruptly conjured a spiked club from an enigmatic origin, as though it had emerged from the very ether. What a splendid spectacle! Luffy declared in awe. You gradually elevate the spiked club, directing it squarely at Luffy, proclaiming, "Ah, so you are the notorious Straw Hat Luffy." Luffy nodded in acknowledgement with a sense of appreciation. You have felled my commander, therefore, on this day, I too shall deliver my blow. As your words resonate in the atmosphere, the fallen official urgently implores the newcomer to exercise restraint against hasty actions. That individual is nothing less than a fiend, surpassing even Yarlita in their malevolence. Let us concede, for it is abundantly clear that our foe is already poised for our downfall. You stand steadfast, fixating your gaze upon Luffy. Luffy's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. With unwavering resolve, he proclaimed, "Should you desire retribution? Then step forward." As Luffy's words dwindled into silence, you seized the wolf-tooth club with one hand and swung it menacingly towards Luffy's head. With tremendous force propelling it, the spiked club arced through the air at an astonishing velocity, producing a piercing whistle as it cleaved through the atmosphere. Naturally, Luffy was not naive. He refrained from using his head to absorb the impact as he had done before. This weapon was considerably larger than its predecessor, and in Luffy's estimation, its potency would thus be magnified. He swiftly maneuvered to the side, and with a thunderous crash, the spiked club collided with the deck, instantly forming a vast crater. The sheer intensity of such an onslaught astonished both KB and Nami, and even Luffy, who had deftly evaded the strike, was enveloped by a surge of emotion. You deftly swing the wolf's tooth club to the side, as Luffy launches himself from the ground with both feet, executing an explosive retreat to increase the distance. With a playful smirk, Luffy deftly dodged yet another strike, radiating an air of unwavering confidence. You are truly formidable, he acknowledged, recognizing the prowess of his adversary, whom he regarded as the most powerful he had faced during his maritime odyssey. From this moment on, I shall adopt a serious demeanor, Luffy proclaimed, retracting his arms with resolute intent before suddenly exclaiming, "Gum pistol." Two fists, propelled by the force of elasticity, arc menacingly towards your head. Seizing the spiked club, you instinctively responded. Luffy was astonished by the adversary's swiftness. "Incredible speed!" he exclaimed as he abruptly ceased his assault. Elevating his right foot, which stretched with remarkable elasticity, he proclaimed, "Rubber whip." With a steadfast grip, you captured the advancing elongated limb. Luffy's reflexes were remarkably swift, his extended right leg curved, wrapping around your form like a rope from behind. Luffy, confident in his ability to have subdued his adversary, aimed to reinforce his hold, when, without warning, he was unexpectedly seized at the precise location he had deemed safe. "Ah!" Luffy emitted a lamentation. The grin upon his visage evaporated in an instant. His eyes brimming with incredulity. He could hardly fathom the sensation of suffering that enveloped him. What transpires? Ere Luffy could grasp the situation. In light of the agonizing torment, it stretched forth and rapidly coiled around your leg, retracting back to the stance you had assumed. With unwavering determination, you grasped Luffy's leg with great strength and forcefully bring it crashing downwards. Luffy swiftly curled into a ball after crashing onto the deck, rebounding several times. Your firm grip compelled him to wince in agony. You raised your weapon once more, poised to deliver a decisive blow. In a moment of urgency, Luffy extended his arms, activating his rubber gun. His limbs, resembling whips, swirled unpredictably as they lashed out towards your cheek. With your right hand firmly grasping the spiked club, you exert a powerful tug, convinced of your ability to dominate your adversary. Yet, to your utter astonishment, Luffy's arm freezes mid-swing, and his lithe limbs transform, slithering towards your neck like a serpent. Whistle-like flavor. One of the limbs entwined. Embrace your neck. The other subdued the hand grasping the weapon. Luffy experienced a piercing ache in his right leg as he resolutely tightened his hold around his adversary's neck, aiming to constrict their breath. Yet, in spite of his unwavering determination, he found that the opponent's neck was as unyielding as steel. How could this even be conceivable? Luffy found himself engulfed in sheer panic. Whereas you, in stark contrast, exuded an aura of serene indifference. You intensified the pressure upon his feet, inflicting upon Luffy tremendous agony. Nevertheless, Luffy remained resolute, singularly focused on reclaiming his right foot. In that fleeting moment, his body recoiled with remarkable swiftness, akin to a rubber band drawn to its utmost tension. Rubber slingshot. With a thunderous bellow, Luffy drew back with tremendous strength, catapulting himself through the air towards the horizon. In the fleeting moment preceding the imminent collision, Luffy fervently declared, "Rubber pistol." You adorn your brow with a halo of strength and advance with unwavering zeal. The foreheads of the two met with a forceful clash. Luffy's eyes were devoid of expression, his thoughts an empty tableau. What ensued was a profound wave of agony. Why does it ache so intensely? Luffy, with a swirling mind, balances precariously on one foot. In the ensuing moment, he experienced a sudden and fierce gust of wind. Luffy's eyes expanded in alarm, his visage a vivid depiction of panic. A colossal spiked mace collided with his forehead, fracturing the deck of the ship's cabin. His petite frame was forcefully hurled from the upper level down to the lower depths. Crimson droplets streamed down Luffy's forehead, flowing gracefully onto his cheek. Above, you gradually made your way toward the mouth of the cave, casting your gaze upon Luffy, who reclined beneath, still bearing a smile. Faye could no longer muster a smile. The agonizing pain he endured was reminiscent of the trials he had faced under his grandfather's tutelage. Deep within, he recognized that without his utmost effort, this day could indeed mark the end of his life. Rubber machine gun. Luffy roared with tremendous vigor, unleashing a deluge of fists that cascaded upon his adversary from beneath. This unforeseen assault took you by surprise, compelling you to weather a relentless barrage of over a dozen blows. A cacophony of knocks reverberates. Unyielding blows launch you, catapulting you into the heavens like an insignificant rubber sphere. Luffy bellowed, his fists darting through the air like ethereal specters, as the pirates, Kabi and Nami, beheld the spectacle in astonishment, their very skin tingling with the fervor of the performance. This was nothing short of remarkable. Rubber stamp. A thunderous roar resonated from the bowels of the vessel. In a mere heartbeat, the shadow of Luffy's fist dissipated. Almost immediately, a rubbery leg, stretched to its utmost capacity, surged upward from the depths, targeting you with the swiftness of a lightning strike. The assault was remarkably rapid, veiled within the obscurity of clenched fists. In the celestial realm, both hands interlaced in protection. When abruptly, a colossal power assailed with ferocity. With a thunderous bang, he ascended into the heavens like a cannonball, disappearing without a trace in the mere flutter of an eye. In the heavens, Your form ascends uncontrollably into the ether. Before long, this force diminishes, and at an elevation of 200 meters, you commence your descent. He cast a glance at the surrounding panorama, unable to contain his admiration. How exquisite it is! Luffy resolutely clutched the deck with both hands, executed a somersault, and sprang forth. Splendid! Mr. Straw Hat! You have emerged victorious! KB exclaimed, his voice quivering with exhilaration, crying out with utmost fervor. Luffy did not exhibit the victorious smile typically associated with a conqueror. Rather, his countenance was somber as he gazed intently at the heavens, until he detected a diminutive black speck descending. Luffy's demeanor transformed abruptly. Rubber, rubber, he proclaimed, as his fist plunged swiftly into the depths of the ocean, extending in the blink of an eye to an astonishing length of 200. His arms entwined like strands of hemp, whirling with remarkable velocity. You, descending from the celestial realm, inevitably perceived the figure below, Rue Wei. He clutched a spiked club with unwavering resolve, and in a fleeting moment, the essence of his armed color enveloped him. 100 meters. 80 meters. Just as you were on the verge of descent, Luffy exclaimed. Rubber. Spinning rocket launcher. In an instant, Luffy's arms ascended towards the heavens. Thunderous echoes reverberate. You too unleash a mighty roar. The obsidian mace descends with fierce intensity, colliding with the approaching fist. Bang! The moment the two strikes collided, scarcely 2 seconds had passed before Luffy emitted a chilling scream. His hands felt as though they had collided with steel shards, the unbearable agony engulfing him. Before his cries could dissipate, the menacing spiked club swiftly expanded in his field of vision. With a thunderous crash, a solitary blow fragmented half of the vessel into shards. Luffy disappeared without a trace, and the remaining hull began to tilt precipitously. The pirates on board, including KB and Nami, were engulfed in a profound state of utter panic. Alas, the predicament is grave. The ship teeters precariously on the brink of submersion. Swiftly, make haste to the merchant vessel in the distance. The pirates on board are in a frenzy, vociferously expressing their utter disarray. It appears that I may have exceeded my limits. That mischievous Luffy, I fervently hope I have not brought him to his demise. Perched on the brink of a beleaguered ship, you grasp your spiked club and softly whisper to yourself, the task has been fulfilled. It is prudent to hasten my departure from this locale. As you articulate those words, you promptly procure a plastic bucket from your inventory and invoke your skill, making a rapid retreat with the bucket in your grasp. In this very instant, no one bestows upon you a glance. All are absorbed in the pressing need for liberation. A momentary radiance. You appear as a luminous trail, darting across the ocean's expanse, dissolving in the blink of an eye. From this vast marine canvas, the pirates have plunged into complete disarray, akin to a boiling pot of porridge. Some have ascended the ropes, while others have leapt into the sea, fervently swimming for their survival. The kind-hearted Kobe liberated Nami from her bindings. Subsequently, he immersed himself in the ocean, resolute in his quest to save the vanquished champion. Soon, all the pirates ascended onto the merchant vessel. Nami positioned herself by the railing, her gaze fervently sweeping across the shimmering expanse of the sea. A delicate ripple glides gracefully across the sea's surface, as the oblivious Luffy emerges from the profound depths. Continuing, Nami cast down a rope from above. KB seized it with fervor, clenching Luffy's clothing between his teeth. Summoning all his strength, he tugged on the rope and ascended onto the ship. Cough, cough, cough. KB relentlessly applied pressure to Luffy's chest. Luffy expelled a torrent of seawater. Slowly, Luffy began to regain his senses. Luffy stared, somewhat perplexed, at the blazing flames before him, his thoughts a tumultuous storm of bewilderment. You have been abruptly cast into the depths of the ocean. Mr. Kobe exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing these words, Luffy was suddenly reminded of something significant. He leaped to his feet, feigning nonchalance as he surveyed his surroundings in every direction. Where could the adversaries be? Kobe has already disappeared, he responded. Upon hearing these words, Luffy exhaled a profound sigh of relief. It was a harrowing experience. I narrowly evaded a fatal confrontation mere moments ago. That person was remarkably formidable. In retrospect, I continue to experience a persistent sense of unease.
At that moment, Nami discerned a warship advancing on the horizon.
Fearing that her guise as a merchant might be unveiled by the Navy, she urgently proposed, "It appears the Navy is en route.
We must expeditiously vacate this location."
Luffy is a pirate, whereas Kobe is an aspiring one. Naturally, both possess a profound respect for the Navy, eagerly nodding in concurrence. The pirates soon encountered the Navy and swiftly advanced toward the modest vessels, ultimately clashing directly with Luffy and his crew, who were equally in need of those very boats. Confronted by Luffy's formidable prowess, the pirates capitulated and even graciously offered a portion of their provisions to them. Amidst the tumultuous chaos, Luffy, Kobe, and Nami swiftly maneuvered their diminutive craft, fervently evading the impending peril.
Boom, boom, boom.
The thunderous roar of cannon fire resounded from the warship, striving to thwart the retreating pirates. Fortunately, Luffy's extraordinary rubber fruit demonstrated its remarkable utility. Every incoming shell was deftly deflected by him. In a short span of time, Luffy and his comrades adeptly escaped from the treacherous territory. Upon the expansive sea, Luffy fervently propelled the vessel. Nami meticulously discerned the course, while Chopper assiduously enveloped the ends of the fruits in layers of cling film.
"What are you up to?" Luffy asked with curiosity, tilting his head as he rowed the boat.
"I am prolonging the longevity of fruits, a method imparted to me by you, my cherished companion."
Upon hearing that name, Luffy's countenance instantly became grave.
Kobe elaborated, asserting that within the expansive ocean, fruits are particularly vulnerable to deterioration. Should one encase the stems of these fruits with tape or plastic wrap, those prone to decay could be preserved for an additional week, with some even enduring for a month. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes shimmered with enthusiasm, and he feigned an expression of comprehension.
"I understand. If I encircle my backside with tape or plastic, does that imply I could forego sustenance for a month?"
The mere contemplation of evading hunger filled him with exhilaration.
Without a moment's delay, Luffy leaped to his feet, proclaiming, "Hurry!
Assist me in wrapping this up, and I shall no longer fret about hunger." The newcomers swiftly gathered to lend their aid, as the completion ceremony loomed near.
Sheldon Town. Naval Base Construction Site.
You grasp a hammer in your hand,
being instructed to proceed and labor.
"Very well, I shall commence forthwith." Your reply was both concise and to the point, aligning you with those who are industriously engaged in their endeavors. With rhythmic strikes, you wield a hammer, deconstructing the form.
This is the sculpture of Colonel Monka, crafted from cement. His present endeavor involves the removal of the mold.
I never foresaw that I would initiate a task of mold remediation. It has, in fact, been quite some time since I last partook in such endeavors. You exhibit remarkable diligence in your pursuits, motivated by the allure of rewards upon their fruition. At first, your aim was to ascertain the presence of a particular pirate crew. However, as you traversed the town of Shells, the system identified a naval base in dire need of aid. Once more, you have embraced the noble role of a diligent laborer. Indeed, I have recently accomplished the formidable task of vanquishing Luffy. However, I have yet to seize the rewards that accompany such a triumph.
In silent reflection, you summon the system.
Congratulations to the host for mastering the art of the sea. This technique is a potent blow that necessitates the gathering of energy prior to its execution.
Ah, I must confess, this accolade is indeed quite remarkable. Upon witnessing this accolade, one cannot help but be filled with wonder. The essence of this commendation is inextricably intertwined with Kaido. Had I been aware, I would have promptly sent Luffy soaring upon his arrival.
At this moment, all that lingers is a profound sense of regret. No matter, it is most prudent to diligently devote oneself to one's labor.
Only through such commitment can one secure a livelihood. Upon resolutely deciding,
you plunged into your endeavors, adept to swiftly reap the fruits of your labor.
You labored with extraordinary zeal.
With your vigor,
one could achieve the output of 5 tasks that ordinarily necessitate the efforts of many.
You could effortlessly execute with but a single hand.
This undoubtedly piqued the interest of the Navy.
This news inevitably found its way to Monka's ears. Before long, Monka arrived at this location and stood in silence, observing with keen intent.
Indeed, one possesses considerable prowess.
Should one have the opportunity to enlist in the Navy and vow fealty to my esteemed self, it would be nothing less than magnificent.
Ascertain whether he would be inclined to pledge his loyalty to me.
Should he convey his readiness, permit him to be initiated into the navy. Having spoken, Munka turned and departed. Despite the formidable nature of the opposition, how could one of my stature deign to engage in personal recruitment? Such trifles are best entrusted to my subordinates. All that remains for me is to await the outcome. Concurrently, your system exhibited a notification. There are discernible formal employment opportunities accessible. Kindly verify. As you labored, your hands hesitated for a fleeting moment, and then you observed a naval officer advancing towards you. In response to the Navy's recruitment, you exhibited no hesitation and graciously acquiesced. Presently, you have not only become a member but also partake in carpentry as an ancillary pursuit. This attire seems rather unattractive. A cloak is indispensable for attaining a truly striking appearance. Upon scrutinizing my garments, I felt reminiscent of a mere subordinate. Though you have now transformed into the vast ocean, the carpentry endeavors must persist for the time being. Otherwise, progress will falter, and Colonel Monka shall not grant you leniency. As a seasoned mentor, I graciously extend this reminder. Rest assured, I possess a profound understanding of my own identity. You responded with brevity and then made your way to the place of work, unwilling to tarry even for an instant. The night shrouded everything in its embrace. Master Bai, after an arduous day of labor, concluded his repast and was accompanied back to the dormitory by the naval personnel. Upon entering the chamber adorned with 8 bunk beds, he knitted his brow in deep contemplation. The chamber is permeated with an acrid scent of perspiration, making respiration nearly unfeasible. It may be prudent to seek an alternative refuge for repose. Upon speaking, you summoned a refreshing zephyr from the domain of the system and ascended to the rooftop where toil beckons. You unfurled the mat and reclined upon it. His exquisite mat is undeniably a gem. It provides warmth during the winter months and a refreshing coolness in the summer. Resting upon it guarantees a consistent and comfortable temperature. Insects, serpents, and rodents are deterred from approaching. It is, without a doubt, the premier choice for the working class. Furthermore, its protective qualities are formidable. Even the most formidable adversaries would find themselves powerless to inflict harm upon him when he envelopes himself in its embrace. One must formulate a method to safeguard an isolated chamber. Persisting in this manner is not a feasible resolution. Subsequently, upon the arrival of Kapu, proceed to the naval headquarters. As you behold the countless shimmering stars, a profound clarity envelopes you, guiding your forthcoming decisions. Concerning the prospect of enlisting in the Navy, he does not entirely reject the notion, provided it offers him the opportunity for personal growth and fortification. In this realm, the powerful possess the privilege to relish all that life has to offer. He has carefully crafted a strategy. When he ascends to the pinnacle of strength, he shall withdraw and bask in tranquility, delighting in the myriad pleasures that existence provides. For now, however, it is essential to cultivate greater strength. You find yourself in a state of restlessness. Drawing a bottle from the abyss. Perched upon the rooftop's ledge. Indulging in leisurely sips. A soft zephyr glides through the atmosphere, transporting the delightful bouquet of wine to the playground beneath. Bound securely, Suolong inhaled the intoxicating aroma. His throat tightened as he looked upward, silently cursing. This detestable individual was unbearable, audaciously indulging in drink before him, utterly tantalizing. Forget it. I shall retire for the evening. Once I succumb to slumber, my thoughts shall cease to meander. Zoro bowed his head, shutting his eyes and compelling himself to refrain from thought. A subtle sound resonated in front of him. Gradually, he lifted his head and beheld a bottle of wine before his countenance. The sailor, inebriated, suddenly emerged before his shield, as though he had descended from a considerable elevation, wielding a bottle of spirits. Why not indulge in a fine libation? You motion elegantly with the bottle of wine. Zoro fell into contemplative silence. Though he longed for something deeper, he was equally wary that the colonel's son had intentionally devised this scheme to entice him into violating his sacred vow. He acquiesced to the terms, stipulating that as long as he abstained from consuming food or drink while confined here, the other party would ensure the safety of the restaurant owner's family. Upon observing the silence of the other party, coupled with a watchful demeanor, it became evident that comprehension had emerged. One commented, "Indeed, there appears to be a defect in one's logic. With such immense power, to voluntarily partake in a gamble. Had it been I would have effortlessly eradicated the issue at its source." You parted your lips and uttered an exclamation. As Zoro commenced to articulate his thoughts, his utterances were suddenly stifled by the neck of a bottle.
The exquisite wine flowed down his throat, vanishing into the depths of his stomach.
Although he pretended to exhibit apathy, his physique revealed the truth, eagerly assimilating the elixir. With each swallow, the volume of wine within the bottle swiftly dwindled, and in but a fleeting moment, he had drained the entirety of its contents. You gracefully extracted the bottle of wine from the individual's lips, pivoted elegantly on your heel, and made your exit.
Thank you. Zoro's voice possessed a profound and sonorous quality.
You gestured dismissively with your hand.
Were it not for his formidable demeanor, he would undoubtedly have refrained from extending the offer of purchasing a drink for him. In different circumstances, let us withstand the strikes. A night bereft of discourse. The ensuing day, you recommence your labor. Having disassembled the mold the day before, it is now essential to convey the mold to the lower square utilizing gears. Moreover, those involved in the task are tasked with refining and embellishing the sculpture.
On the opposite side, Kirby and Luffy perched atop the walls of the naval base, intently observing the figure restrained upon a cross beneath them. During their voyage, Luffy articulated his ambitions and expressed a fervent desire to gather companions.
Kobe subsequently introduced the term pirate hunter, which ignited Luffy's curiosity and guided him to this location. As for Nami, Luffy cast a sidelong glance her way and recognized the absence of one individual. She had recently indicated that she had matters to attend to. Kobe commented, "You two are rather troublesome."
Zoro stumbled upon a kind-hearted reminder etched upon the wall.
That profound, resonant voice sent tremors through Kobe, rendering his legs unsteady.
Upon the rooftop, the worker assigned to the polishing duties meticulously organized the area after transferring the responsibility to the naval personnel, and then gracefully made his exit along the corridor. Upon hearing the news, Monka swiftly made her way to the location.
Marvelous.
Let all come together with great haste to construct a statue that embodies my essence. Should anyone possess the audacity to mar or destroy it, they shall encounter severe repercussions.
Standing before the statue, Monka promptly gave the order.
The sailors swiftly retrieved ropes, binding the statue with utmost security. 12 naval officers grasped the statue firmly, imploring you to secure it, lest it should fall.
Monka directed their gaze towards you, entrusting you with a task that demands significant exertion. It is the colonel. You did not decline. As you draw near to the sculpture, you extend your hands to press against the stone cloak resting between its feet. Casting a purposeful glance at the cloak,
the lieutenant poised himself to bellow, imploring all naval personnel involved in the endeavor to grasp the ropes with unwavering resolve.
With immense determination, upon the issuance of the command, the sailors summoned every ounce of their strength. Greetings. The reverberations of slogans permeate this locale. Gradually, the sculpture ascends with deliberate grace. I find myself in a predicament, Father. I have been compromised. The proprietor's daughter, accompanied by her accomplices, has surreptitiously penetrated the establishment. My visage has sustained injury. The disciple remains below. Swiftly dispatch someone to eradicate them. Alas.
At that instant, Barumab swiftly raced down the corridor, his voice imbued with a palpable sense of indignation. You found yourself momentarily stunned, captivated by the expression etched upon Barumab's visage, a sense of astonishment swelling within you.
Did I not cast the background king into the depths of the sea? How is it that he still manifests before me?
Without the necessity for reflection, one can readily perceive that the wayward heir has made his entrance.
The common individual would hardly dare to challenge this offspring of affluence.
Colonel Monka paid him no attention, his eyes transfixed upon the gradually rising sculpture, enchanted by its elevation. As the sailors hoisted the sculpture from the earth, they exhibited visible signs of strain.
Upon conquering the most challenging stage, Monka proclaimed, "Very well, let us take a brief respite before we ascend in unison. Father, why do you refrain from aiding me in seeking retribution for my wrongs?"
That young man struck me. Not even my father has ever laid a hand upon my face.
Beirut Meber, brimming with anticipation, posed the question, "Why is it that until this moment, I have been unable to strike you? Are you cognizant of this?" Monka's voice resonated with a deep timbre as he languidly posed his question without shifting his gaze. "Is that due to my father?" "I am."
Indeed, as Monka articulated his thoughts, his voice ascended in volume. With a sudden pivot, the axe he wielded sliced through the air with a piercing whistle.
Struck with tremendous force by the axe, Beirumber was propelled against the adjacent wall.
My misguided son does not merit my endeavors.
Please do not misconstrue my intentions.
Monka exclaimed vociferously, then swiftly advanced towards Barumabur, who, in a state of sheer terror, cowered in the corner, his voice quavering and faltering. Monka grasped Barumai by the collar and proclaimed with fervent intensity, "True greatness resides within your father, that is to say, within me, the illustrious lord." As the dialogue progressed, Monka cast his gaze downward and beheld a petite silhouette deftly unfastening the cords that constrained the pirate hunter.
As Monka pondered the execution of the young girl, he observed the newly enlisted naval personnel vacating their assigned vicinity. What prompted your departure from this vicinity?
Do you wish to defy my commands like that villager? Monka questioned loudly. Of course not. How could I ever oppose the great you? Before Baizé could finish his words, a figure clad in red leaped from below. Having observed the anime, Baizé was acutely aware of what was about to transpire. So he preemptively vacated the area in order to intercept the intruder intent on vandalizing the statue. As Luffy soared to the height of the statue, he swiftly descended and grasped a rope binding it. With a vigorous tug, the statue tilted dangerously and began to plummet. The startled Navy personnel scrambled to evade the impending disaster. This is bad, Monka thought in alarm. This statue was a symbol of his authority. Yet, instead of crashing down, a resounding thud was absent as the massive statue hung precariously in midair. Huh? Monka squinted, noticing that the Navy man who had just strayed from his vicinity was now bracing the statue with his arms. Quick, help! Don't let it break, he shouted excitedly. The startled Navy officers quickly regained their composure and rushed to assist. You idiot! Monka, relieved yet infuriated, glared at the unexpected vandal. Even Luffy, oblivious as he often was, recognized he had erred. Feeling a pang of guilt, he glanced at the man supporting the statue, who happened to turn his head, making eye contact. Luffy's pupils dilated in surprise. It's you, he exclaimed, and without further ado, he seized Barumabur and executed a rubber propulsion, vanishing at the end of the corridor. You've crossed the line. How dare you abduct my foolish son? Monka seethed with rage, then turned to the Navy men assisting in lowering the statue, commanding, continue. Set the statue upright. With that, he pivoted to seek retribution against the two intruders. Be careful, the lieutenant, trembling with fear, directed the operation as the statue was gradually laid flat upon the ground. Thank goodness you caught it, otherwise we would all be doomed. A Navy man expressed his immense gratitude to Baizé. Let us save the thanks for later. We must work together to re-erect the statue. If Colonel Monka returns and sees we haven't complied, our fates will be dire. Baizé employed Monka's authority to spur them into action. Indeed, his words had the desired effect, prompting the Navy personnel to hasten to the statue and resecure the ropes. Before long, the sounds of exertion echoed once more. Below, Colonel Monka led a contingent of Navy men to the site where the pirate hunter was restrained, their guns aimed squarely at Zoro. Kobe, having been thoroughly petrified, sat paralyzed on the ground. Do you see that? It symbolizes my power, Monka declared, gesturing to the statue ascending above. Those who dare to defy me shall face execution. Once my statue stands tall, you will perish here, even if you are a renowned pirate hunter in the East Blue. At that moment, a slight figure shot through the window from the third floor, landing before Zoro and urgently exclaiming, Zoro, we must leave at once. There is someone up there who is exceptionally powerful. After Luffy spoke, he grabbed Zoro and ran, only to forget that Zoro was still bound, causing his own body to stretch. Fool, I haven't untied the ropes yet, Zoro shouted anxiously. Chapter 8. Zoro, I will show restraint. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the temporary task. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Marine 6 styles. Note, upon claiming, you will gain 5,000 combat power. You shall become the next Rob Lucci. Wow, Baizé exclaimed, astonished by the system's notification. Such generous rewards? He promptly commanded, System, grant me my reward. Without hesitation, Baizé shouted at the system. As his words fell, a torrent of memories flooded his mind, and his body felt invigorated anew. When he opened his eyes, he heard a nearby Marine shout, Quick, we need to go down and provide support. Otherwise, If Colonel Monka discovers we are slacking off after completing our tasks, we will face dire consequences. Still in a dazed state, Baizé was pulled down by the Marines. At that moment, he was both hurrying along and distractedly recalling those recent memories. The Marines' 6 styles, a collection of superhuman techniques, overwhelmed his mind, causing a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts. He struggled to distinguish whether he was Baizé or merely a practitioner of the Marines' 6 styles from his memories, needing time to assimilate the information. Upon reaching the lower plaza, Baizé was met with a barrage of gunfire. He looked up to see a hail of bullets rebounding off Luffy, who was dodging effortlessly while the Marines scrambled in disarray. Hey, useless. I am a rubber man who has consumed the gum-gum fruit, Luffy declared proudly. But his mirth faded upon spotting Baizé. Quick, Zoro, let us go, Luffy shouted in a panic. Then untie me, Zoro roared in response. I almost forgot, Luffy exclaimed, quickly moving to untie him. Meanwhile, Kobe, gathering his courage from an unknown source, joined the effort to free Zoro. Anyone who opposes me shall meet their demise. Bullets are ineffective. I shall cut them down, Monka bellowed, leading the charge as the Marines surged forward. Kobe, in the midst of untying Zoro, let out a terrified scream as dozens of blades descended upon him. In that fleeting moment, Zoro broke free, snatching 3 swords from Luffy's back and assuming a 3-sword style stance, shielding Luffy and Kobe from the onslaught of blades. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the blades struck Zoro's swords, and no matter how forcefully the Marines attacked, they could not overpower him. Wow, that's so cool, Luffy exclaimed, marveling at Zoro's defense. Dare to move, and I shall slay you. Zoro's deep voice rumbled, exuding an aura akin to a ferocious beast. The name Roronoa Zoro was known far and wide. The Marines displayed visible fear, some even shedding tears from fright. Wow, this is terrifying. Zoro maintained his 3-sword stance. As the Marines behind him hesitated to strike, he slowly lifted his gaze to Luffy and declared, I promise you, I will become a pirate. Since a confrontation with the Navy is inevitable, I shall embrace the role of the antagonist with due conviction. However, let me make it clear from the outset. Only my own ambition shall guide my actions, and I am resolute in seeing them through. Ambitions? Luffy inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. I aspire to become the world's foremost swordsman, Zoro declared with unwavering seriousness. Should you hinder my pursuit of this ambition, you shall have no choice but to commit seppuku to atone. The ambition of becoming the world's greatest swordsman is indeed commendable, Luffy mused, feeling a surge of joy at having found a like-minded companion. After all, a partner of the Pirate King should possess such aspirations. Such audacity, Monka exclaimed, unable to contain his disdain, and then turned his attention to the group of minions attacking Zoro, bellowing, What are you all dawdling for? Finish them off at once. The Navy soldiers, startled by a shout, faltered in fear. Confronted by the menacing pirate hunter and the commanding presence of Colonel Monka, they were uncertain how to proceed. Fools! Monka roared in frustration upon witnessing their hesitation. He pivoted to address the newly arrived Navy reinforcements, ready to call them forward. The soldiers nervously averted their gazes, except for Hakuzu, who steadfastly faced forward. You there, Monka commanded, pointing decisively. Me? Hakuzu responded, realizing he would have to endure further encounters with the Navy, and thus complied without resistance, slowly stepping out of the ranks. Kobe gasped upon seeing the newcomer and quickly shouted to Luffy, Luffy, it's Hakuzu. Luffy's expression shifted as he fixed a penetrating gaze on Hakuzu, his mind racing with questions. What is happening? Zoro followed Luffy's intense gaze and recognized the Navy officer who had poured him a drink the previous night. What is it? Zoro asked, puzzled. That man is formidable, Zoro. He's the one I just mentioned. Luffy replied gravely. Is that so? Zoro chuckled confidently, exerting his strength to send several Navy soldiers flying off his back with a swift motion of his sword, then turned to face the approaching figure. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and engage, Monka shouted, exasperated by the Navy soldiers' sluggishness. Colonel Monka, these adversaries are but fish in a barrel. Under your sagacious leadership, they can be defeated with ease. You need only enjoy the spectacle. Hakazu's words earned Monka's nod of approval. Indeed, you speak the truth. Straw Hat Luffy, we meet again. I must say, your fortune is remarkable, Hakazu greeted with a smirk. You, Luffy tensed, unwilling to retreat, his mind racing with thoughts of new techniques. In front of his newly recruited crew, he felt compelled to showcase his prowess. Captain, this man has shown me kindness. Please allow me to handle him. Though I'm unaware of the circumstances between you two, I implore you to grant me this favor as my first request since joining your crew. Zoro expressed his gratitude for the fine wine shared the previous night, intending to defeat Hakazu without inflicting harm. Very well, Luffy acquiesced with a smile, eager to witness the true extent of his swordsman's abilities. Mr. Zoro, please exercise caution. That man is quite fearsome, Kobe warned earnestly. Huh, is that so? Zoro replied, his confidence unshaken as he faced the enemy ahead. Hey, I've heard you're quite strong. Mediocre, perhaps, but Baize remains remarkably humble. Zoro nodded, believing his words to be sincere, and added, for the sake of fine wine, rest assured, I shall show mercy shortly. Oh, is that so? Baize chuckled, then tugged at his clothing, revealing a robust upper body that momentarily stunned Zoro. Who could tell at a glance the strength he possessed? Baize beckoned Zoro with a finger, signaling him to proceed. Zoro sheathed two of his swords at his waist and held one aloft, pointing it at Baize, declaring, You make the first move, otherwise, you may find no opportunity later. Very well. Baize's words had scarcely faded when a whisper echoed across the battlefield. Shave. With a whoosh, Zoro's eyes widened in astonishment, his mind racing so fast. A powerful fist struck him in the gut. Bang! Luffy, Kobe, and everyone present watched in shock as Zoro was sent flying. The arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Zoro hitting the ground. Chapter 9. There is a limit to disdain. Lying on the ground, Zoro could hardly believe he had been knocked away. He stared blankly at the sword in his hand. Well done. I didn't expect you to master shave. Monka, watching from the sidelines, praised him. Though his opponent was formidable, Monka believed that a stronger adversary only enhanced his dominance. Zoro, Mr. Zoro, Luffy and Kobe shouted in unison, their concern palpable. Zoro recalled his earlier words, his face reddening slightly as he attempted to salvage some dignity. I was just careless. How could I, a somewhat renowned bounty hunter of East Blue, fail to endure such a simple move? So, it is. Baisha feigned sheer prisha, secretly amused. It was quite the display of bravado. Luffy, this fellow is indeed powerful. There's a hawkish navy colonel over there. You handle that enemy while I deal with this one seriously. As Zoro spoke, he drew all three of his swords, holding one in his teeth with utmost seriousness. He knew his own strength. The opponent's speed was almost beyond his reaction, and he trusted Luffy to confront the other adversary. Is that all right, Zoro? Luffy asked for reassurance. Luffy, not foolish, recognized Zoro's gravity. Leave it to me. Zoro regained his confidence. Although his opponent was slightly swifter, he was a master of the three-sword style and had no worries regarding defense. If that's the case, let us bring down these detestable Navy men, Luffy exclaimed, charging towards Monka. You've chosen the wrong opponent, kid. Monka, undeterred, raised his massive axe to meet him. Their battle was fierce, with Monka on the defensive. As they fought, they gradually moved away from the area where Zoro and Baize stood. The Navy, having endured enough of Monka's oppression, eagerly hoped for the others to triumph over him, making no effort to assist. Meanwhile, Baize propped his forehead with one hand, staring at Zoro, and inquired, What are you thinking? What? Zoro replied, confused. How do you believe you can defeat me alone? Baize responded, driven by ambition. Zoro declared his realization. If I cannot even defeat you, what right do I have to pursue my dreams? It was truly lamentable that his opponent considered himself akin to a mere Karami. Baisha, feeling exasperated, suddenly recalled the imposing demeanor of Mihawk and directly quoted, If you were a top-tier warrior, even without engaging in combat, you would be acutely aware of the vast chasm between our strengths. How dare you raise your sword against me? Should I commend your audacity or deem it ignorance? Should you ally with Monkey D. Luffy, perhaps there exists a mere 10% chance of escape. However, it is evident that facing me alone will lead to your demise here. Insulted by such contempt, Zoro's anger flared. Anyone can boast. Come at me if you possess the skill. Baize nodded, and as he spoke, he raised a single finger. What does that mean? Zoro inquired hastily. It is quite apparent. One finger suffices. As his words fell, Zoro bellowed. You bastard. There must be a limit to arrogance. Regret it when you are dead. With that, Zoro unleashed his three-sword style and charged at his adversary. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Allow me to show you the vastness of the world. Baize spoke with remarkable speed, extending a pitch-black finger as Zoro approached. Zoro shouted, executing his technique. But in that fleeting moment, he regretted using his ultimate move. Yet, it was already unleashed and could not be retracted. Demon Slash. A clash resounded as the dark finger met the center of his three swords. Zoro pushed forward with all his might, only to find himself utterly immovable. He raised his gaze and gasped at the sight before him. Impossible. There is nothing impossible, though your swordplay is extravagant. It can easily be discerned when facing a true warrior. I refuse to believe it. Provoked, Zoro hastily altered his attack, launching a flurry of strikes with his two swords towards Baize. Lacking Kinbunchika Haki, Baize could only retreat, occasionally countering with a flick of his finger. Zoro noted that his slashes met the opponent's finger with unyielding resilience, yet his frenzied assaults proved effective enough to force Baize to evade. So, you are not as formidable as you claim. Zoro regained his confidence and retorted while continuing his onslaught. Is that so? Baize's words barely left his mouth before he struck with blinding speed, piercing Zoro's chest twice during the brief intervals of his attacks. Finger gun. A pair of piercing sounds echoed as Zoro staggered back a few paces, momentarily stunned. See? I could attack you with ease. Baize flicked the blood from his fingertip. Why? Zoro, incredulous, questioned, why is his finger so hard, able to effortlessly penetrate my body? Meanwhile, Luffy had just knocked down Monka with a punch, leaving the Marines momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers. Monka has been defeated. Hooray! Turning to look at Luffy, he noticed Zoro had sustained injuries and shouted urgently, Zoro! The jubilant voices of the Marines fell silent as they recalled Monka's loyal supporter, their expressions shifting drastically. Mr. Zoro! Kobe exclaimed. Luffy, this guy is indeed terrifyingly powerful. Zoro sighed, then sheathed his dual swords on his back, assuming a defensive stance. In the fleeting moment when the name of the tiger's hunting technique echoed, Zoro thrust his legs against the ground and propelled himself forward. In the next instant, a soft sound punctuated the air as Baize materialized 2 meters ahead of his previous position, arms outstretched. Zoro slowly lowered his twin blades, having been struck once more. He refrained from seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Defeat was defeat, and he could accept it, aware that his opponent may not have fought with full strength. Was the disparity this immense? Zoro murmured to himself, confronting a formidable adversary for the first time, shattering his confidence into fragments. Damn it! Luffy's furious voice erupted, accompanied by his elongated fist. Baize executed a swift movement, vanishing from sight, causing Luffy to strike nothing but air. He immediately leaped in front of Zoro. Concern etched across his face. Are you all right, Zoro? I must disappoint you, Captain. I couldn't even withstand a single finger from him. Zoro lamented, frustration evident in his tone. How infuriating. Unforgivable. Witnessing Zoro's shattered confidence, Luffy turned in a rage, bellowing rubber gatling. A flurry of punches surged towards Baize, who calmly uttered the words paper drawing. With a series of swishing sounds, countless fists cut through the air, and Baize's body moved like paper, evading each strike. Luffy unleashed hundreds of punches, each missing its mark, his expression transforming into one of shock. How is this possible? He shouted, hastening the speed of his assault, yet not even grazing Baize. The onlookers gasped in disbelief, while Zoro stood frozen, staring dumbfounded at the enemy who effortlessly dodged and weaved in place. Chapter 10. The Useless Efforts of the King Futile. Baize's voice resonated amidst the flurry of fists, low yet clear. Luffy's demeanor shifted, and he quickly retracted his hands, his eyes fixed on this powerful foe, brimming with vigilance and defiance. Why? Why are you so strong? Kobe questioned incredulously. Memories of their time as interns together flashed in his mind. The bays from that time bore no resemblance to this formidable figure, leaving him bewildered. Because of effort, Bays declared earnestly, his expression serious to the point of rigidity. I have exerted 200 times the effort and sweat of an ordinary person to attain my current strength. As the words left his lips, he nearly succumbed to laughter, recalling the jest of the king of effort as if it were but yesterday. Impossible, Kobe retorted passionately. When you were with the Arleta pirates, you would rest after finishing your tasks. I never saw you put in any effort. The moment those words escaped his mouth, it was as if a bomb detonated amidst the crowd. What? He was once part of the Arleta pirates? The naval lieutenant's face turned pale with shock, eyes widening as his voice involuntarily rose. Kobe met the gazes of the crowd, nodding earnestly, his tone resolute. Indeed, not long ago, he joined the Arleta pirates. After they were defeated, he vanished. It was unimaginable that such a person had infiltrated the Navy. In Kobe's mind, Bays had unequivocally transformed into a quintessential villain. He not only aided Yarlita, but also conspired with the nefarious Monka, embodying pure wickedness. The naval captain trembled, pointing a shaking finger at Bays, overwhelmed by a mixture of rage and fear. The timid sailors, witnessing this, instinctively aimed their weapons at Bays, convinced that this formidable figure was a pirate spy. At that moment, the naval sergeant bellowed, "I will not allow a spy like you to remain in the Navy. You are dismissed, pirate." As soon as the words left his lips, a notification echoed in Bays's mind. Ding. You have been dismissed from the company. 1.5 days' wages will be issued. Immediately following that, another notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a point of Tau power. Bays's expression darkened ominously as he slowly turned his gaze towards Kobe, his stare piercing as if it could devour him. How could he be expelled after claiming to join the naval headquarters? Under Bays's terrifying gaze, Kobe's legs quaked uncontrollably, the fear instilled by Yarlita resurfacing. He stammered, "I am Kobe. Whose fist do you think is larger here?" Bays's voice rumbled like thunder from the abyss, suppressing an endless fury. "Of course it is yours," Kobe stuttered, his voice trembling. "Then why undermine me?" Bays roared, his voice echoing like a storm. "Oh no," Luffy thought, sensing the impending doom, but it was too late. With a resounding thud, Bays's fist struck Kobe's head, distorting his features instantaneously. Kobe flew through the air like a kite severed from its string, spiraling over 100 meters away. Luffy quickly extended his arm, catching Kobe midair. As he retracted his arm, Kobe was already spitting blood, his consciousness fading, his breath barely a whisper. "You scoundrel, you even harm children." Seeing Kobe's pitiful state, Zoro's fury ignited, his eyes aflame with rage. "Kobe!" Luffy's face darkened ominously as he called out softly, but Kobe was too weak to respond. "Hey, leave him to us. I will take him for treatment." The naval sergeant, unwilling to witness a child's demise, hurried over, shouting. Luffy scrutinized the sergeant, noticing no malice in his eyes, and nodded, relinquishing Kobe into his care. "You must prevail." The sergeant understood that among the two pirates, Bays was clearly a ruthless villain, while Luffy, despite being a pirate, did not seem overtly malevolent. At least he had only defeated Monka and spared the Navy from annihilation. In that moment, the sergeant placed all his hopes on Luffy and Zoro. After speaking, the sergeant hurried away with Kobe, planning to spread the word and request reinforcements. As he departed, the sailors raised their weapons in readiness. Luffy, with a grim expression, approached Zoro in silence. "Straw Hat Luffy, do you intend to emulate your grandfather?" Bays asked, a smirk of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. This question left Luffy bewildered, and Zoro equally perplexed. They exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion in the other's eyes. "Do you know about the great pirate rocks from 36 years ago?" Bays inquired calmly, surveying the crowd. A naval officer trembled in fear, his voice quivering as he replied, "I've heard of him. He is a formidable force, even predating the legendary pirate king, Roger." Bai nodded, his expression serene. When Rox was captured, Garp was bestowed the title of Navy Hero, and it was widely believed he single-handedly defeated Rox. He paused deliberately, his gaze shifting between Luffy and Zoro, revealing that he had actually joined forces with Pirate King Roger. This revelation struck the crowd like a thunderous bombshell, leaving the gathered Navy in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. Bai fixed his gaze on Luffy, enunciating each word. Do you intend to follow in your grandfather's footsteps and become a king of alliances? Luffy finally grasped the implication. The roundabout inquiry was whether he would join forces with Zoro. Although he did not fully understand the significance of the term king, he was too focused to ponder it further. With a serious expression, he nodded emphatically. Indeed, I lack the confidence to defeat you alone, but with Zoro by my side. He then turned to Zoro, earnestly warning, be cautious of his fists. They pack quite a punch. I nearly met my end last time. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited within Zoro. If Luffy had survived a confrontation with Bai, perhaps their combined strength could indeed prevail against this terrifying adversary. With this thought, Zoro regained some confidence, feeling emboldened once more. Just as the remnants of his previous anger simmered, Bai declared, since you wish to serve as my punching bags, I shall oblige. As his words fell, he swiftly unleashed a ferocious kick, the sound of his whiplash-like leg slicing through the air. The unique sound of his attack followed suit. Quick dodge. Zoro reacted swiftly, propelling Luffy out of harm's way. A white arc of slashing energy grazed Zoro's head, creating a long gash in the wall behind them. With a thunderous crash, the wall collapsed, sending dust and debris swirling through the air. Zoro felt his adrenaline surge as his complexion turned pale. Even Luffy, typically brimming with confidence, was now visibly shaken, fear etched across his face. The Navy lieutenant, seasoned and knowledgeable, instantly recognized the terrifying technique and gasped in astonishment. The lieutenant's exclamation coincided with Bai's action as he leaped high, delivering a downward strike. A crescent-shaped slash rapidly extending toward Luffy and Zoro. The two quickly leaped to the sides in evasion. The sound of cracking echoed as they turned to witness the aftermath of their narrow escape. A deep chasm now lay where they had just stood. Meanwhile, Nami, hidden on the second floor of the base, had pilfered some berries and was preparing to leave. Upon hearing the tremendous commotion outside, her curiosity led her to the window, where she beheld the breathtaking scene unfolding. This is it. Those two are doomed. Nami's face turned as pale as a sheet, for Bai's power far exceeded her imagination. He was the most terrifying individual she had ever encountered, rendering even Arlong insignificant in comparison. Luffy, we must flee. This man is beyond our capability, Zoro exclaimed, drawing 3 swords and positioning himself directly opposite Bai, shouting loudly. However, what awaited him was a more formidable strike. Zoro gritted his teeth, desperately defending himself with his weapon. The energy from the clash did not dissipate, but instead exploded in an instant, the overwhelming force sending Zoro flying. Zoro! Luffy cried out in despair, his voice laden with anguish. Chapter 11. The two in despair instead of worrying about others. One should pay more attention to oneself. In that moment, a cold voice suddenly resonated, accompanied by a sharp and elongated slash that cut through the air like lightning. Luffy was taken aback, instinctively bending backward, his eyes wide open, watching helplessly as the slash whizzed past his face. Before he could regain his posture, a swift sound echoed, and Bai appeared beside him like a phantom, immediately delivering a powerful punch aimed at Luffy's head. Luffy exerted every ounce of strength to dodge, his body twisting like a pretzel, while his right leg shot forward like a cannonball, targeting Bai's forehead. Soru. Bai vanished in an instant, leaving behind only an afterimage. Swish, 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 swish. Several irregular afterimages flickered around Luffy. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly glanced at Zoro, who was struggling to emerge from the smoke of the explosion. Zoro looked rather disheveled, but fortunately, he was not in mortal danger. However, 2 of his 3 swords had shattered, their blades scattered across the ground. Still dare to be distracted. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, and Luffy sensed someone appearing at his side. Almost simultaneously, he unleashed a punch toward Baize. Finger gun. Baize extended his inky black finger, striking out with lightning speed, colliding forcefully with Luffy's rubber arm. A penetrating sound echoed, and Luffy winced in pain, unable to suppress a shout. "Hey, you rascal!" Zoro's deep, furious voice reached him. Baize turned to look, only to see Zoro adopting the classic stance of Aido. Poised to strike. One sword style, lion song. As soon as Zoro's words fell, he shot forward like an arrow, arriving before Baize in an instant. Iron block. Baize swiftly assumed a defensive posture, his muscles tense like solid rock. A deafening crash resounded as Zoro's sword struck, the force causing his grip to fracture. Blood gushing forth. Zoro's eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief, mouth agape as he beheld the sparks igniting from his sword against Baize's waist. Zoro. Dodge. Taking advantage of the opening, Luffy swiftly assumed a horse stance, his arms moving rapidly, raining down a barrage of punches upon Baize. Observing this, Zoro quickly leaped aside. Bang, 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 bang. Yet Baize stood firm like an immovable boulder, not budging an inch, as if rooted to the ground. Luffy was utterly astonished. While he had previously been evaded with ease, now even his most ferocious assault bore no fruit. Soru. Baize vanished once more in an instant. Luffy abruptly turned his head, only to see a colossal foot descending upon him like a cannonball, aimed directly at his face. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying through the air like a kite severed from its string. Luffy! Zoro cried out in desperation, his voice filled with urgency. In the blink of an eye, Baize appeared before Zoro, causing cold sweat to trickle down his spine. Reacting instinctively, Zoro swung his sword with all his might. But Baize vanished again, reappearing behind him in an instant. Before Zoro could even pivot, he felt a heavy kick strike his head. Ugh! He yelped, propelled away like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Luffy lay on the ground, fixated on Baize's feet. Yet, in the next moment, Baize disappeared without a trace. Rubber net. Luffy, understanding his inability to retaliate, quickly stretched his fingers to form a defensive web. As anticipated, a fierce attack came rushing toward him. With a resounding impact, a weapon imbued with haki struck the rubber net, shattering Luffy's defense instantly. The tremendous force sent him rolling across the ground for several meters before he finally came to a stop. As he turned back, he beheld a massive spiked club raised high, gathering power. With a thunderous boom, Luffy was struck like a volleyball, sent hurtling through the air. Ah! The excruciating pain coursing through his body made him tremble uncontrollably. Before he could even touch the ground, Baize reappeared beneath him, wielding the spiked club once more, and delivered another blow that sent him soaring into the sky. Luffy found himself airborne, devoid of any chance to resist, as he was propelled away. What in the world is this? Why is the speed of movement so astonishing? As Luffy was launched into the heavens, he had hoped for a moment to catch his breath and devise a strategy, only to discover Baize running through the air with an otherworldly grace. Like a specter ascending towards him, the Navy soldiers stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. It was unfathomable that their adversary could wield such superhuman techniques, typically mastered only by elite forces of the Navy. Luffy, be careful, Zoro shouted in a frantic tone. Upon hearing the warning, Luffy quickly utilized his ability to elongate his arms, attempting to seize Baize and bring him crashing down. Yet, Baize was not one to grant such an opportunity. He unleashed a slicing strike from above. Luffy, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of terror. In midair, unable to leverage any support, Luffy braced for impact, believing he was destined to be struck. But then, Zoro shot up into the sky like a streak of black lightning, swiftly pushing Luffy's hand aside. With a single hand gripping his sword, he positioned himself before the incoming strike. This perilous rescue was crucial. Otherwise, Luffy would undoubtedly have been cleaved. Zoro was struck at an angle by the slicing blow, sent spiraling away in a long arc, disappearing from view. As Luffy landed, he caught sight of Baize above, gripping the spike club with both hands, gathering strength. Prepare to experience my latest technique, Luffy, Baize declared, and Luffy felt a surge of dark energy pulsating violently from the spiked club. He was acutely aware that this force was significantly more formidable than what he had encountered aboard the ship previously. Deep down, he understood that he could not withstand this lethal strike. Should he flee? This notion briefly flickered through Luffy's mind before he resolutely dismissed it. He knew he had no chance of escape. The opponent's astonishing speed was overwhelming, almost despair-inducing. Perhaps, he thought, this was the end for him. Luffy wore a look of resignation. Just as he believed his demise was inevitable, a young girl suddenly dashed in front of him. She spread her arms wide, striking a defensive pose, and shouted, "I won't let you harm my big brother, Straw Hat." White Zetsu, gliding gracefully through the air, paused momentarily upon seeing the girl's appearance, then regretfully retracted his mace. "Hey, what are you doing here? Get away!" Zoro, struggling to rise from the ground in the distance, shouted anxiously. "No, I must protect you and this Straw Hat brother." The little girl, Rika, bravely stood her ground against the fearsome adversary. "Come back." Though the Navy personnel were gripped by fear, they could not bear to witness the girl sacrifice herself and began to shout in protest. White Zetsu shook his head in resignation, pondering how he seemed to embody the role of a heinous villain. "Forget it," he said nonchalantly. "Forget it?" Zoro frowned, filled with confusion as he contemplated the deeper meaning behind those words. Look at that, Straw Hat Luffy, proclaiming his ambition to become the Pirate King, now relying on a little girl for protection. Such grandiose declarations are nothing but a joke. In these waters, lacking strength renders such statements laughable. You are even inferior to Zoro. After uttering this, White Zetsu produced a plastic barrel and activated his escape mechanism. A streak of light shot away like lightning, vanishing into the distance. Below, Luffy, who had been rendered speechless by these words, stood frozen, while Zoro's eyes widened in shock. Had the enemy truly spared them? What was the nature of that astonishing speed? How could he simply disappear? Zoro trembled involuntarily, gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Thank goodness. The Navy personnel erupted in cheers as the terrifying enemy finally departed. Chao Zhang, who had been covertly observing and praying for their safety, exhaled a sigh of relief. What is the situation? At that moment, the voice of Sengoku, imbued with authority, came through the snail phone held by Chao Zhang. He has departed. Just now, he executed an extraordinarily swift technique. His departure was a manifestation of that skill. Chao Zhang responded gravely, his demeanor serious. Upon witnessing Monka's defeat, the Navy captain summoned his courage and directly contacted the naval headquarters using Monka's phone. Extraordinarily swift? Sengoku's curiosity resonated through the snail phone. Indeed, he transformed into a streak of light, faster than a shooting star, disappearing in the blink of an eye, perhaps even swifter than the legendary Admiral Kazuru. Chao Zhang recounted his first-hand observations with precision. Why has such a formidable warrior emerged in the EC? Sengoku's voice returned, laden with gravity. I am uncertain. The opponent is proficient in the 6 powers of the Navy, and even blades cannot inflict harm. This undoubtedly indicates the presence of haki, particularly the armament haki. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of their weapon leads me to suspect that they may also possess a devil fruit ability. Even the notorious pirates of a new world would find it challenging to contend with such a foe. It would have been better had Admiral Sengoku refrained from asserting that this individual could engage with pirates from the new world, as it has led to a grave misjudgment in the war strategy. Little did Sengoku realize that the captain of the garrison in Shellstown lacks considerable experience. At Marine headquarters within the marshal's office, Sengoku spoke into the Den Mushi I understand. As for Monkey D, Luffy, and the pirate hunter, you need not concern yourself with them. I shall summon Garp to bring back Monka as well. He surveyed the room, ensuring everyone had heard. How frightening. To be swifter than I, exclaimed Kizuru, astonished. Nonetheless, Garp's grandson has become a pirate. I must inform him immediately to intervene before a grave error occurs. Colonel Tsuru interjected hurriedly. This individual is skilled in the 6 powers, possesses armament haki, and likely has observation haki as well. They could very well be a devil fruit user. Such a person should be placed under a bounty promptly, lest the ordinary Marines underestimate them, leading to potential casualties. Akiji articulated his thoughts. What bounty would be appropriate? Sengoku inquired, turning to the others. 60 million berries, Akiji proposed, believing it a reasonable sum, especially for a first bounty. It would serve to alert the Marines of the East Blue. Observing no objections from Kazuru and Tsuru, Sengoku decisively concluded, then let it be 60 million. Chapter 12. A new role as a carpenter in Shell's Town. At the restaurant of the Lisha family, Luffy and Zoro devoured their meal with unrestrained fervor. Zoro had scarcely eaten in days, save for a rice ball offered by Lisha, and now he was voraciously consuming food as if trying to compensate for his previous hunger. In stark contrast, Luffy appeared unusually subdued. Though he continued to shove food into his mouth, his spirit was noticeably diminished, lacking the enthusiasm he typically exhibited during meals. The food seemed devoid of flavor for him. Noticing Luffy's unusual demeanor, Zoro paused and looked up to inquire, "What's wrong?" With a hint of melancholy, Luffy replied, "I was reflecting on what that guy said. I truly feel inadequate. If it weren't for Lisha, we might have perished today. That's not true. He didn't harbor any murderous intent." "I could sense it," Zoro retorted, adding, with his strength, he could have easily ended us. Zoro couldn't help but reflect. "I once believed I had few rivals in the East Blue. Today was a harsh lesson in humility." Luffy nodded emphatically, a determined expression on his face as he gazed at Zoro. Aside for Grandpa, I've never suffered such a crushing defeat. Zoro, we must grow stronger. Without a doubt. Otherwise, how can I achieve my ambitions? Zoro replied earnestly, his gaze intense. By the way, did you notice the way that guy moved? Zoro's words prompted Luffy to reminisce. It seemed like a series of consecutive steps. Luffy responded after a moment of contemplation. Indeed, this skill is exceedingly formidable. We are utterly incapable of launching an attack against him. He remains invincible, although the nature of his defense eludes our understanding. Perhaps we might delve into his movement abilities for further study. Next time, we shall certainly retaliate. Zoro clenched his fists tightly, his eyes ablaze with determination and frustration, while Luffy nodded vigorously in agreement. In the East Sea, on a solitary island, a dilapidated giant ship was moored along the shore, with a crew of the Krieg pirates busily engaged in repairs, with White Zhe among them. Initially, he had envisioned finding a new stronghold to work at, but upon passing this island, he triggered a system task. Embracing the philosophy of not being a slacker when work was available, he decisively chose to accept the task, thus successfully infiltrating the Krieg pirates with the system's assistance. "Hey, newcomer, don't get distracted. If the ship is repaired but still leaks, I'll have your head." Akin, wielding a weapon, bellowed behind White Zhe like a ferocious overseer. Yes. White Zhe promptly replied, grasping a hammer to straighten a crooked nail. At that moment, Captain Krieg approached Akin, inquiring in a low voice, "How is the situation progressing?" "It will likely take a few more days for repairs. Even if we manage to fix it, the ship won't last long, perhaps only until the next island. Furthermore, our provisions are depleted. We urgently need to find food. Otherwise, even if the ship is seaworthy, we will lack the strength to row," Akin reported without omission. Captain Krieg was acutely aware of the dire circumstances facing the pirate crew, with some of his subordinates paralyzed by fear. To prevent anyone from absconding, he decided to assign the reliable Akin to personally venture out in search of provisions. "We have only 2 small boats. Take 2 others with you and set sail. I will await your return here." "Understood," Akin responded without hesitation, turning towards the shore where the small boats were moored. The 2 spoke openly, with White Zhe listening intently. After Akin departed, another captain took over the supervision. The labor was arduous, compounded by the absence of food, prompting the pirates to grumble incessantly. Fortunately, White Zhe possessed the system, with provisions and fresh water stored in his backpack, allowing him the occasional indulgence of fine wine, leading to a somewhat comfortable existence. "What scent is that?" A pirate with a keen nose suddenly exclaimed. "I smell it too. It's the aroma of wine. Who is drinking?" The pirates erupted in a clamor, their frustration mounting at the thought of someone hoarding fine wine amidst their own starvation. Indeed, which scoundrel is hoarding? White Zhe joined in the outcry, while, simultaneously, as the others glanced about, He swiftly concealed the wine bottle within the system space and lit a cigarette, hoping to mask the scent of alcohol. "Wow, you rascal. You have cigarettes. Give me one. I want one too." The pirates, upon discovering White just smoking, quickly surrounded him. "There's only half a pack left. That's all I have." Fearing that someone might get too close and uncover his secret, White should toss the cigarettes into the crowd. Instantly, the pirates surged forward, clamoring to snatch them up. Observing this scene, White couldn't help but reminisce about his university days when competitive classmates would vie for food and drink. Time flies swiftly. Days have passed, and the ship has finally been restored. Baizé has also received a system reward in the form of a vessel crafted from the precious tree. This ship measures 15 meters in length and 7 meters in height, with its mast soaring over 30 meters, categorizing it as a medium-sized boat. However, Baizé feels a tinge of disappointment. He has no intention of forming a pirate crew, so what use is a ship to him? A direct enhancement of his abilities would be far more practical. "Hey, are you hiding food? Why do we all look gaunt and emaciated, while you appear so well-fed?" A pirate lying on the ground observed for a while before finally voicing his curiosity. "Shoo, don't tell anyone." Baizé quickly concocted an excuse. "Actually, I managed to catch a few fish earlier, and I've been surviving on raw fish these past few days." "You scoundrel, share some with me. I'm on the verge of starvation." The pirate replied weakly. "Just wait, I'll get you some right away." Baizé invented a reason to wander into the woods, retrieved a frozen fish from his system backpack, and allowed it to thaw in water before returning. The pirate watched eagerly as Baizé pulled the fish from his clothing, and upon seeing it, he was overcome with joy. "This is fantastic. EM saved," he exclaimed, tearing into the raw fish. This reminder prompted Baizé to act wisely. He quickly smudged some mud on his face for a makeshift disguise. A couple of days later, aside from Klee, Ku, and a few captains, the other pirates were too famished to rise. Each day, they gazed longingly at the sea from the shore, hoping that Captain Agene and the two who had set out would return with provisions. As dusk fell, a small boat approached from the distance. Once Agene disembarked, he ignored the pirates' inquiries and headed straight for Captain Klee Ku. Before long, Captain Klee Ku emerged from the cave, announcing loudly, "Brothers, we have hope this time. There's a ship in the nearby waters. If we seize it, we will have an endless supply of food. That ship has caught my eye. It will become our new vessel. Those who wish to eat, come aboard." Agene called out, and the pirates erupted into cheers. Their spirits lifted as hope for survival flickered anew. It appeared that promotions to captaincy were imminent. Curiosity about the rewards sparked excitement within Baizé. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, he understood that a battle was on the horizon, and he could benefit from it, prompting him to join this band on their quest. Chapter 13. You Go and slay Sun Wukong. The floating restaurant, Baratai, is a uniquely designed vessel, its vibrant orange-yellow hull strikingly eye-catching. The bow is fashioned to resemble a fish head, its gaping mouth serving as the entrance, as if proclaiming its distinctiveness to the vast ocean. Inside the grand hall, the dining area is spacious. Opulent chandeliers descend from the ceiling, casting a warm golden glow. Nautical charts adorn the walls, documenting uncharted routes and adventurous dreams. At this moment, Nami, Zoro, and Usopp have just concluded their meal and are engaged in casual conversation, despite Baizé's presence. The threads of fate continue to entwine them tightly, as they first encountered Buggy and subsequently journeyed to Syrup Village together. At this moment, Luffy found himself toiling as a servant at Baratai, repaying his debt for damaging Zeph's ship. "Hey, is that guy you mentioned really that terrifying?" Usopp inquired with curiosity, unable to restrain himself. During their recent conversations, Nami and Zoro frequently spoke of White Czar, igniting a fervent curiosity within him. "You have no idea. That guy can cleave a wall with a single kick, and the ground can be torn asunder by a strike. Since I set sail with Luffy, I have never encountered anyone stronger than him." Zoro's expression turned serious as he recalled his encounter with White Czar, a hint of trepidation lingering in his gaze. "No way. I consider my kicking technique quite formidable, yet I cannot achieve such feats. Surely, there must be a limit to storytelling." Sanji, carrying a tray of breakfast, happened to pass by and couldn't help but interject. In his view, the green-haired man's description was utterly exaggerated. Huh, that merely indicates your narrow perspective. You have no comprehension of the vastness of this world. Zoro scoffed, his tone laced with derision. As if you're any impressive, Sanji retorted, feeling indignant at the remark. It's true, Nami asserted earnestly, her eyes reflecting certainty. I witnessed it from the shadows. That guy could even run in mid-air. He's simply not human. Sanji was momentarily taken aback by Nami's expression. He had always been defenseless against beautiful women, and he couldn't fathom why Nami would deceive him. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Sanji murmured to himself, his imagination conjuring the image of such a formidable being. Just then, a startled cry echoed from outside the restaurant. Pirates are here. Sanji snapped back to reality, turning to look outside. Soon, panicked voices erupted. It's the clique pirates. We're doomed. Run. Instantly, the patrons within the restaurant erupted into chaos, scurrying toward the back of the ship. Sanji's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed outside. A massive shadow loomed closer, a towering ship blocking the sunlight and enveloping Sanji in darkness. The chefs swiftly grabbed their utensils and hurried out, vigilantly watching the approaching vessel. Fortunately, the ship did not launch an attack, allowing the chefs to breathe a sigh of relief. Once the ship steadied, Cleek descended from above, assisted by Kin. On the deck, White Zar feigned weakness, quietly awaiting the unfolding drama, fully aware that an intriguing spectacle was about to commence. Before long, Cleek returned to the ship, burdened with a large sack of provisions, and tossed the food onto the deck. Hey, look what we got, Cleek bellowed with vigor. After a hearty meal at the restaurant, his strength had significantly returned. Food. A feeble pirate crawled over. The other pirates, catching the scent of food, instantly transformed into ravenous wolves, lunging for it with wild abandon. The pirates frantically fought over the provisions, gulping them down. Some even moved to tears with excitement. In a mere moment, the contents of the sack were devoured entirely. Wonderful. We're alive. The pirates cheered in jubilation. Indeed, Cleek sat aside, a smug smile gracing his face. Now we can challenge the Grand Line once more. However, upon hearing these words, the expressions of the pirates on deck turned ashen, their eyes filled with trepidation. What is the meaning of such faces? Creek furrowed his brow, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Do we truly have to venture to such a place? One pirate stammered. HM? Creek's countenance darkened. Without hesitation, he raised his pistol and, with a resounding bang, fired a shot. The questioning pirate collapsed to the ground, leaving the others frozen in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. No one has any objections, do they? Creek's voice was icy, laden with menace. In a bid for survival, the pirates hastily raised their hands in acquiescence. Oh. Just as the pirates began to cheer, a small sailing vessel appeared on the distant sea. The ship's hull resembled a coffin, its sail adorned with white candles, emanating an eerie aura. HM, Baizé, ever perceptive, had been vigilant of his surroundings and was the first to spot the sailboat. He abruptly turned his head to look. Baizé's sudden movement caught Creek's attention. What is it? Captain Creek, look, is that not the enemy you encountered in the Grand Line? Baisha feigned innocence, cautiously inquiring. Upon hearing this, Creek sprang to his feet and gazed in the direction Baizé indicated. The moment he recognized that familiar figure, his expression grew grave. Had we been discovered? Sitting atop the coffined ship, Hawkeye sensed he was being watched. Without hesitation, he raised his black blade, and swung it fiercely towards the large ship. In that instant of attack, he noticed someone swiftly evade. How intriguing! A lightning-fast slash struck the vessel, producing a sound akin to slicing through flesh, leaving those aboard in stunned silence. Two unfortunate pirates were instantaneously cleaved in two. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted as the massive ship was severed in two. What on earth is happening? Creek shouted in alarm. The two halves of the ship tilted dramatically, sending a multitude of pirates screaming as they slipped into the sea. This sudden cacophony captured the attention of everyone at the floating restaurant, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the disintegrating vessel. Captain, that fellow has severed our ship. Zay stood at the bow, his body seemingly swaying yet as steady as a rock, vociferously declaring, "What? The ship has been cleaved in two. How could such absurdity be possible?" Creek's face was a mask of disbelief. "You heard correctly. It is indeed true," Zay responded loudly, inwardly contemplating how this display would surely bolster his presence before the enemy, making any future promotion all the more attainable. He intended to assist Creek when he battled Luffy, which would surely earn him a rise in rank. "You scoundrel!" Creek was seething with rage, gripping the ship's structure desperately to avoid plummeting into the depths below. Soon, the two halves of the ship began to sink slowly, coming to a halt midway. In the distance, Hawkeye maneuvered his small boat closer to the wreckage, his gaze fixed intently on Zay standing at the bow. "Why does he stare at me?" Zay pondered, filled with confusion. The tumultuous sea gradually calmed. Creek stood on the deck, panic-stricken. "That scoundrel has indeed pursued us. What enmity do we share that prompts you to attack us in such a manner?" One of Creek's subordinates questioned Hawkeye with palpable anger. Merely passing the time, Hawkeye replied with a slight turn of his head, his tone remarkably calm. He then cast his gaze back at Zay and remarked, "I never anticipated that in this modest East Sea, a pirate with a bounty of 60 million would emerge. And here I am, encountering you, Swift Zay." The revelation left the surrounding pirates and patrons of the floating restaurant in utter astonishment. "What?" Creek followed Hawkeye's gaze, fixating intensely on Zay. "Me? 60 million? Zay looked bewilderedly at Hawkeye, pointing to himself, utterly unaware that he had become a fugitive, let alone acquired such a formidable moniker as Swift Zay. "Impossible. You actually have a bounty of 60 million, Creek exclaimed, his fear palpable. He could hardly fathom that such a powerful individual had infiltrated his crew. Meanwhile, the Sword St. Joseph and the Blade Emperor Johnny were equally taken aback. Luffy and Zoro scrutinized Zay with vigilant eyes, momentarily disregarding Hawkeye. Creek was both startled and terrified, yet he quickly devised a plan, fixating on Zay and stating, "You seem to have only recently joined our pirate crew, correct?" "Indeed, Captain," Zay replied honestly, continuing to play the role of a subordinate. "Excellent. Now, your chance to prove yourself has arrived. You should be able to handle this formidable opponent, right? Go. Eliminate him." Creek's expression twisted with cruelty. He intended to reap the benefits once the two adversaries were weakened from battle, ensuring that no one stronger than him could remain aboard his ship. Chapter 14. Zoro's stealthy minorship captain. "Are you jesting? The opponent is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you truly believe I stand chance?" Zay thought of slapping Creek across the face for such an absurd suggestion, for he knew he could not possibly contend with such a foe. "This is an order. Do you dare defy me?" Creek shouted in fury, realizing that his subordinates were becoming disobedient. Indeed, a threat, he mused. "Am I truly to engage in battle?" Zay sought clarification once more. "Absolutely. You are my subordinate and must obey my command. No room for negotiation?" Zay inquired again. "It must be executed," Creek roared. "Very well," Zay nodded. Creek, believing Zay was about to confront the warlord, smirked in anticipation, but in the next moment, Zay swiftly appeared before him, gripping his neck tightly. "What are you doing?" Creek gasped, fear evident in his voice, struggling to speak. "I merely wish to work. How dare you wish for my demise?" Zay tightened his grip, making Creek's breathing increasingly labored. "Nonsense." Creek felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. Desperate to survive, he activated a mechanism on his body, causing the machine guns mounted on his shoulders to aim at Zay. "Point blank," Sanji exclaimed. "D." Creek bellowed from the depths of his throat. The air erupted with gunfire and a cannon blast struck Zay, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. "He has finished," Chef Patty remarked with a look of regret. Originally, he believed that Creek would be dealt with, but he did not expect that this 60 million bounty pirate would be so easily subdued. "Not necessarily." Zoro's deep voice resonated, causing Sanji, Patty, Joseph, and Johnny to pause in surprise. Sure enough, as the smoke dissipated, Baze stood there, maintaining his grip around Creek's neck, looking down with disdain. "You talk too much." At this moment, Creek's eyes had already glazed over, his legs weakly dragging across the deck. With a casual toss, Baze flung him away like refuse, having already broken his neck. "Captain!" Akin cried out in despair upon witnessing his captain's misfortune. "Don't stoop to his level. I'm just a worker. No intention of fighting you." Baze ignored Akin's frantic shouts and turned to Mihawk. "I understand." Mihawk nodded, then gazed at Baze with a hint of regret, saying, "If one does not dare to confront the strong, it is difficult to possess the qualities of a king. I once thought the East Blue had produced an extraordinary newcomer, but it seems I was mistaken." Baze understood the implication of Mihawk's words. He was suggesting that fear of strong opponents would hinder one's ability to awaken the conqueror's haki. Mihawk was subtly challenging him. "I will kill you." Akin lunged at Baze like a ravenous wolf, leaping forward with his cane raised to strike Baze's head. However, Baze was faster. He retaliated with a swift kick to Akin's abdomen. The impact folded Akin's body like a shrimp, his eyes bulging. Baze immediately retracted his right foot, leaped, and delivered a powerful kick to Akin's head. With a resounding crash, Akin flew like a cannonball towards the Bartai restaurant. "Akin!" Sanji shouted in concern, visibly agitated. Zoro quickly restrained him and sternly warned, "I advise you not to provoke him, or you will perish." To lend credibility to his warning, Zoro added, "The one who can soar in the skies is this guy." Upon hearing this, Sanji's determination to intervene was instantly extinguished. "Keep an eye on him, Luffy. I need to pursue my dream," Zoro declared, leaping in front of Mihawk. Mihawk regarded the audacity of the challenger with curiosity. "I set sail to meet you." Zoro stated his purpose directly. "Oh, what is your goal?" Mihawk inquired nonchalantly. "The strongest." Zoro tied his headband with utmost seriousness, having learned from Baze's brutal lesson. He would not underestimate his opponent, and was prepared to face the impending duel with all his might. "Huh." Mihawk chuckled. How foolish. He understood Zoro's intentions. Drawn by the challenge, Zoro unsheathed his weapon, pointing it at Mihawk. "You seem free. How about a contest?" Baze, who had initially intended to leave, now perched on the railing to observe this extraordinary confrontation. With Creek dead at his hands, not a single pirate aboard dared to challenge him. Even his mere presence instilled fear among the crew. This individual is Zoro, the three-sword style Roronoa Zoro. The pirates on the deck recognized him and gasped in astonishment. "A duel? How pitiful! A weakling," sighed Mihawk, not refusing the opportunity as he stepped down from the ship onto the battered deck. "If you were a first-rate swordsman, even without engaging in combat, you would surely perceive the disparity in our strengths. How dare you draw your blades against me? Should I commend your courage or deem it folly?" Upon hearing these words, Zoro furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at the spectator, Baze. Do all strong individuals delight in uttering such remarks? Baze smiled broadly. Zoro, steeling himself, awkwardly uttered a phrase that had once brought him shame. "It is because of my ambition." With that, he grasped his sword, his resolve gradually solidifying, and also for the promise made to my dear friend. Mihawk nodded in understanding, then removed the crucifix necklace from around his neck and drew forth the small crucifix knife. The image Baze pointed to lingered vividly in Zoro's mind, leading him to question, "What do you mean by this? Unlike the foolish beast that exerts itself to hunt rabbits, you may be a somewhat renowned swordsman, yet this is, after all, the weakest of the four seas, the East Blue. Unfortunately, I possess no smaller blade than this." The audacity of his demeanor instantly incited Zoro's fury. "Why must you both resort to such methods to humiliate me?" As he spoke, his gaze flitted between Mihawk and Baze. "Oh." Mihawk discerned a story within Zoro's words and turned to the man named Baze. In a fit of frustration, Zoro exclaimed, "That guy like you fought me last time using merely a finger. There should be limits to your disdain." "What?" Zoro's declaration left Sanji Agape in disbelief. "Surely I did not mishear? This is a swordsman. How could one fight using a finger?" exclaimed Nami. "It is true. His finger is remarkably tough. Zoro's blades could not cut through," Luffy replied. At that moment, all eyes in the vicinity were fixed upon Baze. Mihawk, seeing the swordsman's ignorance, promptly clarified, "Do you believe that a bounty of 60 million is typical for an ordinary person? Even some marine vice-admirals would struggle against him. He has mastered the 6 powers of superhuman techniques, possesses the abilities of a devil fruit, and wields both forms of haki. Even in the New World, he ranks among the formidable, far beyond your capabilities. Bays wore a perplexed expression, questioning when he had acquired the dual haki and the devil fruit. How could this possibly be? Zoro was taken aback, astonished by Baze's strength and Mihawk's high regard. Reflecting on Baze's earlier avoidance of combat, did this imply that Mihawk was even stronger? Unable to withstand even a single finger from Baze, what did this mean for Mihawk? In an instant, Zoro's mind became a whirlwind of confusion. What? Weren't you eager to challenge me? Are you now having second thoughts? Mihawk inquired, tilting his head. Recalling the promise made to his dear friend, Zoro clenched his teeth and regained his confidence. Indeed, this world is vast. Yet for the sake of my dreams, I am determined to comprehend the magnitude of our disparity, even if it leads to my demise. Upon uttering these words, Zoro crossed his twin swords, assuming the stance of the three-sword style. Mihawk, sensing the shift in his opponent's aura, smiled and said, "Come forth. This technique I acquired during my time with him. You should tread carefully." As Zoro spoke, he cast a glance at Baizai. Baizai appeared perplexed. Three-sword style, instantaneous. Zoro's voice was low as he vanished in an instant. The next moment, he stood before Mihawk and shouted, "Onigiri." Chapter 15. Witnessing trouble unfold clang. Three sword blades were intercepted by a small knife, producing a resounding noise. Zoro slowly raised his head, disbelief etched across his face. This was a new skill he had developed by amalgamating techniques with Baizai. How could this be? Zoro was utterly astonished. Even Luffy, who understood the power of this move, stood in shock. Baizai was equally taken aback. Could it be that this is the privilege of the protagonist group? He had merely observed it a few times, and now it was being replicated? This is absurd. He felt a sense of injustice, as if his hard-earned labor had been pilfered. How could such a technique be countered? That was the onigiri of my brother, manifesting in an instant. Johnny gasped. Now do you comprehend the extent of the gap? Mihawk inquired nonchalantly, though he too was taken aback. To witness such a skill learned by one from the weakest East Blue was indeed promising. I refuse to believe it, Zoro bellowed, then forcefully stomped the deck and activated the Soru, vanishing from sight. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of piercing sounds erupted as Zoro circled around Mihawk, constantly changing positions, appearing here and there so swiftly that the pirates could barely follow. Heavens, what manner of skill is this? So rapid. Is this the prowess of a bounty hunter? This extraordinary speed of movement elicited gasps from the pirates. Futile. No matter how you maneuver or attempt to strike, I shall block it, Mihawk stated coolly, not even turning his head. Tiger Hunt. In an instant, Zoro materialized behind Mihawk, leaping high and wielding his twin sword in a downward slash towards Mihawk's head. A frog in a well. Mihawk suddenly spun around, casually extending his small knife to thrust forward. Thud! The sound of flesh being pierced resonated as Zoro landed on the floor. The moment he was struck, he ceased his assault, for he understood that he had lost, utterly defeated. Yet he did not retreat. Why not withdraw? Are you not afraid of being pierced through the heart? Do you wish for death? Mihawk questioned sternly. I do not know. I merely feel that if I take a step back now, all the vows and promises that have been significant until this point will vanish, and I shall never return here again. Zoro, with a sword clenched in his mouth, appeared lost in thought. Indeed, this is what defeat feels like. Mihawk replied. Then I must not retreat any further. Are you not afraid of dying? Mihawk asked once more. Death would be preferable. Zoro's gaze was resolute. Facing death, he seemed unfazed, even smiling. What a formidable spirit. Would you rather perish than accept defeat? Hawkeye admired the tenacity of his opponent, slowly retracting his weapon and stepping back a couple of paces. Young lad, state your name. Zoro, gripping his swords with both hands and positioning them before his face, readied himself for the impending clash. Roronoa Zoro. His voice resonated with a deep intensity, signaling his readiness for the final strike. Hawkeye gradually drew forth his black blade. Yuru, I shall remember you, a long-lost warrior. Thus, in accordance with the honor of a swordsman, I shall dispatch you to the depths of the sea with this, the world's strongest black blade. Zoro, spinning his twin swords, embraced his fate. I am profoundly grateful. Is this truly the final strike? To witness the mightiest move before my demise is indeed a privilege. As Zoro's blades whirled faster, he shouted, three-sword style, Oogie, enough, brother. Cease this at once. Johnny cried out in despair, while Luffy clenched his fists tightly. Perish! Hawkeye lunged forward, both hands gripping his sword as he charged at Zoro. The speed was so astonishing that Zoro could barely react, resorting to a desperate slash. With a sickening sound, Zoro felt a chill in his abdomen as his sword shattered, blood gushing forth. I've lost, Zoro murmured, kneeling on one knee. I never imagined the gap was so vast. I couldn't even discern the moves. Is this the power of the world's strongest? As he spoke, Zoro sheathed Wado Ikemonji and turned to face Hawkeye with open arms. What are you doing? Hawkeye questioned, somewhat perplexed. The scars on my back are the shame of a swordsman. Zoro grinned, a smile of resignation upon his face as he welcomed his fate. Remarkable, Hawkeye chuckled, decisively delivering a cleaving strike that satisfied his opponent. With a sickening sound, Zoro was struck once more, slowly collapsing. He believed his end was nigh and ceased to struggle, loosening his grip on his sword as if shedding a great burden. With a splash, he fell into the sea. Zoro, Luffy's cry of despair echoed across the waters, while Sanji was left astonished by Zoro's actions. Why? He exclaimed. Then, realizing, Sanji shouted, it's quite simple. He is merely relinquishing his ambition. He failed to comprehend the weight that Zoro bore. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Luffy roared in fury, his arms stretching out as he aimed to strike Hawkeye. With a slight shift, Hawkeye evaded, and Luffy sailed past him, colliding with the battered ship's hull, his head wedged between the wooden planks. You must be a companion of that young swordsman. Thank you for witnessing the end. Hawkeye remarked coolly to Luffy, who was struggling to free himself. Rest assured, that man still lives. Hawkeye's words extinguished Luffy's anger. Brother, speak to me. In the sea, Johnny and Joseph were supporting the submerged Zoro, calling out in concern. Cough. Zoro spat out water, regaining consciousness. Zoro, Luffy shouted urgently. Hawkeye, fixing his gaze upon Zoro in the water, bellowed, you wish to meet your end too soon. I am Dracula Mihawk. Recognize yourself, understand the world, and grow stronger. No matter how much time passes, I shall await you in the strongest position. Surpass this sword. Surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Upon hearing these words, even the Redfoot Zeph was taken aback by the high praise bestowed upon Roronoa Zoro. What is your aspiration, young one? Hawkeye turned his gaze towards Luffy. To become the Pirate King. Luffy declared his dream without a hint of hesitation. That path is even more arduous than surpassing me. Hawkeye remarked with a sense of admiration. I don't care. I am determined to achieve it. Luffy replied, sticking out his tongue. This gesture reminded Hawkeye of his friend Shanks, making silly faces. And with that hat, he realized this was indeed the little brat Shanks had mentioned. He was truly unlike ordinary individuals. His companion Roronoa Zoro was also a formidable man. Hawkeye glanced at the side, where the white Zetsu rested his chin on his hand, and suddenly made a decision. Well, since I am bored, I might as well help these kids broaden their horizons. With this determination, Hawkeye turned around resolutely. Hey, swift white Zetsu. Hawkeye's shout drew everyone's attention, leaving white Zetsu bewildered. You seem rather idle. How about a spar? Upon hearing this, even the barely conscious Zoro straightened up and craned his neck. Huh? White Zetsu tilted his head in confusion. I rarely fight with masters of the six powers. I didn't find our earlier battle satisfying, so you shall be my opponent. I refuse. White Zetsu responded without a moment's thought, seeing his cowardly demeanor. Hawkeye grinned. That decision is not yours to make. With that, a slashing attack hurtled towards them from a distance. What the white Zetsu exclaimed in shock, swiftly dodging the strike. Chapter 16. Until we meet again, boom. The long slashing attack, spanning dozens of meters, cleaved through the sea as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Fortunately, white Zetsu reacted quickly and avoided the blow. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. The astonishing display of power left everyone present in a state of shock. Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he pondered the vast disparity between them. Was such a formidable flying slash truly within the capabilities of a human? Incredible. Luffy gasped. utterly stunned. Hey, what did I do to deserve this? White Zetsu shouted angrily. Nothing at all. I'm merely bored. Come on, don't let me underestimate you, Hawkeye said, brandishing his sword, pointing its tip directly at White Zetsu. Are you insane? You attack me just because you're bored? White Zetsu fumed, cursing loudly. I initially intended to test your abilities, but now that you've insulted me, I have all the more reason to strike. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hawkeye propelled himself off the ground, wielding his black blade, Yuru, and charged towards White Zetsu. Damn it! White Zetsu realized this man was simply looking for trouble. He swiftly executed a series of kicks, shouting, "Storm Foot." 3 crescent-shaped slashes shot towards Hawkeye like lightning. How interesting. As the eagle eye swooped down, his blade flashed with remarkable speed, producing 3 crisp sounds as he deflected 3 strikes, sending them plummeting into the sea with a resounding crash that scattered water in a magnificent spray. In the blink of an eye, Eagle Eye had closed the distance to Baze. Chafe, Baze exclaimed, instantly vanishing from Eagle Eye's view and creating significant distance between them. It would be folly to remain close, especially since he lacked the observation haki. Staying within range would surely lead to his demise. However, utilizing his own observation haki, Eagle Eye immediately sensed Baze's landing position and launched an attack, casually swinging his sword. As soon as Baze touched down, he was struck with alarm by the incoming slash. He hastily summoned his Wolf Fang club, enveloping it with armament haki, and shouted, "Thunderous 8 trigrams." With a thunderous crash, the Wolf Fang club struck the slash, releasing a surge of black lightning. Yet, unexpectedly, the club shattered with a sharp crack, while the slash remained undamaged and formidable. Baze's heart raced in shock. Without hesitation, he summoned a mat to shield himself. In an instant, onlookers beheld the notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million soar alongside the elongated slash, both propelled into the depths of the ocean, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed from several nautical miles away, the result of Eagle Eye's slash. Gazing at the distant explosion, Eagle Eye expressed a hint of disappointment. Is this all the strength you possess? However, the next moment, amidst the surging waves, a figure surged forth Baze, gripping a rolled-up mat tightly. He glided through the air with the grace of a moonwalker, propelled by a lightning-like speed. Dark energy danced wildly upon the mat, occasionally forming delicate arcs of lightning. Observing this extraordinary technique, Eagle Eye felt a surge of excitement. As Baze gathered his strength, he kept a vigilant watch on Eagle Eye, wary of any sudden ambush. His speed was remarkable, rapidly closing the gap, 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters. Just as he approached within 20 meters of Eagle Eye, Baze exerted force through his grip on the mat and bellowed, "Dominate the seas." Come fort. Eagle Eye responded with exhilaration, firmly planting his feet on the ground before launching skyward like a cannonball, gripping his black blade, Knight, as he charged towards Baze. A deafening boom erupted, resonating across the ocean. The 2 techniques collided with ferocity, Eagle Eye's armament haki pulsating wildly, surrounded by crackling lightning and crashing waves. The forceful shock wave sending Luffy and the other pirates hurtling away. Luffy yelped in terror, desperately extending his rubbery arm to grasp the railing of Baratai, narrowly avoiding a plunge into the sea. The onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes. The techniques produced such overwhelming power. Zoro felt as though his perception of reality had been utterly transformed. Hold your ground, Baze silently urged himself. He understood that while his attack boasted considerable might, it was evidently insufficient against Eagle Eye. The reason I could barely contend with Hawkeye was entirely due to the unyielding nature of this straw mat. Some of its strength absorbed the energy, while the rest relied purely on brute force. Unbeknownst to Hawkeye, this mat was a treasure, leading him to believe that White Zua could withstand his attacks armed with nothing but a simple mat, which exhilarated him immensely. I didn't expect you to be a swordsman. You even know Elbaf's techniques. White Zua remained silent, sensing the energy on Hawkeye's blade gradually dissipating. With a sudden exertion, he propelled himself backward, using Hawkeye's blade as leverage. Upon noticing this, Hawkeye immediately prepared to pursue him. Wait! White Zua shouted urgently. What is it? Hawkeye, stepping lightly, wore a perplexed expression. The sudden halt in their skirmish left him feeling quite unsettled. You saw it too. Not only am I proficient in martial arts, but I am also a swordsman. Now that I am weaponless, do you truly wish to claim a victory through unfair means? Whites were pressed on, attempting to moralize while maintaining an air of bravado. I see, Hawkeye murmured softly, finding some merit in White's words, feeling an undeniable sense of regret. However, he was not one to easily relinquish the chance to spar with such a formidable opponent, and he continued, "Then let us settle this the next time we meet. I shall grant you time to find a suitable weapon. Very well, it is settled. When we next meet, I shall make you regret your arrogance," Whiteswood declared, boldly casting down a challenge. Hawkeye's expression darkened instantly, and suppressing his anger, he replied, "I shall await your arrival." What a jest! Whiteswood had been thrust into this predicament without cause, and he certainly had no intention of being amiable. He feared not, for when they next encountered one another, the outcome was far from certain. Moreover, he could always retreat at any moment, slipping away without concern. If he could not win, could he not at least taunt to relieve his frustration? Feigning nonchalance, Whiteswood produced a plastic bucket, inserting the mat within before activating his escape skill, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant from Hawkeye's sight. How swift! Hawkeye's eyes widened in astonishment, his fighting spirit surging. The prospect of battling such a remarkably fast opponent thrilled him to the core, causing his entire being to tremble with excitement. This is simply unbelievable. Was I dreaming? Just now, he surely did not unleash his full power. Otherwise, Draculmihawk, would have certainly perished. Hey, did you hear that? He said he would make the world's greatest swordsman regret it. I heard it too. Pirates nearby engaged in enthusiastic discussion, just as a second pirate echoed the sentiment. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he turned to see a massive slash hurtling towards him from behind. The unfortunate pirates met their demise in an instant. How noisy! Hawkeye muttered coldly to himself as he leaped onto his small boat. With a powerful swing of his black blade, Uru, the vessel shot forth like an arrow, racing toward Logtown. The remaining pirates of the Krieg pirates exchanged glances. One of them inquired, "Captain, the Admiral is dead. Should we still seize the ship?" The captain gritted his teeth and responded fiercely, "Yes. Men, forward. Let's take this ship." "Oh," the pirates responded eagerly. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 17, The Captain's Bewilderment. What? How'd I end up back in Shellstown? Did I take a wrong turn? Standing by the shore, Zay wore a perplexed expression, unable to suppress his murmurs. After flaunting his bravado, he hastily fled, completely oblivious to his direction. Who would have anticipated that he would return to this very place? He must first journey to the Grand Line. It was imperative to enhance his strength. The recent display of prowess by Hawkeye had made Zay acutely aware of the looming danger. Although he possessed the protection of a cooling mat, ensuring his invincibility, he feared that skilled adversaries might resort to unscrupulous ambushes. If that were to occur, he would have no time to prepare. Moreover, Zay was well aware that his most significant shortcoming was his lack of mastery over observation hockey. Relying solely on his physical reflexes would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences when facing pirates with bounties exceeding 500 million berries. After uttering a parting remark, Zay hastily departed, bucket in hand, setting his course toward the Grand Line. On the surface of the sea near Lowtown, a vessel adorned with a heart-shaped flag sailed slowly. A woman with smooth, delicate skin, donning a cowboy hat, sat alone on the deck, engrossed in a newspaper. "This is impossible," Arlita exclaimed in disbelief, her gaze fixated on the wanted poster of a man, unable to comprehend the changes that had transpired in merely a few days. Zay had a bounty of 60 million berries. What on earth had he done? Arlita's mind was filled with confusion, struggling to make sense of it all. The beautiful Captain Arlita, I never expected to see you here. It is wonderful to know you are safe." Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise came from behind her. She quickly turned to find Zay had mysteriously appeared on her ship. "How did you recognize me?" Arlita asked, astonished and intrigued. She felt like a completely different person compared to her former self, and it was simply incredible that Zay could still identify her. Your unique aura shines like a firefly in the night, radiating brilliance. Even as I merely passed through this place, I was deeply captivated by your light. Upon stepping aboard, I instantly recognized my enchanting captain, Zay proclaimed earnestly, showering her with compliments. Arlita beamed with delight, covering her mouth as she chuckled, thoroughly satisfied with his words. You certainly know how to flatter. By the way, how did you suddenly appear on my ship? I recall there was no one aboard when I set sail. Arlita voiced her confusion. I initially intended to head to the Grand Line, but I spotted you from above, so I decided to come down. Baisha explained. In truth, it was the system that had triggered while he was passing by, prompting him to make a special visit. At that moment, the system had notified him, ding, a new mission detected. Captain Arlita's pirate crew is in need of personnel, and they are currently seeking recruits. Excellent. I was just about to search for that guy who knocked me away, Straw Hat Luffy. I certainly need more hands. So what do you say? Would you like to rejoin my pirate crew? Your leader remarked, I have just seen your wanted notice. You now have a bounty of 60 million berries. No one in the East Sea can rival you. If you were to rejoin me, I would gladly offer you the position of vice captain. Upon hearing this, Zay felt a surge of joy within, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed, I would certainly be willing. I have always been your crew member. No sooner had he spoken than the system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to vice manager of the beauty salon. And you have received a gift pack. Zay felt a wave of exasperation. He could hardly muster the energy to critique the system. How had Yarlita's pirate crew transformed into a beauty salon? You seem utterly unfazed by my transformation. Yarlita expressed her curiosity. Regardless of how the captain may change, you will always be my captain. There is nothing to be astonished about. Wouldn't you agree, Captain? Zay replied earnestly. Yarlita was overjoyed by his words. It resonated deeply with her. In her heart, she felt she had truly recognized this subordinate. After chuckling to herself, she nodded and said, You are absolutely correct. In fact, after being knocked away that time, I unexpectedly acquired the slip fruit. I must thank that straw hat Luffy fellow. Without him, I would not have become this beautiful. Upon finishing her statement, Yarlita stood and gracefully twirled, reveling in her beauty. Had it been someone else, Zay might have offered a few comments, but he was well aware of Yarlita's previous appearance. Moreover, in Zay's eyes, the concept of beauty held little significance. His sole desire lay in the pursuit of strength. Thus, he unabashedly complimented, In my eyes, Captain, no matter how you change, you are the most beautiful. You rascal. Yarlita laughed and shook her head. That said, she continued, Do not think that joining my pirate crew is a slight against you. I now possess the powers of a devil fruit. Neither fists, weapons, nor cannonballs can harm me in the slightest. Yarlita radiated confidence, declaring, I am no longer who I once was. Zay was momentarily taken aback. And a character from the anime Naruto, Sakura Haruno, suddenly flickered in his mind. She had also uttered similar words. Hadn't she? You don't believe me? Zay, lost in thought, was misconstrued by Yarlita as doubting her abilities, prompting her to press for clarification. No, I was just pondering something. Zay hurriedly explained. Yarlita, however, was not inclined to accept his excuse and retorted, I can see that you do not believe me. Very well, I shall stand here. Strike me, and I shall let you witness the prowess of the slip fruit. Perhaps we should reconsider, Captain, Zay protested, his heart filled with resistance. No, you must strike, and it must be with all your might. Let's not. This is far too perilous. Zay said, retreating, yet Yarlita was relentless, pressing forward. If you truly intend to join my pirate crew, this is the captain's command. You must strike. Use your fists. Unleash your strongest attack, quickly. With that, Yarlita spread her arms, turning her body toward Zay, signaling for him to make his move. Zay hesitated, glancing at his clenched fists, then at Yarlita as form. Those two modest hills indeed sparked an unusual allure within him. Calm down. She used to be quite unattractive. Zay quickly dispelled this thought from his mind. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take action. Yarlita urged incessantly. Since you are so eager to be hit, I shall oblige. Baizé had never encountered someone so willing to be struck, and he felt compelled to fulfill her wish. He then unleashed his armed haki, enveloping his fist. Today, he was determined to shatter Yalida's illusions. Bang! A simple punch landed squarely on Yalida's abdomen. Her eyes widened in shock as a single thought flashed through her mind. Impossible. The next moment, Baizé exerted force. Wow. Yalita was sent flying, her mind equally bewildered. Why doesn't it slide off? Chapter 18, The System. Ouch, you brute. Why are you so ruthless? On the deck, Yalita clutched her stomach, her face a picture of reproach. Captain, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Baizé feigned innocence, secretly chuckling. I've infused it with haki. Did you really think you could withstand it effortlessly? It truly hurts. How odd. Why could your fist hit me? I've tested it before. Others' attacks never touch me. They always slide off my skin. Yalita was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend. Perhaps it is due to the armed haki. Baizé revealed without reservation. Yalita had previously shown him kindness during his internship, so he was more than willing to share this information with her. Haki? What is that? Yalita had never heard of such a term and immediately entered a mode of inquiry. After pondering for a moment, Baizé decided to teach her this skill. He thought that even if he were no longer aboard this ship, Yalita would possess the means to protect herself on the Grand Line. Haki is an invisible armor. Baizé explained in great detail, capturing Yalita's full attention. Once he finished, Yalita realized her naivety. Without mastering such a skill, she would likely face certain death against those who wielded it. I thought the reports in the newspapers were exaggerated. Yet you truly are that formidable, Yalita remarked in awe. At that moment, Baizé was perusing a newspaper that contained his information, proficient in the Navy's 6 styles, causing chaos at the Navy branch. A master of armed and observation haki, the strongest pirate in the East Sea. Isn't this just fanning the flames? The strongest? Nonsense. Baizé saw through the Navy's intentions immediately. He then picked up a wanted poster, revealing a photo of his bare torso, showcasing his muscular physique, resembling a true tough guy. Not bad. Baizé found himself quite satisfied with this image. By the way, it says you are proficient in that Navy 6 styles. Could you teach me? Yalita was singularly focused on surpassing Baizé, feeling insecure about her position as captain, fearing it could be precarious at any moment. I truly have no way to deal with you, Captain. Baizé feigned helplessness but ultimately did not refuse. He thought, go ahead, learn, however. Mastering it silently is no easy feat. It requires a robust physique. After Baizé elaborated on the 6 styles, Yalita ventured off to practice alone, requesting Baizé to keep an eye on the ship. Finally, Baizé found himself with some free time and suddenly recalled that he had an unopened gift pack. He promptly exclaimed, System, open the gift. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Wolf Fong staff. Baizé was momentarily taken aback, inwardly lamenting. What use is a reward weapon? Shortly thereafter, the system informed him. The Supreme Wolf Fong staff surpasses the quality of the Supreme Greatsword and can store a formidable aura within. When the aura is fully charged, it can unleash a powerful strike akin to that of the ocean's top warriors. Upon reading this notification, Baizé quickly retracted his earlier statement, silently exclaiming, I take back what I just said. Without hesitation, he retrieved the newly acquired weapon from his space. Clang! The immense power almost caused Baizé to lose his grip. The staff, resembling a small mountain, bore a fearsome appearance. Isn't this excessively large and ridiculously heavy? Baizé pondered, struggling to lift it. Despite his current enhanced physicality from the 6 styles, he found it exceedingly challenging to wield the Supreme Wolf Fong staff. Never mind, let it gather dust for now. I shall revisit it when my strength has increased. Resolute in his decision, Baizé returned the weapon to his space and subsequently accessed his personal page. Name, Baizé. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Physical strength, 55-31. Skills, basic armament haki, Navy 6 styles, thunderous 8 trigrams, sea dominance. Items, Supreme Wolf Fong staff, water bucket, bamboo mat. Affiliated company, Yalita Cosmetics Cultural Company, limited position, deputy manager. Income, 50 physical strength per day. I actually have an income of 50 points. Zay was genuinely astonished. He recalled his meager earnings during his time with the Navy. Now, as merely a deputy captain, he was receiving such a sum. How much would the captain earn? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system promptly cautioned, "Please refrain from harboring thoughts of becoming a captain, as this system is designed for labor. Should you assume the role of captain, there will be no financial benefit. Isn't it possible to invest? Workers in those companies often have equity." Zay persisted, unwilling to accept defeat. The system responded, "That falls outside the realm of labor. Technical or labor investments are considered investments. This is a labor system." The system offered no leeway, reiterating its stance. "I understand that you wish to earn greater rewards. You can enhance the company's reputation and expand it, which will subsequently increase daily earnings." Zay was well aware of this. He understood that another avenue lay in joining different factions, starting anew, and striving for promotion, which could yield rewards, albeit predominantly skills and weapons. With paltry physical strength wages, a reality he had personally experienced. "System, I have a question." Zay harbored a lingering curiosity. "Host, please proceed." "Given my current strength, if I were to join the pirate crew of the Four Emperors Shanks, how much physical strength could I earn daily as a crew member?" Ding. The point allocation for a cadre position is set at 15 points per day. Upon joining, the host also receives this same allocation. The Four Emperors of the Sea have already attained a significant standing upon the vast ocean, and the only way to elevate one's notoriety is to ascend to the rank of Pirate King, which would in turn augment the host's income. For instance, the pirate crew to which the host belongs currently lacks any substantial fame, yet due to the host's influence, the Yarlita pirate crew has gained considerable renown in the East Sea, with the vice captain's points soaring from 20 to 50. Should one manage to achieve a reputation akin to that of the Seven Warlords, the income would rise yet again, and so forth, leading to a remarkably high ceiling for earnings. After the system's elucidation, Bays comprehended fully. As a small company flourishes, the accumulation of points would inevitably increase. Conversely, those larger pirate crews seem to have little room for growth, reaching a plateau. It appears that to acquire Tao power and holistically enhance oneself, remaining within a smaller pirate crew and cultivating its strength offers a more promising future. If one desires to acquire skills, then one must act as a double agent, mingling with various crews. Bays pondered for a moment and devised a plan to serve as vice captain while simultaneously joining another pirate crew to learn skills, thus earning dual rewards. "Yes, this shall be my course," he resolved. Just as this notion settled in his mind, a distant, panic cry for help pierced the air. "We're doomed." The shrill voice sliced through the atmosphere. Bays turned to witness a colossal crab brandishing its claws, launching an attack on a wooden raft. That is, Bays was momentarily stunned, shock prompting the words to escape his lips. The Four Emperors, Buggy. Chapter 19, New Bounty Buggy. Run for your life. On the shore, Cayman from the Beast Island shouted desperately, his voice rising above the chaos. The crab's pincers were poised to seize Buggy, who clung tightly to the floating debris. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated, raging wind. Following this, a sound akin to slicing filled the air, and the crab, which was about to strike Buggy, froze in place as though ensnared by a paralysis spell. After a prolonged silence without an attack, Buggy cautiously raised his gaze, only to witness the massive crab cleave in two, its upper half plummeting into the depths of the sea. Upon realizing the crab's sudden demise and recalling the voice that had clearly not belonged to Cayman, Buggy quickly understood he had been rescued. He hastily scanned his surroundings and noticed a pirate ship slicing through the waves 100 meters away, at the bow of which stood a short-haired man who was slowly retracting his leg. Astonished, Buggy's mouth gaped open. As a former intern aboard the Pirate King's ship, he had garnered considerable experience, and the strike just witnessed bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Raging Wind. The Navy? Buggy was taken aback by his own thoughts. He squinted, carefully inspecting the emblem on the ship, and was taken aback to find it unmistakably bore the mark of the Iron Rod pirate crew. "It seems I am saved, as long as they are not the Navy." Buggy exhaled deeply, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. On board, Bays relayed the situation to Yarlita. then deftly maneuvered the sails to steer the ship closer. In a short while, the vessel approached Buggy, and Baze casually tossed down a rope. Buggy hurriedly grasped it, and with a swift tug, Baze pulled him aboard the ship. "Ah, how unexpected to see you, Clown Buggy." Eureka approached with a light-hearted gait, her face adorned with a teasing expression as she beheld the wretched Buggy. "You." Buggy furrowed his brow, desperately rummaging through the recesses of his memory. Yet he could not recall who this individual was. "I am from the Iron Rod Pirates, Eureka. How could you have forgotten me so soon?" Eureka exclaimed playfully, twirling around with an air of pride. "Could it be?" Buggy gasped, nearly exclaiming in shock. "Indeed, I have consumed a devil fruit, which has transformed me into this state," Eureka unabashedly boasted. "Truly, you are a transformed being, almost unrecognizable from your former self. Only a devil fruit could yield such miraculous effects. Who would have thought you would be so fortunate?" Buggy initially stood stunned, but soon could not help but express his gratitude. "I must thank you all. Had you not arrived in time, I would surely have met my demise in the depths of the sea." As he spoke, Buggy wiped the seawater from his face, his expression filled with appreciation. "No need to thank me. You were merely fortunate to be spotted by my first mate." Eureka waved her hand, smiling. Following her cue, Buggy took a closer look at the man who had saved him. The individual was robustly built and handsome, tossing a towel his way. "By Zay." The man simply introduced himself. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance." Buggy, now lacking his lower half, struggled to bend down to express his gratitude. "By the way, what happened to your legs?" Eureka finally noticed Buggy's pitiful state. It's a long story." Buggy sighed deeply and began to recount his misfortunes. He detailed how he had been sent flying by Luffy in Orangetown, losing part of himself in the process, and how he had endured countless hardships to arrive here, with the aim of reclaiming his lower half and reuniting with his crew. After hearing Buggy's tale, both Eureka and Zay could not help but marvel at his extraordinary fortune. Subsequently, Eureka shared her own experiences, and particularly upon mentioning Monkey D. Luffy, the two found common ground, immediately deciding to embark on a quest to find Luffy. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Marineford, in the marshal's office. "All right, I understand." Sengoku's expression grew grave as he hung up the phone. "We underestimated that man. Who would have thought he could hold his own against Mihawk with nothing but bamboo mats?" Boldly declaring that next time he would beat him to a pulp with weapons. Such statements. Sengoku's voice was filled with astonishment and confusion. Where on earth did such a formidable individual emerge from? His gaze turned to Vice Admiral Tsuru and Kizuru. Truly frightening. Are these people even human? To possess such terrifying strength before even reaching 20. Kizuru remarked nonchalantly, though his demeanor suggested a lack of concern, as this matter did not directly affect him. His primary worry was ensuring he could clock out on time, which was all that truly mattered to him. Now we can only hope that Carp will encounter him. Otherwise, chaos will ensue in the Grand Line, and no one will be able to stop it. Admiral Tsuru expressed her concerns with a furrowed brow. The bounty must be raised. And furthermore, the news of his confrontation with Mihawk should be disseminated. Other pirates, driven by their thirst for fame, will undoubtedly feel compelled to act. If he meets his end at the hands of another pirate, it would certainly alleviate a significant burden for us. With Sengoku's command, the marshal's aide promptly set to work. Within half a day, a new round of bounties and fresh newspapers were produced and dispatched by the newsbirds to every corner of the world. A day later, on Sabaody Archipelago, the island, Buggy had successfully regained his body and rescued his subordinates, and now he was joyfully celebrating with the Aurita pirates. During the day, Buggy had spotted his ship anchored on the island, but upon landing, he stumbled upon his own grave. Later, he encountered two of his severely injured crew members near the grave. After a brief inquiry, the two subordinates were equally bewildered. They only remembered fainting during the duel to elect a new captain, only to be ambushed afterward. Fortunately, Aurita, well versed in such matters, informed them that a tribe known as the Bearpaw clan resided on the island, notorious for cannibalism. Buggy's face turned ashen with fear, and he hurriedly led Aurita and the others to rescue their subordinates who were about to be cooked, triumphing over the flesh-eating natives in the process. Let us raise a toast to celebrate the resurrection of the Buggy pirates. Buggy declared, raising his bottle high, prompting everyone to lift their bottles in unison. After finishing a bottle, Buggy's face flushed slightly as he said with heartfelt emotion, "If it weren't for Alrita and the others saving me and helping me regain my body, I would never see you all again. Thank you so much." Buggy's crew was deeply moved, their eyes brimming with tears as they bowed in gratitude to Alrita and her companions. Such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. Alrita waved her hand dismissively before turning to Buggy. "Now that you and your crew have successfully reunited, shall we form an alliance to seek out the Straw Hat Kid?" "Indeed. Our next step is to locate that Straw Hat Kid. I must claim his head." Buggy ground his teeth, his eyes filled with animosity. Kabeji, serving as the strategist for the Buggy pirates, hesitated to speak. What do you wish to say, Kabeji? Are you advising me to abandon my quest for vengeance?" Buggy shot him a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with hostility. "Not at all," Kabeji quickly clarified, glancing at Alrita and Bison. "I merely believe that with only 2 members in the Alrita pirates, and their bounty being merely a few million, it would be prudent to join our crew. Given your assistance in our time of need, we would treat you as kin." "Ah, I see," Buggy exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Kabeji, your mind works swiftly. I find this idea quite agreeable." After saying this, Buggy turned to Alrita, his eyes questioning. "What do you think?" "Huh?" Alrita laughed as if hearing an outrageous joke. "Are you serious? You wanted to join you? Is it not possible? You possess a mere bounty of 5 million berries, while I, on the other hand, am rewarded with a staggering 15 million. With these words, Buggy spread his arms wide, radiating an air of pride. "Are you aware of the bounty on my first mate?" Eureka inquired, her expression oddly enigmatic. Buggy, with an air of disdain, retorted, "Could it possibly exceed mine?" "You are not mistaken." Eureka nodded. "Bizet boasts a bounty of 60 million berries." "What?" Buggy's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief, but soon he dismissed it, wearing an expression that suggested he thought her a fool. "Even if you are reluctant to join, there is no need to conjure such preposterous excuses." "Indeed," Kabaji chimed in from the side. It seemed they were incredulous. Eureka shook her head in resignation. "It cannot be helped, Captain. After all, we are in the weakest sea. For them, 60 million is indeed unfathomable." Bizet responded with a smile. At that moment, a bird flew overhead, dropping a bundle of newspapers. Why was there no payment this time? Could something significant have occurred? The assembled pirates simultaneously pondered. Kabaji bent down to retrieve the fallen papers, extracting a wanted poster, and upon glancing at it, he froze in astonishment. "Hey, it's your wanted poster," Kabaji remarked, glancing at Bizet. But his gaze was soon ensnared by the series of numbers, unable to look away as he unconsciously read aloud. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. Upon reaching this point, Kabaji's face drained of color, his voice trembling. How is this possible?" Seeing the prominent number 7, Buggy couldn't contain his exclamation. 700 million berries! The surrounding pirates erupted in astonishment. Chapter 20. Reactions from all sides. Eureka, in a frenzy, snatched the wanted notice, her eyes widening as she meticulously scrutinized the series of numbers multiple times. Subsequently, she gazed up at Bizet, her face a mask of shock, and urgently asked, "What on earth have you done? How could the bounty be so exorbitant?" As her words escaped her lips, everyone present seemed to be ensnared by a spell, their gazes converging on Bizet, curiosity etched in their expressions. Each individual privately speculated what astounding deeds could possibly warrant such a colossal bounty, rendering it utterly unfathomable. "How would I know?" Bizet responded innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression suggesting that he had no connection to this matter. Internally, he too was perplexed. He had always behaved decently, never committing any wrongdoing. So how had he suddenly acquired such a vast bounty? Little did Bizet realize that this was, in fact, a deliberate act orchestrated by Sengoku. Fearing the potential of this formidable individual, not yet 20, Sengoku sought to attract the attention of prideful, rebellious pirates from the New World by offering a substantial bounty, hoping they would seek him out and eliminate Bizet on their own accord. Kabaji deftly snatched the newspaper from his subordinate's hands and began to read aloud. The birth of the first swordmaster of the East Sea, a man named Zay. He recounted the events detailed in the article, eventually arriving at the pivotal section. In a remarkable display, the swift Zay, wielding nothing but a rolled mat, stood toe-to-toe with the world's greatest swordsman. Due to the absence of weapons, he spared his opponent and boldly declared that next time, armed, he would surely make the world's greatest swordsman taste defeat. The article continued, with Mihawk's position as the world's strongest swordsman now in jeopardy. Can the young member of the Arlita Pirates, the swift Zay, surpass Mihawk and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman? We await the next battle of the strongest swordsman with bated breath. Upon finishing, the gazes of those present shifted towards Zay, their eyes filled with awe, as if beholding an extraterrestrial being. Is it true? Are you truly that formidable? Even Mihawk cannot rival you? Kabaji, unable to contain his curiosity, asked the question that weighed heavily on his mind. All eyes fixated intently on Zay, who hastily replied, impossible. It's more like a 50-50 chance. Who has 50 and who has 50? Arlita pressed further. Zay cast them a peculiar glance, maintaining his serious demeanor as he replied, naturally, he has the 4. So, does this mean you will be the future world's greatest swordsman? Kabaji exclaimed, his astonishment causing his voice to rise several octaves. Zay rolled his eyes and retorted, how could that be? Kabaji attempted to argue further, but Zay interrupted, when I say 50-50, I mean he has 4 seconds. I'm the one who breaks apart. Those nearby exclaimed in disbelief at his audacity. Thus, the so-called 50-50 was revealed. As soon as Zay finished speaking, the room fell into a profound silence. Everyone rendered speechless. Their initial excitement at discovering extraordinary prowess was dashed as they realized they had been playfully duped by this young man. What a hellish joke. Kabaji could not help but comment. See, my first mate now boasts a bounty of 700 million. Although Zay may be feigning modesty, a bounty is not to be faked. Will you still recruit us? Arlita asked, her expression brimming with pride as she directed her question at Kabaji. What are you so proud of? It's not you. The first mate has a bounty of 700 million, while yours is merely 5 million. How can you show your face? Kabaji retorted, visibly disgruntled. I haven't shown my face to the Navy lately. They probably think I'm dead. Soon, my bounty will surely rise, Arlita replied, her confidence unwavering, fully aware that Kabaji was envious of her extraordinarily capable subordinate. Now equipped with the skills imparted by Zay, she felt assured that she would soon reach a bounty comparable to his. All right, let's discuss the alliance. We all share a common goal. Who shall be the leader? Kabaji, wishing to divert the conversation away from bounties, hurriedly shifted the topic. Of course it's me, Arlita blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Kabaji seemed to see through her intentions and bluntly stated, I know you are thinking that your first mate's bounty is higher, but what does that matter? I have more people, making it easier to gather support. My first mate can summon a multitude of pirates with just a wave of his hand. A distinct advantage you do not possess. Eureka retorted defiantly. Even if you manage to recruit, there's a process involved. By the time you gather your crew, they will have fled. I truly believe I am the most suitable candidate for this. No, it must be me. It is I. The two captains extended their necks, refusing to yield, their faces flushed as they argued, nearly pressing their faces together. Why not temporarily merge our pirate crews? Once we accomplish our respective goals, we can disband. What do you think? Kabaji interjected, attempting to mediate with his suggestion. The two captains turned simultaneously to Kabaji, who continued, let us temporarily adopt a name for our pirate crew, uniting as one. Thus everyone will be comrades. We can decide by rock, paper, scissors. The winner shall lead for a day, with the captains taking turns. This method is quite commendable. Eureka found the idea rather sound and promptly expressed her agreement. Very well. Buggy also saw this as a feasible approach. Thus, they commenced their game of rock, paper, scissors. Damn it, how did I lose? Eureka exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Ha! Now you must heed the captain's orders. A wager's terms must be honored. Eureka, Buggy proclaimed from atop a large rock, laughing boisterously. So, Captain, what shall we name our temporary pirate crew. Machi's question plunged Buggy into contemplation, and the others began brainstorming for a name for the crew. Meanwhile, on a deserted island in the New World, a group of pirates lay sprawled across the grass, basking lazily in the sun. Suddenly, one pirate rushed over in a flurry. Panting heavily, breathless, Shanks lifted the newspaper covering his face and casually handed over a bottle of fine wine. The pirate accepted it eagerly, drinking deeply. After catching his breath, he reported, "Captain, my hawk has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a presence behind him, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly turned, only to be chilled by the sight of the figure looming behind him. "Oh, my hawk, what a rare guest." Shanks greeted with a smile. "I am feeling rather unwell. Have you come seeking a duel?" The sun had lulled Shanks into a languid state, and he had no inclination to move. Yet the thought of what might transpire soon made him chuckle. "I had no intention of battling with you, a man who has lost his left arm," my hawk stated, pulling out a bounty notice. "I have discovered a swordsman worthy of a duel. The individual has gone in search of weapons, and the straw-hatted boy you mentioned. I've seen him. Indeed, his crew boasts an excellent swordsman." Shanks and his companions glanced at the bounty notice, which displayed a reward of 60 million berries. It seems your information is outdated. The current bounty on him is a staggering 700 million berries, Shanks remarked, tossing another bounty notice to Myhawk. Myhawk caught it and, upon inspection, confirmed the truth of Shanks' statement. "I hear you escaped from the East Blue? Almost met your demise there?" Shanks spoke with a serious demeanor. Yet before he could finish his words, he could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. His laughter ignited a spark, causing the surrounding officials to join in raucous laughter, doubling over and clapping the ground with resounding applause. The commotion confused Myhawk, leaving him utterly perplexed. "Well, take a look." Beckman stifled his amusement and tossed the newspaper to Myhawk. As Myhawk glanced down and read quickly, his expression darkened ominously. Witnessing Myhawk's chagrin, Shanks laughed even harder, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. The world's greatest swordsman can't even cut through a bamboo mat. And they say next time he might just embarrass himself. Ha ha ha. This is too much. Already irked by the absurd reports in the newspaper, Myhawk found the laughter particularly grating. A surge of fury ignited within him, prompting him to lash out in anger. Shanks' laughter froze instantly, his expression shifting dramatically as he jumped back in alarm, exclaiming, Hey, it was just a joke. No need to take it that far. This joke isn't even funny." In his rage, Myhawk crumpled the newspaper into shreds. "Very well," Shanks said, suppressing his laughter, striving for a more serious demeanor. However, upon catching sight of Myhawk's face, dark as the bottom of a pot, he couldn't help but stifle a giggle. Myhawk shot him a fierce glare, prompting Shanks to quickly cover his face, summoning all his willpower to stifle his smile. Meanwhile on Zoe, Buggy and his crew had been deliberating for nearly an hour without a hint of progress regarding the name for their pirate crew. Some suggested calling it the Bugyar Pirates, while others proposed the Beer Pirates. Yet, regardless of how they combined the names, they all sounded rather awkward. "Let's do it this way. Today we shall be the Bugarita Pirates, and tomorrow we will be the Urita Buggy Pirates," Kabaji proposed, suggesting a name that seemed somewhat feasible. "That's too long. We might as well just call ourselves the Kia Pirates," Machi immediately countered. Observing their heated debate without resolution, the nearby White Zay interjected. "I have a great name idea." "What is it?" All eyes turned towards him expectantly. "How about the Gear Pirates?" Chapter 21. Through thick and thin in the New World. On Onigashima, Jack vigorously shook the drunken Kaido, clutching a newspaper in the other hand, his tone laced with urgency. "Wake up, Kaido!" What is going on?" Kaido mumbled, turning his head with bleary eyes, still under the haze of intoxication. "What is the matter?" "A pirate has emerged in the East Blue, and his strength rivals that of Myhawk. His bounty has soared to 700 million in his second round." Jack's deep voice echoed loudly in the vast space. "Oh, let me see." Kaido's interest peaked instantly as he reached out to snatch the newspaper. His gaze swept across the bounty notice, then he carelessly tossed it aside, reclining back nonchalantly as he remarked, "When he arrives in the New World, let him join us and grant him a position worthy of 6-star general." In Kaido's eyes, This was merely a slightly formidable pirate, hardly deserving of his attention. At Cake Island, in the grand hall of the palace, Charlotte Linlin sat upon her throne, emitting her signature laughter. If you encounter him, bring him to whole Cake Island. Yes, Mama. Her children responded with utmost respect, knowing better than to defy her command. In the New World, upon the Moby Dick, Marco approached Whitebeard, newspaper and bounty notice in hand. Old man, look, this fellow has a bounty of 700 million. Whitebeard took the notice, and after reading it, let out a hearty laugh. Kuahaha! Who would have thought the East Blue would produce such a powerhouse? Under 20 years old and already so capable, it seems Sengoku truly values him. Whitebeard effortlessly discerned Sengoku's intentions, feeling a wave of nostalgia. This guy is also a swordsman. I wonder if I'll have the chance to spar with him, murmured Vista, his eyes filled with anticipation. In the East Blue, on a merchant ship, a man clad in a green cloak held the wanted poster, murmuring to himself, "The East Blue, indeed, is a place where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch. Such a formidable individual, if he can avoid falling midway, will undoubtedly influence the world's balance." "Captain, we have found something," a voice called from behind him. "Speak." Monkey Dragon turned calmly, though his gaze was penetrating. This man first appeared on Luffy Island and later joined the Arlita pirates. Our investigation reveals he seems to have a grudge against your son. Luffy defeated his captain, and he injured Luffy aboard their ship. While he was undercover in Shillstown, he was discovered by Luffy's friend and even attacked Luffy. It seems a young girl pleaded on Luffy's behalf, which led to their release. Upon hearing this, Dragon furrowed his brows. He had initially considered recruiting this individual, but it appeared that opportunity had slipped away. Noticing Dragon's contemplative silence, one subordinate directly inquired, "Captain, what should we do next?" Dragon analyzed the situation. He is undercover in the Navy and is certainly plotting something. Given that Luffy and his crew have thwarted his plans, there is bound to be enmity now, making recruitment difficult. Considering the timing, Luffy should be nearing Lowtown, where the Navy is a challenge he cannot handle. I must go there to assist him in dealing with this troublesome white Zetsu. Are you planning to eliminate him, Captain? A subordinate asked curiously. No, I wanted to let go of his hatred, Dragon replied, revealing a confident smile. He firmly believed that if he personally intervened, the other party would undoubtedly show him respect. After forming an alliance with Buggy, Arlita set sail that very day. Ultimately, they did not adopt the peculiar name suggested by White Zetsu. The two captains reached an agreement to take turns as captain each day, while the pirate crew maintained their current status. This arrangement allowed White Zetsu to receive 2 shares of income, totaling 70 points of power. 1 share from his position as an officer in Buggy's crew, and the other from his role as Arlita's vice captain. In the East Sea, at the fabled Row Town, the dreams of pirates begin and end. After a considerable voyage, Baizé and his crew arrived at this storied locale. As their ship docked, the spies stationed in the port immediately relayed the news to the naval base in Row Town. "What shall we do now, Colonel Smoker?" asked Tashigi, her face etched with confusion at the arrival of a pirate with a staggering bounty of 700 million. No matter how formidable he may be, as the colonel of this precinct, I cannot allow them to wreak havoc. I will keep a close watch on them, Smoker declared with unwavering resolve. He recognized that he might not be a match for this pirate, yet he felt no fear should the enemy dare to act recklessly. He would do whatever it took to intervene. At the water's edge, Buggy strolled down the street with an anxious demeanor, glancing nervously about. "Hey, strutting ashore like this, won't we get into trouble?" "Fear not. Baizé is not to be trifled with. With a bounty of 700 million, this colonel is surely no match for him," Alvida replied confidently, assured of her first mate's prowess. "But what if we attract even more powerful Navy forces?" Buggy's words caused Alvida to halt abruptly. "And we don't know when Straw Hat Luffy might show up. If we make too much noise, we could find ourselves in a predicament," he added. "You are right. Let us hide for the time being," Alvida conceded, uncertain of Baizé's true strength. If they could not handle the forces dispatched from headquarters, it would spell disaster. Baizé, however, remained unfazed, possessing the means to escape without worry. The group lowered their heads and hurried towards a secluded alley, a few Navy officers trailing behind, pretending to be bystanders. Leading the way, Buggy suddenly encountered a figure standing in their path. A wave of displeasure surged within him as he lifted his gaze. Before him stood a man clad in a hooded garment, slightly tilting his head to reveal a striking tattoo, adorned with an enigmatic smile. Upon recognizing him, cold sweat drenched Buggy's back. "Hey you," Kabaji shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, Buggy hastily covered his mouth. "My apologies, he did not know it was you." Buggy stammered, his voice trembling with anxiety as he repeatedly offered apologies. Zay, amidst the crowd, frowned deeply, intently scrutinizing the sudden appearance of Monkey D. Dragon. Pondering his intentions, noticing Buggy's trepidation, Dragon inquired with a puzzled expression, "Captain, why do you fear him? Do you know who this man is?" Buggy, now hoarse from panic, replied, "Ido, allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army." The man across from them proclaimed his identity at the opportune moment. "What?" A chorus of astonishment erupted from the Buggy pirates. That man, the #1 criminal wanted by the world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Alvida's complexion paled, her voice quavering in fear. "Do not be alarmed. I'm not here for you. I am seeking the swift Zay." Dragon quickly clarified his purpose. Upon hearing this, the pirates, with the exception of Alvida, promptly stepped aside. They were acutely aware that they could not afford to provoke such a prominent figure. Zay furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you seek from me?" A vague suspicion stirred within him. Perhaps it was related to Luffy. Quietly, Zay activated the system, ready to summon a grass map for defense or make a hasty retreat if necessary. "Your son, it seems, has nearly met his demise at your hands twice. Has he not?" asked Monkey Dragon with an unperturbed expression. And then, Zay retorted, his tone devoid of any fear. "As a father, witnessing my son being targeted by a formidable adversary like you, what do you think my response would be?" Monkey Dragon initially intended to issue a threat before advising the other party to let him go if he knew what was good for him. However, Zay misinterpreted the intent, assuming an impending confrontation. Turning to Yalata and the others, Zay commanded, "You all should leave this place at once." The members of the Buggy pirates, sensing the brewing conflict, fled in haste. Buggy repeatedly murmured in his mind, "Apologies, Zay. Had it been any other foe, I would have aided you, but against such a terrifying opponent, I am utterly powerless. Forgive me." While they might have assisted against ordinary adversaries, facing this individual rendered even tenfold Buggy's courage insufficient. Before long, Buggy and the others vanished into the distance. "Baisha," Yalata called out, worry etched across her face. Refusing to flee. "Rest assured, I will be fine," Baisha declared confidently. His words evoked a slight smile from Dragon, who remarked, "Oh, so you believe you can triumph over me? Only one way to find out." Zay responded, unflinching and resolute. "Why haven't you left yet?" Zay turned, a hint of concern in his brow. Yalata shook her head. "Zay, I will not abandon you. I am your captain, though I may lack your strength. I cannot stand idly by while you risk your life. If it comes to it, we shall face death together. After all, what is the leader of the Revolutionary Army to fear?" Despite her brave words, Yalata's trembling legs betrayed her inner trepidation. Zay perceived her discomfort but refrained from mockery. Confusion gripped his mind. "Have I not been a part of your crew for less than 10 days? Why do you choose to stay? If you were to flee now, I doubt he would pursue someone as inconsequential as you." Yalata murmured to herself, "Indeed, why do I not escape?" After a pause, she slowly articulated, "Perhaps it is because when your bounty reached 60 million berries, you still acknowledged me, a mere 5 million berry pirate, as your captain. The pirates of my past feared my power, feigning respect by calling me captain. But you are different. You possess tenfold my bounty, yet still choose to call me captain." As she concluded, Yalata's voice rose, her eyes filled with determination. "So how could I, a 5 million berry pirate captain, let you down? Wouldn't you agree?" Perhaps sensing her imminent fate at the hands of the enemy, tears streamed down Yalata's face as she voiced sentiments long buried within. Zay was taken aback, gazing at the tear-streaked Yalata, never having fathomed his significance in her heart. He had always viewed her as a tool to be discarded at will, yet here she was, willing to share in the face of certain death. With utmost sincerity, Baizé nodded gravely. Indeed, Captain, isn't that just the leader of the Revolutionary Army? With those words, Baze firmly grasped Yarlita's hand and turned to face the formidable Monchalin, his gaze resolute. If you wish to kill me, it shall not be so easy. Chapter 22. The dragon is doomed. A sudden whirlwind materialized at the pinnacle of Rodtown. Beads of sweat dotted Monchalin's forehead as he solemnly fixated on the direction where the fleeting white light had vanished, filled with regret. That individual had disappeared far too swiftly. So much so that he had not even finished articulating his thoughts. Recalling the harsh words left in the wake of the departure, Monchalin, you will pay for this. The dragon inwardly cursed himself. Why had he not simply expressed his intentions plainly? Instead, he had chosen to adopt an air of profundity, and now he had offended a being whose prowess he could not even begin to fathom. He hoped fervently that the other's words were merely bluster. Otherwise, trouble would surely ensue. He did not fear the individual, but he had a son, a whole organization to protect. Such an elusive and formidable adversary was exceedingly troublesome. On the Red Earth continent, Yarlita stood there, pale as a ghost, still reeling from the sheer terror of that unimaginable speed. It was a velocity so astonishing that she found it utterly incomprehensible. One moment they were in Rodtown, and in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the Red Earth continent, leaving her utterly astounded. Drink some water. Baze offered her a bottle of iced tea, one of the 3 miraculous artifacts of a laborer. It was not only revitalizing, but also replenishing and healing. In that moment, Baze had already considered her as an ally. Had it been anyone else, he would not have offered it, regardless of the price. I'm not thirsty. Yarlita waved her hand and said, let me recover. Seeing her lack of appreciation, Baze put the iced tea away. The two found a large stone to sit upon, and Baze then handed her a bottle of liquor, which Yarlita, this time, did not refuse. Where did you procure this? I see no place on you to conceal such items. Yarlita scrutinized Baze, her gaze wandering over him and eventually landing on his lower region. Baze quickly crossed his legs, explaining, this is a manifestation of my fruit ability. It allows me to store certain items. No wonder. I recall you suddenly producing a plastic bucket earlier. What was that for? Yarlita inquired again. My speed is rather excessive. I fear that I might plunge straight into the sea. Having a plastic bucket ensures that if I did fall into the water, there would be something buoyant to prevent me from losing my life. Baze casually fabricated an excuse. He certainly would not disclose the true purpose of that bucket to anyone. By the way, what is your dream? I have never heard you mention it. Baze had already accepted her as a companion and wished to know more about her. You are remarkably carefree. Just moments ago, we nearly encountered the world's most dangerous wanted criminal, and now you have the leisure to inquire about my dreams. Yarlita couldn't help but exclaim. Baze, unfazed, replied, what does it matter? As long as I'm still alive, it is he who is destined for misfortune. He then shifted the conversation. More importantly, I am curious about the captain's dreams. My dreams, you ask? Yarlita murmured softly, then gradually began to articulate before I consumed the fruit. I aspired to be a woman like Charlotte Linlin, instilling fear in those upon the sea, ensuring they would dare not speak of my appearance in disparaging tones. And now? Baze inquired. Now, Yarlita replied, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. I believe I am already beautiful enough. Yet I yearn to become the most formidable female pirate on the ocean. I see. Baze nodded, continuing to probe. Do you wish to become one of the 7 warlords? Yarlita's eyes widened in astonishment at the suggestion. The opportunity to join the 7 warlords lies before you now. Do you desire it? Baze's gaze was fixed intently upon Yarlita. Are you serious? You want me to become a warlord? But it seems the ranks are already full. Do you have a solution? Just answer whether you want it, Captain. Yarlita hesitated. But my strength. She was deeply conflicted, fully aware that if she truly became one of the 7 warlords, numerous challengers would undoubtedly arise against her. Rest assured, simply express your desire, whether it be a yes or no. If you are willing, I will assist you in this endeavor. As for your strength, you may hone it gradually. Should any adversaries arise during this time, I shall intervene, Baze stated with clarity. After a prolonged silence, Yarlita finally steeled herself and consented. At Marineford, in the office of the Fleet Admiral, Sengoku set down the transponder snail and addressed the individuals before him. I have just received intelligence that Dracul Mihawk and Shanks the Red-Haired are meeting. What are your thoughts on this matter? Fleet Admiral, do you ever tire of worrying about this and that? It is evident that they are merely engaging in a sparring session. Do you truly think they have allied? Kizaru remarked, his expression one of amusement. Not everyone is as carefree as you, Kizaru. Sengoku is concerned. Vice Admiral Tsuru retorted sharply. Spare me. If you want insights on such matters, consult Kazan. I have no particular opinion, Kizaru replied, then lowered his head to file his nails. Akiji, reclining in his chair, sensed the gazes of Sengoku and Tsuru upon him and promptly removed his eye patch, exclaiming, "Ah, what a splendid day it is." Sengoku, witnessing their lackadaisical behavior, felt his blood pressure rising. You too, can you not alleviate my burdens, even slightly? Being a fleet admiral is truly exhausting. Just as Sengoku was prepared to reprimand them for their lack of seriousness, Kizaru, Akiji, Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly turned their attention towards the window. Then perhaps retirement is in order, don't you think, Sengoku? A sudden, unfamiliar voice rang out from the window. Recognizing the speaker, Sengoku exclaimed in surprise, "It's you." And the captain of the Yarlita pirates. The gazes of Sengoku and the others scrutinized the two figures at the window. That's right, Baze affirmed fearlessly, nodding with composure. I am Yarlita. I look forward to your guidance. Yarlita feigned calmness, though her heart raced wildly, intimidated by the high-ranking Navy officers before her. Despite having mentally prepared for this encounter, the reality was overwhelming, rendering her expression rather unnatural. Yarlita was almost consumed by her grievances against White Zay. For the so-called ascension to the Seven Warlords led her to this place. Had she known, she would have categorically refused. It was truly frightening. Indeed, the speed was astonishing. The swift White Zay, Kizaru's expression grew grave. Before witnessing it firsthand, he thought it was merely trivial, but upon seeing it, he realized that the speed had far surpassed his own capabilities. He had initially suggested that Garp capture White Zay in the EC, yet here he was, presenting himself at their doorstep. Do you have any idea where this place is? Sengoku remarked, bemused by the lack of fear displayed by the other party. Are pirates nowadays so audacious that they flaunt their bravado at the headquarters? I certainly do. The Navy headquarters. White Zay responded. Oh, my dear fellow, are you planning to surrender? Akiji inquired, puzzled. Certainly not. White Zay replied to Akiji, then turned to Sengoku. Let's make a deal, Sengoku. A deal? What qualifications does a pirate like you possess? Sengoku scoffed. Oh, is that so? This pertains to Monkey Dragon. Surely, you would be interested to hear? Upon saying this, White Zay feigned a departure, prompting Kizaru and Akiji to rise immediately, as if ready to detain him at Sengoku's command. Wait, Sengoku found himself captivated by these words. Speak then, Sengoku commanded, gesturing for the two admirals to refrain from action. It is rather embarrassing to admit, White Zay feigned reluctance, then continued, my captain has a history with Monkey D. Luffy, the son of Dragon. Monkey Dragon confronted my captain in Logtown, seeking vengeance for his son, and they engaged in a fierce battle. Ultimately, my captain was defeated, yet Dragon was unable to capture him. As these words left his lips, the room fell silent, so much so that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes turned to Yarlita, their expressions filled with astonishment. Could it be true that she had fought with Dragon and escaped? You are telling me this is a pirate with a bounty of 5 million berries? Yarlita felt mortified, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Her? Fighting with Dragon? Such an exaggeration. To mask her embarrassment, she repeatedly urged herself inwardly. Remain calm. I must remain composed. And then what happened? Sengoku pressed urgently. Well, of course, I sought revenge. How about I exchange the Revolutionary Army's base for my captain's position as a warlord? As White Zay's words hung in the air, Sengoku's voice suddenly rose. You are aware of the Revolutionary Army's base. Chapter 23. A new task upon exiting the Navy headquarters. Yarlita felt dazed, her mind still clouded by fear, unable to shake off the overwhelming sensation. The deal proposed by White Zay was ultimately accepted by Sengoku, albeit with the stipulation that they must eliminate one of the 7 warlords before being granted a place. Next, we must hunt down a warlord. White Zay strode forward with purpose, not looking back as he spoke. I never imagined that a single piece of information could yield such a position, Yurita exclaimed, filled with awe. The Revolutionary Army is notoriously elusive, yet by chance I am aware of their base. The world government harbors an intense loathing for the Revolutionary Army. Rest assured, not only would they grant a seat as a warlord, but even should I propose joining the Navy, they would acquiesce, White Zay asserted with conviction. Have you decided how to confront which of the 7 warlords? These individuals are far from trifling. Yurita inquired from behind. Why not try the Pirate Empress? That woman seems rather weak. Moreover, I cannot abide her bearing the title of the world's most beautiful woman. I choose her. Yurita expressed her thoughts and suggestions. You underestimate her. Among the 7 warlords, her strength ranks high, and she possesses considerable backing. She cannot be touched for now. Upon hearing this, Yurita was slightly taken aback. Baze then declared, I already have a target. We shall depart at once. Meanwhile, in the office of the Marshal, Sengoku, you have handled this matter well. Immediately arrange for Kizuru and Akiji to mobilize the demon-slaying order to White Earth Island. The world government will rendezvous with you there. This time, we must ensure we capture them all. The voice of Saint Satan resonated through the transponder snail, filled with satisfaction. Shouldn't we confirm the information? What if it is false? Sengoku inquired. No need. The other party has demands. The information is likely true. Even if it is erroneous, we must make the journey. Understood. Sengoku hung up the call and turned to look at Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was gazing out the window, asking, have they departed? They have already left, Tsuru replied. What are your thoughts on that woman? Sengoku posed the question to the others. Terrifying. To be able to face the dragon. If it were me, I would even dare to imagine such a thing. Kizaru's remark left Sengoku momentarily speechless. Did you notice just now? That woman appeared quite anxious. Do you think Akiji has suspicions? Before he could finish, Tsuru interrupted, shaking her head. The information could indeed be true. After all, her current appearance is worlds apart from her past. She must have consumed some formidable fruit. Not only has her appearance drastically changed, but her strength has likely improved as well. Tsuru did not finish her thought, for those present were not foolish. Akiji also found her reasoning plausible. A bounty of 5 million berries no longer reflects her true strength. To have a notorious pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries willingly follow her indicates that her allure is not solely based on beauty, suggesting her power is not significantly inferior to Baze's. Should we elevate her bounty to 750 million berries? Sengoku proposed, directing his gaze at the assembly. Raising it so abruptly would lead those at sea to perceive our actions as frivolous. It would be more convincing to publicize her confrontation with the dragon, Tsuru suggested. That is an excellent idea. Let's proceed with it. In Alabasta, a streak of light traversed the sky. Ding! A notification rang out, indicating that the restaurant below was in urgent need of servers. Baze promptly descended to the ground. This is Alabasta. Yurita observed her surroundings, gazing at the swirling sands. Filled with curiosity, Alabasta, Baze responded succinctly, though his gaze was fixed on the restaurant ahead, pondering. I wonder what working in such an establishment might yield. Let me give it a try. If it proves unfruitful, I shall refrain from accepting such work in the future. With a resolution in mind, Baze addressed Yurita. Our target lies within this nation. Once Sengoku and the dragon make contact and confirm the information's accuracy, I shall take action. During this time, Captain, you may focus on enhancing your strength. Yurita nodded in agreement. Having experienced the wider world, she was acutely aware of how her shortcomings had hindered the team, and thus wholeheartedly supported by Zay's suggestions. The two found a modest inn to settle into. In the inn's lobby, Zay prepared to step out. Yurita, curious, inquired, I'm going to practice. Where are you headed? Captain, I have some personal matters to attend to. If you find yourself in any danger, call me immediately, and I will return swiftly. As for the specifics, It is rather complicated and not convenient to discuss, Zay thought to himself, knowing he could not reveal that he was going to work as a waiter for fear of being ridiculed. All right, Eureka nodded, signaling her understanding. Then you should hurry back. I will be training nearby. Understood. Zay waved his hand and departed alone, making his way to a restaurant by the name of. To conceal his identity, Zay applied some face paint, making him resemble a certain puppet master from a neighboring village. Utilizing the connections generated by the system, he successfully secured a position as a waiter. During the day, Zay served dishes at the restaurant while secretly learning the art of cooking to prepare for a potential promotion. After working diligently for a day and a half, Zay leveraged his connections and, with the assistance of the head chef, successfully ascended to the role of sous chef. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to sous chef of Longjiang pork knuckle rice, and you have received a culinary knife. Note: the culinary knife is a tool imbued with the powers of the food fruit. By slicing through soil, trees, and rocks, it can transform them into the culinary delights envisioned by the wielder, ineffective against living beings. Gazing at the knife in his hand, Zay nodded in satisfaction. Quite excellent. I need not worry about going hungry anymore. He discreetly tucked away the culinary knife and continued to observe the head chef, eager to master his skills. The head chef, enticed by the benefits, paid no mind to Zay's covert learning. Suddenly, the chef halted his movements, as if recalling something, and turned to say, "Old 8, could you do me a favor? Please buy a bouquet of tulips from the flower shop. I plan to confess to my girlfriend tonight." Certainly, Chef Wilton. Zay did not decline. At that moment, there was only one table of customers in the restaurant, so he exited. As for why the chef referred to him as Old 8, it was a moniker Zay had chosen for himself. Every chef must have a memorable title. Upon arriving at the flower shop at the end of the street and purchasing the flowers, Zay thought it would be a good idea to check on how Eureka's training was progressing, considering he had some time to spare. At Eureka's training ground, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed from afar. Several henchmen were shooting at Eureka, who kept her eyes tightly shut, deftly dodging bullets with the aid of her slippery fruit abilities. I did not expect you to devise such a strategy. Quite impressive, Zay praised from the sidelines. No sooner had he spoken than the armed henchmen turned their weapons towards him. Hearing the commotion, Eureka opened her eyes and quickly gestured for them a halt. "He is your vice captain, the swift Zay." Upon hearing her declaration, the pirates were momentarily stunned, then scrutinized him closely. Realizing that he was indeed the individual from the wanted posters, an excitement surged among them. Vice Captain, you are my idol." "Vice Captain, who is stronger?" "You are Hawkeye." The henchmen clamored, leaving Zay at a loss for how to respond. "Why do you all have so many questions?" "Silence," Eureka exclaimed, hands on her hips. The pirates shrank back in fear. Satisfied with their reaction, Eureka turned to Zay and said, "By the way, I've never quite grasped the concept of armament hockey. Could you demonstrate it for me?" "Certainly," Zay replied without hesitation. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on a cannon resting on the sandy ground. Pointing at the pirate closest to the cannon, he commanded, "You, fire the cannon at me." The designated pirate, bubbling with excitement, hurried to the cannon. Zay then addressed Eureka, saying, "Next, I will demonstrate the defensive capabilities of armament hockey." Before he could finish his sentence, a crackling sound pierced the air. Zay swiftly turned, and a cannonball was already hurtling towards him. His eyes widened in alarm. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted at Zay's position. The pirates and Eureka were left dumbfounded, while the pirate who fired the cannon felt a sinking sensation in his heart, thinking, "Have I just caused a disaster? By the heavens, I hadn't even shouted to begin," came Zay's furious voice from within the smoke. The pirate, trembling, stuttered, "I thought it started." As the smoke cleared, Zay was seen with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He hadn't even had the chance to utilize armament hockey, relying solely on his physical resilience, and had sustained minor injuries from the cannonball's impact. "Are you all right?" Eureka asked with concern. "I'm fine," Zay replied, casting a resigned glance at the downcast pirate who realized his mistake. He chose not to pursue the matter further, feeling utterly dejected. "Forget it. I will demonstrate again another time. I need to rest for a bit." With that, He pulled out a bottle of iced red tea and took a large swig before turning to leave. The commotion had drained him of all joy. On his way, Baize noticed his disheveled appearance and touched his soot-covered face. I should take a shower and change clothes, he decided. He made his way to the dining hall, intending to clean himself up in the chef's quarters. However, as he entered the dining hall, he was met with a group of pirates seated at a table, all of whom turned to look at him. The leader of the pirates furrowed his brow upon seeing Baize's disheveled state and bellowed, "Boss, what is it, customer?" The boss inquired, wearing a fawning expression. Pointing at Baize, the pirate captain shouted, "What kind of restaurant is this that allows beggars inside? It's utterly revolting. Get him out of here." Baize pointed to himself. "Me? A beggar? Isn't that obvious?" The pirate captain retorted, raising his voice. "Who told you I was a beggar?" Baize replied, both amused and exasperated. "What else could you possibly be?" The pirate captain insisted. With conviction, Baize asserted, "I am merely a scavenger." Chapter 24. The undercover yellow ape in the Grand Line, on the island of white soil. A fierce wind whipped through the landscape, carrying clouds of yellow sand that obscured visibility. The entire island was shrouded in an air of desolation and decay. In the center of the island, a precarious building stood, its walls riddled with cracks and its roof partially collapsed. Sabo and Kurora stood side by side atop the building, the sea breeze playfully lifting their garments. "Why has the captain been gone for so long?" "It's been ages," Sabo murmured, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze toward the East Sea. "There should be no issues. Mr. Gung Sailang is a kind-hearted individual. As long as the leader personally makes the visit, the other party will undoubtedly extend their assistance. Regarding the matter of food, there is no need for you to worry," Sabo. Kula, with her eyes curved in a smile, offered her comforting words. "I'm not concerned about that, but the leader mentioned visiting his son. I am uncertain if he has been able to see him." Just as Sabo finished speaking, the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang. He swiftly retrieved 2 phone bugs, noting that it was a call from the soldiers on guard. His expression instantly turned grave as he answered without hesitation. "Not good, General Sabo. The Navy, came the panicked voice from the other end, tinged with tears. Sabo's heart tightened in alarm as he urgently inquired, "What has happened with the Navy?" "They are coming. They are heading towards White Earth Island and are about to land right now." A shrill scream suddenly pierced the air, followed by a slick voice from the phone. "That was close. I almost let you tip them off." Then came a chorus of exclamations. "Oh no, the message has been leaked." With a click, the call was abruptly terminated. Sabo instantly grasped the severity of the situation. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to Admiral Kizaru. "Quick, notify everyone at the base to evacuate immediately. The Navy is coming. It's Kizaru," Sabo shouted hoarsely at those behind him. Upon hearing this, the members of the Revolutionary Army on the first floor turned pale, with someone shouting, "Quick, use the tunnels and leave this place. If I let you escape, my paycheck will be in jeopardy." A mocking voice suddenly echoed in Sabo's ear. Sabo's hair stood on end. Instinctively, he turned to see a massive foot, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, strike from the side, alongside Kizaru's teasing words, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" So swift, Sabo thought in alarm, realizing there was no way to evade such terrifying speed. He quickly activated his haki, hastily enveloping his face with the basic form of armament haki. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Sabo was propelled like a cannonball into the underground level of the base. "Sabo!" Kula cried out in distress, her voice filled with worry. Kizaru, with his right hand resting on his chin, gazed intently at the pile of rubble where the building had collapsed, remarking with a tsuke, "How terrifying. Truly worthy of being the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Mastering armament haki at such a young age is indeed no small feat. How infuriating." Kala discerned the sarcasm in Kizaru's words. Without a second thought, she swiftly drew her weapon and fired 3 shots at him. Bang! 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 The bullets whistled through the air, creating 3 large holes in Kizaru's form. "Little girl, such weapons can be dangerous. Don't play recklessly. Allow me to take care of it for you," he said, and before she realized it, with a flash, Kala felt her weapon grow light in her hand and noticed it had vanished. When she looked up again, Kizaru was casually toying with her gun. "Wah, how could you?" Kala stammered, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Get away. Kiskiviko loantai. Sabo's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. Kiskiviko loantai aitit swiftly. Leaping to the side without hesitation, Sabo erupted like a bolt of black lightning from the earth, fingers clawed and arms enveloped in a dense aura of haki. Launching a fierce strike at Kizaru, dragon claw fist, Kizaru sighed inwardly, pondering why this young man failed to grasp the situation. He had already afforded them the chance to flee, yet they stubbornly chose to remain and face death. Reluctantly, Kizaru lifted his leg to counterattack. Bang! The two engaged in a fierce clash, momentarily unable to gain the upper hand. Onlookers might have believed Sabo could match the Admiral evenly. In reality, Kizaru had merely allowed the ocean's waters to wash over them. I ask, with such a superficial application of haki, do you truly believe you can harm me? Kizaru's words dripped with a hint of condescension, hoping Sabo might comprehend the underlying implication. Yet, consumed by rage, Sabo paid no heed and shouted to Kurla. Kurla, you must flee. I will hold him off. Sabo. Kurla's face was etched with concern, unwilling to abandon him. How terrifying. Is this truly the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Willing to sacrifice himself? Kizaru remarked with a mocking tone, swiftly shifting his words. But this time, it seems you have no chance of escape. The Navy has dispatched both myself and Akiji, along with numerous vice admirals, and the world government has mobilized as well. The seas are already frozen, and the Demon Slayer Order is on standby. Without a viable countermeasure, your fate is sealed. Kizaru's words darkened Sabo's expression further. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Deeply trained in the ways of the dragon, he instinctively reached for his phone, which had already connected, contemplating how to relay information while cautiously probing. We believed we were well concealed. How did you discover our location? Ah, that fellow, the swift white Zetsu, mentioned that your leader nearly killed his captain. In retaliation, he disclosed your whereabouts to us, and even swapped for a position among the 7 warlords of the sea. That's the gist of it. Kizaru explained nonchalantly, arms crossed, conveying that it was merely a matter of orders. Will you surrender quietly, or are you prepared to resist stubbornly? No sooner had Kizaru's words faded than countless cannonballs, shrouded in billowing smoke, rained down from all directions. Sabo gazed at the dense barrage of projectiles, his countenance darkening further. Boom! 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 On the surface of the East Blue, Monkey Dragon raced anxiously toward White Earth Island. The violent cannon fire echoed through the phone, turning his face ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Damn it! How could this happen? Upon learning of the information divulged by Kizaru, Monkey Dragon was filled with regret. His worst fears had come to fruition, although Kizaru had ties with Kuma and might show leniency. The presence of the world government meant that Sabo and the others were in grave danger. He could only wonder how many would manage to escape through the tunnels. Damn it, White Zetsu! Monkey Dragon roared in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage. The following day, a bombshell of news swept across the seas like a storm. The Revolutionary Army's stronghold had been successfully dismantled by the Navy. 3 cadres were captured, and over 1,000 members were apprehended. White Earth Island, deemed a den of villainy, was utterly eradicated, with the exception of a few fortunate to escape. The Revolutionary Army on White Earth Island had been almost entirely wiped out. At the gates of Impel Down, Sabo and the other revolutionary members gazed at the grim entrance to the prison, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. As long as they were not transported to Mariewa, there remained a glimmer of hope. The captors, all disguised as prison guards, were formidable forces of the world government. The news has been disseminated, hasn't it? Saint Satan of the 5 Elders inquired, turning to Sengoku without a hint of hesitation. Yes, it has been released. Should he dare to come to their rescue, we will ensnare them all. Sengoku replied with unwavering confidence. With Zero present, as long as Dragon dares to appear, I shall ensure he has no means of escape. Commander Zero vowed, thumping his chest for emphasis. Meanwhile, 200 nautical miles away from White Soil Island, a piece of driftwood bobbed upon the tumultuous sea. A woman lay upon the wood, with 3 beautiful young girls clinging tightly to it for support, one of whom was Keela. They were soaked to the skin and utterly exhausted. Keela, A voice filled with surprise suddenly called from above. Keela lifted her waterlogged face and beheld Monkey Dragon. The group erupted into tears of joy. Leader. Without uttering a word, Dragon summoned the power of the storm, gently lifting them as he swiftly made his way to the nearest island. In the sky, Dragon appeared anxious and hastily asked, "Were you the only ones who managed to escape?" "We're not certain. We were kicked away by Kizaru, and what transpired afterward is beyond our knowledge," Belabed explained weakly. In an instant, Monkey Dragon comprehended the situation, speculating in his mind, is it due to Bartholomew? Indeed, it was precisely because of Bartholomew's fate that Kizaru felt a pang of compassion. To prevent a tragedy similar to Ginny's, Kizaru intentionally kicked these striking members of the Revolutionary Army away, allowing them to evade the fate of being captured and persecuted by the Celestial Dragons. After ensuring the safety of the girls on an island, Dragon wasted no time returning to the sea, continuing his search for other escaped subordinates. Meanwhile, in Alabasta, White Zetsu skillfully chopped vegetables while answering a phone call. "We have successfully apprehended members of the Revolutionary Army. The information you provided is invaluable. You may select a replacement from the 7 warlords. Who do you wish to target?" Sengoku's voice resonated from the other end. "Crocodile." White Zetsu responded without hesitation. "Excellent. I await your actions." With that, the call ended. Thus, the 7 warlords Shichibukai Crocodile became a casualty of this event. White Zetsu laid down the knife and turned to inform Wilton that he was stepping out, only to find the chef standing frozen, evidently startled by their conversation. "Don't overthink it. I'm still the sous chef. I'll be stepping out for a bit. You cover for me." White Zetsu reassured Wilton with a pat on the shoulder. "All right," Wilton replied, nervously, stuttering. Exiting the kitchen and entering the dining area, White Zetsu immediately spotted a man in a cowboy hat devouring his meal with gusto. The prominent tattoo on a man's back revealed his identity as Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the White Beard Pirates. Chapter 25. I am a pirate. White Zetsu couldn't help but take a few more glances at this unfortunate character from the storyline. Before he could move, Ace finished his meal, stood up gracefully, and bowed deeply to the owner with sincere words. "Thank you for your hospitality. Greetings, esteemed guest. Your total bill amounts to 73,000 berries." The proprietor of the restaurant, with his hands ceaselessly rubbing together, was filled with anticipation. Ace scratched his head, his expression one of embarrassment, and declared, "I have no money." The boss was momentarily taken aback. Seizing the opportunity of the proprietor's bewilderment, Ace swiftly turned and dashed away like a gust of wind, leaving only a fleeting silhouette and a lingering voice in the air. "I'm sorry, boss, goodbye." The restaurant owner was utterly flabbergasted. By the time he regained his senses, Ace had vanished without a trace. Frantic, he shouted at Baizé, who was watching the spectacle. "Quick, you must retrieve the payment for the meal. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss. Hurry." Baizé, initially inclined to refuse, suddenly heard the long-awaited notification from the system. "Ding! Assist the boss in recovering the meal payment to receive a gift package." "All right, I shall go at once." Baizé resolutely pursued after Ace. The older proprietor, unable to run far, soon found himself gasping for breath and quickly lost track of Ace. In a dimly lit alley, Ace retrieved a blanket from his backpack, spreading it neatly on the ground before reclining upon it. It had been a long time since he had eaten so abundantly. A brief rest was in order before continuing his journey. Just as Ace was about to close his eyes, he keenly sensed someone watching him. Glancing up, he spotted an individual perched atop the roof. "Is there something you need?" Ace inquired, his heart filled with confusion, unable to discern the other's intentions. "Can you settle the restaurant bill?" Upon hearing this, Ace instantly understood, exclaiming, "Oh no, they've caught up." With that, he snatched the blanket from the ground, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and fled like a nimble cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the corridor. "Ha!" A smirk crept across Baizé's lips as he leisurely followed after him. Under the blazing sun, Ace traversed the vast desert. The scorching rays beat down mercilessly, leaving him drenched in sweat. He scanned the surroundings, which were devoid of life, save for the endless sea of yellow sand. Suddenly, a cave beside a small pile of stones caught his attention. He hurried over to inspect the entrance. Though the space was modest, it offered a refreshing coolness, making it an ideal refuge from the heat. Entering the cave, Ace found a clean spot, laid out his blanket, and reclined, murmuring to himself, after a meal. I feel so lethargic. If it weren't for chasing after Titch, I could easily sleep here for 3 days and nights. But the food was truly delectable. It has been ages since I've savored such delightful fare. Shouldn't you settle the bill? A voice suddenly interjected from the side. Startled, Ace whipped around to discover the man who had previously sought payment lying not far away. When did you arrive? Ace's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he tried to recall the circumstances of entering the cave. This man had clearly been waiting for him. Who are you? Ace demanded loudly. Initially, he had assumed the individual was merely a common debt collector, but it was evident now that he was far from ordinary. I am a sous chef of that restaurant. By the way, Fire Fist Ace, isn't a time for you to pay? Bai Zai lay casually, with his right hand propped under his head, his demeanor one of mockery. I have no money. Can I pay you later? Upon realizing that the other was only there to collect a debt, Ace's bravado dissipated, and he scratched his head sheepishly. Should you encounter the Navy and find yourself captured, do you believe they would agree to your request for another chance? Bai Zai retorted. Upon hearing this, Ace's nerves instantly tensed. Are you with the Navy? Bai Zai raised a hand to his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. I was merely making a comparison. Ha ha. Now I understand. It appears I have misjudged the situation. Before Ace could finish his words, he swiftly kicked the ground with his right foot, sending a cloud of sand swirling towards Bai Zai, momentarily obscuring his vision. I have no money. Ace laughed heartily as he dashed away. In the cavern, Bai Zai lowered his arm that had shielded him from the sand, utterly speechless. How could someone behave like a child, escaping without paying by resorting to such tricks? Fire Fist Ace, you cannot evade me, Bai Zai shouted towards the cave's entrance. Try to catch me first. Ace's voice echoed from a distance. Huh. Bai Zai chuckled softly and activated his shave technique to pursue. This time, he intentionally refrained from exerting his full strength, maintaining a cat-and-mouse distance between himself and Ace. Ace ran desperately ahead, glancing back occasionally. Whenever he noticed Bai Zai closing in, he pushed himself to accelerate. However, just as he thought he had created a gap, Bai Zai was right back on his heels. Ace's stubbornness kicked in, leading him to match Bai Zai's pace. An hour later, Ace's water bottle was completely empty. Panting, he stopped, tongue-lolling, and turned to Bai Zai, gasping. Is it really worth all this fuss over 70,000 berries? Let me correct you. It is 73,000 berries. Pay up quickly, or I cannot return to report. Bai Zai shouted. I truly have no money. Please let me go. I'm on the verge of dying of thirst. Ace exhaled heavily. He had never encountered someone so resolute. Bai Zai leisurely produced a bottle of fine wine. Ace's eyes were instantly drawn to the bottle, fixated upon it. He watched in disbelief as Bai Zai tilted his head back and drank deeply, his parched lips instinctively licking in anticipation. On a scorching day, a sip of rum is pure bliss, wouldn't you agree, Fire Fist Ace? Bai Zai said with a hearty laugh, casually tossing the empty bottle aside. Damn it! Ace realized the provocation was intentional. Just as Ace's frustration simmered, Bai Zai retrieved another bottle of fine wine from his cloak. Ace blinked in surprise. If you come back with me willingly, whether it be through a promissory note, working off your debt, or capturing pirates for their bounties, as long as we settle the account, this bottle will be yours. You must be parched by now, right? Bai Zai raised the bottle, awaiting Ace's response. Ace licked his cracked lips, gazing longingly at the tempting wine, his heart racing with desire. He even contemplated seizing the bottle and fleeing, but then he reconsidered. The other man was merely trying to make a living, and it would be unjust to take advantage of him. The image of Teach flickered in Ace's mind, and his gaze hardened with resolve as he contemplated. Very well, once this matter concludes, I shall settle the debt. With a plan in mind, Ace feigned resignation and nodded. You've bested me. I will return with you. Just let me have a sip first. I am on the brink of dying of thirst. Agreed. Bai Zai, witnessing Ace's agreement, hurled a bottle of liquor toward him. Ace eagerly caught it, hastily uncapping the bottle and gulping down a couple of hearty swigs, subsequently exhaling with relief. Ah, I feel rejuvenated. Now can we proceed? Zay inquired. Ace capped the bottle, adjusted his hat, and flashed a grin. I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to, so I was merely jesting. As the words left his lips, Ace darted away like an arrow released from its bow. With the replenishment of his strength from the drink, and knowing his pursuer lacked the same, he was confident he could elude Zay. Zay stood frozen in place, watching Ace's retreating figure, only to realize he had been deceived. With indignation, he shouted, "Fire fist, Ace! How dare you play me for a fool when I place my trust in you?" Ace's laughter echoed from a distance. "Huh, I'm a pirate. How could you possibly trust a pirate?" Chapter 26. Crocodile's mockery by Zay was incensed to the point of laughter. "Humph. Let us see how you intend to shake me off." Thus, Zay had firmly set himself against Ace. As for dealing with Crocodile, that fellow was not going anywhere. He could be confronted at any time. Today, Zay was determined to make Ace uncomfortable. Ace sprinted onward, taking careful sips of his drink whenever thirst struck. Yet Zay trailed behind like an unyielding specter, causing Ace to feel compelled to keep running without pause. As nightfall descended, Ace finally reached the city. He cautiously glanced back, relieved to find his pursuer had vanished, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Strolling along the quiet streets, Ace noticed a restaurant still in operation and entered without hesitation. Just as he placed his order, a loud voice rang out from the entrance. "Boss, don't serve him. This guy has no money and only dines and dashes." Upon hearing the shout, Ace let out a resigned sigh. How did they catch up to me again? Observing the proprietor's wary expression, Ace understood that this meal was likely unattainable. Grabbing a bottle of wine, he shattered a window and embarked on yet another escapade. "My wine," the proprietor lamented, gazing at the broken window with anguish. Zay, unhurriedly pulling out a handful of berries, tossed them to the owner with flair. "Prepare me some food. I'll return shortly." The proprietor's eyes sparkled with greed as he replied, "Of course, esteemed guest." Then Zay, resembling a sleek leopard, resumed his pursuit. "Isn't he exhausted? After chasing me for so long, he still has boundless energy." Ace grumbled inwardly as he ran. He felt thoroughly unfortunate. Had he known the patrons of that restaurant were so troublesome, he would have avoided it at all costs. Now, it seemed impossible to shake him off. "I'm so hungry," Ace lamented, rubbing his growling stomach. He opened the bottle and took several hearty gulps, feeling slightly better afterward. The two raced out of the city and into the vast desert. Zay calculated the time and surmised that the food should be ready. He retrieved his bucket, swiftly executing his escape tactic, and returned to the restaurant. After collecting the prepared meal, he vanished in an instant. As Ace continued to run, he glanced back only to be astonished. That fellow was actually pursuing him while devouring a plate of fried rice. Abalone fried rice. What a delectable delight! Baisha exclaimed loudly, infuriating Ace, who seethed with rage. "You scoundrel! This is utterly outrageous. Know when to stop." Ace was acutely aware that without taking decisive action, he would never be rid of Zay. Furthermore, Zay's demeanor was insufferably vexing. Who could pursue someone while leisurely dining? Fire fist, Ace. If you don't cough up some cash, you could forget about enjoying even a simple meal. Baisha shouted, fuming. Ace recalled how Zay had previously informed the proprietor of his financial woes, igniting a blaze of anger within him. What to do? If he couldn't shake off this nuisance, he would have no time to seek out Teach. Ace was deeply troubled, even contemplating the notion of capturing other pirates to settle his debts, caught in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, he halted his steps. "What's this? Not running anymore?" Zay quickly approached Ace, inquiring. "Ah, I'm not running. You're just too persistent." Ace sighed, sitting down in resignation. "Have you thought about how you'll settle the bill?" Baisha pressed. "Really, you've intimidated me. Let us go. I'll figure out a way to get some money." Ace replied, pulling out a map to look for other pirates to borrow from. "You should have done this sooner," Zay remarked, a hint of disappointment lingering in his heart as he had hoped to witness Ace's continued struggle. "Let us go. Don't you want the money?" Ace urged, noticing Zay sitting idly while eating. "You go ahead. I'll catch up," Zay replied, not lifting his head, engrossed in his meal. Having witnessed Zay's capabilities, Ace didn't press further and set off alone. After Zay finished his meal, he activated his escape skills. Observing from above and noting that Ace was headed towards Rainy Land, he immediately utilized his abilities to arrive ahead of Ace, finding a cozy spot to lay out a bed and mat, falling into a blissful slumber. At dawn the next day, after walking all night, Ace spotted the city in the distance and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the city entrance, he was drawn to a bed beneath the city wall. To his astonishment, he discovered Zay sleeping soundly there. Furious, Ace shouted, "Wake up! I walked all night, and you're here snoozing." "Huh? I waited for you all night. Why are you only just arriving?" Zay feigned awakening, rubbing his eyes and expressing his discontent. This remark furrowed Ace's brow into a frown, stoking his ire further. "By the way, have you secured any funds?" Zay inquired, pretending to be interested. "Not yet. I plan to head to the casino in Rainy Land. That place is under the domain of the warlord Crocodile. I'll manage to get some money there," Ace declared confidently, believing that once he revealed his name, the casino staff would surely lend him some cash. "Then let us go." Zay nodded, and the two made their way toward the casino. Before long, they arrived at the bustling establishment. Upon entering, the atmosphere was electric, with gamblers indifferent to whether it was day or night. Ace's presence immediately captivated the crowd, drawing curious gazes from many who paused their activities to observe him. Navigating through the throng, Ace approached a gambling table, removed his cowboy hat, and tossed it into the area marked with large letters. The dealer, witnessing this, appeared taken aback. "Excuse me, sir. Let us get this started. I'm betting big, 100,000 berries," Ace declared nonchalantly. This action caught the attention of the casino manager. Upon recognizing the infamous Fire Fist Ace, the manager immediately dialed the owner's number to report the situation. Some guests, oblivious to Ace's identity, shouted in dissatisfaction, "You said 100,000, didn't you? With the name Fire Fist Ace, we would accept not just 100,000, but even 1 billion. The assistant manager hurried over to diffuse the tension, urging the dealer to continue while discreetly signaling him. Soon enough, the dice cup was opened, revealing a total of 16 points, 4, 6, and 6. The dealer respectfully handed over 100,000 berries to Ace. Rising to his feet, Ace turned to White Zetsu, boasting, "Here's your money. No need for change." White Zetsu accepted the money with satisfaction, saying, "Remember this next time. Don't take advantage of the situation. I'm the only one who lets you off so easily." Upon hearing this, Ace's expression darkened instantly, and all eyes in the room fixed upon him, filling him with shame. The casino's assistant manager suddenly realized. So that's why Fire Fist Ace came here to stir trouble. He can't even afford his meal. A dry, mocking laughter echoed from the staircase. Ace turned to see Crocodile leisurely approaching, cigar in hand. He was taken aback to see a subordinate of Whitebeard reduced to such a state, unable to even produce 100,000 berries, now resorting to dining and dashing. Crocodile then called out to the manager, "Go, bring him 1 million. If the people of the scene knew that Whitebeard's men couldn't even afford a meal here, how would I maintain my reputation?" "Understood, boss." The assistant manager promptly agreed. "Wait." Crocodile quickly halted the manager, pretending to deliberate, and inquired, "Do you think 1 million is too little? After all, he is the captain of the 2nd Division of the 4 Emperors. It'll seem a bit low." The manager nodded in agreement. "At least 200,000. Considering he is indeed a high-ranking officer of the 4 Emperors. You should be more generous." "That makes sense." Crocodile nodded earnestly. The two of them conspired to belittle Ace and the Whitebeard pirates. Ace's face was clouded with fury as he lowered his head, speaking in a low, menacing tone. "Dining and dashing is my personal affair. Do not implicate our pirate crew. Please retract your earlier statement." His voice was laced with a palpable threat, as he was prepared to strike should Crocodile refuse to comply. "Ha ha ha." Crocodile chuckled smugly. Then his smile faded as he coldly replied, "What if I choose not to retract?" Suddenly, White Zetsu interjected, "Then you shall face dire consequences." Chapter 27. Fire Fist Crocodile's demeanor shifted instantly, enveloped in an icy chill. The casino manager raised his voice, sternly admonishing, "Who do you think you are? You have no authority to speak here." Crescent-shaped sand dune. Crocodile's voice was low and piercing as he swung his right hand forcefully. The yellow sand, seemingly animated, swiftly coalesced into a 4-meter-long sand blade. With a flash of cold light, the blade surged forward, aimed directly at White Zetsu's head, intent on eliminating this meddling individual. Ace reacted like a bolt of lightning. Leaping in front of White Zetsu, flames roared and surged from his fist, condensing into a fireball the size of a small mountain, which he hurled at the oncoming sand blade. Boom! In an instant, a torrid wave surged forth like a relentless tide, wildly spreading in all directions. The patrons of the casino, upon witnessing this chaos, became frantic, clutching their chips as they scurried towards the exit like headless flies. In the blink of an eye, the casino descended into pandemonium, with shouts and the sound of hurried footsteps intertwining in a cacophony. Since the money was already in hand, it was best to make a swift exit. The affairs here were no longer of your concern. Ace cast a sidelong glance at the figure of White Zetsu behind him, offering a well-meaning caution. "I did not come here solely for the money," White Zetsu remarked, his fists clenched, the knuckles cracking ominously, reminiscent of a beast poised to pounce. "What then is your purpose?" Ace inquired urgently, maintaining his stance against Crocodile. "It is this," White Zetsu declared, and with that, his legs propelled forward like a tempest, delivering crescent-shaped slashes that shot toward Crocodile's head with astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, two crisp cutting sounds echoed as Crocodile's head and neck were severed instantaneously, crumbling into a fine dust. Ace slowly retracted his fists, his eyes wide with astonishment, gazing at the debt collector before him. You possess such techniques?" He had initially believed White Zetsu to be an ordinary figure, only to discover his extraordinary prowess. At that moment, the scattered grains of sand on the ground began to swirl as if manipulated by an unseen force, reconstituting into Crocodile. Unfazed, White Zetsu withdrew his legs, musing aloud. "It seems that to truly harm an elemental being, one must infuse their attacks with haki." As he spoke, an aura of armament haki enveloped him, emanating a deep, shadowy glow. Crocodile's expression shifted to one of grave concern upon witnessing this display. The ability to wield such a skill, reserved for the most formidable, indicated that this adversary was far from ordinary. He immediately demanded, "Who are you?" With a swift motion, White Zetsu removed his upper garment, revealing a robust and muscular physique, and spoke with calm authority. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am White Zetsu." "You!" Ace and Crocodile exclaimed in unison, their voices overlapping in disbelief. "Indeed, it is I. Now do you comprehend why I warned you of impending doom?" He continued. "Initially, you had only me as your opponent, but unfortunately for you, you have incurred the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates. I believe that my companion, Fire Fist Ace, will not let you escape unscathed either." White Zetsu's gaze shifted to Ace, who affirmed with a serious demeanor, "Indeed, no one can tarnish the name of the Whitebeard pirates, not even a warlord of the sea." Crocodile let out a chilling laugh, unperturbed by their declarations. "You are merely the 2nd Division commander. Even if Whitebeard himself were here, I would not falter." "That man," Crocodile muttered, slowly raising his hook-enhanced severed arm, a glint of madness in his eyes. "I have longed to kill him in my dreams. Since you both seek death, then come." Crocodile bellowed, his arm transforming into a colossal sand blade as he slashed downwards towards the ground. A massive wave of cutting energy surged forth, accompanied by a whirlwind of sand. Desert Sword. White Zetsu and Ace reacted swiftly, their forms darting to the sides like swallows, narrowly evading the onslaught. The path of the blade left behind a horrifyingly deep gash carved into the restaurant floor. Such techniques should not be flaunted to avoid embarrassment. In midair, the mocking Baizet unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, his legs moving like raindrops, each strike imbued with an aura of dominance. Sensing the formidable energy behind the attacks, Crocodile hesitated to rely on his usual elemental defense. He stamped his right foot heavily on the ground, summoning a robust wall of sand that rose instantly to shield him. However, as he turned his head, he found Ace confronting him, both hands directed forward, countless fiery sparks resembling fireflies drifting towards him. Alarmed, Crocodile instinctively realized that a direct confrontation would be unwise. He swiftly gathered a whirlwind of energy in his palm and flung it around himself. Firefly Dama. Sandstorm. The simultaneous cries of the two techniques reverberated in the air. In an instant, a massive sand tornado enveloped Crocodile, intertwining with Ace's flames, a cataclysmic spectacle unfolding before them. The swirling vortex expanded rapidly, and within mere seconds, the casino's ceiling succumbed to the overwhelming force, shattering into fragments. As the whirlwind began to decelerate, Crocodile's figure emerged, cigar in mouth, while Ace, poised and ready, formed his fingers into the shape of a pistol. Fire gun. A torrential barrage of fiery bullets rained down upon Crocodile, transforming him into a sieve in the blink of an eye. Futile. As fellow natural-type users, you cannot harm me, Crocodile asserted with unwavering confidence, his gaze shifting to Baizé, who stood with arms crossed nearby. If there was a genuine threat, it was undoubtedly the man named Baizé. Yet Crocodile felt no fear. After all, he was the sovereign of this desert. Is that so? Ace replied, equally self-assured. Even as sand, you shall be utterly melted by my flames. Before Ace could make a move, Crocodile pressed his hands against the ground. The burning sensation from the previous assault urged him to remain vigilant. Baizé, well-versed in Crocodile's maneuvers from the anime, shouted, Iron Block. Desert Greatsword. A thunderous clash erupted, sparks flying from the collision of metal. Baizé was propelled into the air by a sand sword that erupted from the ground. Yet he maintained his defensive posture. Meanwhile, Ace showed no intention of evading. The sand sword pierced through his body. Damn it. This guy has mastered the Navy's 6 styles defensive skill and can wield hockey. Crocodile's brow furrowed, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Had his opponent only displayed ordinary armament hockey, he would have been confident in inflicting damage. However, Baizé's proficiency in the iron block technique was evident. Divine Fire. Unknown Fire. At that moment, Ace leaped high, hands enveloped in blazing flames, hurling them towards Crocodile. Sensing the ferocity of the attack, Crocodile swiftly rolled aside, then pressed one hand to the ground. Boom! The two flames struck the surface with tremendous force, resulting in a violent explosion. Desert Sunflower. In the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of quicksand formed beneath Ace's landing and the descending white Zetsu. Crocodile sought to engulf the two with this maneuver. Moonwalk. White Zetsu called out softly, his feet lightly skimming the air as he swiftly ascended into the sky, escaping the quicksand within mere moments. Meanwhile, Ace stood entrenched in the sandpit, a confident smile gracing his lips. Flame Ring. Flames surged violently around Ace, exuding an overwhelming aura. Fire Pillar. Boom! A spiraling column of fire shot toward the heavens, transforming the encroaching quicksand into coarse crystalline structures under the searing heat, halting its rapid descent. Crocodile was left dumbfounded. In this instant, the inherent counterbalance of their powers was laid bare. Crocodile, if you cannot even handle White Zetsu, what gives you the audacity to claim you can defeat us both? Ace turned his gaze, piercing and intense, as he probed Crocodile. Crocodile remained silent, his mind racing as he contemplated strategy. What grants you such courage? Ace's voice abruptly rose, his flames intensifying as he launched a fist toward Crocodile. Fire Fist. Chapter 28. True thunderous roar in an instant. A surging inferno with a diameter exceeding 100 meters surged forth, akin to an enraged fire beast, fiercely engulfing Crocodile. Within the flames, a pained scream abruptly pierced the air. Arg. Ace steadied his hat with one hand, his gaze as cold as a starry night, fixed intently on the blazing fire. This is the fate that befalls those who mock the white-beard pirates. As the flames settled into silence, Ace's voice turned frigid, his words imbued with an icy chill. Is that so? Suddenly, a deep, gravelly voice echoed ominously. Ace's pupils constricted sharply, a warning flaring within him. Boom! The ground erupted violently, and Crocodile emerged like a shadow from the depths of hell, his golden hook entwined with a fierce gale, slashing across Ace's right calf. The unexpected ambush momentarily stilled Ace. He hastily summoned searing flames with his right hand, aiming a fist at Crocodile, who was half exposed above ground. Bang! Crocodile swiftly formed a sand blade with his other hand, hurriedly defending himself. Utilizing this force, Ace leaped backward. Upon landing, blood gushed from his right leg, a strange green fluid oozing from the wound. What are you doing? Fire fist, Ace? How can you be so careless in battle? White Zetsu hovered overhead, his expression one of disbelief. Initially prepared to witness Ace's performance and conserve his own energy, he could not help but critique. What is this guy doing? Knowing his opponent wields the Sansan fruit, he attacks, yet poses dramatically afterward. It's nothing, merely a minor injury. I was careless, not anticipating that he could launch an attack from underground. Ace replied nonchalantly, his demeanor betraying no concern. Is that so? Crocodile slowly rose from the mud, a hint of mocking retort in his tone, his face adorned with a confident smile, as if everything was well within his control. At this moment, Crocodile bore several burn marks on his body, clearly having sustained injuries from Ace's recent attack. When Ace's gaze met Crocodile's, a slight furrow appeared on his brow, as an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. Have you not noticed that something is amiss with your body? Crocodile inquired nonchalantly. The next instant, Ace's expression shifted dramatically. A numbing sensation began to permeate his injured right foot, swiftly spreading like a tide. Crocodile brandished the golden hook on his hand, the green liquid glistening ominously under the sunlight. You scoundrel, you resorted to poison, Ace realized instantly, his eyes ablaze with fury as he vehemently condemned Crocodile's despicable actions. Crocodile let out a dry, mocking laugh, taunting, What? Did you think this hook serves merely as an ornament? Fire fist, Ace, after all your time navigating the seas, how can you still be so naive? With that, Crocodile glanced upward at the moonwalking white Zetsu, his tone chilling. Now it's just you left. Although I don't understand your motive for attacking me. Now that you have, do not expect to leave alive. Fire Fist Ace is in no position to assist you. Without hesitation, White Zetsu refuted. Who told you that two are needed to deal with you? Isn't it so? Though you have a bounty of 700 million, I can see you fear me. Otherwise, you and Tia brought Fire Fist Ace along. Crocodile sneered, to challenge me. You've miscalculated. The price you'll pay now is death. Ace's complexion darkened further as the numbing sensation slithered over his body like a venomous serpent. Hey, are you alright? White Zetsu queried Ace. Me fine. Just give me a moment to acclimate to this feeling, and I can continue fighting. But this poison is potent. I can't hold out for long, Ace candidly replied. This revelation weighed heavily on Crocodile's heart. That poison was meticulously concocted by him. Little did he know, Ace, as a descendant of the Pirate King, possessed a physique unlike any other. From a young age, Ace had battled fierce beasts, honing his skills and repeatedly teetering on the brink of death. In terms of physical prowess, he had already ascended to the pinnacle among the younger generation. Never mind. I had intended to handle him alone. Since you've been poisoned, keep your distance, White Zetsu sighed in resignation. Who says I can't do it? Ace protested, still wanting to assert himself. But his legs wobbled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Look at you. White Zetsu's words filled Ace with shame. He gritted his teeth, enduring the numbness. And stood up once more, retorting, I just needed to adjust. Now I'm ready. White Zetsu shot him a skeptical glance, as if to say, do you think I will believe that? Subsequently, White Zetsu disregarded Ace, gliding with moon steps like an arrow aimed straight at Crocodile. As White Zetsu descended from 5 meters above Crocodile, he suddenly executed a downward strike. Gale Step Battle Axe. A white, axe-shaped slash surged forth, imbued with overwhelming momentum, descending directly. Oof. In the face of the impending onslaught, Crocodile snorted coldly, swiftly conjuring a blade of sand in his hand, and forcefully countered the attack. Clang! The sound of steel colliding erupted suddenly, and Crocodile instantaneously directed his weaponized hand, launching it forth like a cannonball. Zay, quick to react, deftly shifted his body aside. Just as the weapon was about to cross his chest in a critical moment, he decisively struck, his finger gun precisely targeting the hooked weapon. Bang! The tremendous force struck the weapon fiercely, sending it flying away. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhe unleashed two swift kicks. Crocodile maintained his arm in the form of a sand blade, continuously defending against the onslaught. Ping! Ping! The two slashes were successfully deflected by Crocodile, landing in the distance and erupting with a thunderous boom. Boom! Boom! In the next instant, Zhe appeared beside Crocodile like a specter. Shave! Zulfust! Crocodile was taken aback, hastily preparing to respond. He swung his sand blade violently towards the suddenly appearing Zhe. Paper drawing! Zhe uttered a low shout. His body twisting and bending like paper, the sand blade gliding past him. Not good. Crocodile inwardly cursed, instantly elementalizing. Finger gun! Ze's hands moved like phantoms, his fingers raining down in rapid succession upon Crocodile. Puffed, puffed, puffed. In less than a second, Ze's fingers had punctured several small holes in Crocodile's body. A trickle of crimson seeped slowly from the sand, although Crocodile had mitigated some damage through elementalization. Ze's attack remained remarkably effective. Desert Diamond Blade. Crocodile roared, swiftly gathering sand into a blade-like shape in his left hand, which took form in the blink of an eye, and he hurled it fiercely at Zhe. The power of this attack was immense. Zhe dared not take it head-on and hastily retrieved a massive wolf fawn club from his spatial pocket, positioning it in front of him to block. Boom! The overwhelming force sent Zhe skimming along the ground at high speed, leaving deep ruts in his wake. You bastard! Crocodile exited his elemental state, blood gushing from his abdomen, glaring fiercely at Zhe. The opponent's martial prowess was utterly terrifying, with speed that instilled despair. He absolutely could not allow Zhe to close the distance. Crocodile quickly made a decision, rapidly gathering a massive vortex with his arm, its rotation intensifying. Super Sandstorm! Crocodile shouted, violently flinging the vortex towards Zhe. Zhe immediately employed the shave, swiftly distancing himself. Ace, nearby, also leaped aside. However, the next moment both of them, upon landing, were instantly engulfed by the surging sand tornado. The winds and sand swirled, blinding them and obscuring the external situation entirely. For safety's sake, Zhe promptly withdrew his wolf fawn club, pulling out a mat to wrap himself securely. Ace, anxious, contemplated unleashing a powerful attack to obliterate the tornado, but hesitated, fearing to inadvertently harm Zhe, caught in a dilemma. Outside the whirlwind, Crocodile pressed one hand against the ground, shouting hoarsely, Desert Diamond Greatsword. Inside the sand tornado, unexpectedly, an enormous great sword erupted from the ground of the swirling sands. In a fleeting moment, the colossal sword pierced through the elemental ace, forcefully propelling Zhe into the sky, soaring 1,000 meters high. Observing this, Ace cast aside any hesitation. With arms outstretched, he allowed the whirlwind to spin his body, and in an instant, flames erupted from his hands. An ever-increasing torrent of fire surged forth from Ace, engulfing the towering sand vortex in a crimson hue. Fire ring! Crocodile heard Ace's thunderous roar, and in the next heartbeat, the sand vortex exploded like a powder keg, unleashing a colossal column of flame that surged into the heavens. Reaching a height of 1,000 meters, Ace emerged atop the fiery whirlwind, cradled by the flames. The moving sand vortex transformed into a fire vortex, coming to a halt. Impossible! Crocodile was taken aback, utterly astonished by the ease with which his opponent dismantled his technique. I never anticipated you could unleash such a formidable move. From above, Zhe's voice resonated with admiration. Ace, enveloped in flames, adjusted his hat with a hint of pride and replied, Naturally, I am Fire Fist Ace. Very well. Since you have completed your performance, it is now my turn. With a graceful step, Zhe retrieved a massive wolf fawn club, gripping it firmly. Crack! The black aura resonated with the weapon, and arcs of black lightning danced upon the enormous club. Under the infusion of the weapon's stored aura, Zhe's arm gleamed with an obsidian sheen. How is this possible? Ace stared in disbelief at the aura enveloping Zhe's arm, unable to trust his own eyes. The aura displayed by Zhe was even more terrifying than that demonstrated by their father. The aura on the weapon surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Under the deluge of immense energy, combined with the high temperatures from Fire Fist Ace's technique, the previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. Boom! Thunder rumbled within the clouds, as streaks of lightning struck the sandy ground below. Crocodile's expression turned grave as he focused intently on the sky, his mind swirling with confusion. What is happening? He could not fathom the origin of this bizarre weather. Then, a figure no larger than an ant descended with astonishing speed. Gradually, White Zhe, wielding the Wolf Fang club, came into view. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. White Zhe assumed a poised stance for a charging attack, which Crocodile observed intently. Adopting a familiar tactic, Crocodile gathered Sandstorm in his hand and hurled it forward with great force. In an instant, a massive sand vortex reformed, attempting to intercept the descending White Zhe. But the next moment, White Zhe's roar echoed across the desert. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, as if the very heavens trembled. An overwhelming shockwave erupted, causing the towering sand vortex, reaching hundreds of meters, to disintegrate like mere foam before this force. The white shockwave surged forth with a fierce momentum, bearing down upon Crocodile's visage. Crocodile's eyes widened in an instant, his pupils constricting sharply. An intense sense of peril pierced through him like a razor's edge, aimed directly at his crown. In a moment of haste, he had no time to ponder. His arm transformed into a colossal blade of sand, attempting to thwart the impending lethal onslaught. Yet in the blink of an eye, the force collided with his arm like an unstoppable tsunami. The immense power caused Crocodile's arm to bend instantaneously, and this overwhelming force surged along his contorted limb, crashing heavily against his chest. In a heartbeat, Crocodile was propelled backward like a cannonball. With a thunderous boom, the already dilapidated floor of the Rain Banquet Casino erupted in a violent explosion. Dust billowed and flames soared skyward. Meanwhile, Ace, descending from the heavens, gaped in astonishment, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the explosion's epicenter, unable to comprehend the magnitude of the event unfolding before him. To Ace, the might of this strike from Baize rivaled that of his father, surpassing all realms of imagination. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Crocodile lay within a deep crater, blood oozing from his wounds, his consciousness slipping into oblivion. With grace, Baize descended like a shooting star, stepping lightly, a phone bug in hand. He spoke. "We have accomplished the task. You may send someone to retrieve the vanquished." "Understood. I will dispatch someone immediately. Furthermore, I will arrange for an announcement in the morning," the other party replied before ending the call. "Who are you on the phone with?" Ace inquired. Curiosity etched across his face. "Admiral Sengoku," Baize replied candidly, revealing no trace of concealment. Ace's pale visage momentarily froze at the name. Observing Ace's reaction, Baize retrieved a bottle of iced tea from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, "Here, drink this. It's an antidote." Ace caught the plastic bottle and glanced at it, recognizing only the character for tea. "Is this tea?" he asked. "You'll find out once you drink it," Baize replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Were it not for Ace's previous actions, he would not have offered it to him. Without hesitation, Ace took a swig from the bottle. After just 2 sips, his eyes lit up in surprise. "What?" he exclaimed, followed by a meticulous inspection of the bottle. Yet after a prolonged examination, he could discern nothing further. Sensing that his body felt fine, he carefully capped the remaining iced tea and, with an air of familiarity, stowed it away in his backpack. During this process, his movements were deliberate, stealing glances at Baize's expression. Only when assured of Baize's indifference did he fully relax. Claiming the iced tea as his own, based on Baize's handling of the sand crocodile and the recent phone call, Ace deduced the other's intentions and, driven by curiosity, asked, "By the way, do you intend to become a warlord of the sea?" "Something like that," Baize replied succinctly, striding towards Crocodile. As Ace observed the formidable silhouette of Baize, visions of Sachi's sacrifice flooded his mind, the sorrow etched on his father's face lingering in his memory. If they could recruit a powerhouse like Baize, surely his father would be overjoyed. Upon this realization, Ace hastily followed behind White Zetsu, exclaiming, "Was so great about the 7 warlords. I believe you are quite impressive. Why not simply join our Whitebeard pirates? With your prowess, you could at least become a division commander in our crew. Father is exceptionally kind. You will surely come to appreciate him." Just as Ace's words echoed, a system notification resonated within White Zetsu's mind. Ding. Long-term employment detected. Instantly, White Zetsu halted his steps, slowly turning to face the eagerly expectant Ace. Faced with Ace's invitation, a flicker of hesitation crossed White Zetsu's mind. He understood that by merely nodding in agreement, he could secure a captain's package by joining the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, deep within, he felt an aversion to addressing others as father. "What do you say? Will you agree? If you do, I shall take you back to meet Father immediately." In the new world, amidst a tumultuous sea, the Moby Dick loomed like a majestic fortress upon the waves. Whitebeard occupied the captain's chair, his gaze penetrating the horizon. Ace had been gone for quite some time, and an undercurrent of worry surged within him. Is there still no word from Ace? Whitebeard turned to Marco and inquired. "Our men have been searching, but they always arrive just a moment too late. The last location Ace was seen was at Drum Island." Marco had scarcely finished his sentence when a streak of light, akin to a bolt of lightning, zipped through the sky, landing steadily on the deck. Whitebeard glanced sideways, and, simultaneously, the captains aboard swiftly readied their weapons, aiming toward the newcomer. Upon recognizing the visitor, Marco and the others were momentarily taken aback before joyously exclaiming, "Ace." "Ah, it's me," Ace replied, a hint of dizziness in his eyes, offering a cheerful greeting. Beside him stood White Zetsu. "Ho ho ho, my son has finally returned." Whitebeard laughed heartily, rising to his feet, his face radiating joy as he beheld Ace. "Father," Ace called out respectfully. Whitebeard nodded and shifted his gaze to White Zetsu, stating, "We have a guest. Welcome aboard our ship." Whitebeard's demeanor was exceedingly cordial toward this guest who had returned with his son. "Father, guess why I brought him here?" Ace grinned, deliberately creating suspense, his eyes glinting with mischief. Whitebeard shot a knowing glance at Ace, replying, "Your expression has already divulged the answer." Upon hearing this, Ace deflated like a punctured balloon, conceding, "Indeed, nothing escapes your notice, father. I still have much to learn." "Ho ho ho, truly remarkable, Ace," Whitebeard praised, having quickly surmised Ace's intentions. He then turned to White Zetsu, asking, "Are you genuinely willing to join our pirate crew?" "What?" Marco and the others exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they fixated on White Zetsu. "Joining is not out of the question, but I must clarify my circumstances," White Zetsu replied firmly, unperturbed in the presence of the formidable 4 emperors. Initially, he had no intention of joining, yet after Ace's persistent persuasion, he ultimately acquiesced. Firstly, Monkey D. Luffy is a formidable adversary, and Hawkeye is ever watchful. By joining the Whitebeard pirates, one could receive corresponding rewards and grow stronger to confront these foes. Is it not merely a matter of calling him father? Given Whitebeard's advanced age, such an address would be inconsequential. With these thoughts in mind, Zay followed Ace to this place. "Oh, pray tell," Whitebeard inquired, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "I shall continue to hold the position of vice captain of the Yarlita pirates and join your ranks under this title. Furthermore, after my induction, you must not disclose my membership in your crew." "How can this be?" Marco interjected vehemently. Whitebeard raised a hand, silencing the other captains eager to speak. He fixed a serious gaze upon Zay and asked, "Pray explain, why do you present such a request?" "Yarlita has shown me kindness. I cannot abandon her. I desire to assist her in realizing her dream of becoming the most formidable female pirate upon the seas. Additionally, there are personal reasons. My aspiration is to experience a variety of occupations, be it a sailor, a server, or a laborer. Perhaps one day, I may even join the Navy to explore the ranks within. If my affiliation with your crew were to be unveiled, I would undoubtedly be met with suspicion, hindering my ability to work seamlessly, and that would greatly trouble me." Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Zay with a peculiar gaze, pondering how one could possess such a penchant for diverse experiences. "Ah, I see. You must feel quite lost," Whitebeard mused. Zay, feigning agreement, responded, indeed. I suppose this is the only way to affirm my existence. Ace, fearing his father's refusal, quickly interjected, Father, Bai Zai, is exceptionally strong with his Busashoka haki. He defeated Crocodile in a single blow. I encountered him in Alabasta when he was aiding his captain, Yarlita, in her quest to become a warlord of the sea. Whitebeard, seeing through Ace's intentions, interrupted, There is no need for you to sing his praises. The mere fact that he is a grateful individual, unwilling to forsake his captain even after achieving fame, provides me no grounds for refusal. Having said this, Whitebeard turned to the others and asked, What say you, my sons? Indeed, father. Jinbei bears the responsibility of protecting Fishman Island, and Bai Zai's gratitude is not something one encounters every day. Jozu concurred. Exactly. It is merely a matter of working for another pirate crew. As long as he sincerely acknowledges himself as one of us, he is our brother. I welcome him. I too support his inclusion. The division commanders unanimously express their agreement. What are you still standing there for? Call for him. Marco urged Baisha. Father. Bai Zai addressed respectfully. With a hearty laugh, Whitebeard rose and proclaimed loudly, From this day forth, you are a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 30. The true secret of Blackbeard. I am Vista, and I have long anticipated the opportunity to spar with you. I am Diamond Jozu, captain of the 3rd Division. I am the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and one by one, the crew approached to greet me with spirited enthusiasm. Whitebeard smiled warmly and responded to each of them with great fervor. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Ace could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed, Old man, shouldn't we assign a position to Whiteys? Indeed, Whitebeard nodded solemnly, turning his gaze toward Whiteys. Since Whiteys has his own crew, it would not be fitting for him to join another division. Let him take on the role of captain of the 17th Division. After saying this, Whitebeard looked at Whiteys with concern, adding, You should ask your captain if she would be willing to join our crew. It would be splendid if she did. Old man, I will definitely ask, Whiteys replied, though internally he dismissed the notion. If Yarlita truly joined, his share of the spoils would decrease, and that simply would not do. To celebrate the new addition to their ranks, and to honor the old man for gaining another fine son, Whitebeard opened his arms wide and boomed, Let's hold a feast. The division leaders echoed in unison, Oh, oh, oh. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement. Soon, tables overflowed with delectable food and fine wine. Captains and junior officers from other ships, upon hearing that the old man had a new son, hurried to the main vessel. As Whiteys emerged from the cabin, he wore a carefully crafted facade. He wished to keep his joining the Whitebeard Pirates a secret. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Seeing his demeanor, Whitebeard understood his concerns and chose not to press further. Before long, the lively banquet commenced, with more and more guests filling the deck of the Moby Dick. Curiosity buzzed about the identity of the new captain. Marco, with his high emotional intelligence, shouted, Stop your idle speculation. His name is Whiteys. And while he shares the name with the one recently offered a bounty of 700 million, they are not the same individual. Upon seeing him, the crowd recognized the truth. Only the captains were aware of Whiteys' true circumstances. Amidst the clinking of glasses and the sounds of laughter, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, the conversation inevitably shifted to Teach and the devil fruits. Old man, after the banquet, I intend to pursue Teach. Ace's declaration silenced the once vibrant atmosphere, freezing time in its tracks. Whitebeard's hand, holding a cup, suddenly halted, his brow furrowed with concern and a hint of anger in his voice. I will not permit you to go. Old man, there is no need to say more. Unless you lock me up, no one can stop me. Ace's eyes burned with determination as he spoke resolutely. I must provide an explanation to Sachi and to the crew. Are you ignoring the old man's words? This is not your fault. It's that scoundrel Teach's doing. Whitebeard raised his voice, worry etched across his features. Ace, listen to the old man. That traitor Teach will eventually be brought to justice. There is no need for you to take such risks, Marco patiently urged from the side. My mind is made up. I will not allow the one who killed my comrade to roam free. I will bring him back. Ace was deaf to reason, raising his cup and drinking deeply. The mere thought of Teach murdering Sachi filled his eyes with rage and sorrow. Ace, YT said, fixing his gaze on Ace. Slowly beginning to speak. Ace instinctively turned his head. Have you ever contemplated the consequences of pursuing him? Bai Zai's inquiry ignited the curiosity of everyone present. Their ears perked up in anticipation of his ensuing words. I am certain I can capture him and bring him back, Ace proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Bai Zai shook his head, his expression grave. That is simply impossible. You do not comprehend the nature of Teach. Acknowledging their shared allegiance and Ace's commendable character, Bai Zai resolved to divulge what he knew. Do you think you understand him better than I do? Ace replied incredulously, surveying the crowd. Surely. Anyone here knows him better than you. Then tell me, do you know who left the 3 scars on Shank's eye? Bai Zai's statement plunged the room into an eerie silence, shock rendering everyone speechless. No, it can't be. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Zai, are you serious? Whitebeard's expression turned solemn, a hint of worry evident in his gaze. You could always call Shanks to verify. Bai Zai paused before continuing. Moreover, did you know that Teach possesses 4 distinct personalities? For personalities? The crowd exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. Sont élaborat, Whitebeard requested, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Teach's 4 personalities are linked to his teeth. Teeth? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Recall, did you notice anything unusual about his teeth while he was aboard the ship? Bai Zai's words prompted a wave of memories. Ace appeared to recollect something, his eyes wide with realization. Indeed, at times his teeth seemed perfectly intact, while at others he was missing a few. I assumed he had lost a false tooth and did not inquire further. That is a manifestation of his personality shifts. Bai Zai patiently elucidated. When his teeth are whole, the 4 personalities within him are in agreement, making him at his strongest. When he is missing 1 tooth from both the upper and lower jaw, he is audacious and fearless, though slightly less powerful. Even if the 3 admirals were to unite against him, he would still dare to engage, embodying what I call the superheroic mode. When he is missing 2 teeth from both the upper and lower jaws, he tends to shy away, ranking 3rd in strength. And in the state of 1 tooth missing from the upper and 2 from the lower, he is at his weakest, albeit with the best temper. Should you encounter either of the latter 2 conditions, you might stand a chance against him. But if faced with the former 2, you would be no match for him. As Bai Zai's reasoning unfolded, the crowd stood in awe, their mouths agape. How do you know so much? Marco voiced the unspoken question on everyone's mind. As I mentioned before, I enjoy working various jobs, which has afforded me considerable knowledge. Bai Zai paused before continuing. You previously mentioned that Teach has acquired the nature-type dark fruit. Are you aware that this fruit can inhibit the abilities of its users? The crowd exchanged glances. Their understanding of the dark fruit decidedly limited. Bai Zai elaborated. This means that during your encounter, he can utilize the dark fruit to suppress your powers, rendering you unable to wield flames. Teach managed to leave scars on Shank's face, indicating his mastery of armament hockey. Without the fruit's powers, do you believe you could still triumph over him? Moreover, he possesses 4 distinct personalities, each capable of switching in response to injury, allowing him to endure pain. He has 4 opportunities to withstand your formidable blows, while you possess but a single chance. Once wounded, your peril becomes imminent. Upon hearing this, Ace fell into silence. The confidence that once adorned his face evaporating, replaced by profound anxiety. Truly, he is a monster, Marco could not help but exclaim. I never anticipated that fellow harbored such a secret. Whitebeard murmured softly, then turned to Ace. Have you heard, my son? Such an individual is exceedingly dangerous. You must not pursue this. Ace, wishing to argue, was met with a steely gaze from Whitebeard. Obey. I understand your thoughts, yet I shall not permit you to go. I will assign someone to watch over you. Ace lowered his head, the one certain plan to confront Blackbeard shattered by Whitebeard's words. Coupled with his father's resolute stance, his mind became a tumult of confusion. He realized that his father's word was law, and the vengeance for Sachi would likely remain unfulfilled for the time being. Father, I shall take my leave to rest, Ace said wearily, departing the deck like a wilted flower. I shall go keep him company. Marco suggested. Leave him be. He will come to understand, Whitebeard replied, though a deep worry lingered in his heart. With Ace's proud nature, how could he easily relinquish his ambitions? Chapter 31. Where's my home? The night enveloped the Moby Dick like a shroud. Ace lay in bed, tossing and turning, Whitebeard's words resonating in his mind like a heavy hammer. Throughout the day, he replayed the impending confrontation with Blackbeard Teach, a strong premonition stirring within him, assuring him of his chances of victory. A sudden thirst overcame him. Ace rose and reached for the water jug, just as his fingers brushed against its surface. He paused abruptly, the antidote provided by Whitebeard surfacing in his thoughts. Yes, I possess this. Even if Teach has 4 lives, with this, I can swiftly restore my strength and surely overcome him. Ace's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, confidence re-emerging upon his visage. Previously, after an intense clash with Crocodile, Ace had personally experienced the miraculous effects of this antidote, his drained energy replenished in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Ace resolved to use it as his trump card in the final battle against Blackbeard. With determination solidified, Ace quietly packed his belongings. As his gaze fell upon a pile of berries, memories of past awkwardness from dining and dashing flooded back. After a brief moment of hesitation, he grabbed a handful of money and stealthily exited the cabin. Meanwhile, Whitebeard was nestled in the room prepared for him by Marco, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, his head spinning. With some leisure time now, Whitebeard decided to check the system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have attained the position of farm manager at Tengma Group, receiving a substantial gift package. Ding! As the newly appointed manager, you will earn 20 strength points daily. Whitebeard shook his head laboriously, attempting to regain clarity, and then without hesitation exclaimed, "Open the gift package." Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired Intermediate Conqueror's Hockey. Note: mastering this skill will automatically grant you the rudimentary ability of Armament Hockey, Intermediate Conqueror's Collision, and Intermediate Conqueror's Intimidation. Zay waited anxiously for a considerable time, yet the system provided only a single prompt. Is this all? Disappointment washed over Zay's face as his heartfelt anticipation evaporated in an instant. What he yearned for were the supreme observation Hockey and other formidable abilities, but to his dismay, the system merely granted him a skill mastered by Luffy during his battle with Kaido. Deep down, what Zay truly desired was the observation Hockey. He lacked offensive capabilities, yet he desperately needed a skill to evade the assaults of powerful adversaries. Ace! A thunderous cry shattered the silence, awakening Zay to a sudden realization. He dashed out of the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, he spotted Ace standing on a small boat adrift on the ocean. Whitebeard stood by the railing, his complexion ashen, his chest heaving violently, clearly consumed by rage. "I'm sorry, old man." Ace's voice was low yet resolute. "Whenever I close my eyes, the horrific image of Sachi's death resurfaces. For Sachi, and to find closure for myself, I must go. Otherwise, I will never forgive myself for allowing that murderer to roam free." Pain etched on Ace's face. Each word seemed to be forced from between his clenched teeth. "Ace, please don't put the old man in a difficult position." "Indeed, Ace. Heed your father's words and return swiftly." The captains, having rushed to the scene, filled the deck with their voices, each attempting to sway Ace's decision. "There's no need to persuade me. This is my resolution. Old man, if you try to stop me, I will jump into the sea." Ace declared fiercely, his teeth gritted. Hearing this, Whitebeard trembled with rage, his chest heaving as if he were a beast ready to pounce. "I know you are concerned that I might not be able to defeat Teach, but I am not unprepared." With that, Ace produced a flask of liquor and tossed it towards Whitebeard. Though engulfed in fury, Whitebeard instinctively caught it. "Old man, try this. It is my source of confidence." Ace asserted, his gaze unwavering. Whitebeard, though skeptical, opened the flask and took a sip. The rich flavor of the red tea spread across his palate, sliding down his throat and settling in his belly. In the next moment, Whitebeard froze, instinctively clenching his fists, disbelief flooding his eyes. The weariness brought on by age and drink vanished in an instant. Even the effects of the alcohol dissipated without a trace. "Old man, I did not deceive you. I still have half a bottle left. A sip when injured will restore me to full strength." Even if Teach possesses 4 lives, I can outlast him, Ace proclaimed with confidence. Whitebeard understood all too well that once Ace made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his voice calm. Are you truly determined to go? I'm sorry, old man. I will definitely bring Teach back. Ace's gaze was fiery. Everyone, after I leave, please take care of the old man for me. With that, Ace prepared to depart. Zay, witnessing this, urgently called out, Are you really going? Indeed. No need to persuade me. Ace replied resolutely. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly smacked his forehead. I almost forgot about your speed. Could you take me to Alabasta? I left a message for my brother Luffy on Drum Island, and we agreed to meet. I cannot let him down. Zay cast a glance at Whitebeard, aware that he could not make such decisions unilaterally. He needed to exercise caution if he were to encounter Teach. It would be prudent to engage in ranged attacks rather than close combat. Ultimately, Whitebeard relented. He understood Ace far too well, even without Zay's assistance. That child would venture forth alone. Just so, I have unfinished business in Alabasta. Father, I shall also go and return shortly. Zay indeed had matters to attend to, as he had yet to settle his debt with the tavern owner. However, to Whitebeard, it seemed as if Zay was simply unable to set his mind at ease regarding Ace. Whitebeard nodded, advising, You two be cautious and keep an eye on Ace. Zay nodded in acknowledgement, leaping forth to stand before Ace, grasping his arm and producing a plastic barrel. In an instant, the two transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before the Moby Dick. Remarkable speed, Marco exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, such swiftness rivals even that of the yellow monkey, Whitebeard murmured to himself. He had intended to engage in a sword duel with Zay, but it appeared that would have to wait for another occasion. Vista wore an expression of regret. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku had long since retired for the night when the phone call from a scout jolted him awake. He donned his coat and sat at his desk, his expression grave as he listened intently to the report on the other end. Are you certain his name is Zay? Sengoku inquired, his brow furrowed. Yes, Fleet Admiral. I caught a glimpse of him while he was drinking with the captains. He bears a striking resemblance to the Zay on the wanted poster. Later, inquire with the captain I am close to, who informed me that he is not the same individual. This man is a swordsman who has crossed blades with Hawkeye, with a bounty of approximately 500 million. He was brought back by Fire Fist Ace. I understand. Keep a close watch on him and exercise caution, Sengoku instructed before hanging up the phone, his brow knitting into a furrow. It should not be the same person. He was still in Alabasta during the day and had spoken with me. How could he possibly arrive in the new world in less than half an hour? Such speed is absurd. It is likely a case of sharing the same name. In Alabasta, amidst the rain, a woman wearing a cowboy hat stood before the ruins, staring in shock at the devastated site. What happened? I was only gone for a few days. How is it that my home is gone? Nico Robin exclaimed, her face a mask of incredulity. Chapter 32. A new job at the gate the following day. As dawn broke, a contingent of the Navy arrived at the temporary base in Alabasta, led by a male and a female colonel. I never expected you to be sent by Sengoku, White Hunter Smoker, and Black Maria. Zay greeted them with a smile. I too am surprised that you have set your sights on this position. Smoker replied. A cigarette clenched between his teeth as he reported to the Den Mushi, Fleet Admiral. Confirmation received. Crocodile has been defeated. He then turned his gaze toward Crocodile, who was bound tightly, resembling a Zongzi. Excellent. Escort him to the impel down, Zay stated. You should be listening, Zay. The promises I made to you are now officially in effect. Keep an eye on the newspapers. Sengoku's voice resonated clearly from the Den Mushi. Tina's gaze fell upon Yarlita. Faced with this woman, even more radiant than herself, Tina couldn't help but steal a few more glances, marveling. Is this truly the captain of the Yarlita pirate crew? She bore little resemblance to the image on the wanted poster, and Tina nearly doubted her own eyes. She's right here. You may take her away, Yarlita said, not responding to Tina's remarks, but instead pointing at Crocodile. The presence of the Navy left her with an undeniable sense of unease. I hope you act wisely, Smoker stated as he departed with the unconscious Crocodile in tow. The strike from Bays had been exceedingly brutal. Over a day had passed, Yet Crocodile showed no signs of awakening. Once the Navy left, Yarlita let out a sigh of relief. "Are you afraid, Captain?" Baze turned to inquire. "Still not accustomed to dealing with the Navy." "I see," Yarlita sighed. "This stems from a lack of strength. Once you reach the level of an emperor, you will realize these Navy officers are not so formidable." Yarlita resonated deeply with this sentiment, understanding that all fear arises from inadequacy in power. Thus, without further ado, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly to her training. Baze nearby withdrew his spiked club and began infusing it with Conqueror's Haki. His previous strike had depleted all the energy within the weapon. Conqueror's Haki attacks surpassed those of Armament Haki, and this time, Baze intended to fully charge it with his Conqueror's prowess. Observing Baze wielding a weapon akin to her own, Yarlita felt a rush of warmth, driven to train even harder to avoid falling behind him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring advanced culinary skills. At noon, Baze settled the bill for an extravagant meal, only to receive a mere culinary skill in return, leaving him thoroughly disappointed, leading him to resign from the position on the spot. Although he had the means to oust the head chef, Wilton, the rewards here were of little use to him. It would be better to seek opportunities elsewhere. Outside the Alabaster Royal Palace, Baze, clad in armor and wielding a spear, stood as straight as a statue. This job arose when he triggered it while fleeing past the palace. Initially, he intended to venture into the Grand Line to seek out pirate crews in need of members, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a military opportunity. Beside him, a soldier was dozing off. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, with the sun blazing overhead, Baze internally scoffed. This task is truly unfit for a human. Yet for the sake of rewards, he could only grit his teeth and endure. He needed to devise a plan for promotion. Standing guard like this was unsustainable. As he contemplated, his gaze began to wander. However, until nightfall, he found no chance to distinguish himself. After changing shifts with another soldier, he found an unoccupied area to continue storing his Haki. The following day, Baze remained steadfast in his post. On this day, a newspaper stirred a significant uproar across the seas. The headline read, "Crocodile assaults nobility, stripped of warlord title. Yarlita pirate crew, Captain Yarlita emerges as the new warlord." Accompanying the article was a photograph of Crocodile vanquished by the Navy. Another report stated, "Yarlita's bounty, 750 million berries." Yarlita gazed at the bounty notice in her hand, her entire being frozen in disbelief, her voice trembling. 775 million. How wonderful, Captain. Your name has spread across the world. 750 million. Truly fitting for a captain. As a warlord of the sea, we can now plunder with legitimacy. Splendid. Her subordinates shouted with excitement. Yet Yarlita seemed oblivious, her gaze fixated on the staggering bounty amount. Meanwhile, in the fields of rapeseed, Luffy and his crew had just arrived. Mikey, holding a newspaper, stood in stunned silence. After such arduous efforts and seeking external assistance, Crocodile had surprisingly been defeated. The newspaper reached Nami's hands, who read aloud its contents. Upon hearing, Luffy exclaimed, "What? That guy's pirate crew captain has actually become a warlord of the sea." He snatched the wanted poster and stared intently at the unfamiliar woman, gazing at the long string of numbers below, filled with envy. So much money. Compared to this, that guy's captain seems remarkably strong, with a bounty even higher than that of White Zazu. "Luffy, we still aren't strong enough." Zoro frowned, his voice low. "There's no use discussing this now. The pressing matter is to resolve the issue with the rebels," Sanji interjected. "Sanji, hand me the transponder, Snail. I have a plan. We must return to the palace immediately." Outside the palace walls, White Zazu stood idly on guard, with nothing to do but gaze around. Before long, he spotted King Cobra ascend the walls, and in less than 10 minutes, the king hurriedly descended, standing at the entrance with an anxious expression. Soon, several guards rushed from a distance. King Cobra addressed them. "You four, go to the entrance of Alyabarna to meet Princess Mikey and fully cooperate with her every action." "Yes," replied the members of the Bird Claw squad, including Berta, Bram, and Arrow, respectfully accepting the command. Upon hearing this, White Zazu felt an opportunity for promotion arise and followed without hesitation. The drowsy soldier was taken aback. The king had not summoned them, but seeing White Zazu in motion, he reluctantly trailed behind. "Hey, what you two doing following?" Berta of the guard squad turned to inquire. White Zazu and the soldier halted their steps. "Didn't he the king want us to follow?" White Zazu still yearned to vie for a chance. "Let them join. More hands make lighter work," King Cobra decreed. "Very well. You two shall be temporarily assigned to the Bird Claw squad. All actions must adhere to orders," Berta announced on the spot. "Ding. Congratulations, host, on securing a part-time position to rendezvous with Mikey. Upon completion, a gift package will be awarded." A smile crept upon White Zazu's lips. Chapter 33. Mastering Haki Alyabarna. The capital of the Arabasta Kingdom is situated in the northeastern region of Sun Island, resembling a colossal entity in the desert, quietly overlooking the vast expanse of golden sand. Inside a tavern, Ace cradled a wine glass in one hand, the amber liquid gently swaying within. His gaze pierced through the dust-laden window, anxiously scanning the distance as he murmured to himself, "I wonder if Luffy has seen the message I left. Only a few days remain. If he does not arrive soon, I shall have to leave this place." Since parting ways with Baizé, Ace has been wandering through the streets and alleys of the city, indulging in exquisite food and drink while inquiring about Luffy's whereabouts, all the while keeping an eye out for Blackbeard's movements. Meanwhile, after a long day's journey, Baizé and his companions arrived at the desert outside the city of Aruba. Along the way, Baizé gradually learned of Princess Wei Wei's plan. To prove her identity, Princess Wei Wei decided to first meet with the guard team before proceeding to Catarea to intercept the Kusha forces. She refrained from heading directly to Catarea, fearing a wasted trip. Under the blazing sun, Baizé and his companions waited patiently, and finally, in the afternoon, a group of camels, shrouded in swirling sands, galloped toward them. "Your Highness," shouted a member of the guard team excitedly. It's me, I have returned," Princess Wei Wei responded loudly. And as the camels drew near, she elegantly dismounted. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a large gift package." Baizé felt a surge of delight in his heart, finally fulfilling this temporary task. In high spirits, he began to scrutinize the Straw Hat Pirates. "Princess Wei Wei, they are." Bao Da's gaze swept back and forth over Luffy and the others, sensing a familiarity with the boy in the straw hat. "They are my friends. Thanks to them, I have returned safely. They are here to assist me," Wei Wei introduced with a smile. "Hello, I am Monkey D. Luffy." Luffy grinned widely, showcasing his trademark smile as he introduced himself. However, Zoro was not captivated by Luffy's words. His gaze was fixated on a small soldier within the guard team. The moment their eyes met, Zoro's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly stepped forward to Wei Wei's side, seizing her and using the shave technique to distance themselves from the others while shouting, "Do not approach them." These words detonated like a bomb, instantly alerting Luffy, Sanji, and the others. Nami and Usopp quickly retreated, and although the new member chopper was bewildered, he trusted Zoro implicitly and cautiously took a couple of steps back. Sanji immediately leaped in front of Wei Wei, forming a barrier with his body. "What's going on?" Luffy asked, bewildered, turning to Zoro, who wore a vigilant expression. "Look closely at that guy." Zoro pointed at the small soldier, his demeanor unusually serious. Baizé felt a pang of alarm. He knew he had been exposed. In a moment of desperation, he inquired, "How did you recognize me?" "Who?" Luffy remained perplexed. Instead of answering Luffy directly, Zoro pointed out Baizé's flaw. "Your eyes. You were the first person to defeat me. I will never forget your gaze. That detached, indifferent demeanor. Even if you smeared your face with black, I would still recognize you, the swift Baizé." "What?" Luffy exclaimed in shock, hastily extending his arms to gather Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, transporting them to a safe distance of several meters away. With a crack, the members of the guard team, hearing that name, immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at Baizé. "What are you up to? Why have you infiltrated our ranks?" The guard captain Bao Da demanded loudly. "It is truly unfortunate. It seems I shall have to wear glasses next time." Baish secretly lamented, as his initial plan to accompany Wei Wei and her companions to thwart the rebel forces and thereby secure a promotion had now been utterly dashed. "Speak quickly. What is your objective?" Leopard demanded, sternly once more. Frustrated by the disruption of his plans, Zay turned to glare at him, coldly retorting, "Who do you think you are? What gives you the audacity to question me?" Recognizing Zay's hostile demeanor, Leopard understood that a confrontation was imminent and unhesitatingly issued the command. "Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. The 5 members of the guard pulled their triggers, unleashing a hail of bullets upon Zay. However, to the astonishment of all present, the bullets struck Zay with no effect, as if they had plunged into the depths of the ocean. "How is this possible?" Leopard exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you joking? He can withstand bullets." Usopp gasped in terror. Standing firm, Zay surveyed his surroundings and scoffed. "Is this merely a tickle?" "Zoro, Sanji!" Luffy shouted, taking the initiative. Zoro and Sanji understood immediately and sprang into action. Luffy elongated his arms with remarkable speed, sweeping past the 5 guards and forcefully propelling them aside, creating distance between them and Zay. Sanji had already leapt into the air, executing a graceful arc as he unleashed a fierce kick aimed at Zay's head. Meanwhile, Zoro employed the technique of shave, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he lunged towards Zay, aiming a powerful strike at his chest. In response to their onslaught, Zay slightly raised his right arm, effortlessly blocking Sanji's kick, while simultaneously reaching forward with his other hand. Nevertheless, a sharp pain radiating from his palm and elbow caused him to hesitate momentarily. He swiftly lifted his right leg to kick at Zoro while executing shave, vanishing from sight. Zoro, reacting with remarkable speed, drew his sword and forcefully thrust it into the ground. Zay's cyclone slash collided with Zoro's sword, forcing him into a crouch position as he slid backward, utilizing the friction between the blade and the earth. Boom! Dust erupted into the air. Zoro drew another sword and assumed the classic stance of 3-sword style. From a distance, Zay regarded Zoro and Sanji with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "You two have actually mastered haki?" "And me," Luffy declared confidently, stepping forward to join Zoro and Sanji. "This is impossible." Zay was taken aback. Haki was not something one encountered casually. "There is nothing impossible," Zoro replied matter-of-factly, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to the past. "Ever since you defeated me last time and I witnessed your duel with Mihawk, we realized just how insignificant we truly were. On Reverse Mountain, we encountered the ship's doctor of the Pirate King and sought his guidance on haki. Although he only divulged fragments of knowledge, at Little Garden, the 2 giants imparted their techniques to us without reservation. In our quest to defeat you, Luffy and I practiced tirelessly, exerting 100-fold more effort than usual." Upon concluding his remarks, Zoro fixed his unwavering gaze upon Zay. Zay nodded, genuinely impressed, and praised, "I never expected you to be such diligent warriors." Chapter 34. "Oh no, have I become Teacher Kai? What diligent warriors! I am destined to become the Pirate King," Luffy proclaimed loudly, his voice resonating as if it could pierce the heavens. "You scoundrel," Sanji remarked, his brow furrowed as he inhaled deeply from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke that wafted around him, revealing the sharpness and vigilance in his gaze. "Luffy and the others have shared tales of your deeds. In Shellstown, you masqueraded as a Navy officer. At the Baratai, you infiltrated the Creek pirate crew, and now you dare to impersonate a soldier of the Kingdom's Guard. What is your true purpose?" His words instantly ignited a wave of curiosity among everyone present, as the princess had long been brimming with questions, nearly spilling them forth. "Why should I divulge anything to you?" Zay smirked disdainfully. "Is it merely because of your shallow display of haki?" No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura enveloped him. An intense and formidable conqueror's haki surged forth. In an instant, a fierce crimson energy erupted from Zay, resembling molten lava, transforming the once azure sky into a blood-red hue. Sanji felt an invisible weight pressing down upon him, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his back in an instant. Under the oppressive force, horrifying visions of a sea of corpses flooded his mind, leaving his face as pale as a ghost, his legs quaking uncontrollably. Zoro and Luffy, positioned closer to Zay, were affected even more profoundly, their strength seemingly siphoned away in an instant. Overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness, as if confronted by an invincible deity, rendering them incapable of even contemplating a response. With a clatter, the weapons held by the kingdom's guard clattered to the ground. Among the five, save for Barda, the other four were immediately rendered unconscious, their eyes rolling back. Barda, gritting his teeth, knelt on one knee, sweat pouring from his face as he fought desperately to remain upright. Nami, Usopp. Chopper's small face flushed red as he struggled to call out their names amidst the crushing pressure. At that moment, Nami and Usopp lay still on the ground, lost to the world of consciousness. Surprisingly, however, Wei Wei remained standing, drawing a flicker of astonishment from Bai Zhe, who could not help but commend her resilience. Truly, a born leader, capable of withstanding my overwhelming aura. Though her face was as pale as parchment, Wei Wei felt as if a demon whispered in her ear, urging her to surrender and cease her futile struggles. Yet, recalling the weight of her mission, she bit down on her lip, her nails digging into her palm, forcing herself to remain awake. As Zoro attempted to strike, Bai Ze's gaze pierced like lightning, swiftly turning to glare at him. An overwhelming mental onslaught struck Zoro, akin to a heavy hammer crashing down upon his skull, leaving his legs weak as he nearly toppled over. Desperate to remain upright, he pressed his sword against the ground, gripping the hilt with trembling hands. You dare to dream of defeating me, unable even to stand? Bai Zhe scoffed coldly, redirecting his menacing intent towards Luffy. Luffy's hair stood on end, consumed by a fierce anger at this oppressive sensation, unleashing a furious roar. The so-called Pirate King is nothing but a joke in my eyes. Bai Zhe crossed his arms, his tone frosty and his gaze filled with derision. You wretched fool. Luffy gritted his teeth and spoke each word deliberately, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fierce rage. Do not dismiss my dreams. His words ignited a fire within Mi Wei, who had been on the verge of giving up. In her heart, she cried out, I cannot fall here. With a mighty roar, Luffy unleashed a torrent of vibrant red energy from within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Simultaneously, Mi Wei was enveloped in the same crimson glow. Bai Ze's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. He had intended merely to feign strength, yet had inadvertently become the catalyst that awakened the latent potential within both of them. Not only had Luffy awakened the Conqueror's haki, but Mi Wei, rarely seen in the anime, also awakened this formidable power, leaving him utterly perplexed. Both had just awakened their Conqueror's haki and were yet unfamiliar with its application. They instinctively sought to resist the oppression. Gradually, the momentum of their combined spirit clashed violently in the air, with Bai Ze's haki seemingly faltering under their assault. How could this be? While Luffy's awakening was one thing, Mi Wei had remarkably reached an intermediate level upon her awakening. Bai Ze stared at Mi Wei in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. As the three haki forces clashed fiercely, the clouds above appeared to be torn apart by an invisible hand, splitting the fiery red sky in two, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. With Luffy and Mi Wei offering resistance, Zoro and Sanji finally found a moment to breathe. Zoro, in slightly better condition, glimpsed a glint of cold light in his eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. A faint sword aura, imbued with a fierce presence, surged toward Bai Ze like a bolt of lightning. Bai Ze reacted swiftly, executing the Gale Kick as he unleashed two kicks. With a whoosh, a crescent-shaped slash collided with Zoro's sword aura, while another flew towards Zoro from the side. Three-sword style, demon slash. Zoro bellowed, his three swords carving an uncanny arc through the air, meeting Bai Ze's strike with overwhelming force. With a thunderous crash, the two attacks collided. Zoro's veins bulged as he exerted tremendous effort, deflecting Bai Ze's strike away. As Bai Ze's haki attack dissipated, Luffy and Mi Wei gasped for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing surprise and exhilaration in each other's eyes, as if realizing they had mastered a powerful skill. What on earth is that skill? Sanji exclaimed, his mouth agape as he beheld the residual red glow surrounding Luffy and Mi Wei. Stupid cook, don't lose focus. In this battle, a moment's distraction could cost you your life. Zoro shouted back without turning. Sanji retorted immediately. Do you think I'm like you, Mosshead? Don't underestimate him. He possesses the strength to contend with the world's strongest swordsman. Zoro yelled, urgency evident in his voice. Now is not the time for banter. Luffy took a deep breath, exuding confidence as he stepped toward Zay, turning to Zoro and Sanji. Sanji, Zoro, you are responsible for protecting Nami and the others. This one is mine. Luffy, he is no ordinary opponent. Do not act rashly. Zoro furrowed his brow, attempting to dissuade Luffy. Have no worries, everything will be fine. Luffy assured, thumping his chest with unwavering resolve in his gaze. Observing this, Zoro, though internally anxious, chose to comply with his captain's command. Luffy lifted his gaze toward Hakuzu, his eyes blazing with intensity. Ever since I was defeated by you last time, I have been contemplating how, on this vast ocean, should I encounter another formidable foe like you, I must grow stronger. Otherwise, I cannot protect my companions. Even if their abilities are not remarkable, I wish for them to remain by my side. Thus, I must become the strongest being. And how do you intend to achieve that? Hakuzu asked, arms crossed, a hint of scorn gracing his features, seemingly dismissing Luffy's words. I have racked my brain to devise a new combat technique, solely to ensure that I never lose another companion, Luffy declared as he gradually sank into a martial stance. Hakuzu's eyes widened in shock as he realized. Could it be that he has even mastered this? With a rumbling sound, air pumps began to inflate Luffy's calves, releasing a copious amount of white smoke. Accompanied by a hissing sound of steam, Luffy's body began to glow red. Luffy! Zoro exclaimed, astonished. He had never witnessed Luffy perform such a technique. Sanji, equally dumbfounded, nearly dropped his cigarette. Nearby, Brook's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Nami and Usopp, awakened by Chopper, fixated on Luffy's every move. Second gear? Hakuzu murmured. Luffy paused, lifting his gaze to Hakuzu with a look of confusion. How do you know the name I gave this technique? Huh, you think you could defeat me with just that? Hakuzu scoffed derisively before tearing off his clothing, revealing a chiseled upper body. His muscles were like forged steel, each defined and emanating a chilling aura. What kind of physique is this? How can it be so formidable? Sanji gasped, astonished. In the past, I might not have been your match, but now Luffy inhaled deeply. Determination radiating from his eyes, I am no longer the same. Hakuzu, internally resigned, thought to himself, another victim of the Genjutsu. Chapter 35. The Dance King, Uchiha Hakuzu. Luffy slowly raised his palm, pointing directly at Hakuzu in the distance. Then, let me show you what the so-called second gear is. Before Hakuzu could finish his words, Luffy bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. Gomu Gomu no jet pistol. In an instant, a fleeting shadow, propelled by a fierce wind, shot towards Hakuzu with lightning speed. How fast? Hakuzu's pupils contracted in shock as he hastily activated his Busashoka Haki and Iron Block defense. Boom! The impact of the strike sent Hakuzu flying 30 meters back, carving a long trench in the ground, debris scattering in all directions. Hakuzu dug his feet into the sand, halting his momentum, his face contorted with fury as he shouted, "Hey, you scoundrel! You started your attack before I even finished speaking?" In response to him was not an explanation from Luffy, but rather another impassioned shout. Rubber, rubber. In the blink of an eye, Luffy's figure vanished from his spot. While Zay was still in shock, Luffy appeared before him like a specter. Steam Man. After calling out the name of his technique, Luffy launched himself at Zay like a cannonball. Bang! The two collided fiercely. Luffy expected to send his opponent flying, yet he felt as though he had crashed into an immense mountain, completely unmoved. Instinctively, he looked up and saw a massive fist rapidly enlarging before him. Rubber whip. Without hesitation, Luffy executed the technique he had pilfered from Zay, and in a swift motion, his figure disappeared. Rubber steam gatling. Zay's punch missed, but he reacted with remarkable speed, immediately employing the technique known as paper drawing. Luffy emerged from the side, his arms swinging rapidly, fists raining down like a tempest. Is this man a monster? How can he evade such a flurry of punches? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is one of the Navy's 6 techniques, paper drawing, which allows the body to become as supple and agile as paper. Though Luffy's fists are swift, landing a hit on Baize will not be so simple. Zoro interjected, his brow furrowed, a serious expression on his face. Suddenly, with a gust of wind, Baize seized the moment to counterattack, delivering a fierce kick that unleashed a crescent-shaped slash, slicing towards Luffy with lethal force. Luffy once again vanished, leveraging his astounding speed. With the second gear combined with one of the Navy's 6 techniques, Shave, Luffy's velocity had surpassed Baize's. Baize perceived only a fleeting shadow before instinctively throwing a punch. As expected, Luffy materialized before him, throwing a punch of his own. Bang! The 2 fists collided heavily. Luffy felt a jolt of pain flash across his face, but he suppressed it, continuing to fight, and swiftly kicked out, elongating his leg to target Baize's chin. Baize reacted instantaneously, his left foot gathering the power of Haki, raising his hand to firmly block the strike at his chin. Rubber! Headbutt! Luffy shouted, his head rapidly elongating. Bang! Their heads collided with tremendous force. Baize's head was jolted back slightly. Even someone as formidable as him felt a twinge of pain. Luffy, however, bore the brunt of the impact even more acutely. This technique, though powerful, was a double-edged sword. But in his determination to defeat Baize, Luffy paid no heed, resolved to utilize every means at his disposal. Seizing the moment, Baize staggered backward. Luffy's left hand transformed into a pliable whip, striking at Baize. Observing this, Baize swiftly retracted his fist, adopting a defensive posture akin to a fighter, his arms raised like shields before his face. Crack! Luffy's whip-like strikes landed against Baize's arms, effortlessly deflected. Fall down for me! Luffy roared. Unbeknownst to him, his right fist had been drawn back significantly. As his words fell, his fist, imbued with immense elasticity, crashed into Baize's abdomen like a cannonball. Bang! Baize was sent flying like a projectile, hurtling 100 meters before crashing into the city wall. With a thunderous roar, the entrance wall of the city collapsed, sending up a cloud of dust. Yoshi! Nami exclaimed, leaping with excitement upon witnessing the enemy being sent flying. After Luffy launched his attack, he fixed his gaze intently on the direction of the swirling dust, not daring to lower his guard for a moment. Amidst the ruins, Baize lay on the ground, staring at the sky with an expression of disbelief. He never anticipated that he would actually feel pain. Luffy's speed had surpassed my own, and if he struck me 4 or 5 more times, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. However, engaging in a spar with such an opponent without the use of weapons would be greatly beneficial for my own skills. On the other side, Sanji watched the dust, noticing Baize's prolonged absence, and murmured to himself, did it succeed? Almost. A cold, indifferent voice emerged from the haze, and Baize gracefully floated into the air, stepping lightly as if dancing on the moon. How could this be? Usopp gasped in astonishment, stunned to see Baize unharmed. Just moments ago, Luffy's attack was so swift that he barely registered it. How could Baize emerge unscathed? This revelation was difficult for Usopp to digest. Look, he is injured, Chopper shouted, his keen eyes catching a glimpse of blood at the corner of Baize's mouth. Baize wiped the blood away and looked at Luffy, praising him. Not bad. A splendid performance. How infuriating. Luffy's expression turned unusually grave as he stared intently at Baize. So I still couldn't bring him down, Zoro remarked, gazing at Baize in the air. Luffy, keep attacking. Why are you just standing there? Strike while the iron is hot. Usopp yelled anxiously. Zoro slightly turned his head, explaining to the others. Once Luffy activates his so-called second gear, he gains immense power to contend with Baize, but the strain on his body is tremendous. He likely won't be able to maintain it for long. Upon hearing Zoro's words, everyone turned their attention to Luffy. Indeed, he was gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. Luffy cast a glance at his worried companions, gritted his teeth, and propelled himself off the ground, launching into the air like an arrow released from a bow. What? Zoro and the others stared in shock. The sound of air being trampled echoed as Baize was equally astonished. He can actually run in the air. At that moment of disbelief, Luffy raced upwards, stretching his arms back rapidly. His speed intensified, and in the blink of an eye, he was near by Zay. He bellowed, "Rubber steam, big hammer." The elongated arms swiftly retracted, striking viciously at Zay's head from both sides. "How fast?" Baisha exclaimed, hastily retracting his moonwalk and employing a defensive iron block. The powerful fists landed heavily on either side of his head. "Steam spear," Luffy shouted again, one leg rapidly extending like a spear, thrusting towards Zay's chest as he defended. With a resounding crash, Zay was sent flying once more, soaring over 100 meters before crashing to the ground and sliding for another 200 meters. Ha ha ha! Lying on the ground, Zay couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of being knocked away again. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, eyeing Luffy, who was descending from the sky, panting heavily. "Since my arrival in this world, you were the first to launch me into the air. Can you still dance? Do you have no other tricks?" Zay, increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Continue to please me. In Chapter 36, I, Zay, shall proclaim you the strongest." The fervent light flickered in Zay's eyes as he eagerly anticipated the adversary's next move. Curious to see what means could possibly defeat someone capable of contending with a rear admiral. How infuriating! Could it be that even this maneuver is ineffective against him? Luffy, with both hands planted firmly on the ground, felt as though an invisible hand was tightly gripping his heart, the weight of which rendered him utterly fatigued. This was his first formal execution of this technique, and he had not anticipated such significant side effects. The promise he had just made to his comrades flashed through his mind, causing his expression to grow solemn. He knew he must summon every ounce of strength to completely vanquish the foe before him. With a deep breath, Luffy steadied himself and assumed a horse stance. Upon witnessing this, Zay immediately recognized Luffy's intention to go all in, to settle the matter with a single decisive move, and he let out an excited roar. "Excellent. Continue to dance." Luffy's gaze sharpened as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Rubber steam, machine gun." In an instant, a barrage of fists, dense as a torrential downpour, surged forth like a black tide, crashing towards Zay. Zay swiftly gathered his armament haki, his aura swelling dramatically, and unleashed a thunderous roar of his own. Ha! His fists moved with the swiftness of lightning, his right leg executing fierce slashes that clashed head-on with Luffy's blows. Bang! Bang! The arena reverberated with the clash of fists and the howling winds. Zay's slicing kicks were met and thwarted by Luffy's haki-imbued punches. The speed of their confrontation reached an unimaginable peak, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ah! To vanquish Zay, Luffy gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain radiating from his fists, and relentlessly pressed his assault, his demeanor unwavering until his adversary lay defeated. Zay, while fending off Luffy's relentless attacks, bellowed, "With such speed, I acknowledge you. Among those who have faced me in combat, none surpass your prowess in physical techniques. I, Zay, shall dub you the strongest among newcomers." This declaration seemed to ignite Luffy's fighting spirit entirely, prompting him to roar towards the heavens. Ha! His attack speed intensified, and his strength surged. Bang! A powerful punch landed, and Zay, unable to intercept in time, took a heavy blow to the chest. Bang bang! Two more fists struck, causing Zay to stagger backward. How could this be? How was his speed still increasing? Zay's face bore astonishment, as doubt began to swell within him. He prided himself on possessing a physique even mightier than Lucci's. How could he be gradually falling behind in this contest against Luffy? Luffy's rate of growth was astonishingly rapid, as if he were visibly becoming stronger by the second. After enduring two more punches, Zay resolved to counterattack. He abruptly withdrew his fist from the exchange and executed the shave technique, vanishing from sight like a specter. Luffy's punch missed its target, and his momentum vanished in an instant, leaving him overwhelmed by fatigue as his body began to shrink rapidly. In the next moment, Zay appeared behind Luffy like a phantom. Luffy quickly turned around, his eyes wide with terror, due to the side effects of his shrinking. He found himself unable to retaliate in time, witnessing Zay assume a posture of embrace with both hands. The formidable Baizé bellowed as he forcefully thrust his hands towards Luffy's chest, unleashing the Six Kings spear. A powerful shockwave erupted, causing Luffy's eyes to widen in disbelief. A surge of energy erupted from his back, and he violently spat out blood. "Wow!" he exclaimed, staggering backward with 2 unsteady steps. "Luffy!" Zoro cried out in despair, unsheathing his sword without hesitation and charging forward with a swift shave. Sanji, a moment slower in his reaction, followed closely behind Zoro. Baizé delivered a vicious kick towards Luffy, sending him uncontrollably flying away. Zoro quickly altered his trajectory, catching Luffy securely in his arms. "Zoro, buy me some time. I need to regain my strength," Luffy gasped, weakly collapsing into Zoro's embrace. "Rest assured, Luffy." Zoro gently laid Luffy down, brandishing his blade and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, upon noticing Sanji's advance, Baizé swiftly turned, grasping 4 fingers of his right hand with his left, applying slight pressure to snap them. Finger gun. With a flick of his bent fingers, 4 bullet-like air projectiles shot forth, hurtling towards Sanji. Sanji's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a bizarre technique from Baizé. Caught off guard, he was struck by the air bullets as he leaped to evade. Thud! 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 The sound of the projectiles penetrating flesh echoed, and Sanji, enduring excruciating pain in his chest, retaliated with a kick aimed at Baizé. Baizé decisively raised his leg to counter, their legs colliding with a fierce impact. Ultimate Fire Star. Usopp provided support from a distance, launching a fiery bullet like a meteor towards Baizé's head. Baizé, seemingly unfazed, made no attempt to dodge the attack. Boom! An explosion enveloped Baizé, shrouding him in a dense cloud of smoke. Thud! 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 Amidst the swirling mist, the sounds of physical clashes intensified. After a series of relentless assaults, Sanji let out a pain cry wow, as he was propelled from the smoke, crashing heavily to the ground. "Sanji!" Nami shouted, her face etched with worry. At that moment, the fabric of Sanji's right leg was tattered by the near explosion of Usopp's gunpowder star. "How powerful!" Sanji uttered gravely, struggling to articulate as he cast a glance at Luffy, who was gasping for breath on the ground, with Zoro standing guard beside him, alert for Baizé's next move. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Baizé emerged unscathed before their eyes. Witnessing this sight, a wave of despair washed over the group. "What shall we do? How can we possibly defeat such an adversary?" Mikey trembled in fear. "Little brat, was your last attack meant to light my birthday candles?" Suddenly, Usopp was startled by a voice that sent his heart racing. He looked up to find Baizé had vanished from his sight. Usopp's heart sank as he realized the danger. Just as he turned, an elbow strike rapidly loomed before him. Thud! Ugh! Usopp was struck hard, sent flying through the air. "Usopp!" Chopper cried out in fury, instantly transforming into his animal form and emitting a fierce roar. Grr! Like a rampaging bull, he charged towards Whitebeard. With a light touch of his feet, Whitebeard leaped high into the air. Chopper hurtled beneath him, only to collide with empty space. In the next moment, Whitebeard's elbow descended from above like thunder. With a single strike, Chopper's eyes bulged as his animal form crashed heavily onto the ground. Whitebeard's elbow pressed against Chopper's neck. "Chopper!" Sanji shouted, intending to rush forward to rescue him, but he saw Whitebeard grasping Chopper by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Sanji hesitated, unwilling to act recklessly. "Why can't you just behave like a pet? Why must you resort to fighting?" Whitebeard inquired, addressing the bloodied Chopper. "I'm not a pet." Chopper, though gripped by fear, summoned courage to retort loudly. "What future do you foresee with these individuals?" Whitebeard said, gesturing for Chopper to glance at his companions nearby. Chopper followed Whitebeard's gaze. "They are too weak. Weakness is unseemly. Why not join me instead? I could bestow upon you the title of Choosy, and one day, you will possess a name as renowned as Whitebeard's." At that moment, Whitebeard felt a fondness for talent. Chopper's kind-heartedness and unwavering loyalty stirred something within him. "Stop dreaming." Chopper decisively rejected Whitebeard without a second thought. "Now that I have you in my grasp, do you not fear that I could easily end your life with a mere exertion of strength?" Whitebeard asked curiously, though he had no true intention of harming Chopper. He merely sought to intimidate him. As anticipated, Chopper's expression turned ashen at those words. Memories of Dr. Hiralik, Dr. Kareha, and his adventurous companions flooded his mind. Bastard! Let Chopper go! Zoro bellowed in fury. Calm down, Zoro. Chopper is still in his hands, Sanji urgently reminded him. Countless images flashed through Chopper's mind. No, I cannot die here. Chopper's form swiftly shrank back into his adorable state, yet Whitebeard's grip remained unyielding around his neck. With great difficulty, Chopper reached into his backpack. Pondering, should I use it? This medicine is not yet fully developed. He glanced at his worried companions, gritted his teeth, and resolved, it doesn't matter, otherwise. Luffy and the others will surely be in grave danger. With this thought, Chopper seized the only rumble ball he carried and prepared to ingest it, hoping to gain strength to defeat his adversary. However, Whitebeard's fingers swiftly pinched the spherical pill from the side. Oh dear, you cannot consume this recklessly. I shall take this medicine. With that, Whitebeard stored the rumble ball in his system space, intending to study it thoroughly at a later opportunity. Damn it! Chopper howled in despair, his last glimmer of hope extinguished. Chapter 37. The Disruptor King be a good pet. This violence is not suited for you, Whitebeard proclaimed, placing Chopper down amidst his bewildered expression. Chopper's nose twitched slightly, his face a mask of astonishment, utterly perplexed by the situation. Did the opponent truly let it go? Chopper stood there in a daze. Baize turned gracefully, casting his gaze towards Luffy in the distance, and called out loudly, Haven't you rested yet? Let me witness your third gear. These words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Luffy momentarily stunned, before he shouted back, How do you know what I'm thinking? This guy. Zoro furrowed his brows tightly, his three swords trembling slightly, as he fixed his intense gaze on Baize, racking his brain to comprehend how the opponent had discerned Luffy's thoughts. You think? Baize smirked with a hint of amusement, then continued, Otherwise, would I wait for you to rest? If I didn't want to see what you could do you really think you'd have a strength to speak here? Upon hearing this, Luffy sprang up from the ground, his expression turning grave. In that case, Luffy elongated his words, took a deep breath, and thrust his thumb into his mouth, blowing with all his might. In an instant, his fist swelled at a visible pace, becoming as enormous as a small mountain. Third gear, bound man, Luffy declared as he brandished his colossal fist. Just barely worth a glance, but that is all. Baize crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disdain. Next, I shall defeat you with a single blow. Luffy gritted his teeth, resolutely retorting. Is that so? Baize sneered contemptuously. His fingers clenched tightly as a tremendous wave of Conqueror's haki surged like a torrential tide, rapidly coiling around his fist. Crimson lightning danced like a spirited serpent upon his arm. Witnessing this scene, Zoro and Sanji's faces turned pale, startled by such a display of power. Luffy, Zoro shouted urgently, his voice strained with concern. Luffy's confidence evaporated in an instant. He instinctively sensed that he could not withstand the force of the impending strike. How can you wield lightning? Luffy exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Baize's gaze was sharp as he retorted, It's no secret. I am harnessing Conqueror's haki intertwined with armament haki. The latter reinforces the solidity of my fist, while the former inflicts internal damage. Your so-called third gear is nothing more than a joke before me. I intended to experience this blow firsthand, but it seems I won't have that opportunity now. As Baize spoke, his gaze sharpened like a hawk's, directed towards the distant city walls, and he shouted, If you don't come out now, I shall truly strike with lethal intent. As if to validate his words, a figure descended from the walls like a specter, landing firmly before Luffy, announcing loudly, Cease your assault, Baize. Are you intent on killing my brother? Who is it? Zoro immediately went on high alert, his sword emanating a chilling glint as he cautiously inquired, Aren't you afraid I might strike you down suddenly? Additionally, when did you arrive? Baize squinted, fixing his gaze on the newcomer. Ah, you wouldn't understand. I can sense that you harbor no murderous intent and are not truly prepared to kill. As for my arrival, it was likely when Luffy unleashed his so-called second gear. Ace removed his hat, revealing a radiant smile, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for putting me your younger brother. To the test. You need not thank me. I merely wish to give them a good beating, Bai replied with a smirk. Initially, he had intended to witness the power of the third gear, but unexpectedly, Ace had appeared. To draw Ace out, he had reluctantly resorted to using his conqueror's haki. Luffy's expression froze, the familiar voice illuminating his heart like a beam of light, dispelling the shadows that loomed over him. Ace turned, adjusted his hat, and performed his signature gesture with a smile, greeting, "Hey, Luffy, it's been a while. I didn't realize you had grown so strong." "Ace," Luffy exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as his arms rapidly shrank like a bolt of black lightning, rushing to Ace and leaping onto him, locking his arms tightly around Ace's neck. "Luffy, who is he?" Sanji questioned, bewildered by Luffy's exuberance. "He's my brother, Ace." Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was taken aback. Zoro, who had already found the figure familiar, was astonished as the wanted poster flashed in his mind. "You are Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates." This revelation rippled through the group like a stone cast into a still lake. Usopp screamed in terror, "What? He is Ace, Luffy's brother, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries." Nami covered her mouth in fear, her voice quivering. Reunited after a long separation, Luffy was so overwhelmed with joy that he nearly forgot about the enemy. He abruptly jumped off Ace, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. "Ace, that guy is incredibly strong. I fear I am no match for him. Of course, he is a pirate with a bounty of 700 million berries. The captain of the 17th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, capable of defeating Crocodile with a single blow. How could you possibly stand against him?" Ace's words caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. "What? He defeated Crocodile?" they uttered in disbelief. "Indeed, I was there. Bai dispatched him in one move. He is formidable," Ace patiently explained. "Wait, did you say he is from your crew?" Zoro's eyes sharpened, sensing the significance, and quickly inquired. "He just joined a few days ago." Ace nodded in acknowledgement, "So do not be afraid. He was merely playing a prank on you." This statement pierced Luffy's heart like a sharp needle. Upon realizing that Bai was not an enemy, he mumbled softly, "What the heck? I exerted all my strength and he..." Ace patted Luffy's shoulder, offering comfort. "You are already quite strong. I saw that just now. If you could master a more potent form of armament haki, you could even contend with a Marine captain, Luffy. You have indeed grown stronger." It was then that Ace inquired about the reason for the altercation. "By the way, Bai, why did you attack Luffy and his crew? He is my brother, after all. What else could I do? That guy got me fired. Is it not permissible to give them a good thrashing?" Bai pointed at Zoro with a hint of irritation and remarked, "So, you harbor no deep-seated grudges?" Ace continued to probe. In truth, the animosity between Bai and Luffy was minimal, primarily involving Monkey D. Dragon. Were it not for the substantial daily profits accrued as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Bai would have long sought to vex Luffy, merely to irritate Dragon. Having successfully exacted revenge last time, he had no intention of troubling Luffy again, especially considering Ace's presence. A steady daily income of 20 is no trifling matter. Without this mutual benefit, Luffy would likely have met a grim fate the moment he appeared. "Ace, that guy nearly killed me twice," Luffy complained like a wronged child. Turning to Ace, Ace glanced at Bai, his eyes brimming with questions. "Do you think I'm insane?" Bai posed a perplexing question to Ace. No, Ace quickly replied. "Since I am not mad, I could never strike first. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at him for interrupting my work. I'll let it slide this time for your sake, Ace, but next time, fortune may not favor him. I hope you all tread carefully." Having said this, Bai produced a plastic barrel and vanished from sight like a fleeting glow. Even Ace, who sought to resolve the hostility, stood in a daze. Chapter 38. The red-haired course change after a few seconds. Ace snapped out of his stupor and smiled at the others. "You must be my brother's crew. I am grateful for your care of him." Ace spoke with utmost respect, slightly bowing in gratitude. Hi. Nami found herself at a loss, struggling to adapt to the acknowledgement from such a renowned pirate, her smile appearing rather forced. "I am Sanji, the chef aboard the ship." "I am Usopp." "I am." After a round of introductions, Luffy, brimming with curiosity, asked Ace, How did that guy become a member of your crew? He's truly wicked, even beating up children. Really? Is that true? Ace expressed his surprise. Indeed it is. Luffy recounted the entirety of Kobe's experiences, detailing how he had met Kobe and the individuals encountered along the way. Upon hearing this, Ace grasped the underlying reasons for Baize's actions. You may have misunderstood him. Baize's dream is to experience various professions, sometimes as a sailor, other times as a laborer. When you encountered him, he was merely serving as a Navy officer. Had your friend not exposed his identity, he would not have resorted to such extreme measures against that child. Subsequently, Ace shared his own encounter with Baize, along with the requests Baize made upon boarding and his aspirations, ultimately advising, therefore, should you meet him again at sea, even if he is engaged in the most absurd of jobs, do not reveal his identity. Otherwise, he will surely retaliate. Sanji, having listened intently, nodded in agreement. As far as right and wrong go, we too bear some responsibility for disturbing him. It seems he completed every task with utmost diligence, even managing to collect the bill for the meals he didn't pay. Indeed, it is akin to someone interfering with Luffy's dream of becoming the Pirate King. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly feel enraged. Zoro concurred. Rest assured, Baize is a member of our crew, even if he harbors some discontent towards you. For my sake, he shall not hold it against you. Luffy, when you see him next, remember to offer an apology, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Ace remarked with a smile. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 4,710,000 berries and 1,000,000 bullets. There is nothing of value. Baize gazed at the notification on the system interface, a flicker of disappointment illuminating his features. What are you pondering? Arlita observed Baize lost in thought, approaching with a bottle of liquor and handing it to him. Baize withdrew his gaze from the interface and replied, I am contemplating the captain's next course of action. Arlita glanced at the dozens of subordinates practicing behind her and sighed. Currently, we are severely lacking in manpower and elite personnel. I intend to set sail to recruit some new crew members. Baize began to recall the storyline. There appeared to be no particularly suitable candidates in the short term, unless he attempted to intercept Blackbeard's crew. However, he was uncertain whether those individuals had already been recruited in this timeline. After a moment of contemplation, Baize resolved to investigate further. I know of a location where we might recruit some elite members. Would you be interested in going, Captain? Baize inquired. Arlita, eager to bolster the strength of her pirate crew, asked urgently, where is it? Magic Valley Town. With their target determined, the Arlita pirates promptly prepared to set sail. The ship Baize had crafted during his previous stint as a carpenter was now put to good use. Arlita directed the pirates in outfitting the new vessel, making final preparations for their departure. Meanwhile, in a remote underground chamber along the Grand Line, a birdman was excitedly gripping a telephone, his eyes fixated on the fax machine. Soon a photograph emerged. You have done splendidly. I have decided to award your team an additional bonus. Morgans exclaimed as he gazed at the photo, elated. Recently, there had been a dearth of major news, and he had been troubled. Little did he expect that the personnel from Alabasta would bring such a delightful surprise. During the Newsbird's covert recording, it had also captured the dialogue from the duel, ensuring this story would become the talk of the town. Boss, it's merely a vice-captain of the 7 warlords and a newcomer from the East Sea. The content of the duel is trivial to those great pirates. Hardly captivating their attention, a subordinate voiced his concerns. What do you understand? There is also Fire Fist Ace. A gleam of pride flashed in Morgan's eyes. I have already conceived a headline. Swift Baize endorses Straw Hat Luffy, declaring him the strongest newcomer from the East Sea. Fire Fist Ace, unconvinced, seeks to challenge him, causing Swift Baize to flee in panic. ISNT that rather inappropriate? Shouldn't we report the truth? Boss, your approach contradicts our original intent. The subordinate protested, his face filled with resistance. There's no choice. The seas are too tranquil at present. Aside from Crocodile's capture, there have been no significant events. If we do not generate some buzz, my title as the King of News might be supplanted by gossip columns. Morgan shrugged helplessly, rest assured. It is not something I do frequently. Who knows what they actually said back then? The Swift Baize indeed departed. Could it be that those at sea would specifically seek out a confrontation with Fire Fist Ace? Upon hearing this, his subordinates felt that Morgans had a point. Soon, this news article spread across the globe. Unbeknownst to Morgans, this sensational report would soon bring considerable trouble to Baizé. The day after the publication, high-ranking officials at the Navy headquarters came across the report. The fact that it received Baizé's acknowledgement indicated that the previous bounty was indeed too low. Let us raise it by 20 million. Although Luffy is the grandson of Garp, Sengoku could not simply turn a blind eye to this report and symbolically increase the bounty. On the seas of the New World, Mihawk gazed at the newspaper, a smile gracing his lips. I never imagined that fellow would also recognize the individual favored by Shanks. It appears my judgment was not in vain. I wonder how Roronoa Zoro fared in that battle. I eagerly anticipate our future confrontation. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, holding the newspaper, burst into hearty laughter. Look, my son was actually scared off by Ace. Ha ha ha, old man, this is too hilarious. Marco Chuckel incontrolably. What kind of newspaper is this? It's utterly absurd. Don't they realize that Baizé is one of us? Vistarimarkt, exasperated. To be honest, in terms of strength, Ace is no match for Baizé. If anything, it should be reported that Ace was the one who was frightened away. Morgans truly dares to fabricate any news. Diamond Jozu lamented. No, Ace would never be scared away. Even if he cannot win, he would never flee from a fight. Blamank retorted earnestly. Indeed, the 10th Division captain added, after all, Ace is a reckless man who fears nothing. At this, everyone erupted into laughter once more. Simultaneously, aboard the Red Force navigating through the New World, Shanks held the newspaper and suddenly commanded loudly, cease sailing. Change course, head to the Grand Line. What's going on? Boss, didn't you say you were going to meet Whitebeard? Jesus Burgess asked, his face filled with curiosity, looking directly at Shanks, who now bore a dark and foreboding expression. Luffy has encountered a predicament that he cannot resolve. You can see for yourselves, Shanks said gravely, passing the newspaper to his companions. They took turns reading it. Beckman took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly spoke. Captain, what do you intend to do? Captain, perhaps at ISNT as serious as you think. Maybe it's just a friendly sparring session, Bongsan cautiously suggested. Regardless of the situation, I must confirm it personally. Luffy cannot afford to be in danger. He is not yet matured, and any threat to him must be entirely eradicated. If not, all our years of effort will be in vain. Shanks' brow furrowed, his words resolute. It seems the captain has made his decision. Beckman, who understood Shanks best, could not help but reflect. Alas, there is no other way. Shanks sighed softly. Beckman was well aware of the reason behind Shanks' sigh. Should we venture towards Ace, it would undoubtedly consume a significant amount of time, leaving Luffy's situation prone to unforeseen complications. Conversely, if we were to head towards Luffy, it would mean no one could persuade Whitebeard on Ace's behalf. In light of this, I shall undertake a journey to Whitebeard on behalf of the captain. Beckman took a deep draw from his cigar, having made his decision. Upon hearing this, Shanks exclaimed joyfully, I am immensely grateful to you, Beckman. Do not be too hasty in your thanks. Intervening in the affairs of other pirate crews can easily ignite conflict. You must pray that Whitebeard remains calm. Otherwise, my safe return would be in serious jeopardy. It would be utterly humiliating if the captain had to come to my rescue. That will not happen. Whitebeard is quite proud. He might even consider recruiting you. Just don't forget us if you end up joining the Whitebeard Pirates, my first mate. The previously tense atmosphere was instantly lightened by Shanks' remark. Ha ha, indeed. We might find ourselves calling you the captain of the 17th Division. Yasopp joined in the banter. You too. Enough with the jesting. Let's part ways here. The captain should confirm the situation promptly and rendezvous at the entrance of a new world. As Beckman finished speaking, the nearby underlings sprang into action. Before long, provisions and a small boat were prepared. Beckman leapt onto the small vessel. Farewell, everyone. He waved as he stood on the boat. Be careful, Beckman. Remember to bring back some fine wine from Whitebeard's ship. I want cigars. I want meat. You lot. I'm not going to a feast. You're delusional if you think I can indulge. As long as I don't get beaten up, I'll count myself fortunate. Let alone bringing anything back. I don't have that kind of clout. Beckman grumbled as he turned to his two subordinates on the ship and commanded, set sail. Beckman, Do take care. We will miss you. On board the large ship, Shanks and his crew waved their farewells with reluctance. I will, Beckman replied, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the crew. Yet, at that moment, he was unaware that this departure would mark an eternal farewell from his comrades. Days later, the Love Duck ship docked steadily at the harbor of Magic Valley Town. Finally arrived. That journey was unbearably slow. Bizet exclaimed as he set foot on land. It is simply the nature of sea travel, Aurita consoled. Had it not been for the large number of people, Bizet would have preferred to teleport directly with Aurita. Life on the ship had been exceedingly dull. Let us find a tavern to unwind before recruiting more crew. Bizet agreed with Aurita's suggestion. Leaving a few pirates behind to guard the ship, Bizet swaggered into town with 20 of his subordinates. As soon as they appeared, they were recognized. Look, those two. It's the 7 warlords Aurita and the vice-captain, the swift Bizet. What are these formidable figures doing here? Both are notorious pirates with bounties of 700 million. The pirates and civilians lining the streets displayed expressions of astonishment. A number of bounty hunters, eager to earn a fortune, immediately sold the news of White Z and Yarlita once they confirmed their identities. On the Grand Line, a ship surged forward with remarkable speed. Aunt Xia, has the information been verified? Red-haired Shanks inquired, his voice low as he held the transponder snail. The information is absolutely reliable. I have just received several offers from bounty hunters selling this news. Let me whisper this to you. It's not just you searching for him. The Revolutionary Army has also issued a bounty for his whereabouts. Came the voice of Xia Qi through the transponder snail. I have received intelligence from the Navy, indicating that this individual seems to have exposed the lair of Monkey D. Dragon, which led to his acquiring the title of Warlord of the Sea, resulting in the capture of most Revolutionary Army members. Red-haired Shanks paused, slightly taken aback. And here's another astonishing piece of news, Xia Qi continued. What news? He pressed eagerly. All members of the Revolutionary Army who were imprisoned and impelled down have vanished. The world government is furious over this. They originally planned to draw out the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but now everything has fallen apart. Moreover, the person who issued the bounty for White Z's whereabouts is someone you would never expect. Stop beating around the bush and just tell me. Shanks urged, his tone amiable. It is none other than the recently captured commander of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. If you wish to settle accounts with him, you must act swiftly, lest someone else gets to him first. I understand. Thank you, Aunt Xia. Shanks expressed his gratitude before hanging up the phone and promptly commanding his crew to sail at full speed. Inside the bar in Magic Valley Town, pirates parted to create a pathway. White Z and Yarlita sauntered to the most conspicuous seats and settled down leisurely. A server, noticing their presence, was about to speak up to intervene. Shoo, are you out of your mind? Those are warlords of the sea. Do not stir up trouble. The bar owner hastily cautioned in a low voice. Soon, exquisite food and drink were served. While enjoying their meal, White Z and Yarlita surveyed the patrons in the bar. Perhaps due to their illustrious reputations, the pirates within dared not raise their voices, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat stifling. Before long, the wooden door of the bar creaked open. A yellow-haired man wearing sunglasses swaggered in, flanked by 2 women. Upon entering, he sensed the unusually quiet atmosphere and grinned. You needn't be so quiet just because you knew I was coming. Don't worry, I won't harm any of you. This man was Bellamy, the hyena, notorious for his bounty of 55 million berries and his association with the Don Quixote name. He assumed the subdued demeanor of the crowd was due to their fear of him, which filled him with pride. The server contemplated warning Bellamy, but, upon glancing at the 2 formidable pirates seated with their backs to the entrance, thought better of it. As Bellamy spoke, he noticed the pirates lowering their heads even further, save for one table where the pirates were looking at him with peculiar expressions, which irritated him immensely. Determined to teach these individuals a lesson, he was about to confront them when he inadvertently noticed that his designated seat was occupied. He abruptly pushed aside the 2 women beside him and stormed over. You there, do you not realize that this seat is mine? How dare you occupy my exclusive throne? Bellamy stood behind Baze and Yalita, his expression dark enough to drip water. The crowd around them craned their necks, eager to witness the unfolding drama. A group of pirates at a nearby table attempted to rise, but Baze gestured to halt them without even turning his head. This scene did not escape Bellamy's notice. So they are all in cahoots. No wonder they exude such confidence. Baze leisurely lifted his teacup, took a delicate sip, and then slowly inquired. And then? Bellamy, momentarily taken aback, quickly retorted with scorn, "Don't think that just because you have over 20 subordinates, you can stand against me." The notorious hyena Bellamy. Upon declaring his name, he found his adversary not only unperturbed but also refusing to acknowledge him. Bellamy's fury ignited. "I am speaking to you." Baze remained unfazed, instead sharing a sentiment with Yalata beside him. "Ah, Captain, this individual is truly naval." "Indeed," Yalata concurred. This remark thoroughly ignited Bellamy's wrath. "I am Bellamy. You will perish." Before he could finish, Bellamy leapt forward, swinging his fist towards Baze's head. With a swift motion, a shadow flashed before Bellamy's eyes, followed by a sharp pain in his skull. "Then you go die first." Bang! The table shattered instantly, and the floor cracked beneath the impact. Bellamy's head struck the ground heavily. Baze, stepping on Bellamy's head, scoffed, "What audacity do you possess to act insolently before me? Who granted you such courage?" Liang Jingru? Chapter 40. Yalata's betrayal in the bar. The atmosphere had turned eerily silent. Everyone was lost in contemplation, their minds swirling with the same question. Who exactly is Liang Jingru? Scoundrel. Blood gushed from Bellamy's mouth and nose, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a single blow, he felt as though struck by lightning, paralyzed. Baze gradually lifted his foot, casually wiping the blood off his hands onto Bellamy's clothing, coldly stating, "If you are to possess a worth of several million berry, you must have the awareness to match. Not everyone can be trifled with." With that, Baze turned to Yalata and said, "All right, Captain, let us depart. It's time to recruit some crew." The two made their way toward the bar's entrance. Lying on the ground, Bellamy, upon hearing their intention to leave, summoned all his strength to rise, shouting hoarsely, "You scoundrels, stop right there." Bellamy refused to accept defeat at their hands. Otherwise, what would become of the Don Quixote name? His roar halted Baze and Yalata in their tracks, prompting them to turn slowly. "Oh, do you wish to challenge me further?" A flicker of doubt crossed Baze's eyes as he asked. The moment Bellamy recognized Baze's visage, his voice trembled uncontrollably. "Why, you are the swift Baze. And the warlord Yalata." In that instant, Bellamy regretted his actions deeply, realizing he had provoked such formidable opponents, individuals who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the illustrious Don Quixote. Upon envisioning the scene where the young master might erupt in fury upon learning of this situation, Bellamy was drenched in cold sweat. "I have heard that you are in the process of recruiting personnel. Allow me to take charge of this matter as a means to atone for my recent misstep." For the sake of the young master, Bellamy chose to swallow his pride, hoping to seize this opportunity to rectify his error while simultaneously rallying Baze and others to bolster the young master's strength. "You are somewhat perceptive. That will suffice. We shall wait here and observe your performance. Should you satisfy us, when next we encounter Don Quixote da Flamingo, I will surely speak favorably of you." Elated by such a promise, Bellamy was nearly leaping with excitement. "I shall depart at once." As he rushed away, his jubilant figure elicited a resigned shake of the head from Baze. This fellow, not only having suffered blows, willingly offered his services to them. It appeared he had indeed grown accustomed to being a lackey. "Will he be able to recruit effectively for us?" Yarlita inquired, turning her gaze towards Baze. "Although his bounty is not substantial, he is a significant figure in this town. Having him recruit will undoubtedly be swifter than if we were to do it ourselves. We need only exercise patience here," Baze explained, subsequently resuming his seat. Soon, under Bellamy's fervent promotion, pirates surged into the bar like a tidal wave, crowding the establishment to its limits. To facilitate interviews, Baze instructed that a table be brought outside the bar. The two formidable identities of the warlords of the sea, along with their bounty of 700 million, attracted an increasing number of pirates seeking employment, many aspiring to secure positions of authority aboard the ship based on their own bounties. However, Baze's standards were exceedingly stringent, and by the following day, not a single individual had met the criteria for a leadership role. "What commotion? What is happening over there?" A tall man wearing an eye patch inquired, his face a picture of confusion, as he addressed the proprietor of a nearby shop. You mean you are unaware? The warlord of the sea, Yarlita, along with her first mate Zay, is currently recruiting subordinates. This has been ongoing for over a day now. I see. The tall man murmured to himself, before quietly adding, It seems I must report this matter to the captain. This individual was none other than Van Oka, a future renowned figure from the East Blue, and the very person Zay was most eager to recruit in Magic Valley Town. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Bellamy was leisurely sipping his drink, listening to the counsel of his subordinates. Bellamy, are you certain you do not wish to inform Master? What if they are at odds with the young Master? I believe it would be prudent to report this. Initially, Bellamy had intended to complete the task before seeking the young Master's praise, thus earning commendation. However, upon reflection, he recognized the merit in his subordinate's advice. With a serious expression, Bellamy quickly dialed Don Quixote Doflamingo's number. In Dressrosa, Doflamingo glanced at the incessantly ringing phone, initially disinclined to answer. Yet, the relentless ringing seemed to mock his patience. Suppressing his rising ire, he resolved to hear what folly this fool had committed to amuse himself. He picked up the phone and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Ah, Bellamy, calling at such a late hour. What could possibly be the matter? Young Master, yesterday the newly appointed warlord arrived at Magic Valley Town. Initially, I was unaware that Bellamy recounted his experiences and deeds in detail. I had anticipated praise from Don Quixote Doflamingo, but to my surprise, he merely chuckled coldly, saying, Fufufu, a mere warlord, and you are so eager to curry favor, Bellamy, you disappoint me greatly. Upon hearing this, Bellamy's countenance turned as pale as a sheet. Doflamingo's voice continued. I have heard that a certain individual named Shinsuke Hakuzai possesses remarkable speed. I am curious for you to test that out for me. Those words felt like a death sentence to Bellamy, yet he remained oblivious. Responding with excitement, I will certainly accomplish the young master's task. Take care of yourself, then. Doflamingo sneered derisively before abruptly ending the call. What shall we do, Bellamy? It seems we cannot defeat them, lamented one of Bellamy's crew. Gritting his teeth with resolve, Bellamy declared, Even if we cannot win, we must fight. This is the young master's command. I absolutely cannot let him down. With that, Bellamy strode purposefully out of the room. By the time they reached the tavern, Shinsuke and his group had long since vanished. Where are they? Bellamy demanded, grabbing a server at the tavern's entrance. They have set sail, the server replied. Immediately, Bellamy dashed towards the shore. At the shoreline, several ships were busily preparing to depart, with Shinsuke standing on the deck, scrutinizing his bustling crew. Currently, we have 218 crew members. Those recruited in Alabasta and here in Magic Valley all carry bounties of no less than 10 million. You appear dissatisfied with them, as I notice you have been frowning. What is the matter? Asked Eureka, approaching Shinsuke with curiosity. What do you think, Captain? With these individuals, what use will they be in the new world? They cannot withstand even a single blow from a strong opponent. If it weren't for Eureka's satisfaction, Shinsuke would have gladly dismissed them all. In his eyes, these underlings were utterly useless. You are too demanding. People grow over time. We can take our time. Eureka disagreed with Shinsuke's high standards, feeling content with their current situation. Once, she was merely a small pirate with a bounty of 500,000 berries. Now, any one of her subordinates surpassed her past self. Before long, all preparations were complete. With a command from Eureka, they set sail towards the Sabeti archipelago. Oh. The crew responded loudly, their voices echoing through the skies. Simultaneously, another large ship was swiftly approaching Magic Valley Town. On board, Jesus held a telescope, carefully observing ahead. As he spotted their target on the shore and noticed their ship beginning to move, he urgently called out, Boss, it seems they are about to set sail. Do you think they are aware of our approach? This remark, once spoken, immediately aroused suspicion in Shanks. He immediately activated his observation hockey, and in an instant, it spread like a tidal wave, allowing him to sense the presence of Zay several dozen nautical miles ahead. He observed the hurried demeanor of the opposing pirate crew. Shanks retracted his hockey and shouted to Jesus Burgess, Stop them. Do not let them escape. Understood. Jesus Burgess swiftly loaded his bullets, activated his observation hotkey, accurately predicted the wind direction, and then steadied his aim at the target. On the Love Duck ship, Baizé and Yalata stood side by side, gazing into the distance. I wonder if we can recruit a few worthy individuals from the Sabati archipelago. It would be fortunate to encounter some. After all, it is the last stop in the New World, Yalata remarked, slightly turning, raising her glass in preparation to toast with Baizé. Come, before she could finish her sentence. A sharp sound pierced the air as a bullet suddenly penetrated Yalata's left shoulder. Baisha was momentarily stunned, helplessly watching as a gaping wound the size of a fist appeared on her shoulder. Who did this? Baizé shouted angrily, swiftly supporting Yalata while scanning the surroundings. There are enemies. His crew, noticing the commotion, became alert and began searching for the assailant. Look, their SA ship over there. Could be their doing? Shouted a pirate on lookout. Baizé turned in the direction pointed out, but could see nothing clearly. A thoughtful crew member handed him a telescope, and upon looking through it, Baizé indeed spotted a vessel in the distance. At that moment, rage ignited within him. Yalata, are you all right? Baizé hastily retrieved his spiked club, positioning it protectively in front of both himself and Yalata. It hurts terribly. The bullet was infused with hockey. Yalata gripped her wound, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Baizé quickly produced a bottle of iced red tea, opened it, and fed Yalata a couple of sips before asking, "How are you feeling now?" "Much better," Yalata responded, utilizing the powers of her slippery fruit to direct her body's fat to the wound. In mere seconds, the injury was mended and the hole was filled. Meanwhile, on the red-haired pirate's ship, Shanks called out, "Hey, Jesus Burgess, I only asked you to stop them from sailing, not to attack." Sensing the situation, Shanks raised his voice. "What is the difference? If their response does not please the captain, the outcome will be the same." Jesus Burgess replied nonchalantly while cleaning his gun. "Is it not the same? I simply wanted you to disable their mast. Your actions will bring us enemies." Shanks said, exasperated. "Just a person who rose to the 7 warlords through reporting. Are you really afraid, Captain?" Jesus Burgess scoffed as he continued to polish his firearm. "I'm not afraid. It's simply quite impolite. What if there is a misunderstanding?" Shanks murmured, adding softly, "I had originally planned to apologize once you intercepted them, and then inquire why they attacked Luffy. Now, things are complicated." "Complicated? Then let it be." Chapter 41, Divine Avoidance. "Hey, Jesus Burgess, even if your son is in Luffy's crew, there's no need to be this furious. Your son hasn't been killed." Beside him, Benshu shouted at the top of his lungs, seemingly discerning the reason behind Jesus' ruthless demeanor. Jesus was merciless because he had seen the image of his son Usopp, defeated and lying on the ground in the newspaper. As a father, he had always felt a sense of indebtedness towards his son, with Usopp being harmed. How could he not seek retribution? Soon, the distance between the two ships began to close rapidly. Standing on his vessel, Baizai gradually recognized the figure at the bow of the opposing ship, red-haired Shanks, along with a group of his crew, all of whom bore a predatory gaze, indicating their ill intentions. The notorious 4 emperors had arrived. Moreover, it seemed they had a vendetta against the captain and his crew. The pirates, upon realizing the identity of their visitors, widened their eyes in shock, unable to contain their astonishment. Baizai merely sought to confirm whether the recent events were indeed the work of their adversaries, and thus shouted, "Did you harm my captain?" "Indeed, it was us," Red-haired admitted candidly, poised to elaborate. "Just now we—" But before he could finish, Baizai abruptly turned and bellowed, "Fire!" Some pirates, armed with guns, hesitated, their resolve wavering. Yet, there were those audacious enough to bare their teeth and launch an assault towards Shanks without hesitation. The sound of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour, bullets raining down upon the red-haired crew, who swiftly drew their weapons in defense. Benshu swung his sword, deftly cleaving the incoming projectiles as they flew through the air. Rikiru let out a powerful roar, his fist imbued with a dominating aura, resembling a cannonball as he sent the attacks hurtling away. Jesus, undeterred, retaliated with gunfire of his own. With each shot fired, a member of Baizai's crew fell, screaming in agony on the deck. "Open fire." Upon confirming the culpability of the enemy, Baizai immediately issued his command without hesitation. even against a four-emperor. He held no fear. If they could not overpower them, they would simply flee. Upon hearing this declaration, Red-Haired understood that the conflict could not be resolved amicably. He swiftly drew his sword, unleashing a fierce slash while proclaiming loudly, "In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious." Red-Haired lowered his stance, the crimson slash slicing through the air, extending over 200 meters towards Baizai. Observing this, Baizai seized a massive spike club from the deck, launching himself high into the air with a powerful push against the deck. In that instant, his conqueror's haki enveloped the weapon like red flames, crackling with energy. Baizai roared, wielding the spike club with all his might, thunderous 8 trigrams. A crimson shockwave erupted forth, causing Red-Haired to momentarily exhibit surprise. The two attacks collided violently at the center of the two ships. A deafening explosion ensued, a tremendous shockwave reminiscent of a surging tide pushing both vessels backward. It was over. Just then, as Baizai hung in the air, yet to land, a voice of chilling indifference pierced through the chaos. Red-Haired appeared before him, almost ghostly, his expression devoid of emotion, still maintaining the motion of his swing. The speed was astonishing. Baizai had no time to react. A flash of red light, like a lightning bolt, sliced through the air before him. With a splatter, Baizai's eyes widened in shock as blood gushed from his body like a fountain. He could hardly believe the swiftness of his opponent. Thud! His body fell heavily onto the deck, defeated in an instant. Nearby, Yalida witnessed this scene and was instantly consumed by rage, letting out a furious roar. "You bastard!" Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped high, swinging her spiked club down towards the red-haired man's head. The red-haired figure assessed her strength with a mere glance, disdainfully turning his head away, and unleashed his conqueror's haki. A formidable pressure surged towards Yalida like a tidal wave, causing her legs to weaken and her face to pale as she collapsed to the ground. How could this be happening? The pirates watched in shock as both their captain and vice-captain were defeated, rendered speechless and frozen in place. "Now, I trust you will behave," the red-haired man said as he descended slowly onto the deck, looking down at the two fallen figures. Yalida struggled to rise and continue the fight, but her body felt paralyzed, utterly unable to move under the weight of his overwhelming presence. Cold sweat dripped from her brow. "Why are you attacking us? We bear no grievances," she demanded, her heart filled with resentment. Baizai, gravely injured, lay on the ground, enduring the pain, equally eager to understand the reason behind the assault, so he refrained from making any rash moves. "I read in the newspapers that your vice-captain attacked a young man named Monkey D. Luffy. Is that true?" The red-haired man's piercing gaze fixed on Baizai, who gasped as realization dawned. He could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha, so this is revenge for the background king. What are you laughing at?" The red-haired man asked, perplexed, unable to comprehend how someone in such dire straits could still find humor. "Let me pose a question to you, red-haired. Are you aware of the consequences of attacking us?" Baizai, having already communicated with the escape route, asked with newfound confidence. The red-haired man's expression darkened as he recognized Baizai's defiance. "Do you still think you can continue fighting?" He replied coldly. "I concede that at present I cannot defeat you. But what about that fellow named Luffy? Since you came for him, be prepared to collect his remains." Baizai shouted, seizing Yalida's hand and swiftly summoning the escape route, activating the ability to flee. "Not good." The red-haired man reacted instantly, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a second thought, he aimed a fierce slash at Baizai. Boom! The ship, the Love Duck, was cleaved in two. A streak of light shot towards the horizon. Bang! Jesus Burgess fired a shot into the sky. Red-haired Shanks and Jesus Burgess, through their keen observation and haki, discerned the trajectory of the bullet. Realizing it had missed its mark, a flicker of regret crossing their faces. On the shore, Bellamy rushed over, stunned by the scene before him. How could the young master have sent him to confront such a formidable opponent? This was unacceptable. I must promptly inform the young master. Steeling himself, Bellamy turned and sprinted back. Meanwhile, red-haired Shanks leaped back onto his ship, his expression dark and foreboding. This was a grave predicament. "Captain, what are you doing? How could you allow them to escape?" My son might also suffer as a consequence. Jesus Burgess, filled with anxiety, could not help but voice his frustration. This cannot solely be blamed on me. That fellow's speed was astonishing, almost beyond comprehension. Like a flash of light, I only struck at the air. Red-haired Shanks lamented, his fist crashing against the ship's railing. There was no use in lamenting now. They needed to find Luffy and the others swiftly. There was no room for error. With a furrowed brow, Shanks issued a direct command. Everyone, immediately contact the intelligence organization and devote all efforts to investigating the whereabouts of the Straw Hat Pirates. On the other side, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo chuckled, "Fufufu, intriguing. The swift white Zetsu is indeed as formidable as rumored, managing to elude even red-haired Shanks. This information holds great value, Bellamy." After ending the call, he mused to himself, "Fascinating, just as the world government has elevated a new warlord. He is already under attack by one of the four emperors. I shall witness how you respond." A sinister smile crept across Doflamingo's face, relishing the chaos he could sow. Eager to embarrass the world government. Chapter 42. Retribution on Long Chain Island. White Zetsu sat upon the verdant grass, a bottle of iced tea nestled between his lips. Yorlita, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, carefully tended to his wounds. The thought of White Zetsu daring to confront a four-emperor on her behalf stirred a warmth within her heart, deeply moved. Gulping down 2 bottles of iced tea, White Zetsu exhaled a sigh of relief. No need for bandaging anymore. Preoccupied with his medicine, he had overlooked Yarlita's concerns, allowing her to attend to him. Now, feeling his body nearly restored, he ripped away the bandages that had bound him. Yarlita gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld the gruesome wounds stretching from White Zetsu's left chest to his right hip, now scabbed over, the scabs gradually shedding. White Zetsu retrieved another bottle of iced tea from his space and tossed it to Yarlita, saying, "Keep this for later. It can aid in recovery and replenish energy. It is best to have it on hand at all times." Yarlita accepted it silently, her gaze shifting to the now upright White Zetsu. Worry etched on her face as she inquired, "What should we do now? It feels as if the four emperors have set their sights on us." "No, we have set our sights on them," White Zetsu replied, his gaze sharp as a hawk, a fierce determination flashing across his face. "No one can attack us and remain unscathed, not even the four emperors." Upon hearing this, Yarlita's brow furrowed in concern, lamenting, "But we cannot possibly match their strength. Red-haired Shanks is indeed formidable." Baizé nodded thoughtfully and continued his analysis. "Initially, I never aspired to defeat him. My intention was merely to sabotage his ship, to vent my frustrations on your behalf, and then make my escape, seeking an opportunity for vengeance later. However, I underestimated his prowess, and before I could even unleash my most formidable technique, I found myself vanquished." Yalta recalled Baizé's words upon his departure and inquired, "So, do you intend to take your frustrations out on Straw Hat Luffy?" Baizé resolutely shook his head. "That was merely a trap I set, designed to lure them towards Straw Hat Luffy. Once we make our appearance on other islands, they will undoubtedly rush to eliminate us, viewing us as a lingering threat. One cannot guard against thieves indefinitely." After a brief pause, Baizé continued, "Having witnessed my speed, they will surely allocate a portion of their forces to protect Straw Hat Luffy. When their numbers are dispersed, that will be our moment for retribution. Perhaps we should reconsider. It feels excessively perilous." Yalta expressed her concern. "Reconsider? Impossible." Baizé turned, determination etched on his face. "I will make him aware of the consequences of attacking us." At that moment, a fierce desire for vengeance surged within Baizé. As a traveler from another realm, this was the first time he had tasted defeat. He could not swallow the bitterness of not retaliating. "Captain, if you heed my counsel, you will undoubtedly have your revenge," Baizé declared with unwavering confidence. Seeing Baizé's resolute demeanor, Yalta refrained from dissuading him. If he indeed possessed a viable plan, she would willingly cooperate, for it was her presence that had led to his injury. Half a day later, the tavern in Magic Valley was abuzz with activity, as half of the red-haired pirates' officers congregated there. A few hours prior, they had received word that Luffy and his crew were still in Alabasta. Uncertain of when Luffy would set sail, They suspected that their next destination could very well be Magic Valley. The red-haired pirates split into two groups. One half headed towards Alabasta, attempting to intercept Luffy en route, while the other remained in Magic Valley, lying in wait. After all, Baizet had issued a dire warning, and having traveled from Alabasta, he was well aware of Luffy's course, making such precautions necessary. At that moment, a telephone snail at Ben's waist suddenly rang. "Hello." Ben promptly answered the call. "Ancia just informed me that a bounty hunter spotted that fellow in Water 7. I'm heading back. You all prepare to set sail immediately." "Understood, Captain," Ben replied, swiftly commencing preparations. Night fell. Across the vast ocean, the red-haired crew was navigating toward Water 7, having just reunited 2 hours earlier. The telephone snail rang once more, and without hesitation, Red-haired answered. Upon hearing the news, his expression darkened, and he shouted to his crew, "Change course. We're heading to Springflower City." "What is the matter, Captain? Aren't we going to Water 7? Ben Dix asked, a look of confusion on his face. "I just received word that Baizet has resurfaced in Springflower City. He likely knows we are searching for him, and is evading us with his speed. Is the information confirmed?" Jesus Bulk inquired seriously. "It is confirmed." Initially, Ancia thought the bounty hunter was speaking nonsense, but they later sent a photograph, and upon inspection, she confirmed it was him. In the photograph, he bore grave injuries, and his captain dragged him along the street on a wooden plank. Shanks patiently elucidated the situation. Yet, before the red-haired pirates had sailed for an hour, fresh intelligence arrived, indicating a return to Water 7. For a moment, Shanks found himself at a loss to ascertain the veracity of the information. He even sent a pirate he knew to investigate. The outcome was grim. That pirate was left battered and half dead, dragged by the severely wounded Hakazu. "What shall we do, Captain?" asked Lame Jones, his demeanor calm. "It seems our adversary is aware of our pursuit and is deliberately leading us in circles. Let me ponder this." Shanks furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Suddenly, Luffy's visage flashed in his mind, and he snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "This is bad. They must be intentionally drawing us away from Magic Valley Town. Their target is Luffy." Upon hearing this, the crew gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. "I wondered why they kept shifting. It turns out they wanted us to abandon Magic Valley Town. They arrived from Alabasta, aligning their course with Luffy's. That scoundrel nearly ensnared us in his scheme." Jezeb cursed fervently. "Quick, set a course back," Shanks commanded without delay. As they sailed for a while, Shanks noticed Jezeb's furrowed brow and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Captain, I was contemplating, if we do not eliminate that fiend, are we destined to protect Luffy and the others for eternity?" Jezeb believed that only by dispatching Hakazu could they find peace. "There's little choice. You all have witnessed that fellow's speed." Shanks sighed, his heart heavy with regret. He lamented not having confronted the adversary himself to secure a favor, never anticipating that the captain would react so fiercely after sustaining injuries. Now that he is at his weakest, we ought to seize this opportunity to resolve the matter. Otherwise, once he recovers, it will only become more troublesome. Moreover, Captain, that individual is still under 20. Laikairu's last words were emphatic, a reminder to Shanks. After reflecting, Shanks realized the truth. Enmity had been established, and resolution was imperative. He scanned the crew, asking, "Do any of you have a viable plan?" Given that he was wounded by the captain and has already endured a battle, he likely lacks the strength to employ his evasive tactics. "If we position ourselves on nearby islands, he will find escape impossible," Jezeb proposed. Shanks contemplated for a moment and deemed the plan feasible. He turned to his crew, inquiring, "What do you all think?" Honk nodded in agreement. "That's a splendid idea." Bendix's neck concurred. His captain is not to be feared. Laikairu also voiced his support. I endorsed Jezeb's strategy. The remaining crew members nodded in unison. Seeing the consensus, Shanks promptly issued orders. "Very well. In that case, we shall operate in pairs. I will remain at Magic Valley Town. Should you encounter him, exercise utmost caution. I fear he may act desperately as he nears death. For his conqueror's haki is not to be underestimated." After imparting his final instructions, Shanks began to assign personnel. The crew quickly set off in pairs towards the nearby islands. Chapter 43. The Despicable White Zai the following day, the streets of Sabeti Archipelago lay in an eerie silence. Alrita struggled to drag a wooden plank, upon which White Zai lay motionless. Curious glances from passing civilians and pirates pierced through the air like countless tiny needles, pricking at the two figures. Is this really effective? It feels so humiliating, Alrita murmured, her voice tinged with a hint of reproach, instinctively slowing her pace. Keep your voice down. We don't want them to overhear. White Zai replied, his eyes tightly shut, feigning grave injuries, his voice barely a whisper. At that moment, his body was stained with blood, dark crimson soaking through his garments, presenting a precarious visage that could easily deceive the uninformed into believing he was on the brink of death. Their presence did not escape the notice of the observant, and news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching the naval officers. By the time they arrived in haste, the two had vanished without a trace. At the edge of Chain Island, the sea breeze carried a briny scent. Alrita and White Zai were busily hoisting a flag on a newly acquired ship. Are you certain they will take the bait? Alrita questioned, her hands momentarily pausing as she glanced at White Zai. If we are to reach Water 7, we must traverse this route. The ships at the shore serve as our lure, White Zai declared before employing his escape technique. Darting toward the depths of the ocean like an arrow released from a bow, he intended to scout ahead to ascertain whether the enemy would bite. Upon witnessing White Zai's departure, Alrita hastened towards the island to prepare for the subsequent plans. As dusk approached, White Zai concealed himself among the thick clouds, his keen eyes surveying the sea below. A small vessel broke through the waves, and upon recognizing members of the red-haired pirates aboard, White Zai promptly retreated without hesitation. On the small boat, Hong Xiang grasped the oars tightly. Each stroke was infused with a fierce precision, allowing the boat to glide swiftly across the water, its speed rivaling that of larger ships. Jezeb raised his gaze to the sky, a frown creasing his brow. Is it just my imagination? A wave of inexplicable unease washed over him, as if unseen eyes were watching them from the shadows. What did you notice? Hong Xiang paused, intrigued by Jezeb's sudden change in demeanor. Nothing. Just a bird, I suppose, Jezeb mused, dismissing his earlier apprehensions after a moment's reflection. On the island of Chain, White Zai descended like a flash of light, landing beside Alrita. Quick, prepare yourself. His voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Are they coming? Alrita inquired, her spirits lifting. White Zai nodded emphatically. 2 of them. This time, we shall not fail. Half an hour later, the tranquil sea continued to cradle the small boat as it cut through the waves. What is that design? Jezeb's eyes narrowed as he perceived a vessel floating ahead, an expression of surprise crossing his face. What is it now? Hong Xiang raised his head in confusion, following Jezeb's gaze. Use your observation hockey to sense it, Jezeb suggested, his eyes fixated on a distant black speck, an island from which the ship seemed to have emerged. Is that not the flag of Alrita's crew? Hong Xiang exclaimed, startled by his own realization. They must be on that island. Otherwise, the ship would not be here. Jesus Brew paused thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. It is possible. Let us investigate further. A glimmer of excitement crossed Banxiang's eyes as he wielded his weapon with fervor, propelling their small vessel swiftly towards the island. Upon nearing the shore, Jesus Brew immediately activated his heightened observation hockey, sensing the circumstances on the island. When he detected the presence of Arlita, a flicker of joy ignited within him, soon followed by disbelief. Could this truly be the end? Jesus Brew's face was a mask of incredulity. What has transpired? Banxiang inquired anxiously. Approach, and you shall discover. Jesus Brew teased enigmatically. Banxiang, sensing a slight weakness in his observation hockey, hastily paddled closer, the island looming ever nearer. As he discerned the unfolding scene, a look of astonishment mirrored that of Jesus Brew on his face. The two swiftly disembarked and raced towards the direction of Arlita. Moments later, they found themselves behind her. At that moment, Arlita had her head bowed, her shoulders trembling slightly, an embodiment of profound sorrow. Before her stood a freshly dug grave, its headstone adorned with a photograph of Baizé. Upon hearing the footsteps behind her, Arlita's heart leapt in her throat, her nails nearly digging into her palms. I thought that fellow was formidable. Is this all he is? Bun Xiang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the grave. Noticing that they did not attack, Arlita exhaled a silent sigh of relief before turning abruptly, her gaze fixed warily on the two. How did you find us? Surprised, are you? Your deceptive tactics are utterly ineffective against our pirate crew, Jesus Brew replied, his face alight with pride as his gaze fell upon the gravestone. I had no idea this fellow was deceased. Had I known, I would not have come. What do you intend to do? You have already slain my first mate. Do you seek my life as well? Arlita's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she questioned vehemently. Fortunately, her gender seemed to stay the hands of her assailants. Bun Xiang scrutinized Arlita from head to toe. Though your target is dead, your fate rests on our captain's whim. I advise you to refrain from resistance and accompany us. Bun Xiang, confirm the body. Jesus Brui commande. Understood. Bun Xiang replied, his arm enveloped in the armament haki as he struck the grave with ferocity. With a thunderous boom, the grave erupted. Soil flying, revealing a blue wooden box. You wretches! Arlita screamed hoarsely, her face ablaze with fury. I urge you not to act impulsively. My blade does not take kindly to defiance. Bun Xiang threatened, his sword pointed menacingly at her. Jesus Brew approached the wooden box slowly, reaching out to open it. A body lay sprawled within, and as he bent down to turn it over, he was met with an unfamiliar visage. Fake! The thought barely flickered in Jesus Brew's mind when the ground behind him suddenly erupted violently. He swiftly turned, only to see a massive spiked club, towering like a mountain, hurtling towards him with tremendous force. Jesus Brew's pupils dilated in terror, his mind consumed by a singular thought. It is over. He distinctly sensed the overwhelming power of Conqueror's haki coiling around the spiked mace. Thunderous echoes reverberated. Boom! The sounds of the technique and the impact resonated simultaneously. The formidable Conqueror's haki struck heavily against Jesus' body, propelling him like a cannonball, soaring thousands of meters in an instant, with blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. This sudden ambush rendered Honshu momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, Jesus had already flown far away. Jesus! Honshu shouted in a frantic tone. Seizing the opportunity, Yalida activated her smooth fruit ability, retreating with the swiftness of an eel. Honshu hastily employed his observation haki, discovering Jesus lying 1,000 meters away, his breath faint. Unable to rise. How could this happen? Honshu murmured in disbelief, turning his gaze with fury towards the calm and composed Baze, who gripped the mace tightly, showing no signs of having been harmed. How's that? Quite the technique, isn't it? Even the finest observation, haki can't react in time, Baze boasted, exuding an air of arrogance and provocation. Honshu glanced at the grave, then at Yalita, who was now hundreds of meters away, and finally realized the truth. All of this was a meticulously orchestrated trap. The grave, the corpse, and the sorrowful visage of that woman were merely distractions to lull them into complacency. You despicable scoundrel! I will see you dead. Honshu's fury reached its zenith as he enveloped his blade in armament haki and charged at Baze with unparalleled speed. Baze, undeterred, similarly cloaked his mace in Conqueror's haki, meeting him head-on. Bang! The clash of their techniques erupted violently, the ground around them exploding as if bombarded. Next is you, Yonko officer. Baze slightly tilted his head, his gaze icy, exuding confidence in his imminent victory. Is that all you've got? Honshu bellowed. His inner rage ignited like a roaring inferno as he swung his sword once more. Baze countered decisively, shouting, and here's this, just as the words left his mouth. The terrifying force of Conqueror's haki surged forth. Chapter 44. Has Baze perished? Honshu suddenly found himself engulfed by the onslaught of Conqueror's haki, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Huh! Honshu's roar echoed like thunder as he maximized his armament haki, his eyes wide open, veins pulsing with intensity. Drawing upon this resolve, he remarkably withstood the terrifying shockwave. Storm kick. Taking advantage of the fierce clash between blade and mace, Baze delivered a sudden, treacherous kick. A seasoned warrior, Honshu was not only experienced in combat, but also a wielder of observation haki. As Bei's foot moved, he sensed the danger with acute awareness. Swiftly retracting his attack and leaping backward. Simultaneously, he slashed towards the incoming storm kick, his movements flowing like water. Finger gun. Bei's pressed his thumb against the other 4 fingers of his left hand, bending them like a bow before unleashing them in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 finger bullets, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, shot toward Honshu like arrows. Honshu reacted swiftly, tilting his head and sidestepping seamlessly. Each movement was executed with precision, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Bai's waist suddenly surged with power as he swung his Wolfang club with one hand, sweeping towards Benxiang. The clash of their attacks resulted in a cacophony of sparks, and the air seemed to be torn apart by the force of their confrontation. At that moment, Benxiang unleashed a deafening roar. With a sudden increase in the strength of his one-handed grip on the sword, Bai anticipated a test of strength, ready to respond. However, Benxiang unexpectedly hissed, dual wield. In an instant, he swiftly drew the blade from his waist, its tip enveloped in a dense layer of haki, resembling an enraged dragon, piercing towards Bai's abdomen. The thrust was executed with such speed that Bai had no time to activate his iron block skill, only sensing a chilling presence approaching. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the protective layer of haki, causing a splatter of blood to erupt from Bai's mouth. The two stood frozen in time, as if the world had come to a standstill. Benxiang slightly raised his head, his gaze devoid of warmth. "It's over, you scoundrel." Bai grinned, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, his visage twisted like a malevolent spirit. He fixed his gaze on Benxiang, his voice eerily calm. "Isn't it a bit premature to declare it over?" In the next instant, Bai let out a howl. "Ha!" The conqueror's haki surged like a torrential black tide, sweeping towards Benxiang once more. Caught off guard, Benxiang's mind was engulfed in dizziness. With a flash, 3 gale kicks struck towards him with the speed of lightning. Shaking his head to regain focus, Benxiang sensed the impending attack and unhesitatingly coated his entire body in haki. The impact was thunderous, sending him hurtling backward like a kite with its strings severed, as the gale kicks caused a violent explosion, enveloping the battlefield in thick smoke. Amidst the haze, Benxiang emerged unscathed. Yet, his eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Bai consuming a mysterious potion. Tossing the bottle aside, Bai fixed his gaze on Benxiang and murmured, "From the very beginning, the outcome of this battle has been predetermined." In the next moment, Benxiang's eyes bulged with incredulity as he witnessed Bai's wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Benxiang's expression darkened instantly. But in the next second, a smile crept onto his face. "Damn you." Just as the words left Bai's lips, a resounding bang echoed, and a gaping hole appeared in his forehead, blood splattering everywhere. "Watch out." Yalata's warning came too late. With a thud, Bai collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Well done, Jesus Boo." Benxiang turned, shouting praises towards the distance. A kilometer away, Jesus Boo lay on the ground, having fulfilled his final mission. A strained smile adorning his face as he gasped for breath. Moments ago, he had expended his last ounce of strength to provide long-range support, successfully defeating Bai. They had won. "You bastards." Yalata roared in fury, charging towards Benxiang like a crazed beast. She could scarcely believe that Bai's had been slain. In this moment, all she yearned for was to rescue him and whisk him away. As she beheld Yalata rushing towards her, Hongxiang's demeanor shifted back to a mask of indifference. Adopting the stance of a swordmaster as he coldly declared, "I had no intention of killing you, but since you have conspired against us, you shall meet your demise. It is you who is cursed." Suddenly, a chilling whisper echoed behind Hongxiang. Instantly, a shiver ran down his spine. In his perception, a massive spiked club loomed perilously close, almost grazing his forehead. Thunderous chaos ensued. A wave of terror engulfed Hongxiang, its force sweeping across the island like a tsunami. "Hongxiang!" Jesus Boo's desperate cry reverberated through the air. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the forest 5,000 meters away. the shock wave trembling the very earth beneath. Yalata abruptly halted, her fury instantly replaced by astonishment. "Wonderful, Baze! I am so relieved that you are unharmed," Yalata exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion. At this moment, the wound on Baze's forehead had scabbed over. With a shudder of relief, he remarked, "I nearly fell victim to that fiend. Fortunately, I had a mouthful of potion ready, or I would have truly met my end." Baze's back was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. Had it not been for his prior calculations, trading injury for injury, and the foresight to hold a sip of iced red tea in his mouth, he would have undoubtedly perished. Thankfully, the miraculous effects of the iced red tea had saved his life. In the distance, Jesus Boo, with his extraordinary observation skills, witnessed everything with clarity. Struggling to rise, he pressed his hands against the ground, tightly gripping his gun, intent on making one final stand before his demise, murmuring, "Captain, farewell," and to everyone else, "Ot-ot-ot-tot." The dense gunfire erupted from afar, like a frantic drumbeat. Thuft, thuft, thuft. Jesus Boo trembled violently. He was utterly spent, unable to maintain his hockey. Bullets rained upon him like droplets of rain, blood splattering in all directions. As the gunfire subsided, the weapon in Jesus Boo's hand clattered to the ground. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at his wounds, a self-deprecating smile creeping upon his lips. I can't believe I was hit by such bullets." In the distance, Baze approached with a steady gait, each hand wielding a .47. "This is the prize for your ambush on Yalata, and now I return it to you," Baze coldly stated, locking his gaze on Jesus Boo. "As gratitude for your recent attempt on my life, I shall ensure your son reunites with you." Jesus Boo extended his hand, seemingly wishing to utter something, but the final words eluded him. With his vitality waning, he collapsed, eyes wide open in his unwillingness to depart. After dealing with Jesus Boo, Baze made his way to the ruins where Hong Xiong lay. Hong Xiong was sprawled amidst the debris, breathing shallowly, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. "Grant me a swift end," Hong Xiong managed to utter, quietly awaiting death, though even in his imminent demise, he exuded a defiant spirit. "Considering you once spared my captain, I shall grant your wish." Baze left behind a phrase, his finger striking towards Bunxiang's heart like a bolt of lightning. Ack! Blood gushed from the corner of Bunxiang's mouth as his eyes widened in shock. With a fatal blow to his heart, his chest heaved upward. Mere moments later, Bunxiang's body slackened, and he fell silent. What should we do next? Yalata approached from a distance, her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired of Baze. "The original plan was to annihilate them all, but now I have conceived a new idea." Baze would not admit to his fear, despite his formidable offensive capabilities. He lacked the ability of observation hockey. Recalling his previous harrowing encounters, where even a ship's doctor proved to be a challenge, he resolved to proceed cautiously and focus on accumulating strength first. "What is it?" Yalata pressed, her eyes brimming with intrigue. "Let us find them an unrelenting enemy." Chapter 45. The Fury of the Red-Haired. On the sea, a medium-sized vessel sailed steadily. On the deck, two meticulously preserved corpses lay quietly. Baze reclined in a lounge chair, his gaze profound as he reflected on the fierce battle that had transpired. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of ropes for 10 years. Baze, now increasingly cautious, pondered for a long time and concluded, when confronting an adversary, one must never allow the opponent an opportunity to rise, unless one is in an assured position of victory. When shall we seek out this so-called enemy? Yalata furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with confusion. Baze's ever-changing thoughts left her utterly perplexed. "I will await their call." Baze's lips curled into a smile, a glint of mystery in his eyes. Following Baze's gaze, Yalata looked towards the table, where two snail phones lay, their eyes tightly bound by black cloth, those of Jesus Boo and Bunxiang. "Can't you just say it outright?" Yalata exclaimed in frustration, feeling as if a swarm of ants were crawling within her. She despised such cryptic behavior. "You will know soon enough." Baze elongated his tone deliberately, lifting his wine glass to savor the exquisite drink, exuding an air of assured confidence. Seeing Baze's reluctance to divulge, Yalita crossed her arms in exasperation, exclaiming, "Ah, this is utterly infuriating. You're so annoying." Hee, Baizé chuckled lightly, continuing to wait patiently. Hours later, the silence on the deck was abruptly pierced by the sound of the snail phone. Baizé instantly perked up, and Yalita glanced over with a mix of tension and anticipation. Ahem, Baizé cleared his throat, gripping his throat as he answered the call. "Are you there?" A voice on the other end belonged to the red-haired. Oh, it's the red-haired. In the port of Magu town, Shanks felt his expression darken at the unfamiliar jest, and he sternly demanded, "Who are you? Why is Jesus Boo's phone with you? Where is Jesus Boo? Are they?" The other party deliberately stretched their words, and a wave of unease surged within the red-haired. Unfortunately, they encountered our Admiral Akainu, and he is now dead. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, causing the red-haired's heart to constrict violently, his breath quickening. Meanwhile, on the deck, Baizé swiftly concluded the call, promptly setting down the phone before vanishing like a specter, sprinting several meters away in an instant. Immediately following, he imitated Akainu's deep and authoritative voice, admonishing, "Why waste words on pirate?" As soon as he finished speaking, Baizé swiftly executed a technique to return beside the snail phone, feigning a timid demeanor as he replied, "Yes, Admiral." Upon concluding the call decisively, this display of duality left Yarlita utterly astonished, finally comprehending who the adversary Baizé had referred to us. Meanwhile, Shanks, gripping the phone, trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering. "No, it can't be." In a state of panic, he dialed the number for his homeland, but the other side hung up immediately. Undeterred, he attempted several more times, and finally, after numerous tries, the call connected. "If you seek revenge, come. I await your arrival," came a distant voice strikingly similar to Akainu's. Following this, a brash voice echoed, "Did you hear that? Our Admiral dares you to come. Akainu, how dare you?" Shanks roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the air, shaking the very atmosphere around him. Enough of this noise. The opponent, showing no mercy, abruptly terminated the call. Shanks attempted to dial again, only to find the line permanently dead, indicating that the snail phone had been destroyed. "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Scoundrel!" His eyes reddened. Shanks drew Griffin and began to slash wildly at the sea, releasing his pent-up rage. "Ah, Akainu, I shall never forgive you." As he shouted, tears welled in his eyes, memories of Yassop and their homeland flooding his mind. Why is this happening? Why? Overwhelmed with regret, Shanks cursed himself for heeding Yassop's advice to act separately. He slapped his own face repeatedly, attributing all blame to himself. If it weren't for his orders, this tragedy would not have unfolded. The tumultuous sounds of his strikes against the ocean attracted numerous pirates, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Observing Shanks' self-inflicted slaps, they began to murmur among themselves. "Look, that person seems to be slapping himself. Is he insane? Perhaps. Who else would strike themselves? He looks like a fool." These harsh whispers ignited the flames of wrath within Shanks. He suddenly whirled around, his eyes gleaming with a predatory intensity. The pirates then realized they were facing one of the four emperors, their faces paling and expressions freezing in terror. He bellowed, swinging Griffin as a swift, lethal slash was unleashed. In an instant, a crimson light pierced through the bodies of the pirates. These unfortunate souls had unwittingly provoked Shanks at a moment when he was grappling with the loss of a comrade, and his emotions were unraveling. Under normal circumstances, he would have brushed off their insolence with a laugh, unaffected even if they spat at him. Yet now, they became the sacrificial lambs for his wrath. Once his fury subsided, Shanks gradually regained his composure, feeling a twinge of remorse for extinguishing these lives. However, with thoughts of avenging his fallen comrades still unfulfilled, he promptly dialed Beckman's number. He had never doubted the authenticity of the situation, for Akainu would undoubtedly dare to act against them. The phone rang for what seemed an eternity before it was answered. "Moshi Moshi." Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, the red-haired one immediately tensed. "Who are you? Where's Beckman?" "I am Spitakill, captain of the 14th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for your dear Beckman, he is currently in quite the predicament," came the reply. "Not far from Moby Dick, Beckman disheveled and battered, was desperately evading the onslaught of Marco and several other captains. Whitebeard, holding a newspaper, stood on the ship, surveying the chaos, while Beckman was on the verge of collapse. Earlier, he had been engaged in jovial conversation with Whitebeard, but misfortune struck just as he prepared to depart. The newsbird delivered a paper announcing the red-haired pirate's assault on White Zetsu. Whitebeard erupted in a fit of rage. "What have you done to Beckman?" Red-haired's anxious voice emanated from the transponder snail. "You dare to ambush our division captain? Prepare to collect Beckman's corpse." Spitakil's tone was icy, as if he had just pronounced Beckman's death sentence. Since when? Red-haired began, but the image of the previous attack on White Zetsu flashed in his mind, and he quickly grasped the situation, demanding, "Is White Zetsu a member of your crew?" "Ah, it seems you are beginning to understand. You should know what fate awaits those who dare to harm our captain," Spitakil replied coldly. "Are you proposing war?" Red-haired's voice deepened, laden with a menacing threat. "And what if we are? No one lays a finger on my son, Red-haired. If you have the audacity, come for me. I shall be waiting," boomed Whitebeard's resonant voice. "Moreover, you had better pray that my son remains unharmed. Otherwise, even without your attack, I will come for you." In the town of Magic Valley, Red-haired clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white as he spat fiercely. "Whitebeard, if you dare to harm Beckman, I will ensure you live to regret it. Oomph. I await your arrival, little brat." On board the Moby Dick, after uttering his last words, Whitebeard leaped into the fray. Meanwhile, White Zetsu remained oblivious to the fact that Whitebeard risked war with the four emperors on his behalf, lurking nearby the New World-S 1st Division. On the other side, upon learning of the troubles befalling Jesus Burgess and Bon Clay, Red-haired's comrades cast aside all thoughts of White Zetsu and Luffy, setting their sights on the Sabeti archipelago to regroup. They were determined to seek vengeance against the Kainu at the 1st Division and to rescue Beckman in the New World. Akainu's whereabouts were no secret. Many at sea knew he usually stationed himself at the territory of the Ghost Spider in the New World-S 1st Division to combat formidable pirates. After finishing their preparations at Sabeti Archipelago, Red-haired and his crew hastily departed the island, heading toward Fishman Island. Meanwhile, White Zetsu felt the moment was ripe and reappeared near the 1st Division. He instructed Alrita, "When the captain arrives, you are in charge of taking photographs. Remember to capture multiple shots." Alrita nodded solemnly. Once White Zetsu's preparations were complete, his conqueror's haki erupted instantaneously. The two soldiers at the entrance of the 1st Division, along with the personnel in the communication room, fell to the ground without resistance. Upon achieving his objective, Baizai swiftly dashed to the entrance of the Navy, employing his moonwalk technique to ascend to the plaque above, where he retrieved the bodies of Jesus Burgess and Ben Heng, suspending them from the sign. The two corpses dangled ominously beneath the grand entrance, creating a chilling scene. After completing this grim task, Baizai produced a proclamation and affixed it to the wall of the 1st Division. The content of the proclamation read, "Merely 4 emperors, and here lie their corpses. If you possess the audacity, come and retrieve them." Signed, Admiral Sakazuki. Just then, Alrita rushed over, quickly pressing the shutter to capture the moment. Observing the scene, Baizai felt a surge of satisfaction with his handiwork. Task accomplished. Next, he planned to contact Morgan's, envisioning a headline that declared war between the Admiral and the 4 emperors. After muttering to himself, he vanished from the spot with Alrita. Chapter 46. Hang it back up inside the office of the 1st Division, Admiral Akainu sat at the helm, perusing the latest tabloid. Seated beside him was Vice Admiral Spider. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried, chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Before anyone arrived, panicked shouts penetrated the office. "This is bad. Admiral, we have a situation." Akainu slowly lifted his head, his piercing gaze swiftly directing towards the office door. In that instant, a terrified Navy officer stumbled into the office, his face a mask of horror. "Calm yourself," Akainu scolded coldly, his expression as grim as the sea. "It's true. A grave incident has occurred, Admiral." The officer gasped, his breath rapid and voice trembling with fear. "There's trouble at the entrance. Someone has killed a cadre of the 4 emperors. Their bodies are hanging at the base's entrance. and they claim it was you. As the officer's words sank in, Akainu sprang to his feet, his observation haki flaring to life, extending outward. In less than 2 seconds, he discerned the situation at the entrance. Initially taken aback, a broad grin soon spread across his face. Ha ha ha. Today, the red-haired crew faces a reckoning. These pirates truly deserve their fate. However, before his laughter could fade, his expression froze. He had sensed the provocative declaration of war inscribed on the wall. Admiral, it is evident that someone is attempting to pin this incident on you. Vice Admiral Spider urgently interjected, having also registered the contents on the wall. I am well aware, Akainu replied, his brow furrowed, his demeanor serious as his mind raced to uncover who was orchestrating this sinister plot. At that moment, Spider, in a state of anxiety, spoke up, Admiral, whoever dares to frame you surely harbors malicious intent, likely aiming to incite conflict between you and the red-haired crew. We must prepare. They will not let this matter rest. Even if I'm not responsible, what difference does it make? Should they dare to come, I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Akainu clenched his fists, exuding an aura that instilled dread, his words laced with disdain and resolve. However, the opposing party is one of the 4 emperors. Without higher orders, we cannot rashly engage them in battle. There was a hint of helplessness in Ghost Spider's tone. What if they take the initiative to attack us? Akainu's gaze burned fiercely as he countered Ghost Spider's concerns, asserting that it would not be a conflict instigated by him. Without hesitation, Akainu issued a command. You must immediately contact Kaji and Gion, instructing them to arrive at the earliest possible moment. Akainu intended to ascertain whether he could eliminate red-haired Shanks without alarming Sengoku. What should we do about the corpses and the slogans at the entrance? Ghost Spider cautiously inquired. Although he secretly wished for the bodies to remain displayed as a deterrent to the red-haired pirates, he understood that such an action would undoubtedly provoke severe accountability from Sengoku. A flicker of reluctance crossed Akainu's eyes as he regretfully stated, remove them all. Before Ghost Spider could make arrangements, Sengoku's call came through urgently. I am already aware of the situation on your end. Sengoku's anxious voice resonated from the other end of the line. Sakazuki, you must have the corpses removed and the slogans torn down immediately. We cannot provoke a conflict with the 4 emperors. Disappointment washed over Akainu. His plan was thwarted before it even commenced. With Sengoku aware, the likelihood of conflict had diminished greatly. Akainu resignedly replied, I have already arranged for it to be done. Akainu shifted his tone, Marshal, if they do come knocking, you cannot hold me responsible. If you wish to spare the 1st Division of the Navy from significant losses, you must promptly reinforce us. Akainu's expression remained impassive, his voice frigid as he responded. His heart brimmed with helplessness and disappointment. At times, he felt fury towards the Navy's upper echelons for their hesitance when confronting pirates. It seemed Sengoku sensed his thoughts, and he raised his voice on the phone. Sakazuki, this is no matter to be trifled with. I know what you are thinking. You're merely waiting for them to come and then respond with harsh words in a passive counterattack. But do you comprehend the cost of such actions? They are former members of the Roger Pirates, and those old fellows are still alive. Therefore, do not concern yourself with this matter. I will send Admiral Tsuru to assist you in explaining the situation. Do not damage the bodies. When they arrive, return them to the red-haired pirates. The more Akainu listened, the stronger his feelings of frustration grew. As a dignified admiral of the Navy, he was deprived of the right to engage in a straightforward battle with pirates. In a fit of rage, he abruptly hung up the phone. Damn Sengoku. Damn the Navy. They are all infuriating. In his office, Akainu seethed with fury, vociferously venting his pent-up anger. Meanwhile, in the office of Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marineford, Sengoku stared at the abruptly disconnected call, a sense of dread creeping in. Fearing that Sakazuki might act impulsively and commit an irreparable act, he hastily ordered, Kizuru, you and Admiral Tsuru, along with several other vice admirals, must proceed to the 1st Division immediately. After issuing the command, Sengoku turned to Admiral Tsuru and inquired, Can you handle this matter? The corpses appeared suddenly and are clearly a setup. Red-haired Shanks is also aware that we, the Navy, would not typically initiate conflict with the four emperors. I believe we can persuade them. Admiral Tsuru replied with calm assurance. Very well, you are to set off immediately. We must not allow Sakasaki to cause any disturbances. Meanwhile, upon an island in the Grand Line, Morgans was exuberantly gesticulating, completely engulfed in a state of fervent excitement. This is extraordinary, simply magnificent. This news will undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the world, he exclaimed, waving the photograph in his hand with great enthusiasm. Beside him, the figure draped in a black cloak, meticulously disguised, whispered urgently, "Remember, when this is published, my name must be included." Morgans turned to the informant he had arranged to meet here 2 days prior, suppressing his inner thrill, and inquired curiously, "I still do not know your true identity." "I am known as Araki, a user of the Moku Moku fruit," came the reply. After Morgan secured this sensational scoop, he promptly activated his underground network to disseminate the news at lightning speed. Heads of major islands received the information and worked tirelessly to print the newspapers. Within half a day, the latest edition graced the public eye. Impossible. How absurd. The Navy has declared war on the Yonko Shanks? The citizens who beheld the newspaper were astounded, disbelief etched across their faces. Yet the photograph on the page was undeniable. 2 commanders of the Yonko were gruesomely displayed, hanging at the entrance of the first branch. The following morning, at the entrance of Fishman Island, Shanks grasped a newspaper tightly in his hand. His countenance darkened as if a tempest were imminent. The crew aboard the ship emanated a chilling aura, the atmosphere laden with tension. Shanks dialed a number, and after a brief wait, the call connected. "Aunt Shocky, it's me. Could you put me through to a Kainu?" Shanks's voice was icy, unmistakably on the brink of eruption. "Are you aware of this matter?" Shocky's tone was laced with concern. "I apologized, little Shanks. I did not inform you earlier, fearing it would be too much for you to bear." Before Shocky could finish, Shanks interjected, "Enough, Aunt Shocky, I understand. I only want a Kainu S number." Realizing she could not dissuade Shanks from his impending course of action, she relented and provided the contact. Once he secured the number, Shanks wasted no time in dialing. In the first branch office, the urgent ringing of the phone echoed. Akainu reached for the receiver. "This is the first branch." "I am." Before he could complete his sentence, a cold, grim voice interrupted from the other end. "You are Akainu, correct?" The tone was as chilling as a winter gale, instilling fear in the listener. Akainu immediately recognized the voice and scoffed derisively. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's a pirate. You declare war on us. And we accept. Half a day later, at the first unit, we will fight to the death. I will personally slay you, avenging Jesus Burgess from my homeland. Prepare your neck for the guillotine." Shanks's voice brimmed with fury and murderous intent, imbued with an authoritative tone that left no room for dissent. This declaration incensed Akainu completely. He was about to retort when he realized the line had gone dead. His eyes widened in rage as he bellowed, "Damn it! A mere pirate dares to threaten me? You wish to kill me? Very well." Furious and trembling with rage, Akainu declared, "I shall not concern myself with the details any longer. In my wrath, I command, bring their corpses back and hang them up again. I wish to see how they dared to attempt to kill me." Chapter 47. The Prodigy. Momonosuke name? Momonosuke. Age? 18 years. Within the recruitment office, the atmosphere was tinged with gravity. The interviewer scrutinized the handsome man before him, his gaze shifting to the recommendation file in his hands. Satisfied, he nodded and spoke. "Very well, you are accepted." This man, who introduced himself as Momonosuke, was, in truth, Hakuzu. At this moment, he bore no resemblance to his former self. The remarkable transformation was due to the powers of the slip-slip fruit. Utilizing its abilities, Yurita had reshaped Hakuzu's facial fat structure, rendering him almost unrecognizable, akin to the grown-up Momonosuke of 2 years hence. Hakuzu had come here partly because he had activated a job opportunity a few days prior, and partly to stir the waters of the situation. With his keen intuition, he sensed a tempest was brewing. "You take him to familiarize himself," the officer ordered, pointing to a naval officer. "Yes, sir." The naval officer responded and turned to Hakuzu, saying, "Follow me." Thus, Hakuzu trailed behind this naval officer as they exited the recruitment office and began their tour. Hakuzu's position was that of an intelligence analyst, primarily responsible for gathering and processing information and monitoring the movements of pirates. This role fell within the realm of civilian duties. After touring the administrative building, they arrived at the square where the Navy was preparing to show Hakuzu the barracks. As they walked, several sailors hurriedly carried 2 corpses, making their way towards the exit, with Gokuburi following closely behind. Hakuzu noted that when he arrived, the corpses and their accompanying slogans had been absent, and now they had reappeared. He speculated that Shanks might have arrived and said, "Let's go take a look." The naval officer, equally curious, did not decline, and the two followed the procession. Upon reaching the entrance, they found the 2 corpses had been hung once more. "Admiral, what will we do if the fleet admiral learns of this?" Gokuburi's confidant inquired anxiously. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. That pirate, Shanks, dares to threaten a vice admiral. If we do not take action, they will think we are afraid. This is also the vice admiral's command." Gokuburi responded coldly. "Has something occurred, Vice Admiral?" Hakuzu inquired with a curious tone. Hearing the question, Gokuburi turned to face Hakuzu, noticing the unfamiliar face and his military insignia. He questioned, "Who are you?" The naval officer beside Hakuzu quickly introduced, "Vice Admiral Gokuburi. This is our new recruit, Momonosuke, responsible for intelligence analysis. He is a prodigy recommended by the allied nations, renowned for his strategic planning." "Ah, talent indeed. Pray tell, how shall we respond if Shanks assaults us?" Suddenly, a deep and commanding voice resonated from behind. Hakuzu turned to find Akainu standing behind them. Baizei felt a surge of joy. Was this not the very situation he had yearned to witness? He calmly inquired, "Will the fleet from headquarters send reinforcements, Admiral Akainu?" "The Yellow Monkey and 4 vice admirals," Akainu succinctly replied. He too harbored curiosity, wishing to test this so-called genius to ascertain if his reputation was indeed well-deserved. Hence his inquiry. Baizei nodded and proclaimed, "That will suffice. When the battle commences, let the 4 vice admirals engage red-haired Shanks and buy us time, ensuring he cannot assist his allies. Furthermore, let those capable of utilizing armament hockey and observation hockey entangle the others, with Vice Admiral Ghost Spider tasked to contend with Beckman. The 2 admirals will initiate their assault on the weakest members of the red-haired pirates, as long as we prevent Shanks and Beckman from providing support to their comrades. We can ultimately amass the entire navy to besiege them." Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression shifted to one of surprise. What sort of battle strategy was this? Traditionally, battles were contests of kings, yet upon further reflection, there seemed to be a semblance of logic in it. With his and the Yellow Monkey's prowess, dismantling the red-haired pirates should not pose a significant challenge. Provided the vice admirals held their ground, victory would be assured. Indeed, there exists another avenue, one that is more prudent, Baizei added. "What is it?" Akainu pressed eagerly. "Select a contingent of Navy personnel to masquerade as pirates, donning false sea prism stone handcuffs, and integrate disguised vice admirals among them. When red-haired Shanks arrives, let them deliberately observe this group of pirates appearing recently apprehended, looking utterly dejected. Once the war ignites, the disguised vice admirals can feign retreat towards Shanks, professing their desire to assist him. The likelihood of Shanks' crew rejecting them is minimal. The admirals can attract their attention through combat or vocal appeals, allowing the disguised vice admirals to launch a surprise attack. If timed correctly, they could decisively cripple the ranks of the Yonko." Listening to this stratagem, Akainu was momentarily rendered speechless. Could such a cunning plan truly be conceived? How insidious! "Indeed, you are a true talent," Akainu exclaimed with a grin. Moreover, Baizei interjected suddenly, causing the assembly to fall silent, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they regarded him as though he were an enigma. Moreover, the collective astonishment was palpable, their gazes fixated on Baizei as though he were a creature of myth. Implant timed explosives in 2 corpses. When the red-haired pirates retrieve the bodies, Shanks will undoubtedly assign his weakest member to guard them. At that moment, we can detonate the explosives, even if it doesn't result in a fatality. It will certainly deliver a considerable blow. As Baizei's words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The assembled Navy personnel stared wide-eyed at Zay, incredulous, as if questioning whether he were a devil incarnate. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Akainu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he clapped Zay on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Yet, upon reflection, Akainu realized that Sengoku would undoubtedly disapprove of allowing the Yellow Monkey and others to act recklessly. Thus, this battle was likely to be thwarted. Contemplating this, Akainu's expression shifted to one of resignation. The plan, though ingenious, was thwarted by the prudence of Fleet Admiral Tsuru, who advocated for balance. Observing Akainu's transition from elation to concern, Zay, sensing an opportunity, inquired, "What troubles you, Admiral? Is there anything amiss? I am at your service to brainstorm further solutions." Zay harbored a fervent desire for a confrontation to ensue, and even in the absence of an opportunity, he was determined to create one. Akainu fixed his gaze upon Momonosuke, intending to disclose the situation at headquarters, yet hesitated due to the presence of the surrounding navy. After a moment of contemplation, he beckoned to Momonosuke, saying, "Come with me." Akainu resolved to find a private setting to inquire whether Momonosuke possessed any ingenious solutions. The two retreated to a secluded area, where Akainu elaborated on Sengoku's concerns and the prevailing circumstances, also mentioning the potential lack of cooperation from Kizuru and the others. When discussing the threat posed by Shanks, the animosity in Akainu's eyes was unmistakable. "Do you truly believe that I, a distinguished admiral of the Navy, would fear him? Were it not for the apprehensions of the higher-ups, I would have already taken action against these pirates." Upon hearing Akainu's account, Zay finally grasped the intricacies of the situation. With a confident demeanor, he proposed, "I do have a notion. We could manipulate the corpses, for instance, by hanging placards inscribed with words such as 'I am worthless' or 'scum,' 'lowlife' on Jesus Boo's body. When Shanks and his crew witness such an affront to the deceased, they will undoubtedly be enraged. In a fit of fury, a person's judgment is clouded by emotion, leading to impulsive actions. Even if Admiral Kizuru initially opposes the outbreak of war, he cannot simply stand by while the Navy sacrifices lives without cause. Wouldn't you agree, Admiral? Even if Admiral Sengoku were to place blame afterward, we could find someone to take the fall, perhaps a fervent admirer of Akainu." In a bid to demonstrate the Admiral's zero tolerance for evil and to warn the pirates, took it upon himself to affix these labels, thereby instigating the conflict. Let the blame rest upon that individual. I, for one, am willing to assume that role. Upon hearing this, Akainu stared at Zay in astonishment. Zay feigned a display of heartfelt emotion, stating, "Admiral, I actually have a tragic backstory. My parents were slaughtered by pirates before I was even born. Therefore, my hatred for pirates runs deep." Akainu quickly interjected, "Wait a moment, your parents died before you were born?" Zay momentarily faltered, "Did they?" "That is precisely what you just said." Akainu fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon Zay, filled with suspicion. Chapter 48. The enraged red-haired crew. "Damn it, I slipped up," Zay thought to himself, cursing inwardly upon perceiving Akainu's doubtful expression. He hurriedly laughed awkwardly, attempting to divert the subject. "Well, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that, Admiral, I harbor a profound loathing for pirates. To eradicate them, I would not hesitate to face a military tribunal." With these words, Akainu dismissed his earlier concerns regarding the military officer before him with newfound respect. "Excellent. Your efforts will not go unrewarded. The tranquility of the seas will owe a debt to your contributions. You shall be entrusted with the management of the corpses. As for the timed explosives, visit the technical department and urge them to expedite their creation. I am aware that you are a person of ideas. Whether we can ignite this battle today rests entirely upon your shoulders." The Navy. Akainu firmly patted Zay on the shoulder, entrusting him with a significant responsibility. After discussing the details to ensure everything was foolproof, Zay took his leave. On the surface of the sea outside the fleet, several warships lay anchored in silence. Admiral Kizuru, Admiral Tsuru, and 4 other vice-admirals had been awaiting their arrival for some time. They positioned their vessels here to prevent the likes of Shanks and his crew from approaching the headquarters, ideally resolving this thorny issue at sea. "Has that rascal Akainu not arrived yet?" On the deck, Kizaru idly polished his nails and turned to inquire of Admiral Tsuru. Alas, Tsuru sighed deeply, shaking his head. You know well enough what sort of temperament he possesses. He would never deign to come and explain himself to Shanks. And how did Shanks respond? Kizaru pressed further. We explained that Akainu has been at headquarters and has not set foot in Water 7. Yet they remain utterly unconvinced. If it weren't for that fellow Aramaki, this situation would not have escalated to such complications. The youth of today are truly formidable, Kizaru lamented. Indeed, they seem to thrive on chaos. I suspect that placing the blame on Akainu is undoubtedly tied to that Aramaki. Such despicable characters who lurk in the shadows are truly detestable. Tsuru's frustration grew with each word. Hours passed as they continued to wait on the open sea. Suddenly, the lookout, clutching a loudspeaker, shouted at the top of his lungs. They are coming, and at great speed. The look of astonishment on his face was evident. He had never witnessed a ship move with such velocity. From over 10 nautical miles away, the red force surged through the waves like an arrow released from its bow. At the bow, Shanks stood tall, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. The Navy's horn blared. Everyone stand down. Do not engage. As Shanks' ship approached, it came to a gradual halt. The two factions now positioned 50 meters apart in a standoff. Shanks, this matter is not the doing of Akainu. Tsuru shouted into the speaker. And where is Akainu? Bring him out to clarify this matter face to face. Shanks' voice was icy, exuding an unmistakable authority. On their journey, Tsuru had made numerous calls, assisting Shanks in analyzing the situation's pros and cons. The injuries on Jesus Burgess and Ben Beckman's photographs bore no trace of magma burns, the suspicious Aramaki. The necessity of reporting vessels traveling from the New World to the Grand Line, and so forth. After Tsuru's assessment, Shanks himself was uncertain whether Akainu was indeed implicated, thus insisting on a direct confrontation. You know his temperament all too well, Tsuru sighed helplessly. Shanks' eyes narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from him as his conqueror's haki erupted with intensity. In an instant, a formidable presence surged forth, engulfing the entire area like a tidal wave. Clatter, clatter, clatter. On several warships, ordinary sailors collapsed on the deck as if they were harvested wheat. Witnessing this spectacle, Kizaru's expression turned grave. The oppressive might of the four emperors is truly terrifying. Tsuru's face darkened as he demanded, Shanks, what is it that you truly seek? What do I seek? Shanks retorted, a bitter laugh escaping him. Do you believe a few words will suffice to convince me? While your analysis is sound, I might have been misled. The Din Mushy belonging to Jesus Burgess and the others fell into treacherous hands, with someone impersonating Akainu. However, the presence of Jesus Burgess and Ben Beckman at Navy headquarters is an undeniable fact. In the final moments, the long-suppressed emotions of the red-haired captain erupted violently as he bellowed, If you wish for me to believe, then send me the remains of my comrade. Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Tsuru turned to the Navy and commanded, Make the call. Through the loudspeaker, the red-haired pirate crew was also able to hear. Yes, the Navy responded promptly, swiftly dialing the number. Soon, the call was connected. Vice Admiral Tsuru here. I need you to send over the remains of the Yonko subordinate. The red-haired pirates have already arrived. Tsuru spoke into the transponder snail. I sincerely apologize. Vice Admiral Tsuru came to response from Admiral Akainu. If they want the body, let red-haired come and collect it himself. Admiral Akainu continued. They are not celestial dragons. Why should we deliver it? Just as the words left his mouth, Akainu's voice resonated. It was I who said it. Red-haired, I know you can hear me. If you want the body, come and fetch it yourself. Do you think you are someone special? The provocative tone was unmistakably characteristic of Sakazuki. Vice Admiral Tsuru felt a pang of unease and cautioned loudly. Sakazuki, are you aware of what you are doing? The red-haired captain refused to grant Vice Admiral Tsuru and Akainu any further opportunity for discourse, issuing a direct command. Let us go. I have made it clear. If he desires the body, he must come for it himself. Akainu's stance remained inflexible, showing no sign of concession. Observing the red-haired ship once again setting sail, Vice Admiral Tsuru hesitated, questioning, should we intercept them? And how do you propose we do that? Red-haired merely seeks to confirm the condition of the body. If we obstruct them, they will undoubtedly retaliate immediately. Vice Admiral Tsuru wore an expression of helplessness. Then let us follow for now. The Red Force maneuvered around the Navy vessels, continuing on its path, with several warships closely tailing behind. They were not far from Unit 1, approximately 20 to 30 nautical miles away. The red-haired captain stood at the bow, employing his observation hockey to sense the movements ahead. At the entrance of Unit 1, a Navy officer pushed a small cart bearing the remains of the red-haired pirate crew members. The captain's observation hockey remained fixated on the bodies as he meticulously examined the wounds. "Captain, how credible do you find the Navy's words?" asked Rikuru, standing behind him, beginning to analyze the situation. "I am uncertain," the red-haired captain replied, his mind clouded with confusion. He recalled the call from Banzhou. The voice was indeed reminiscent of Akainu, yet the distance rendered it unclear. On the other hand, the Navy's evidence and attitude seemed to indicate that this matter may not be linked to Akainu. Nonetheless, regardless of the identity of the perpetrator, we shall not let those who harmed Banzhou and Jesus Burgess go unpunished. The red-haired captain turned, his gaze resolute as he expressed his determination. In that fleeting moment of distraction, as he once again sensed the vicinity of Unit 1, he was met with a scene that ignited his fury. Jesus Burgess and Banzhou were hung high on the gate, with a placard reading, "I am useless," draped over Jesus Burgess. "Yes, the deaths of my brothers." Rikiru's words were cut short, his face suddenly filled with rage. The red-haired captain howled to the heavens, "Bastard!" The anger echoed from Gab. "Damn it!" Bonclay exclaimed, "I will kill him." Rikiru declared, "Unforgivable." In that brief instant, the officers of the red-haired pirate crew all sensed the situation at the entrance of Unit 1. Anguished cries echoed incessantly as the crowd surged on the deck, propelling themselves like cannonballs towards Division 1. Chapter 49. The Fury of Red-Haired Pirates. Alas. Admiral Crane's countenance shifted drastically upon witnessing the frenzied actions of Red-Haired's crew. His expression turned grave, tension gripping him to the core. "Yellow Ape!" he bellowed with all his might. At that moment, Yellow Ape's face was etched with dread. How dare Sakazuki commit such an act? It was undeniably a blatant provocation. Without a moment's hesitation, Yellow Ape unleashed the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, transforming into a blinding light that swiftly reached the entrance of Division 1. The four admirals, observing this, hastily mimicked the movements of Red-Haired's crew, quickly following suit. At the entrance of Division 1, White Zetsu had just finished hanging the plaque when, like a bolt of black lightning, he dashed into the square with astonishing speed. There was no time to waste. If he lingered, doom awaited him. "Akainu, come and meet your demise." The deafening roar of Red-Haired resonated from afar. His voice arrived before his presence, accompanied by a terrifying slash over a kilometer in length, akin to a celestial blade cleaving the sky above the square. This formidable strike caused the very heavens to shift, as the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. In the square, Akainu, perceiving this lethal blow descending from above, leaped high without hesitation, radiating an intense heat. His haki enveloped his searing magma arm, coalescing into a colossal magma fist exceeding 10 meters in diameter, which he then hurled downward with ferocity. Such mere pirates dare to act with impunity here. Akainu thundered. Boom! The clash of their attacks reverberated violently, the slash colliding with a magma fist. In an instant, a cataclysmic sound erupted, shattering the square. The naval headquarters crumbled under the force of the impact, as if constructed from mere paper, torn apart by the tempest. The ground around them was ravaged, fissures spreading like the grip of an unseen giant, while molten magma splattered like fiery serpents, sizzling upon contact and instantly melting the earth, releasing an acrid scent of charred remnants. In this round of confrontation, the two adversaries were evenly matched. After the initial clash, Red-Haired's members arrived at the gates, wielding their blades to sever the ropes. Lime Jones, alongside Gab, cradled a lifeless body, their faces etched with grief and indignation. Unforgivable! Rikiro's eyes burned red as he roared in fury, delivering a powerful blow to the grand gates. With a resounding crash, The gates collapsed under the weight of his might. Red-Hair descended from the air, staggering towards the body of his fallen comrade, trembling as he reached out to gently caress the faces of Bon Clay and Jesus Burgess. Red-Hair did not immediately engage in battle. Instead, he sought to share a final moment with his departed brothers. "I am sorry, Jesus Burgess. I am sorry, Bon Clay. We have arrived too late, and you have suffered indignities." With crimson hair and bloodshot eyes, memories of the past spent with comrades flooded back, and tears cascaded down like a torrential flood. "I'm so sorry. Had it not been for my orders, this fate would not have befallen us." The other members similarly felt their eyes welling up as a heavy sorrow enveloped the entire pirate crew like a dense fog. The introverted Gabu, known for his furious roars, had often been teased by Ben and Jesus on board. Those cherished moments felt like they had occurred just yesterday, yet now, witnessing their brothers eternally close their eyes, Gabu could no longer contain his emotions and wept openly. Ben, Jesus, the members of the red-haired pirates were engulfed in this unbearable atmosphere of grief, unable to extricate themselves. Suddenly, the words of Vice Admiral Saru, who had just arrived, made them turn their heads in unison, their gazes filled with fury. "Akainu, why have you done this?" Saru demanded. Every eye fell upon Akainu, including Kizaru and the 4 vice admirals who had arrived shortly thereafter. "I have no idea what you're talking about." Akainu feigned confusion. "The corpse at the gate. Are you truly seeking to provoke a war with the 4 emperors?" Saru's voice rose with urgency. "Oh, is that what you mean?" Akainu replied, a look of feigned realization crossing his face, before leisurely responding, "That wasn't my doing. I have no time for such trivial matters." Observing Akainu's nonchalant demeanor, Saru attempted to regain control of the situation, shouting, "If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Do you understand the consequences of your actions? It was I who did it." Suddenly, the voice of Hakazu pierced through the tension. In an instant, the red-haired crew regarded him with the predatory intensity of wolves fixating on their prey, their eyes seething with a desire to rend him apart. Yet, Hakazu displayed no hint of fear, instead adopting an enthusiastic demeanor. How could Admiral Akainu stoop to such trivialities? As a subordinate, upon hearing that the mere red-haired dared to provoke us, I felt compelled to act. Otherwise, they might think we in the Navy are afraid. As Hakazu reveled in the anger directed at him, he grew increasingly arrogant. "You needn't praise me. It is merely my duty." His smug disposition appeared utterly absurd, prompting Kizaru to inwardly deride. This person is beyond redemption. Saru regarded Hakazu with a look of pity, as though he were observing a hapless soul on the brink of disaster. What nonsense about the 4 emperors. Their subordinates have perished so miserably, heads askew. A truly pathetic lot. Hakazu continued his mockery. Such trash deserves to be infested with maggots, returning to the earth as mere nutrients. Before Hakazu could finish his derisive remarks, the red-haired captain abruptly lifted his head, his gaze radiating a ferocity and wrath reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. In a furious rage, the red-haired captain darted forward like a leopard, gripping his weapon, Griffin, tightly. Akainu, naturally unwilling to let red-haired succeed, swiftly summoned magma in his right hand, unleashing a thunderous roar. Great eruption. Boom! The crimson-haired Shanks materialized before Whitebeard like a specter, resolutely intercepting the lethal blow aimed at him. Witnessing his attack thwarted, the furious red-haired pirate bellowed at the top of his lungs, "If you wish to live, step aside." In that moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought: to annihilate the navy that had dared to insult his fallen comrade. The honor of his crew could not be sullied, nor could the dignity of a Yonko be trampled upon. "Oomph, as if you could kill me," Shanks retorted disdainfully. "This is not the open sea. If you seek to flaunt your might here, you have come to the wrong place." As the tension escalated and a battle loomed, Rikiru hastily instructed Raymagens, "Stay here and guard our brother's remains." Raymagens nodded gravely. Subsequently, the other members brandished their weapons, and the air thickened with the acrid scent of gunpowder. "Red-haired, are you truly prepared to wage war against the Navy?" Vice Admiral Crane's voice resonated through the transponder snail, carrying the deep timbre of Sengoku. Wage war? Shanks echoed the phrase, his gaze piercing as he fixed his attention on the Navy officer who had insulted his comrade's remains. He spoke deliberately. I had intended to hear your explanation, but if I do not act today, how can my fallen brother find peace? Before he could finish, a thunderous explosion erupted. All eyes turned towards the direction of Raymagin's. Shanks's eyes widened in horror, nearly bursting with blood. Raymagin's! Rikiru cried out in despair, his voice laden with anguish and fury. In an instant, Shanks vanished from his position. The area where Raymagin's had stood was enveloped in smoke, cloaked in a heavy shroud of darkness. Yellow Monkey, sensing the gravity of the situation, thought to himself, "This is dire. What has happened?" Sengoku's anxious voice emanated from the transponder snail. "It seems this battle is now unavoidable." Vice Admiral Crane lamented, immediately enveloping herself in haki and adopting a defensive stance. The other admirals followed suit, preparing for the impending confrontation. As the smoke began to clear, the ground was strewn with dismembered flesh. Shanks cradled Raymagin's, his eyes ablaze with fury. Raymagin's gasped, smoke billowing from his mouth, his body grotesquely mangled. Clearly, in the moments prior to the explosion, he had been slow to react, and his haki had not fully enveloped him, resulting in grave injuries. "Captain, they are treacherous. They planted bombs in our comrades' bodies." Raymagin's struggled to articulate, blood spilling from his lips. Shanks stood transfixed, gazing at the carnage around him, his mind a blank slate. "Jesus Burgess," he murmured, lost in thought, as if his soul had departed. "You bastards!" Rikiru roared, his voice reverberating across the square. This cry of rage snapped Shanks back to reality. He swiftly turned to the formidable monkey and commanded, "Take care of Raymagin's." Then, addressing his comrades, he solemnly issued the captain's order. "Everyone, let us wager our lives. We shall fight." The members responded in unison, charging towards the enemy like a pack of ferocious tigers. Naturally, the vice admirals would not stand idly by. They surged forward to meet the onslaught. A breathtaking battle erupted in an instant. The enigmatic Baizé retreated slightly, his gaze drifting towards the distance as he whispered to himself. Thus, the second phase begins now. Chapter 50. Red-haired in trouble. The human bowling ball. Rikiru's thunderous roar echoed, his entire being enveloped in a fierce armament haki, transforming his already rotund figure into a cannonball poised for launch, spinning wildly as he barreled towards the four vice-admirals. The four admirals, witnessing this pirate daring to challenge them alone, wore expressions of disdain, unleashing slashes and gusts of wind that surged forth with chilling ferocity. However, Rikiru's rolling form was as agile as a cunning rabbit, expertly evading their attacks with his observation haki, unstoppable as he charged directly at Dogman. Boom! Meanwhile, Red-haired and Akainu were locked in a fierce clash. Both unleashed deadly techniques. Red-haired, fueled by a burning desire for vengeance for his fallen brother, while Akainu was resolute in his intent to eradicate the pirate threat. With such unwavering determination, they attacked with utter disregard for their own lives, each move carrying a cataclysmic force. Simultaneously, the furious Gabu opened his mouth wide, gathering a terrifying surge of energy aimed squarely at the seemingly indifferent Kizaru. This attack is quite fearsome, relying solely on one's mouth, somewhat reminiscent of a spinning slash. Kizaru remarked with a hint of surprise, mockingly observing the oncoming projectile. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Kizaru vanished from sight. Gabu's energy surged unabated, extending 100 meters away, culminating in a resounding explosion that shook the ground. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Kizaru's voice echoed from behind Gabu. Almost simultaneously, Bendik's neck, already poised in a dual-wielding stance, bellowed, dual-wielding. Two lions. In an instant, two vividly lifelike lions radiating a ghostly green light materialized beside Kizaru. Kizaru twisted his waist sharply, redirecting the foot that was initially aimed at Gabu's head, delivering a fierce kick towards the ferocious green lions. At the same moment, he pointed his left index finger, releasing a blinding beam that shot towards Gabu's head. Seeing this, Gabu hastily performed a forward roll. executing a move that was nothing short of perilous. Boom! The ground erupted in a shower of earth and stone as Kizaru's right foot detonated simultaneously. The lion slashes from the dual-wielding attack dissipated instantly, while Kizaru's enormous foot firmly pressed against the blades of Bendik's neck swords. At that moment, a sound reminiscent of air being consumed reached Kizaru's ears. With the keen perception granted by his observation haki, he sensed Gabu preparing another move. Without hesitation, he vanished once more. Penetrating energy cannon, Gabu shouted, though regrettably, this attack too went astray. Despite its broad diameter, it was futile against the lightning-fast Kizaru, who remained elusive as ever. On the other side, beside Rain Jones, the monkey was enveloped in an armor of haki, its vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings like a vigilant sentinel. Meanwhile, the musician Benki Benji was energetically warming up, throwing punches into the air as he readied his unique technique. This technique required a buildup of energy, typically supported by the monkey who bought him precious time. Together, they formed a formidable duo in combat. Fortunately, no formidable adversaries had yet arrived to disrupt their preparations. However, the astute Admiral Crane, who was in control of the battlefield, immediately recognized the technique as the royal fist of the Prelusion Kingdom. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly issued orders to the nearby Navy colonels and brigadiers. They must not allow him to complete his preparations. Immediate interruption was imperative. Following her command, the colonels and brigadiers surged forward like ravenous wolves. The fierce warrior, Monkey, displayed a fearsome countenance, darting through the fray with incredible speed, throwing punches and delivering kicks as he engaged with the naval forces. Whenever anyone attempted to approach Benki Benji, the monkey would rush to his aid without hesitation. In the midst of the chaos, Akainu bellowed, and his molten arm elongated like a serpent, launching an attack directly at the red-haired pirate. This move was not only executed with lightning speed, but also packed an astonishing force. The red-haired captain's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve, and utilizing his formidable observation haki, he sensed the imminent danger. Swiftly tilting his head to evade the assault, he harnessed his body's momentum to swing his sword upward with one hand. A red, haki-infused slashing attack surged forth, resembling a crimson ribbon, swiftly reaching Akainu. Reacting with incredible agility, Akainu employed the Soru technique, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, the red-haired captain seemed to have anticipated his movements, leaping high into the air with his sword poised to strike down upon Akainu, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. Akainu, seasoned in combat, recognized the lethal threat of the attack. Although his observation haki did not match that of Shanks, he was far from a novice. He quickly retaliated with a powerful punch. The collision of his fist against the red-haired captain's blade produced a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Seizing the brief moment of respite, both combatants assessed the surrounding battlefield. Akainu noticed Kizaru leisurely dealing with two pirate officers, and his frustration boiled over. He couldn't help but shout, "Kizaru!" Understanding Akainu's intent, Kizaru, who had no desire to exert himself fully, feigned innocence, saying, "Spare me. I'm already taking this seriously." The officers of the Yonko are truly terrifying. Furious, Akainu cursed under his breath, realizing he could not rely on Kizaru, and resolved to fight with everything he had. Across from him, the red-haired captain shared a similar sentiment. He glanced at his comrades. Although Lucky Roo had temporarily subdued four vice admirals, he knew they had yet to unleash their full potential. In this war, he needed to seize more opportunities. The recent skirmish had made the red-haired captain acutely aware of Akainu's strength. To inflict significant damage, he had to give it his all. With determination solidified, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, its overwhelming presence piercing Akainu's psyche like a steel needle. Akainu's expression shifted in response, and in that moment, the red-haired captain decisively delivered a powerful kick. Boom! Akainu's robust chest took the brunt of the kick, causing his body to involuntarily lean back. However, his reflexes were swift. His other fist surged forth, unleashing a torrent of magma like a raging flood upon Shanks. Anticipating Akainu's assault once more, Shanks leaped backward while executing a soaring slash. Aware of this, Akainu immediately fortified his defense, his massive fist converging rapidly to collide with the strike. The clash between the two was akin to a cataclysmic disaster. The ground beneath them was already riddled with countless fissures, streams of searing magma flowing ominously, rendering the area a veritable purgatory on Earth. In the arena, aside from the yet-to-engage Vice Admiral Crane, only Whitebeard remained, observing as Shanks gradually regained his composure. He realized that prolonging the conflict could lead to unforeseen complications. The originally planned second phase would need to be executed prematurely. Thus, he discreetly signaled the hidden Navy personnel observing from shadows. They understood instantly and vanished without a trace. Before long, amidst the fervent battle, a sudden and urgent sound of a transponder snail pierced the air. Whitebeard had already feigned his presence a short distance from Akainu and swiftly answered the call. "Lieutenant Commander, we have good news," came the excited voice from the Navy. "What good news? Speak quickly. We are preoccupied with battle." Whitebeard feigned impatience, his voice booming. "The songstress from that underground music scene has been captured. We are preparing to deliver her to the celestial dragons." "Oh, who was it again?" Whitebeard pretended to struggle with recalling the name, contemplating theatrically. "Lieutenant Commander, it's Yuta." Yuta. The moment Yuta's name resonated through the phone, Shanks, standing nearby, was instantly thrown into disarray. How could this be? In the next heartbeat, a magma-infused fist lunged toward Shanks, taking advantage of his momentary distraction. The searing heat jolted him back to reality. He immediately activated his foresight ability, perceiving the imminent impact that he could not evade. Resolutely, Shanks countered with a sword strike aimed at Akainu's abdomen, attempting to compel his adversary to block. However, he underestimated Akainu's relentless determination to eradicate pirates. Akainu opted for a trade of injuries, mercilessly striking Shanks on the head with a powerful punch. The future unfolded differently in an instant. Shanks, his face a mask of shock, tried to evade the blow, but was nonetheless grazed by Akainu's magma, the searing pain radiating throughout his body, signaling he had been hit. With a splatter, Shanks' slash landed on Akainu's chest, inflicting a deep, horizontal wound. Yet, Akainu did not flinch. Instead, he retaliated with a fierce kick. Shanks hastily lifted his knee in defense. With a resounding crash, Shanks was sent reeling backward, akin to a marionette whose strings had been severed, skidding across the ravaged ground. A sizzling sound echoed through the air. Shanks looked on in astonishment as Akainu seared his own wound with magma to staunch the bleeding. The other Navy commanders, witnessing this scene, were left in awe, silently acknowledging Akainu as a truly reckless and fearless warrior. In stark contrast, Red-Haired's visage bore the marks of severe burns, with a portion of flesh missing from his cheek. Coupled with his presently darkened complexion, he appeared remarkably fearsome. Chapter 51. You tell me, is this Yuta? The atmosphere in the arena was charged with tension, smoke swirling through the air. White Zai feigned astonishment, his eyes wide as he observed the fierce clash between Akainu and Red-Haired, lamenting inwardly. What a splendid opportunity. Such a pity. Just then, Red-Haired's gaze flashed like lightning, fixating on White Zai, his murderous intent unmistakable and his expression ominously grim. Noticing this, White Zai instantly adopted a look of realization, continuing his ruse as he spoke into the snail phone, saying, "Oh yes, yes. It's called Dikaru, Callista, abbreviated as Yuta." Upon uttering these words, Akainu, who was aware of Momonosuke's scheme, nearly laughed aloud at the incredulous expression on Red-Haired's face, akin to someone who had just consumed excrement. Dikaru, Callista? To think it is referred to as Yuta? Red-Haired seethed with fury, yet he also felt a sense of relief, as long as it was not Yuta. That wretched Navy! Gab felt deceived, unleashing a furious roar as he expelled an air cannon from his mouth, hurtling towards White Zai like a bolt of lightning. Akainu attempted to intervene, but Red-Haired discerned his intent and ensnared him, allowing no opportunity for rescue. Observing the imminent attack on the Navy officer, Vice Admiral Tsuru could not remain passive. Being closest to White Zai, she swiftly placed her hands on the ground, activating her wash fruit ability. In an instant, The ground before White Zai became extraordinarily pliable, the earth rising to form a soft barrier. The air cannon struck the barrier with a resounding thud, the ground behaving like resilient rubber, rebounding. The center of the barrier caved in deeply, nearly making contact with White Zai's head, almost colliding. Initially, White Zai had been gambling, pondering whether Kizaru would make a move, but to his surprise, it was Vice Admiral Tsuru who saved him at this critical moment. Of course, White Zai was not genuinely afraid of such an attack. Even without assistance, he could endure significant injuries, pretending to be dead for a chance to counterattack. With his ice-red tea, as long as he had breath left and his head remained intact, he would not perish, putting on an expression of fear. After a brief moment of trepidation, he exuberantly exclaimed, "I've been saved." Vice Admiral Tsuru, unwilling to witness this young Navy officer perish, felt a twinge of compassion. Recognizing that although the lad was not particularly astute, he was still one of their own, she kindly cautioned, "Navy, this battle is not one you should approach. Keep your distance." Having failed one scheme, White Zai quickly devised another, seizing upon Tsuru's words to retort. "What are you saying, Vice Admiral Tsuru? The admirals are fighting valiantly. How could I possibly retreat? Though my strength is minimal, even if I must die, I shall take a piece of the enemy with me. Pirates are deserving of death." After passionately declaring this, he glanced toward the still pummeling Bon Clay and added, "That fellow seems to have no opponent. I shall confront him." No sooner had he spoken than White Zai assumed a resolute demeanor and charged toward Bon Clay. "Don't go!" Vice Admiral Tsuru shouted urgently, but White Zai ignored her, resolutely following his own path. "Kizaru!" In a moment of desperation, Vice Admiral Crane called out loudly, urging Kizaru to remain vigilant. "Spare me. I'm already exhausted dealing with two foes, and now I must rescue someone. How troublesome." Kizaru complained with evident reluctance. "Benji, eliminate him." Red-haired Shanks commanded loudly while fiercely clashing with Akainu. With a swift motion, Benji maintained his stance, and upon seeing the approaching, bothersome Navy officer, he confidently replied, "Don't worry. Captain, I can kick this guy to death with a single blow." Though his fists were currently charged and unable to strike, his legs remained ready for combat. This hesitation was precisely why Vice Admiral Crane refrained from acting immediately. She intended to wait until Benji had charged sufficiently before instructing Kizaru to intervene. As the Navy advanced, Crane found herself uncertain of their strength and decided to observe for a while longer. Suddenly, she recalled someone and scanned the battlefield, pondering, where is Spider gone? Meanwhile, at the prison of Unit 1, Spider, adorned with an iron mask and dressed in pirate attire, awaited silently. Behind him stood a group of Navy personnel disguised as pirates, one of whom was nearly as powerful as a vice admiral. Spider turned to the group, cautioning, "Whatever happens, do not reveal yourselves. Follow my lead." A colonel tilted his head, scrutinizing the masked Spider, whose mask only revealed two small eye holes, and remarked, "Sir, I can't see." "Oh, is that so?" Spider realized, responding. "Then I shall adopt a different approach." Back on the battlefield, upon seeing the Navy officer charging towards him, Benji's eyes flashed with malice as he unleashed a fierce kick. Baize's expression turned to one of terror as he desperately rolled to the side. The long arc of the kick soared into the distance, triggering a violent explosion. Baize quickly assessed the power of the attack, determining it to be roughly on par with Rob Lucci's. Fortunately, he was at a safe distance, making evasion relatively easy. However, his clumsy roll led Benji to conclude that Baize was weak, prompting him to taunt, "I expected your words to match your strength. But seems you are lacking. In that case, you'll meet your end." Raising his voice, Benji charged towards Baize, whose fear rendered him paralyzed as he fell to the ground, his face a canvas of dread. What am I even hoping for? Vice Admiral Crane thought, unable to bear the sight of such a lowly soldier daring to challenge one of the Emperor's subordinates. "Tama," Akainu suddenly shouted. "Not a chance." Red-haired Shanks countered, intensifying his assault and denying Akainu any opportunity to aid Baize. Witnessing Akainu's concern for one of his subordinates, Crane could not remain idle. With a resigned expression, she pressed her hands against the ground, manipulating the rocky material. With a swift motion, a soft wall sprang up, attempting to obstruct Benji's advance towards the Navy. Nevertheless, Benji swiftly executed the Navy's unique technique, moonwalk, effortlessly soaring over the barrier. Crane, controlling the pliable earth, transformed it into two massive hands, striving to ensnare Benji's feet. The Benki Benshi reaction was exceedingly swift, delivering two decisive slashes that struck the wall. The two colossal hands formed by the wall were effortlessly sliced through as if they were mere tofu. Realizing his technique had failed, Admiral Crane executed a shave and charged toward Benki Benshi. However, he was a moment too late. Benki Benshi descended from above, delivering two slashing kicks aimed at the ground bound by Zay. Zay once again tumbled away clumsily to evade the strikes, landing on the ground. With a thunderous impact, the ground erupted from the force of the kick, sending Zay hurtling away from the shockwave. Benki Benshi, employing moonwalk, anticipated Zay's trajectory with his observation haki, swiftly appearing before him and launching a kick. Iron block. In mid-air, Zay silently activated his iron block skill, only to be propelled away by the force of the kick. Monkey. Benki Benshi shouted. After years of synchronized cooperation, upon hearing the command, the warrior swiftly broke free from the Navy's encirclement and leaped high, delivering a fierce kick to Zay's abdomen. Zay let out a pained cry, once more sent flying backward. At this moment, Zay's right hand had quietly retreated into his clothing, the conqueror's haki shimmering subtly around it. Meanwhile, upon seeing Admiral Crane advance, Benki Benshi executed a long-range slash, attempting to thwart her rescue of Zay, while simultaneously delivering a kick toward the approaching Navy. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as Benki Benshi focused his observation haki on Admiral Crane, dismissing the seemingly feeble Navy soldier. He was confident in the success of his strike, but as he turned back, he beheld the Navy soldier's clothing explode, revealing a fist crackling with red lightning, hurtling rapidly toward his right foot. Realizing too late that he had been deceived, Benki Benshi understood this was no weakling. In an instant, a collision occurred between fist and foot, resulting in a sharp crack as Benki Benshi's leg bone shattered. With a thunderous impact, Benki Benshi was sent flying, decisively abandoning his charge to launch a counterattack. Due to the trajectory of his flight, his attack was elongated, aimed directly at the Navy. Zay channeled his armament haki to its utmost, his left fist gathering power before he unleashed it, colliding with Benki Benshi's technique. Zay had other means of retaliation, but Benki Benshi was not so fortunate. He was propelled directly toward Akainu. Chapter 52. The scheme unfolds. As the prey soared toward him, a fierce glint flickered in Akainu's eyes. Without hesitation, he concentrated his right fist, enveloping it in searing magma, accompanied by a torrent of intense heat, and hurled it toward Benki Benshi. Red-haired Shanks felt a sudden tightening in his chest, exerting force beneath his feet as he darted forward like lightning, positioning himself before Akainu. He raised his sword horizontally, its blade reflecting a chilling light, attempting to block the lethal onslaught. However, he had underestimated Akainu's cunning. The fist Akainu unleashed was merely a feint to distract him. Almost simultaneously with Shanks raising his sword to parry, Akainu's other fist, brimming with molten lava, surged forward with ferocity. Great eruption. This strike was accurately aimed, targeting Shanks' legs. Thanks to his foresight granted by observation haki, Shanks glimpsed the horrifying scene of his legs being shattered in an instant. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air, narrowly evading this deadly blow. Immediately, he harnessed the momentum of his leap, his shoulder crashing into the oncoming Benki Benshi like a battering ram. Benki Benshi, akin to a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling backward, narrowly avoiding a landing by the adversary. In the next instant, Akainu's fainting fist, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, struck again. Red-haired Shanks reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly positioning his sword across his chest. With a thunderous roar, Akainu's fist collided violently with the blade, the overwhelming force sending tingles through Shanks's arm, as if his very lungs had been struck by a sledgehammer, a wave of agonizing pain surging forth. The impact launched Shanks several meters away, akin to a cannonball. Bai Zhe, concealed in the shadows, beheld this spectacle with a heavy heart. Lamenting his failure to secure a victory over Shanks despite meticulously crafting an opportunity for Akainu. This adversary, indeed, proved to be formidable. Observing such a ferocious assault failing to inflict harm upon Shanks, Akainu felt a grave weight settle in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed with his next strategic move. In a flash, Akainu darted forward, like a bolt of crimson lightning, closing in on Shanks. While Shanks remained vigilant of Benkabinji's movements, he nimbly evaded Akainu's torrential barrage of attacks. Benkabinji, with one foot firmly planted on the ground, stirred up a cloud of dust. His other foot rendered useless. Witnessing this, the fierce warrior, Mengshida, sprang into action without hesitation, leaping at great speed to position himself before Benkabinji, while the pursuing naval soldiers hurried after them. As Akainu continued his assault on Shanks, his left hand quietly gathered magma. Seizing the opportune moment, he forced Shanks to turn his back to the prison and unleashed his technique. Canine Bite Red Lotus, a colossal head of molten magma, imbued with a sense of destruction, shot forth toward Shanks. However, through his acute observation, Shanks sensed the impending danger, swiftly evading with an elegant maneuver. The molten head, undeterred, streaked forth like a meteor, hurtling towards a distant structure. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion resonated, obliterating the naval prison in a blaze of fire and fury. Following the explosion, Akainu and Shanks plunged once more into a fierce confrontation. In a matter of moments, a throng of pirates emerged from the wreckage, their escape accompanied by the frantic cries of naval soldiers. "Admiral, the prison has been breached. The pirates are fleeing." Upon hearing this, Akainu's expression darkened instantaneously. "Quick! It seems they are engaged in battle. We must flee." The group of pirates shouted in exhilaration. The leading pirate, his face twisted with rage, bellowed, "What are you running for? It appears they have engaged with red-haired Shanks. That scoundrel has slain our crewmates. Let us seize this opportunity to assist and exact our revenge." But some pirates attempted to argue. "There is no but. I am a captain." The colonel, assuming the role of captain, barked. With no choice left, the pirates followed their captain into the fray against Mengshida, engaging in fierce combat with the navy. Despite being shackled, their prowess was undeniable. With their addition to the fray, Mengshida felt the pressure ease considerably. The navy, unwilling to concede, retaliated fiercely. The air was filled with a cacophony of battle cries and clashing steel. Shanks recognized the formidable strength of these pirates. Yet, as one of the four emperors, he harbored an innate pride, reluctant to accept an alliance with them. He shouted loudly, "While I am grateful for your assistance, now that we are safe, you should quickly escape. This matter lies between me and the navy. Do not meddle." Upon hearing this, the pirate captain became visibly indignant and retorted, "That scoundrel Akainu has slain my first mate. I will not leave. This is our own affair." With the arrival of this band of pirates, the already fierce attacks from the admirals grew even more brutal, leaving Laki Lu struggling to cope. He yelled hoarsely, "Captain!" Red-haired also recognized that their side was at a disadvantage and ceased to argue, tacitly accepting the pirates' involvement. He yearned to assist the pirates in breaking their shackles. Yet Akainu clung to him like an unshakable piece of taffy, preventing his escape. "I shall assist you," declared the masked ghost spider, his voice deep and chilling. With that, he darted towards Laki Lu. "I will deal with Kizaru," the pirate captain added, swiftly moving to confront Kizaru. Bingji began to gather energy, preparing for an assault. "Get away from me!" Ghost Spider, hindered by the sea stone binding his arm, could only merge his hands into a fist and strike fiercely at Dogman, letting out a roar. Bang! Dogman reacted swiftly and decisively blocked with his sword. The two exchanged blows in a fierce clash. Dogman was taken aback, surprised by the formidable strength of this masked man. "You are surprisingly strong," Laki Lu exclaimed, equally astonished. Of course, Ghost Spider's low voice was interrupted when Laki Lu's expression changed dramatically as he shouted a warning. "Be careful." At that moment, a sharp slash came from the side. Laki Lu reacted with remarkable speed, vanishing from his position to appear beside the masked figure, his arm enveloped in a powerful armament hockey, intercepting the strike with unyielding force. Meanwhile, the pirate captain had reached Gabu's side. "Kizaru's speed is incredible. Are you truly all right?" Gabu asked, concern etched across his face. "Of course," the pirate captain replied, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Ghost Spider. Just then, as Gabu's words trailed off, the pirate captain's arm, charged with hidden energy, shot out like lightning. Almost simultaneously, Ghost Spider launched his own attack. The headpiece of Ghost Spider exploded, his long hair springing forth like a living entity, ensnarling Lucky Lu tightly. "What are you doing?" Lucky Lu's eyes widened in shock. Caught off guard by such a close-range ambush, he fell victim to the treachery. Immediately after, he witnessed Ghost Spider's shackles burst apart. Two fists, enveloped in armament hockey, hurtling towards Lucky Lu's abdomen like a pair of meteor hammers. Six King's gun. Puff! Lucky Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying back like a kite severed from its string. "Oh!" A scream echoed from Gabu's direction, his back pierced by the pirate captain's fist, his eyes filled with disbelief. This sudden betrayal left the four admirals momentarily stunned. "What are you dawdling for? Attack!" Ghost Spider withdrew his fists, preparing to deliver a crushing blow to Lucky Lu. Ricky Lu, regaining his composure, let out a furious roar. Ugh. In an instant, he unleashed all his strength, breaking free from the confines of his hair. Just then, the onslaught of 5 vice admirals descended upon him like a torrential storm, with fists, slashes, and kicks raining down relentlessly. Ricky Lu summoned the full extent of his hockey, bracing himself against the combined assault of the 5 vice admirals. Bang! He was sent hurtling backward like a basketball struck by a powerful force. Splurt! Blood misted the air. Despite Ricky Lu's formidable hockey, the sheer ferocity of the 5 vice admirals' coordinated attack proved nearly insurmountable. Ricky, Gabu, witnessing the scene, felt his eyes pulse with rage, screaming in despair. Damn it. Bendixneck, seeing Gabu injured, felt a surge of anger flash in his eyes as he struck at the scoundrel who had ambushed Gabu. With a successful hit, the colonel delivered a powerful kick to Gabu, sending him flying toward Bendixneck like a cannonball. "It seems you have forgotten about me." A voice resonated from behind Bendixneck. As he caught Gabu, he saw a barrage of energy blasts raining down upon him. "Watch out!" Gabu's desperate cry echoed. Yada no Kagami. Realizing the tide of battle had turned, Borsellino decided to take the situation seriously. Initially, he thought the confrontation would conclude prematurely, but it now appeared there was indeed a chance to eliminate the red-haired. The dense barrage of energy orbs filled the sky, and Bendixneck, with no means of evasion, gritted his teeth and shielded Gabu behind him, using his own body as a defense. Thud! 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 The sound of flesh being pierced resonated. The excruciating pain coursing through his body caused him to stagger backward, accompanied by agonized screams. Ugh hi! Bendixneck, incredulous, thought, Borsellino is truly serious? Damn you, Borsellino! The red-haired roared to the heavens, his heart set on rushing to assist, but Akainu clung to him like a leech, preventing any escape. Roar! The fierce Morsita howled in fury, equally eager to lend aid, yet the treacherous pirates and the marines formed an insurmountable barrier, hindering his advance. Curse Borsellino! Benji, filled with rage, launched a furious strike toward the airborne Borsellino. Observing this, Borsellino promptly concluded his technique, vanishing in a flash. What are you all doing? Can't even ambush a single monkey? Goeju scolded, witnessing Morsita's growing ferocity in battle. Vice Admiral, the enemy is too perceptive. We truly have no means to succeed. The Marine responsible for ambushing Morsita remarked helplessly. Forget it, the outcome is still somewhat favorable. As he spoke, Goeju leaped in front of Ricky Lu, gazing at him with a cold smirk. Now, how will you respond, Ricky Lu? At this moment, Ricky Lu retreated further, finding himself back-to-back with Gabu, who clutched his chest, and the unsteady Bendixneck as the 5 vice admirals surrounded them. You are utterly despicable. Goeju, you scoundrel! Ricky Lu yelled furiously. Despicable? When dealing with pirates? What is there to consider despicable? As long as we can eliminate pirates, it is a brilliant strategy. The ghostly spider remained indifferent, secretly contemplating that even more despicable actions were yet to come. Chapter 53. Your Majesty, he is deceiving you. I never anticipated that the person just now was indeed you. It truly startled me. Dagman, still haunted by the recent events, addressed the ghostly spider. That previous strike had been executed with a deadly resolve. Why was this not communicated beforehand? Do you not trust us even a little? Fire Mountain furrowed his brow in frustration, his tone laden with reproach. Precisely. Had we been prepared in advance, employing this method, we could have resolved matters far more swiftly. The flying squirrel chimed in. These individuals were merely playing the role of wise men after the fact. Initially, no one had genuinely intended to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Yet now that the situation had turned favorable, they all sought to seize the opportunity for personal glory. I sincerely apologize. We feared your disapproval, hence resorted to this desperate strategy. Nevertheless, we have emerged victorious. Haven't we? A hint of regret adorned the ghostly spider's face. Yet, as the words left his lips, a smug grin crept upon him. Captain, it seems we are destined to meet our end here today. Rikiru gazed at his battered comrades, his eyes reddening as he roared, embodying the spirit of one prepared to fight to the death. Red-haired one, like a frenzied beast, howled skyward, his attacks growing increasingly reckless, embodying a strategy of trading injury for injury. Akainu, unable to evade, bore several more grievous wounds. Yet, the red-haired one did not escape unscathed. Half of his shoulder was charred and seared by Akainu's magma. Divine escape. Shanks bellowed, unleashing his ultimate technique once more. The sharp blade sliced through the air, extending from Akainu's shoulder to his abdomen. Gritting his teeth, Akainu suppressed a groan and, without hesitation, retaliated with a punch aimed directly at Shanks' midsection. The force of the blow struck home, causing Shanks to leap back just in time to avoid catastrophic internal damage. Do you think such techniques can intimidate me, red-haired one? Akainu's voice boomed, as another fist, engulfed in torrential magma, surged forward with overwhelming force. Shanks raised his sword to parry, while simultaneously delivering a swift kick. Both combatants engaging in a fierce exchange. The two collided like meteors, momentarily clashing before breaking apart once more. Despite the sharpness of Shanks' divine escape, facing Akainu's reckless style left him somewhat constrained. After 3 exchanges, both sides had traded injuries, and Akainu showed no signs of retreating. Shanks felt an unprecedented weight of seriousness, never having encountered such a formidable opponent. Previously, their battles had been tentative, each seeking the other's weaknesses, but now it had transformed into a genuine life-and-death contest. Looking at Akainu's severe injuries, Vice Admiral Crane felt a surge of urgency, shouting towards Kizaru, "Kizaru, hurry and assist. The 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, are truly terrifying." Kizaru, taken aback by their reckless combat, muttered under his breath. Yet in an instant he transformed into a flash of light, appearing beside Akainu. He could not simply stand by and watch as Akainu faced mutual destruction. Kizaru's intervention heightened the pressure on Shanks, but thanks to his exceptional observation hockey, he managed to fend off the dual onslaught. I must severely wound Akainu and seize him to rescue my comrades. Shanks' gaze grew ever more resolute, locking onto Akainu as he launched a fierce offensive. However, he underestimated Akainu's resolve. Coupled with Kizaru's astonishing speed, inflicting substantial damage on Akainu was no simple task. While the battle raged with chaos and fury, the situation for Rikiru grew increasingly dire. Gab and Snake had already succumbed, lying in a pool of blood, their breaths faint. A long gash marked Rikiru's forehead, blood streaming down his cheek, yet he continued to resist fiercely. How infuriating! Bonkabin was being driven to and fro on the battlefield by that colonel, his mind fixated on a singular thought. He must not lose. Even if it cost him his life, he had to hold back this formidable Navy force. Otherwise, once they triumphed here, everyone would descend upon the captain. Rikiru shared a similar sentiment. At the heart of the battlefield, red-haired Shanks thrust his sword towards Akainu's abdomen, Rather than evade, Akainu swung his fist, aiming for Shanks' head. In that critical moment, Kizaru appeared at the side, delivering a swift kick towards Shanks. With a thud, Shanks was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. And Akainu's attack missed its mark, erupting in fury. "What on earth are you doing, Kizaru? I am saving you." Kizaru retorted, annoyance etched across his face. "I could have severely injured him." Akainu, his face flushed with anger, shouted back, charging towards Shanks. Does he not know to evade? Do you think his observation haki is merely for show? Kizaru fumed, his frustration palpable. Having extended goodwill to Sakazuki, he was met with ingratitude and blame instead. As Akainu rushed towards Shanks, he vociferously countered, "Even if he turns his head to dodge, my magma can still graze his head. That would only result in a minor injury." Kizaru, exasperated, shifted his tone, "Fine, do as you wish. Next time, I shall not be your savior." With that, Kizaru vanished from sight. Baizé observed the battlefield intently before turning to the Navy behind him. "Are you all prepared?" "All set. The pirates aboard red-haired Shanks' ship have been eradicated, and the vessel has been destroyed," the Navy reported with a salute. "Excellent. Have the ships at the port depart immediately. We must not leave them a path to escape." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Baizé's eyes as he paused, then added, "Moreover, in 1 minute. Call me to execute Plan 20. If that fails, then proceed with Plan 30. The Navy, having received their orders, hurriedly departed. Baizé watched their retreating figures, murmuring softly, "Shanks, let's see if you survive this time." Meanwhile, the battle remained at a boiling point. Baizé, having procured a loudspeaker from an unknown source, bellowed to the Navy encircling Mengshida. "What are you all dawdling about? How can you not subdue a single monkey after all this time? Those capable of armament haki, gather around and seize one of his limbs each. Do not fear a few punches." Baizé's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, clearly reaching Shanks' ears. "Yes, just like that. If you can restrict his movement, victory will be yours." The disturbance caused the red-haired captain to worry about his companion's situation, leading to a lack of focus. The relentless assault from the two formidable generals was no trivial matter, placing him in a perilous predicament. A minute later, the urgent ringing of a transponder snail resonated across the battlefield. Baizé intentionally brought the loudspeaker close to the transponder snail. Upon answering, a clear voice emerged. "Hello? Lieutenant Commander Momonosuke, please prepare to receive the pirates. Apologies, but I am no longer stationed at the 2nd Division. I am now with the 1st Unit." Baizé interrupted before the other party could finish. The 2nd Division mentioned by Baizé was in close proximity to Gaia Island. "Ah." The voice on the other end of the line was filled with surprise, followed by, "Congratulations. You've finally achieved your dream. Enough small talk. I am currently occupied with battle." Baizé interjected once more, shifting the conversation. "By the way, what pirates have you captured? Were they the ones I previously instructed you about?" At this moment, the red-haired captain ceased to be distracted by the phone call and devoted his full attention to countering Akainu's assault. As Akainu attacked, he discreetly gathered power. "Indeed, Lieutenant Commander. But we killed their captain. What are you doing?" "Another fruit has fallen into the wrong hands." Baisha feigned anger. There was no choice. They insisted on becoming the Pirate King and refused to surrender, so we had to eliminate that pirate named Luffy. The name Luffy struck the red-haired captain like a bombshell, rendering him momentarily speechless. Observing this, Akainu's heart swelled with joy, and he struck without hesitation. He had landed a blow. His arm, enveloped in haki and infused with magma, aimed directly for the red-haired captain's heart. Regaining his senses, the red-haired captain felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly dodged to the right while swinging his sword at Akainu. Akainu's magma-infused fist grazed under the red-haired captain's armpit, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Akainu was not spared either, as the red-haired captain's blade struck his ribs. Seizing the opportunity, Kizaru unleashed a fierce kick aimed at the red-haired captain's head. The captain found himself spinning uncontrollably, hastily raising his sword to shield his head. In the next moment, Kizaru's kick landed heavily upon a blade. "One astonishing observation haki," Kizaru exclaimed, marveling at the red-haired captain's ability to evade Akainu's attack, while simultaneously defending against his own. Truly remarkable. Kizaru's voice echoed through the air before he vanished once more. As the red-haired captain hit the ground, blood streamed from his forehead, clearly injured by Kizaru's kick. He activated his observation hotkey, remaining vigilant as his gaze fixed intently on the Navy officer who introduced himself as Momonosuke. At this moment, he was desperate to ascertain whether Luffy was safe, as it was Luffy for whom he had staked his arm and his dream of the great treasure. Akainu gritted his teeth, employing his fruit abilities to sear his wounds, bearing the excruciating pain in silence. The recent strike from the red-haired captain had inflicted significant damage. Baize glanced at the red-haired captain, secretly lamenting his plight. Then, feigning a moment of realization, he spoke into the transponder snail. "What do you mean, Luffy? Is clearly Lewis, the one who opened the door." As he uttered this, Baize could not contain the smile spreading across his face. He aimed to manipulate the red-haired captain's state of mind. Sure enough, upon hearing that name, the red-haired captain's expression darkened to a deep shade of anger. For an unfamiliar individual, he had sustained injuries twice, inciting within him a burning desire to eliminate that Navy officer. After being sent flying, LeCroix inadvertently caught a glimpse of Thomas' smile. Even with his dull wit, he quickly deduced the situation. 2 phone calls, 2 injuries to the captain, and the fact that this individual employed cunning tactics, having previously feigned weakness to ambush Benji. This series of actions was clearly a premeditated scheme. Realizing this, Lakira shouted, "Captain, he is deceiving you. He surely knew your information in advance and deliberately used such tactics to divert your attention. Do not fall for it." Upon hearing these words, red-haired Shanks gradually grasped the truth, his expression darkening to the utmost, casting a questioning glare at the opponent. Without fear, Whiteswan met Shanks' gaze boldly, admitting, "Indeed, I'm deceiving you. I never imagined you would be foolish enough to believe it." How infuriating. Chapter 54, Garbage. The smug expression on Whiteswan's face instantly ignited the fury within Shanks. His eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, "Die for me." In an instant, a red lightning bolt tore through the air, racing towards Whiteswan with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. This was Shanks' full-powered strike, fueled by pure rage. Even as Kizaru launched a fierce attack from behind, he paid it no heed. At that moment, his only thought was to tear the treacherous scoundrel before him to shreds. Not on my watch. A thunderous roar erupted, and the ground before Whiteswan shattered explosively, as molten lava surged forth as if alive, swiftly coalescing into the form of Akainu. Surrounded by an intense aura of haki, Akainu stood like a towering volcano, steadfastly blocking the lethal blow. Boom! Almost simultaneously, Kizaru's kick landed heavily on Shanks' back, the deep thud of impact intertwining with the sound of Akainu's defense, causing the air to tremble. The propelled Shanks momentarily faltered, but quickly steadied himself. With a powerful push against the ground, he shot forward like a cannonball, imbued with an unending desire for vengeance. Charging once more toward Akainu. Shanks' roar seemed capable of toppling the heavens. Sensing the incoming attack, Akainu could not discern where Shanks intended to strike. Recognizing it was yet another of Shanks' elusive techniques, with no time to think, he swiftly kicked backward towards Tama. This unexpected kick was astonishingly swift, startling even Whiteswan, whose pupils dilated in shock, leaving him no time to react. Fortunately, the kick was not delivered with full force, and, as Whiteswan was sent flying, he instantaneously understood Akainu's intent. He was saving him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Shanks' blade, like a venomous serpent, pierced through Akainu's abdomen with alarming speed. However, Shanks paid a heavy price, as half of his shoulder, where his arm had been severed, vanished, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me," Akainu shouted, blood spilling from his mouth, as his left fist gathered a tremendous surge of magma, resembling a scorching sun, and struck fiercely at Shanks' temple. How terrifying! Kizaru's grave voice echoed from Shanks' other side. His foot glimmered with a blinding yellow light, forming a pincer movement with Sakazuki, attempting to corner Shanks into an inescapable predicament. With remarkable swiftness, Red-Haired leaned back sharply, narrowly evading the Yellow Ape's attack that grazed the tip of his nose. As Yellow Ape's massive foot threatened to collide with Akainu's fist, he vanished from sight in an instant. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Red-Haired swiftly extracted his sword from Akainu's body, his arm bulging with veins as he forcefully swung it forward. A tremendous slash surged forth, barreling ahead with ferocity. Observing the impending danger, Akainu propelled himself into the air, allowing the crimson slash to whistle past beneath him. Suspended midair, Akainu's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a powerful punch, the bite of the red dog, imbued with unrelenting heat and destructive force, lunging towards Red-Haired with feral intent. Even as he initiated his strike, Red-Haired, utilizing his formidable observation haki, anticipated this lethal blow. He plunged his sword into the ground, leveraging its support to propel himself sideways in a dynamic roll, narrowly evading the fatal assault. A resounding crash echoed as the magma-headed beast slammed into the earth, triggering a violent explosion that sent debris flying and shrouded the area in dust. H. Shaku JG. The Yellow Ape's voice resonated from another direction, and simultaneously, a torrential downpour of yellow energy cascaded towards Red-Haired. Amidst his aerial maneuvers, Red-Haired's feet danced through the air with ethereal grace. With a sudden surge, he transformed into a red whirlwind, deftly sidestepping the Yellow Ape's onslaught. The whirlwind swept him past Akainu's flank, aiming directly for Momonosuke. Akainu, sensing impending doom, found himself suspended in the air, unable to intervene, and could only shout, "Be careful," before his warning could fully escape his lips. He conjured a column of magma in a desperate attempt to intercept Red-Haired. However, Red-Haired's observation haki was astute enough to predict the trajectory of the magma column. He not only evaded it, but at the moment the column struck the ground, he forcefully kicked off it with his haki-imbued right foot, propelling himself towards Momonosuke like an arrow released from a bow. White Zetsu, dozens of meters away from Akainu, felt the encroaching threat of death. Instantly, his arms coiled with Conqueror's haki, his left hand positioning defensively across his neck, bracing for a potential decapitation by Red-Haired. He exclaimed, his pupils dilating as Red-Haired's blindingly swift attack left him no time for a meaningful response. In the face of such formidable strength, any notion of resistance seemed utterly futile without the foresight granted by observation haki. Suddenly, a blinding yellow light appeared above Red-Haired, as Yellow Ape, wielding a lightsaber, materialized like a specter and plunged the weapon deep into Red-Haired's back. Red-Haired staggered, collapsing heavily to the ground. After landing, Yellow Ape maintained his aggressive stance, locking in a stalemate with Red-Haired, neither moving an inch. How terrifying! Are you willing to endure injury just to kill him? Yellow Ape questioned gravely, his gaze gradually shifting towards Momonosuke, whose heart had been pierced. Yellow Ape had initially aimed to compel Red-Haired to defend, thereby rescuing the Marine. To his astonishment, Red-Haired displayed such resoluteness, disregarding his own safety to drive the sword into Momonosuke, leaving Yellow Ape utterly stunned. If I do not slay him, even in death, I shall not rest in peace. The red-haired man, his face contorted with hatred, slowly lifted his head, his eyes blazing like raging flames, fixated fiercely on. He understood that his voyage upon the seas was nearing its conclusion and was acutely aware that Akainu would not let him escape easily. Yet, even in the face of death, he would muster every last ounce of strength to avenge his brothers. Baizé remained steadfast, one arm shielding his neck, utterly motionless. With a guttural sound, his throat convulsed, and then, unexpectedly, he broke into a grin. The red-haired man's heart swelled with confusion, perplexed as to why his opponent displayed such a peculiar smile. At that moment, Akainu soared into the air like a blazing meteor, his hand gathering molten rock, which expanded rapidly in the red-haired man's eyes. Die, red-haired! Without hesitation, the red-haired man forcefully drove his knees into the ground, propelling himself upward like a spring. As he unsheathed his sword to strike at Akainu, he simultaneously kicked back with his right foot. Kizaru reacted swiftly, decisively delivering a kick that collided fiercely with the red-haired man's backward thrust. Simultaneously, The edge of the red-haired man's sword struck heavily against Akainu's molten fist. Nearby, Baize coughed up blood, enduring the secondary injury from the sword being drawn. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at the red-haired man's head. The red-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. How could his opponent, with a heart pierced, still unleash such a formidable attack? He quickly tilted his head, narrowly evading the blow. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, Baize's other fist executed Whitebeard's signature move, descending with overwhelming force toward the red-haired man. At this moment, faced with the dual onslaught of the two admirals, the red-haired man exerted all his strength to defend himself, with no spare limbs to counter this unexpected punch. He could only watch helplessly as the fist hurtled toward his abdomen. Bang! The red-haired man took the blow squarely, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, akin to a meteor plummeting toward the earth. Before he could touch down, Kizuru reappeared above him like a specter, pointing a single finger, unleashing a massive beam of laser that shot toward the red-haired man like lightning. He hastily raised his sword to shield himself. Boom! The force of Kizuru's strike sent the red-haired man crashing to the ground, resulting in a violent explosion, with dust swirling and flames soaring into the sky. Akainu, who had been beside Baize, had vanished, only to reappear in the air. His right hand quickly coalesced into a colossal molten fist, exuding an aura of total annihilation, and struck downwards with ferocity. Great fire! Just as the molten fist was about to descend upon the epicenter of the explosion, the red-haired man executed a death roll amidst the chaos, awkwardly emerging from the blast. The explosion of the molten fist erupted, and the red-haired man rapidly retreated, creating distance from the two admirals. Breathing heavily, his gaze fixed upon as he inquired, "Why are you unharmed?" He simply could not comprehend. He. My heart is actually on the right side," Baize remarked, taking a swig from a bottle of iced tea, a cold smile playing on his lips. "No," the red-haired man shouted hoarsely. "I clearly pierced your heart. That sensation is unmistakable." Realizing he could not deceive the red-haired one, Baize scoffed. "Do you think I would divulge the truth? Better to remain a fool. You despicable scoundrel. I care not why you still draw breath, but today you shall surely perish, even if it costs me my life." The red-haired man had never harbored such hatred for another as he did in that moment. Just as he prepared to strike again, a piercing scream echoed from afar, prompting him to turn swiftly. A sword was embedded in Lakiru's back, with the guinea pig standing menacingly behind him. The hair of the ghost spider writhed like agile serpents, binding Lakiru's arms tightly. "Lakiru!" The red-haired man cried out in despair, his voice laced with anguish and fury. Chapter 55. A company marching to death. Lakiru slowly turned his neck, his gaze meeting the captain's eyes, filled with despair, unleashing a primal roar from his chest. Ugh! Like a frenzied beast, he grasped the ghost spider's hair with his powerful hands and yanked forcefully. Instantly, a layer of pitch-black hockey enveloped his head, akin to the resilience of unyielding stone, as he charged towards the ghost spider's skull. Bang! Following the dull thud, before Lakiru could capitalize on his momentum, Dogman leaped from afar with the agility of a cheetah, his sword descending with lethal intent towards Lakiru's arm. Almost simultaneously, another bang resounded as Fire Mountain flickered into view, delivering a heavy kick to Lakiru's rotund abdomen. In an instant, Lakiru was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, his severed right arm thudding to the ground. "You bastard!" Lakiru's companion, Bonk Benji, witnessing Lakiru's defeat, felt his eyes redden with rage. He propelled himself off the ground, hurtling towards Akainu. "No!" The red-haired man's desperate roar resounded, filled with boundless despair and sorrow, as if he aimed to tear the gray sky asunder. "Captain, flee! We have lost. Only you can avenge us. We will hold the enemies at bay." As Bonk Benji's words fell, the severely injured Gab, along with the half-dead Ram Jones, exchanged a resolute glance that conveyed their unwavering willingness to face death. "Hurry, Captain! You must survive!" With those two cries, they summoned their last ounce of strength, charging towards the Admiral like two moths drawn to a flame. Roar! The monkey also let out a fierce cry, agilely weaving through the hail of bullets. desperately sprinting towards the Admiral. "If you seek death, I shall oblige." A hint of disdain crossed Akainu's face as he vanished in an instant, employing the shave technique to confront them like a specter. Kizaru, observing the fearless pirates, sighed heavily, considering granting them a relatively dignified demise, and vanished from sight as well. The red-haired man watched his comrades rush towards danger without hesitation, his heart drowning in despair. He raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl, his voice tearing through his throat as he transformed into a brilliant crimson light, charging fiercely towards Akainu. The clash resonated like thunder as the blade of red-haired swordsman struck mercilessly against Akainu's fist. In that critical moment, red-haired rushed forth, shielding Benji from this fatal blow. However, he was powerless to defend against the attack from Kizaru on the other side. Instantly, a deluge of laser beams cascaded down like a torrential rain, striking both Raym Jones and Gabu in swathes. The monkey was also struck by several lasers, and in that dire moment, Raym Jones and Gabu unhesitatingly formed a flesh and blood shield with their bodies to protect the monkey. "No!" Red-haired's cry echoed, laden with profound anguish and fury. Akainu." Benji's eyes blazed crimson as he leapt high from behind red-haired, resembling a fierce leopard, channeling all his strength into his fist and aiming it fiercely at Akainu. A flash of red light flickered in red-haired's eyes as he foresaw Akainu's other hand poised to strike. In a state of desperation, he leapt forward, wishing to intercept this lethal blow for his comrade. However, Benji seemed to have discerned red-haired's intention and delivered a powerful kick towards him. Akainu's searing fist, akin to a cannonball, pierced through Benji's heart in an instant. Red-haired fell heavily to the ground at a distance, stunned as he gazed at the scene, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. A faint, sorrowful smile crept onto Benji's face as he weakly uttered, "Now we won't be a burden to the captain." Red-haired's pupils constricted sharply. In that moment, he finally comprehended what his comrades meant by holding back. "Run." Before Benji could finish his sentence, a voice rang out from afar. It was Momonosuke. "Red-haired, if you dare to flee, I will kill him." Upon hearing this, red-haired spun around, witnessing Momonosuke mounted on the back of a formidable beast, gripping its neck with all his might. "Monkey!" Red-haired shouted hoarsely. Just then, he beheld an even more harrowing sight. Gabu and Raym Jones were covered in a multitude of wounds, yet stood resiliently, refusing to fall. At that moment, they had reached the brink of life, clinging to their last breath solely to witness the captain's safe escape. "Do not let our intentions go to waste." Gabu managed to utter these words before finally succumbing, collapsing heavily to the ground. "Gabu!" Tears streamed down red-haired's face, blood mingling with his sorrow, dripping onto the blood-soaked battlefield. Kizaru observed all of this, and a flicker of respect for the pirate's courage and loyalty stirred within him. He glanced at Momonosuke, frowning as he cautioned, "Hey, using such despicable tactics will bring shame to the Navy. What does it matter if it ensures the demise of the pirates?" Akainu retorted without hesitation. He then turned to Momonosuke, a hint of approval gracing his face. "Well done." In the distance, Vice Admiral Tsuru also found this behavior disconcerting. She lowered her head to report to Sengoku, but discovered that the Din Mushi had closed its eyes, unresponsive to her calls. She furrowed her brows in confusion and inquired, "What is happening? Why is the transponder snail being interfered with?" As soon as the words left her lips, Admiral Crane instantly realized the situation. She turned to Akainu, questioning, "Have you blocked the transponder snail's signal?" Akainu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the nearly collapsing red-haired Shanks. A slight smirk graced White Zetsu's lips. He had meticulously prepared for this confrontation with red-haired Shanks. He had long feared that at a crucial moment in battle, Shank's celestial dragon father would intervene with a phone call. Thus, White Zetsu had arranged for the Navy to implement communication restrictions, ensuring they were prepared for this pivotal moment. Then, White Zetsu turned to red-haired Shanks and coldly declared, "Shanks, take your own life. If you agree, I will immediately release this monkey." He tightened his grip around the neck of the warrior, a sinister threat evident on his face. The warrior screamed frantically, struggling with all his might, yet he could not break free from White Zetsu's grasp. Meanwhile, Benji, with a heart pierced, dragged his incomplete body towards the monkey, leaving a harrowing trail of blood with every movement. Red-haired Shanks surveyed the scene, witnessing his comrades falling into pools of blood, and memories of their joyful times together flooded his mind. Those carefree days spent braving the seas felt like a distant dream. Yet now, this ocean, once filled with hope, had transformed into a hell on earth. Filled with remorse, Shanks incessantly questioned himself. Why had he brought his crew here? If he had come alone, would he have prevented the loss of so many brothers? Surely, if he had been alone, this predicament would not have arisen. A bitter smile crossed his face, his laughter laced with boundless self-reproach and despair. Akainu and Kizaru observed the crumbling Shanks, confident he would make the right decision, thus refraining from launching an attack. Shanks looked at the monkey, noting its anxious expression, and he suddenly grasped the monkey's intentions. He softly murmured to the monkey, "I'm sorry. If my life can save yours, then take it." With that, Shanks turned to Akainu and asked, "Is his word reliable?" Akainu, his expression unchanging, lied without a flicker of his eyelids. "Of course, I assure you." Yet, in his heart, he silently added, "Assuredly, you will reunite in the underworld." "Very well. I hope you honor your promise." Shanks temporarily chose to believe Akainu, preparing to deliver his last words. At that moment, Benji, nearly reaching the monkey, suddenly drew a handgun and aimed it at the monkey's forehead, unhesitatingly pulling the trigger. Bang! The sharp report of the gun shattered the stillness of the scene. The bullet, imbued with menace, struck like a bolt of black lightning, piercing through the monkey's head and then through White Zetsu's abdomen. Everyone froze in shock. No one had anticipated Benji's sudden action. "Benji!" Shanks cried out hoarsely, his eyes filled with confusion and fury. However, Benji did not respond to Shanks. He fixed his gaze on the monkey, breathing weakly as he uttered, "Only if we die. Captain, can you live? I know you share this thought, right?" Benji gazed at the monkey with a hint of apology, seemingly awaiting a response to confirm his actions were not misguided. A faint smile graced the monkey's face, as if acknowledging Benji's words. "Then I can rest easy," Benji declared, gently closing his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the monkey followed suit, their lives suspended in that moment. "Hurry, Captain!" Rikiru suddenly erupted, shouting, "Do not betray everyone's hopes." No sooner had he spoken than he drew a pistol, unwaveringly aiming it at his own forehead. "No!" Red-haired shouted in despair, but it was already too late. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Rikiru slowly crumpled to the ground, blood spreading beneath him. Baize realized the impending disaster. He understood that if a Yonko decided to flee, plunging into the sea, it would spell trouble. If Kizaru played the role of an actor at that moment, Rikiru could indeed escape. He hastily tucked the iced tea into his coat and covertly signaled behind his back. The 30 plan was officially set in motion. Chapter 56. The treacherous 30 plan. Akainu cast a cold, sidelong glance at Momonosuke, then shifted his gaze to the suddenly alert red-haired, a cryptic smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Kizaru, noticing red-haired's reaction, instantly sharpened his focus. Despite his usual nonchalant demeanor, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If red-haired were to escape, it would lead to dire consequences. The two admirals positioned themselves to corner red-haired, while the vice admirals gradually converged from behind. Red-haired took a final, deep look at his companions, seemingly bidding farewell, silently vowing, "I will surely avenge you all." At that moment, a singular, resolute thought occupied red-haired's mind: to break through the encirclement, reach the Whitebeard pirates, rescue Beckman, and return with vengeance for his fallen brothers. He could not betray them. Just as red-haired prepared to make a desperate bid for freedom, hurried footsteps echoed from afar, accompanied by shouts, "Admiral!" A call from the world government. Akainu feigned a furrowed brow, glancing at the rushing naval soldier who clutched a den mushi. "What is happening? We clearly blocked the signals. How could the world government still reach us?" Baize feigned indignation, shouting loudly, "Do not think your actions can elude the world government. We have agents within your base, and every move you make is under our surveillance. Akainu, cease immediately. The Den Den Mushi transmitted a stern command. Akainu, filled with fury, seized the Den Den Mushi, bellowing, "You bastard, who are you? Why should I heed your orders? I am an official of the world government." Fegelin de Green, under orders, commands you to halt immediately. Red-Haired's identity is special, and you are forbidden from harming him. The so-called high-ranking official reprimanded without courtesy. Red-Haired, who had been prepared to fight for his escape, felt his expression shift to one of profound complexity upon hearing that name. Feilandu Yi Lingu Feng, a man known to the red-haired Shanks, had once met his father, a celestial dragon. During that encounter, the latter fervently implored Shanks to return to the celestial dragon lineage. Yet Shanks could never acquiesce. Driven by his dreams and repulsed by the despicable deeds of the celestial dragons, he resolutely renounced that surname, choosing instead the life of a free and unrestrained individual upon the vast sea. Their meeting ended in discord. What nonsense! The pirate at Marineford must be eradicated. Akainu roared in anger, his voice brimming with palpable resentment. The high-ranking official disregarded Akainu's fury and continued, "Shanks, the world government recognizes your strength. If you agree to join us and serve our cause, I can guarantee your safety today." Upon hearing this, Shanks was filled with defiance. Although the prospect of escape seemed bleak, he believed there was still a glimmer of hope. However, he would rather perish than survive through such humiliating means, especially by collaborating with his enemies. Thus, he coldly replied, "Thank that person for me. The Navy and I share an irreconcilable enmity. I will never acquiesce to your demands. What if we could resurrect your crew?" The official's seemingly casual remark sent a jolt through Shanks' heart. Recovering from the shock, Shanks pressed, "What did you say? If you agree to serve us for 20 years, we can bring back your fallen crew members, even if their bodies have been reduced to mere fragments. As long as we can procure their skin tissue, we can clone those 2 crew members without bodies. The world government possesses a fruit known as the impure world reincarnation, capable of pulling souls from the afterlife. Consider it carefully." After the official's words, the admirals present, including Vice Admiral Crane and Kizaru, were left in stunned silence. Akainu could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "You actually obtained that fruit. Have you heard of it, Sakazuki?" Kizaru turned, his expression one of confusion. Akainu, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, gritted his teeth and replied, "I have heard the legends of that fruit." Seeing Akainu's reaction, Shanks felt a surge of tension. Realizing he was already half convinced, he quickly reaffirmed through the transponder snail, "Is what you say true?" "Indeed. Will you agree?" The voice on the line inquired. "I agree." Shanks responded almost instantaneously, without a moment's hesitation. To him, the chance to revive his crew outweighed the burden of serving for 20 years. "Excellent. Sakazuki, Shanks is now one of us. You are forbidden to lay a hand on him." As soon as the voice concluded, Akainu bellowed, "I refuse. Why should a pirate be granted such clemency? What of our previous battles, fought with our lives on the line? You must comply. This is an order, unless you wish to abandon your position in the Navy." The voice on the other end threatened mercilessly. Upon hearing this, Akainu clenched his fists tightly, his face a mask of bitterness as he seethed. How infuriating. Does this mean Shanks has become one of us now? Kizaru expressed his discontent, unable to restrain his astonishment. It certainly appears to be the case. Vice Admiral Crane sighed in resignation. The attending generals were largely convinced, yet only General Crane furrowed his brows, sensing an inexplicable disquiet, unable to articulate the source of his unease. "Akainu, I am aware of your profound enmity towards pirates. We have all witnessed your relentless efforts and sacrifices for the stability of the seas. In this battle, your injuries are severe, and the world government will not let your efforts go unrewarded. Given your commendable performance over the years, we shall prioritize you for the position of the next admiral." At this, Akainu's face instantly illuminated with excitement. However, the tone of the speaker abruptly shifted. "But the condition is that you must reconcile with Shanks and work together in the future." Akainu's expression darkened in an instant. He turned away, casting a resentful glance at Shanks, clearly unwilling. "Admiral, this is the dream you have longed for, And besides, Shanks is no longer a pirate. A nearby marine, Ghost Spider, hastily reminded him. Oomph. Akainu scoffed, turning his head away, unwilling to even glance at Shanks, yet he begrudgingly extended his hand, awaiting Shanks' approach. However, Shanks remained unmoved. After all, Akainu had just slain his crewmate, and he would not easily reconcile. Shanks declared, "Dream on. My feelings towards you are filled with boundless hatred." "Sir," it seems Shanks is unwilling. A cautious marine soldier, who had rushed over with the Den Mushi, spoke up. The voice of a high-ranking official from the world government resounded through the phone once more. "Shanks, you must shake hands with Akainu. Only then can the enmity between you be dispelled." Shanks attempted to protest, but was brusquely interrupted by the official. "Do you not wish to revive your crewmates?" This statement struck at the very heart of Shanks. His face flushed with anger and frustration as he begrudgingly approached Akainu, stating, "Let it be clear. I'm only making this concession for the sake of my companion's revival. This does not equate to forgiveness." "Oomph. Just like you, if it weren't for the position of Admiral. Who do you think you are? Why do you have to extend your hand to me?" Akainu derided scornfully. Shanks stepped closer, and their hands finally met. "All right. The handshake is done. Let go quickly." Akainu's grip was firm, and Shanks hastily demanded to release the contact, not wishing to linger even a second longer. "Let go." Akainu shot him a sidelong glance, deliberately elongating his words. Shanks' brows knitted tightly, sensing an undercurrent of trouble, and immediately questioned, "What do you mean by that?" "To deal with you, we have gone to great lengths. How could we allow you to escape so easily?" The moment Akainu finished his sentence, Shanks' complexion paled, inwardly cursing himself for being deceived. Chapter 57, Subsequent Plans. You. Shanks was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features. His gaze swiftly flitted over the Marines beside Akainu before locking onto Akainu himself, his eyes brimming with shock and fury, surrounded by his triumphant Navy comrades. Akainu wore a smug expression, as if proclaiming an extraordinary achievement. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Admiral, this fool actually believed it. Who would have thought that Momonosuke's scheme would prove effective?" His tone dripped with scorn and derision for Shanks. In the midst of the unfolding scene, Kizaru's eyes widened, astonished, his face a canvas of disbelief. He fixated on Momonosuke, as the shock transformed into an epiphany. He finally grasped that the so-called high-ranking officials of the world government were nothing but a ruse, entirely fictitious. The vice admirals gaped, their expressions frozen in incredulity, questioning if they were ensnared in a dream. "Shanks, impressive move. Your attacking hand is now captured. Do you think the Admiral, who despises pirates, will release you?" Momonosuke's voice brimmed with pride, exuding an air of control. In this world, the so-called ability of Edo Tensei does not exist. "Oh, Shanks, how naive you are." Emboldened by victory, Akainu savored the moment, chastising Shanks. As Akainu's words fell, Shanks ignited like a powder keg, unleashing a furious kick aimed directly at Akainu's abdomen, propelled by a tempest of rage and swiftness. Yet, Akainu reacted with remarkable speed, raising his knee to intercept the strike. The impact reverberated, sending a shock wave through the air, stirring up dust from the ground. "You are finished, Shanks," Akainu shouted, his voice rife with exhilaration and madness, as the magma on his arms surged like crashing waves, rapidly engulfing Shanks. In an instant, Shanks appeared as a man aflame, his body enveloped in searing magma, to withstand the inferno capable of reducing a person to ashes. Shanks summoned his haki to its utmost potential, surrounding himself with a tangible armor of will, clashing against the molten rock, emitting a sizzling sound. "You despicable wretches!" Shanks roared, his voice thunderous, infused with boundless hatred. His right arm strained with effort, veins bulging, as he attempted to withdraw from Akainu's grip. However, Akainu held on with unwavering determination, his hands like iron shackles, undeterred even as Shanks unleashed his conqueror's haki and struck repeatedly. Akainu's grasp remained unyielding, showing no signs of loosening. Though Akainu's mouth bled from the force of Shanks' kicks, crimson droplets trickled from the corner of his lips. Regaining clarity, Akainu showed no signs of retreat, swiftly retaliating with a kick that emanated a fierce aura. Observing Shank's struggles, Akainu felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Without a second thought, he unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand. As danger loomed, Shanks turned in horror, narrowly evading Akainu's fist that grazed his head, scraping half of his face. With one failed attempt, Akainu decisively withdrew his fist, rapidly gathering a massive amount of magma. You evaded my last blow due to its limited range. This time, let us see how you escape. Akainu's voice resonated with confidence and ferocity. As the words fell, Akainu unleashed another full-force strike. A magma fist with a diameter exceeding 2 meters, accompanied by a torrent of scorching heat and a sense of impending doom, hurtling towards Shanks's head. At that moment, Shanks found his arm firmly grasped by Akainu, his body constrained beside him, rendering him unable to move freely. Even with his formidable observation haki, capable of sensing danger in advance, he could only muster all his strength to resist against such a powerful and widespread attack. Shanks kicked out, precisely targeting the wound on Akainu's abdomen. It's over. Akainu grunted, followed by a thunderous roar. In the next instant, within Shanks's horrified gaze, the magma fist rapidly expanded, swiftly approaching him. A resounding explosion echoed as flames erupted into the sky. Once the flames dissipated, Shanks remained standing, albeit with only half a head intact, his body slightly swaying as if it could collapse at any moment. Nonetheless, Akainu showed no sign of relinquishing his grip on Shanks's arm. Shanks felt his consciousness beginning to blur, and the scene before him gradually transformed into a surreal haze. Now, he was left with only one eye. He slowly turned his head to gaze at his fallen comrades, his eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow. It seems I must join you soon. Shanks's voice was faint and labored, each word seemingly exhausting his last reserves of strength. After uttering this, his body swayed precariously, as if the wind could topple him at any moment. You have won. This was Shanks's final utterance in this world. Having spoken, he could no longer sustain himself and gradually crumpled to the ground. Observing this, Akainu decisively released his grip. Thud! Shanks's body crashed heavily onto the ground, sending a spray of magma into the air. His form emitted billowing black smoke, and the air was suddenly filled with a pungent aroma reminiscent of charred flesh. Shanks gazed skyward, memories of moments spent with his comrades flashing rapidly through his mind. Those past laughs, adventures, and fervor now constituted his final recollections. In a dazed state, Roger appeared before him, wearing that familiar smile and extending his hand. Captain Shanks yearned to lift his hand to grasp that ephemeral figure, yet his body betrayed him. No matter how hard he tried, his arm could not rise even a fraction. We have triumphed, everyone. Let us first assess the Navy's casualties. Whitebeard shouted hoarsely, then strode steadily towards the dying Shanks. Upon seeing this foe, Shanks's single eye ignited with fierce hatred. Whitebeard feigned the accidental drop of a dagger from his grasp, bending down to pick it up, and in that moment he leaned close to Shanks's ear, whispering, "Shanks, this is the consequence of provoking me." Though Whitebeard's voice was soft, it resonated like a devil's whisper, imbued with chilling malice. Confusion clouded Shanks's eyes as he desperately searched his memories for any recollection of this man before him. It seemed he had never wronged him, so why had he devised such a sinister scheme against them? Had it not been for the other party's conspiracy, everything would not have concluded so swiftly. His hatred was palpable. Baizé met the gaze of his bewildered opponent, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips as he whispered, "Let me offer you a clue. Think back to the last divine invasion." Akainu's attention shifted from the distant casualties of the Navy back to Baizé, cautioning him. "What are you muttering about? Do not draw near. Be wary of being harmed in his final moments." "Nothing much, Admiral. It seems this fellow is still alive. Allow me to assist him." Baizé nonchalantly deflected, gripping his dagger tightly as he slowly aimed for the heart of the red-haired pirate. Gradually, Red-Haired began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his single eye widening to an alarming degree, as if it might burst from its socket. Struggling to speak, he stammered, "Why, yes," in an instant, Zay plunged the dagger into Red-Haired's heart without hesitation, rendering him unable to utter another word. His eye widened in shock, and his body slackened, eyes remaining forever closed. The unexpected demise of Red-Haired felt surreal. Kizaru gazed at the lifeless body, unable to suppress a sigh tinged with regret. Sakazuki, although we acted out of necessity, it was your men who instigated this conflict. The delicate balance of the seas has been disrupted. The higher-ups are likely to express their dissatisfaction, so prepare yourself. Vice Admiral Tsuru remarked solemnly, offering a kind warning. Moreover, we have yet to encounter Beckman. We must be wary of retaliation from him, she added, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. I am well aware of that. I shall bear the consequences myself. As for Beckman, should he dare to approach, I will ensure he meets Red-Haired, Akainu declared with unwavering resolve, his voice brimming with fearlessness. At this juncture, Akainu had abandoned the notion of placing the blame on Momonosuke. In his eyes, the value of the other party was immense. A single individual could wield influence comparable to an entire branch. He was unwilling to sacrifice such talent as a scapegoat. And even if the world government laid blame upon him, he would exhaust every effort to safeguard the individual. Baizé furrowed his brow, also contemplating Beckman's whereabouts. From the moment Red-Haired had arrived, he had devised several strategies to counter Beckman, wary that he might, like Sanji, engage in subterfuge. It was only when Red-Haired's crew was nearly obliterated that Baizé felt a modicum of relief, secretly surmising that Beckman must have been delayed elsewhere. Commander, should those warships be recalled? Just then, a hesitant Navy officer inquired. Yes, bring them back. The war has concluded. Remember, instruct them to exercise caution to avoid any explosions. Baizé replied with a calm demeanor, meticulously issuing his orders. Why would the ships explode? Kizaru queried, curiosity evident on his face. We have placed a considerable amount of volatile explosives on those warships. The Navy officer quickly elucidated, continuing, the commander feared that Red-Haired and his crew might escape. So he instructed us to maneuver the ships away to create the illusion that the Navy feared their flight. If they do manage to commandeer a vessel, believing they have evaded capture, we will detonate the ships at the moment they let their guard down, ensuring their demise. This is also the commander's contingency plan. The Navy officer added with admiration. Upon hearing this, Kizaru was momentarily taken aback. The Navy seems to have become a devoted admirer of Momonosuke, their faces alight with reverence as they expound upon these plans, incessantly chattering. The sergeant has also taken into account the haki of the red-haired pirates, fearing that they may not be easily vanquished. Thus, he has arranged for a group to masquerade as pirates, lying in wait on the high seas for the red-haired crew, who would surely engage, for it is far more convenient than swimming. And then, Kizaru, brimming with anticipation, eagerly inquires about what follows. Then, the Navy impersonating pirates will be bound with high explosives, seizing the opportunity to embrace the enemy, ensuring mutual destruction. Kizaru, taken aback, voices his concern. What if they do not perish? This, too, has been contemplated by our sergeant. He has already instructed the Admiral to position nearby Navy forces to masquerade as doctors, taking control of the hospital. The enemy's ship doctor is deceased. After the suicide attack, there will undoubtedly be casualties. Once they arrive at the hospital, the doctors can administer poison and hold the injured as leverage, coercing the red-haired pirates into self-destruction. The Navy elaborates, as if narrating an intricately woven scheme. Upon the conclusion of their discourse, an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings, as all present are struck by the complexity and malice of the plan. Unbeknownst to Kizaru, however, White Zephyr harbors an even more sinister plot, intending to frame the red-haired pirates for the murder of the celestial dragons, a tactic he fears Akainu might oppose. Thus he refrains from mentioning it. Kizaru gazes in astonishment at Momonosuke. Is this truly a scheme conceived by a mere mortal? His expression betrays both admiration and a hint of trepidation. Chapter 58. The Great Injustice of Being Stung. In the power center of the pirate world, Mariehua, the city of Pangu, a symbol of absolute authority, stands silently. The five elders are currently seated upon their sofas, their expressions grim as they listen intently to the spy's report. The spy elaborates on the details of the unfolding events. And as his words conclude, Saint Saturn impatiently inquires, "What of the red-haired pirates?" "The red-haired has perished in battle." As the voice on the other end of the line delivers this news, an oppressive silence descends upon the hall. You must summon Akainu and the one known as Momonosuk to the Holy Land at once. I require an explanation from Akainu. Saint Saturn states, suppressing the tumult within. And after calmly articulating this directive, he decisively hangs up the phone. The remaining 4 elders furrow their brows. Let us consider this. Fegaland's son is deceased. He will not easily swallow this grievance. Akainu is but a dog in our service. We cannot allow him to be harmed in the slightest. I propose we make that naval officer, Momonosuk, a scapegoat. What are your thoughts? Saint Saturn boldly presents his opinion. That individual has long coveted our position. With his son's death, it is truly a cause for celebration. Saint Nazashiru cannot suppress a sardonic laugh. Such divisive remarks are unnecessary. Saint Mikasmats quickly interjects, continuing, "The red-haired has never acknowledged himself as a celestial dragon. Therefore, we shall treat him as a mere pirate, and Akainu's eradication of pirates would be entirely justifiable. However, Akainu's unilateral actions this time do warrant a stern reprimand." Saint Topman Walchuli offers his perspective. Shepherd Saint sighed lightly, expressing his regret. That fellow known as Kazuki Momonosuk is truly a rare talent. But alas, it is indeed unfortunate. It is regrettable, yet to safeguard Akainu, this individual must bear the blame. Let it be said that he incited Akainu to act, which should silence Figureland's criticisms. Satan Saint's face also bore a look of sorrow. Upon learning the complete sequence of events from the spies, they resolutely chose Akainu over Momonosuk. After all, in their view, Akainu is far more manageable. While clever individuals are often more difficult to control, a reality they are acutely aware of. Meanwhile, in the office of the First Division, only Akainu and Momonosuk were present. With matters now settled, Baizai had initially contemplated remaining with the Navy. However, the Navy unexpectedly approached him, revealing their identity and requesting that he accompany Akainu to Mariewa. Baizai was filled with doubt, uncertain about the relationship between red-haired Shanks and his late father, fearing that he might find himself in a perilous situation. The strategy he had previously employed was subtle and did not truly probe Shanks' authentic reaction. After much deliberation, Baizai resolved to take the path of bearing the blame for the sake of caution. He subsequently laid out his thoughts to Akainu in full. "You need not defect from the Navy. I would lay down my life to ensure your safety," Akainu said with solemn seriousness as he gazed at Momonosuk. "Admiral, there is no need for further discussion. If I do not defect, the world government will undoubtedly attribute all blame to you. For your sake, I am willing to bear all the culpability. Once you reach Mariewa, simply place all responsibility upon me," Baizai proclaimed with righteous fervor, embodying the spirit of one willing to risk everything for Akainu. "No, you are the true hero of this affair, and with your capabilities, the rank of Vice Admiral would be more than fitting for you. I will communicate effectively with the higher-ups. You need only await your promotion," Akainu earnestly insisted. Upon hearing this, Baizai's heart fluttered, for the position of Vice Admiral was indeed enticing. Yet, he suppressed his inner longing and refrained from acquiescing. Who could predict the dangers that awaited at the Holy Land? The last attack from red-haired Shanks was still vivid in his memory, and Baizai was not inclined to take such a risk. Although the allure of the Vice Admiral position was strong, his life remained paramount. Furthermore, Baizai had long since devised his own plan. Gazing intently at Akainu, his eyes filled with sincerity, he implored, "Admiral, if possible, please exercise your utmost authority to elevate my rank while preserving my record. I firmly believe that one day you will ascend to the position of Fleet Admiral, and when that day arrives, I shall return. In the meantime, I intend to infiltrate the Whitebeard pirates, seeking an opportunity to assassinate Whitebeard. If I succeed and return with such a monumental achievement, I believe that even my past transgressions could be forgiven." Akainu, upon hearing this, wore a grave expression and inquired, "Are you serious?" "Yes. Engaging in a clandestine war with the 4 emperors without reporting it while masquerading as a high-ranking official. These actions will undoubtedly impact your career. Esteemed General, I am willing to sacrifice everything for your sake. Bai Zai's expression was earnest, devoid of any pretense. As for his inner thoughts, only he was privy to them. Akainu gazed at the myriad of wanted posters strewn across the table, feeling his mind in turmoil. The prospect of becoming the Admiral and eradicating more pirates was enticing, yet he felt the weight of the sacrifices made by Momonosuke. Observing Momonosuke's steadfast and earnest demeanor, Akainu ultimately nodded in agreement to his request. With a serious countenance, Akainu proclaimed loudly, "Momonosuke, heed my command." Bai Zai stood to attention, executing a perfect military salute. In recognition of the achievements of Corporal Momonosuke in vanquishing the 4 emperors, I hereby promote you to the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. Akainu announced with a solemn tone, then added with a hint of regret, "My current authority is limited, and I can only elevate your rank to Colonel. When I ascend to Admiral, your position as Rear Admiral will be secured. I shall return, Admiral." Bai Zai responded enthusiastically. However, in truth, a system notification echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on your promotion to manager of the Rice Group's branch, receiving a special gift package." Upon reviewing his reward, Bai Zai discovered that, as a colonel, he would earn 20 points daily, which delighted him immensely. He mused to himself, if becoming a Rear Admiral, or even Fleet Admiral yielded even greater rewards. He was resolute in his ambition to infiltrate the upper echelons of the Navy. Akainu handed Bai Zai a contact phone, and after he acquired a brand new colonel's uniform and credentials, he discreetly departed from the 1st Division. On a desolate island, Eureka was diligently practicing by the shore. Bai Zai appeared as if from thin air, swiftly retrieving a water bucket. Upon recognizing Bai Zai, Eureka hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "What news?" A smirk appeared on Bai Zai's lips as he replied with pride, "Aside from the elusive Beckman, the entire red-haired crew has been annihilated, and their demise was nothing short of catastrophic." Hearing this, Eureka's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. After a moment of silence, she finally regained her composure, exclaiming, "Those unfortunate souls have indeed met a grim fate, having roamed the seas for so long only to fall at your hands. Indeed, such is the consequence of crossing us." Bai Zai responded with a beaming smile. Once Eureka relaxed, she contemplated her piratical endeavors. Now that the danger has subsided, should we not begin the recruitment of crew members? Those subordinates of insufficient strength should perhaps be dismissed. You saw how they fared against the 4 emperors. They were of no use beyond firing their guns. Bai Zai replied with a hint of disdain. "Such is the nature of the situation. I, too, wish for my crew to possess your formidable prowess, but finding capable individuals is no simple task." Eureka sighed, her face reflecting her frustration. After speaking, Eureka looked at Bai Zai and inquired, "By the way, would you like me to help restore your face?" Bai Zai found himself momentarily taken aback, his current identity flashing through his mind, and suddenly, the images of several unfortunate souls emerged, illuminating his eyes with excitement as he exclaimed, "You know, I've actually thought of a few individuals whose prowess is quite commendable, and they could serve as scapegoats. Moreover, they are the loyal type." Upon hearing this, Yalata's interest was piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "Where?" "Wano Country." Chapter 59. I am the future general of Wano Country. Upon parting ways with Yalata, Bai Zai hurriedly bathed and washed his hands. Unable to contain his excitement, he fervently called out to the system, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the basic armament hockey." Immediately after, the system chimed in again. Note: as the host already possesses basic armament, the hockey has automatically upgraded to intermediate armament hockey. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining basic observation hockey. Note: with this skill, the host's reflexes are enhanced, allowing for the anticipation of certain attack trajectories. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring life restoration. Note: the host can now perform sit-ups. Upon witnessing these rewards, Bai Zai couldn't help but grumble. "Can't I get an advanced observation hockey? Even intermediate would suffice." Ding! Host, do not be dissatisfied. With basic observation hockey, When confronted by top-tier adversaries, at the very least, you will understand how you were struck. Unlike before when you stood there foolishly enduring blows. You should consider yourself fortunate. Baize was momentarily at a loss for words before the system. Feeling utterly powerless against it, lamented that despite the multiple level-ups, the rewards were far from satisfactory. Forget it, I might as well find a class to join. Resolute in his decision, Baize planned to seek out Morgans to execute his scheme. On a rather secluded island in the Grand Line, Baize handed a few photographs to Morgans, who received them with trembling excitement in his voice. I cannot thank you enough. This is truly remarkable news. These photographs have been arranged by Baize for the Navy to capture, intended to frame Momonosuke for the calamity that befell the four emperors, thereby diverting the enmity of those connected to red-haired Shanks. In his previous life, Baize harbored a profound disdain for that nation, particularly the Kazuki clan. While Luffy fought valiantly, Momonosuke, that insufferable brat, audaciously attempted to claim credit, making it seem as if he were the great hero. If he does not bear the blame, then who will? Enough of the chatter. Once the newspapers are printed, please set aside several tens of thousands for me. Consider it compensation for this report. I shall come to collect them, Baize said in a low voice. Morgans promptly assured, rest assured, I will reserve 100,000 copies for you. If you're in a hurry, you can come by this afternoon. I will definitely have them ready. Baize nodded in agreement. It's settled then, draped in a black cloak. Baize vanished from the island after Morgans departed. Time swiftly passed. Before long, afternoon arrived. Baize, armed with 100,000 newspapers and utilizing his escape skills, set off towards Wano country. As night approached, he found himself in the flower capital of Wano. After a day of labor, the laborers flocked to the gambling houses and places of revelry, seeking pleasure amidst the vibrant nightlife. Although dusk was fast approaching, the streets were bustling with an increasing number of people. The lively thoroughfare was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. Above in the sky, a white figure streaked like a comet as numerous newspapers fluttered down in great cascades. The sounds of rustling paper drew the attention of the crowd, who instinctively looked up. A merchant, catching a falling sheet, paused in astonishment. Having been isolated for many years, many in Wano had never encountered a newspaper before. Upon seeing one for the first time, they were filled with curiosity and began to peruse its contents. However, as they read on, their expressions shifted from intrigue to shock. Kazuki Momonosuke. Was that not the surname of the once great General Oden? What was this navy? Many were filled with bewilderment, utterly confused. In the Yoshiwara district, a venue for leisure and amusement, in a room on the third floor, Kazuki Hiyori was meticulously preparing herself, gazing into the mirror, lost in thought. Suddenly, the wooden door was forcefully pulled open, jolting her back to reality as she turned her head in alarm. There stood Tsujiro, holding a newspaper, bursting with excitement as he rushed towards her, exclaiming, Miss Hiyori, there is news about Lord Momonosuke. Mr. Tsujiro, is what you say truly real? Hiyori could hardly believe her ears, hastily seeking confirmation. Absolutely true. Look at this, Tsujiro said, eagerly handing her the newspaper, his face alight with joy. Lord Momonosuke has truly returned. Hiyori lowered her gaze to the paper. The red-haired pirate's downfall. Beckman missing. The Navy's rising star, Kazuki Momonosuke, personally dealt with one of the four emperors. The article detailed the events surrounding the red-haired crew seeking answers, the subsequent developments, and included vivid accounts of the red-haired pirate's defeat, alongside a photograph of a handsome young man who had vanquished the red-haired captain. Furthermore, there were reports concerning the Admiral's battles and the captain's confrontations. Look, this is undoubtedly Lord Momonosuke. That facial structure cannot be mistaken. Our Wano is saved. Sujiro pointed at the photograph, tears of joy streaming down his face. This is wonderful. Hiyori wept with happiness. In her heart, she felt certain, for the resemblance to her father was unmistakable. After a moment of exhilaration, Hiyori gradually composed herself and turned to Tsujiro, asking, Mr. Tsujiro, what shall we do next? Although the timing differs from the prophecy by 2 years, the Lord has appeared. I plan to contact the others. Once they arrive, we shall devise a strategy together. Yes. Hiyori nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, on Onigashima, a flurry of newspapers continued to descend, and a pirate who had retrieved one promptly reported the matter to Kaido. How could there be so many newspapers all of a sudden? In the hall, Jack questioned his subordinates in a booming voice. I'm not sure. They just fell from the sky. The trembling pirate replied nervously. At the head of the table, Kaido's countenance was dark as he fixated on the newspaper in his hands. Boss, he interrupted Quinn's analysis. It appears that brat, the son of Odin, intends to leverage the Navy's power to exact his revenge. I cannot believe that little imp is still alive. I must pay him a visit. You lot, guard the home. With that, Kaido rose, grasping his kanabo, and strode purposefully towards the exit, determined to eliminate this looming threat. Shortly after Kaido's departure, the sneaky white snake emerged in the depths of Onigashima's underground level, clad in beast-hide armor and adorned with 2 antennae atop his head. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the lackeys of Kaido. White Snake sauntered about as if he were in his own backyard, confidently engaging anyone who questioned him by countering with the passphrase, successfully deceiving the dim-witted pirates around him. With the assistance of fine wine paving his way, he eventually gleaned the whereabouts of Yamato's confinement. In the dimly lit basement, Yamato cradled a logbook as if it were a treasured artifact, engrossed in its contents. Although she had perused these logs countless times, her freedom curtailed, she relied on the adventurous journeys within the pages to alleviate her tedium. Suddenly, 2 shrill cries pierced the air, prompting Yamato to hastily conceal the logbook within her bosom, her senses heightened to the sounds outside. She noticed a man clad in noble attire, brandishing a sword, approaching through the shadowy corridor. Yamato was taken aback by his audacity. How could he dare confront Kaido's subordinates? Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Hey, who are you? White Snake sauntered closer, a smile gracing his lips as he introduced himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Kazuki Momonosuke, the future shogun of Wano. Chapter 60. The Devious White Snake. Upon hearing this, Yamato's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the newcomer. You. Her finger trembled as it pointed at him, her throat constricted, leaving her momentarily speechless. Eventually, elation surged within her as she confirmed, You truly are Momonosuke, my son? Yamato could scarcely believe her eyes. Seeing her belief sparked by mere words, White Snake smirked inwardly, regarding her as hopelessly naive. To maintain a ruse, he feigned a look of confusion, stating, What son? My father is Kazuki Odin, not some woman. Upon hearing this, Yamato became instantly ecstatic, stumbling forward to embrace Momonosuke tightly. Exuboni exclaiming, So, I am Kazuki Odin. The monumental softness of her bosom enveloped White Snake's head, filling the air with a rich, milky aroma. White Snake found himself trapped within this soft mountain, struggling to breathe, and urgently called out, Let go. Please, let me hold you. Yamato, overwhelmed with emotion, refused to release him. After a considerable time, she reluctantly set Momonosuke down. Son, is the time ripe? Shall we take down Kaido? However, why is it 2 years earlier? Contrary to what the log states? Yet, it seems inconsequential now. My son, your arrival signifies that it is time to expel that scoundrel Kaido from Wano. So, what shall we do next? Yamato spoke at an astonishing pace, enthusiastically articulating a plethora of thoughts, finally gazing at Momonosuke with eager anticipation. Upon hearing these words, Shiryu discerned that the so-called Odin log was most likely the handiwork of the Red Scabbards, having successfully swayed this simple-minded woman. Ahem, Shiryu cleared his throat and said, Yamato, 20 years ago, Mother foretold that a woman named Yamato would unconditionally assist me in the quest against Kaido. Is that you? Yamato, hands defiantly placed on her hips, retorted with indignation. I am a man, not merely a woman. Furthermore, my name is Odin. Indeed, my son, my wife spoke true. After declaring this, Yamato flashed a toothy grin, her face brimming with innocence. Shiryu, witnessing this, sighed inwardly at her hopelessness and nodded. It appears I have not sought the wrong individual. I was meant to appear 2 years from now, yet when Mother utilized the time fruit to transport us, a malfunction occurred, leading me to be sent 15 years into the past. At that time, I was far too young, and along with the red scabbards, we were no match for Kaido. So we had no choice but to hide temporarily and dedicate ourselves to training and becoming stronger. Yamato, empathizing, placed a reassuring hand on Momonosuke's shoulder. Son, you have endured much. Shiryu continued to weave his tale. 5 years ago, I set sail with Kinmen, Reizo, Kenjuro, and Kiku, intending to return to Wano in search of my sister Hiyori. However, we encountered the treachery of the Yonko Shanks on the high seas. Reizo and the others perished defending me against Shanks. As he spoke, Momonosuke feigned sorrow. Damn it! Yamato's face contorted with fury, her eyes ablaze with wrath. Wiping away non-existent tears, Momonosuke continued. Witnessing the might of Yonko Shanks illuminated Kaido's strength for me, compelling me to train relentlessly. To avenge the red scabbards, I exerted efforts surpassing that of ordinary beings by 200-fold, ultimately achieving my goal and avenging my enemies with the aid of the Marines. At this, Shiryu extended a newspaper to Yamato. Yamato accepted the paper, her expression filled with hatred as she perused it. Upon seeing the image of Shanks' demise at Momonosuke's hands, she felt exhilarated, patting Momonosuke's shoulder with vigor. Well done. So, I believe Kinmen, Reizo, Kenjuro, and Kiku can finally rest in peace. Hearing the term son, Shiryu felt an awkwardness stir within him. Though he intended to manipulate this woman, being addressed in such a manner was less than ideal. Thus, he spoke. Could you refrain from calling me son? I am also a man. Please refer to me as Momonosuke. Recognizing her companion's lack of acuity, Shiryu altered his phrasing. Yamato, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Right. You are indeed an adult now. Henceforth, I shall address you as Momonosuke. Yamato reminisced about the execution at Odin's place and the words spoken by Lady Toki in her journal. The world shall remain in darkness like you, holding on to the remnants and awaiting the dawn. 20 years hence, 9 shadows shall appear, heralding the dawn of Wano and the establishment of our nation. The essence of this reflection was that the Kazuki clan endured a dark period, steadfast like the moon in the night, awaiting the arrival of light. After 2 decades, 9 shadows would emerge, and Wano would finally greet the dawn, achieving its long-awaited sovereignty. However, now with 4 of the Akazeya 9 sacrificed, Yamato felt uncertain and anxiously inquired. Tama, that bastard Kaido is incredibly strong. I cannot defeat him. With 4 of the Akazeya already lost, what shall we do? We should first regroup with the remaining Akazeya 9, then leave this island with my sister, and devise a plan from there, Baize replied. It was absurd. Baize would never assist them in driving away Kaido, a task fraught with peril and little reward. His purpose for being there was merely to manipulate this group. All right, let's leave swiftly. Yamato nodded emphatically, eager to depart with Tama. Tama grasped Yamato's hand and said, Wait, I'll help you unlock those handcuffs. Can you really do that? Yamato was taken aback. The chains were so robust that even she was powerless against them. Leave it to me, Tama declared, channeling his conqueror's haki around his arm. In an instant, he used his internal destruction ability upon the handcuff. At the moment the lock shattered, he forcefully flung the cuffs away. With a thunderous explosion, a powerful shockwave hurled both of them backward. Yamato, suspended in mid-air, widened her eyes in shock, and upon regaining her composure, she yelled furiously, Damn it! That gorilla bastard! Does he want to kill me? Thud! Yamato landed on the ground, tears shimmering in her eyes. Utterly disheartened by Kaido. Let us go, don't be upset. The explosion will surely attract attention. If too many people arrive, it will be troublesome, Tama shouted loudly. Yamato, tears streaming down her face and looking utterly despondent, nodded heavily. Then Baize produced a plastic barrel, grasped Yamato, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spot. By the time Kaido's subordinates arrived, the area was already deserted. On an unnamed deserted island, Baize announced, We have now left Wano. Yamato, astonished, gazed around and then exclaimed, I cannot believe Tama possesses such strength. With your speed, we will surely defeat Kaido. Filled with confidence regarding their future confrontation with Kaido, Yamato felt invigorated. Baize scrutinized her attire, revealing much of her chest, and momentarily entertained mischievous thoughts. feigning a shake of his head. It is futile. You have no idea how powerful Kaido truly is. He is renowned as the strongest creature across land, sea, and sky. Even if we join forces, it will be of little avail. Then let us hurry to find the other 5 warriors. Together, we can surely prevail. Yamato proclaimed enthusiastically. The memory of the explosion still fresh in her mind. Her heart set on defeating Kaido and driving him away. My mother foretold that 9 individuals must unite. With the remaining 5 Akazaya, along with you and me, we would total 7. If I count my sister as 1, that makes 8. We still need 1 more. Prophecies are infallible, declared Momonosuke with unwavering certainty. What should we do then? Exclaimed Yamato, anxiously, inadvertently uttering the title that displeased Momonosuke. Unperturbed, Momonosuke feigned deep contemplation. A profound silence enveloped the scene, while Yamato racked his brain in fervent thought. Moments later, a spark ignited in Momonosuke's eyes. I've got it. Tell me quickly, Yamato urged, grasping Momonosuke's shoulders with a desperate eagerness to know. Momonosuke gazed at Yamato, slowly articulating. You are Kaido's daughter, inheriting his remarkable bloodline, which is why you have become so formidable. And I, as a proud descendant of the Kazuki clan, if we were to unite, do you not think our offspring would be even stronger? Chapter 61. Today, I played the role of Jabba. Have children? Yamato was momentarily taken aback, then responded with indignation. Son, how could you even suggest such a thing? I am Odin, and you are my son. How can we possibly have children together? In Yamato's understanding, procreation was solely the duty of women. As a man of stature, how could he engage in such an act, especially with his own son? Oh, I had thought you would assist me. It seems prophecies are nothing but deceitful, sighed White Tiger, his gaze lowered, disappointment etched across his face. These words struck Yamato like a heavy hammer, sending his heart into disarray. He floundered, attempting to defend himself. I never said I wouldn't help you. However, the rest of his words caught in his throat. He truly did not know how to explain how Odin could bear children. If Kaido could not be vanquished, those people would endure a lifetime of suffering. To achieve their goal, White Tiger resorted to moral coercion. Instantly, vivid images flooded Yamato's mind. The populace struggling in torment. Lord Odin dancing in the nude. Scenes of cruel cooking. He stood frozen, marveling at Odin's greatness, while questioning his own worth. He had vowed to become Lord Odin. Could he truly falter over such a trivial matter? Constantly, Yamato reassured himself, no, I am to become the man of Kazuki Odin. Having children is merely a means to ensure the establishment of Wano. Lord Odin was willing to sacrifice for the people. Surely he could too. With newfound resolve igniting a fierce flame in his eyes, Yamato fixed a determined gaze upon Momonosuke. What must I do? White Tiger felt a surge of delight within, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He then produced a large bed from the void, dropping it with a thud upon the ground. Momonosuke, you are indeed a devil fruit user? Yamato exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, White Tiger replied succinctly, urgency lacing his tone. Now, please remove your clothing and lie down on the bed. It is said that even the smallest scale can tip the balance, and though a needle may be slender, it can pierce through myriad barriers. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, White Tiger was consumed by disappointment. Initially, all seemed well, but the experience quickly devolved into utter disaster. Is this truly how we shall conceive a child? Yamato, now fully dressed, questioned with uncertainty, glancing at Momonosuke. Absolutely. Once the child is born, we will seek out a fruit that accelerates growth and then teach him combat skills. As Kaido's daughter, you surely inherited his exceptional teaching methods. All we need is for the child to exert 200 times the effort, and we shall surely vanquish Kaido, Baize declared with a serious demeanor, spouting nonsense with utmost sincerity. In truth, the notion of having children was merely a guise for his carnal desires. How could he possibly entertain the idea of procreating with this foolish girl? What if the offspring turned out to be intellectually challenged? Yet, Yamato remained steadfast in her belief. Rest assured, I will ensure he becomes even mightier than I. Next, we must summon the remaining warriors and await our opportunity. After Tojiro articulated the plan, he inquired about the direction to Tsuji, leaving Yamato on the island to wait while he deftly utilized his escape skills to journey to the quarry. When he reappeared, he found himself in the flower capital, accompanied by a new companion, Kawasu. Tojiro, employing his persuasive rhetoric, embellished the tale for Kawasu. Upon hearing it, Kawasu erupted in fury. Damn that red-haired. Why wasn't it me who perished? Mr. Kawasu, this is all my fault. My strength was insufficient. Tojiro lamented, his head bowed in despair. Young master, this is not your fault. One can only blame the ill fate of our brethren. Kawasu, upon receiving the grievous news, struggled to contain his sorrow. Mr. Kawasu, you have endured much suffering over the years. Baize expressed with genuine concern, gently patting Kawasu's shoulder, appearing empathetic. No, I do not feel wronged. My waiting has been worthwhile, Kawasu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. By the way, young master, could you assist Mr. Bingaru? He is a friend of Lord Odin, and his plight mirrors my own. Before Kawasu could finish, Tojiro interjected, Mr. Ka, it is not that I do not wish to rescue him, but rather that Mr. Bingaru refuses to leave. Seeing the confusion on Kawasu's face, Tojiro continued, in fact, prior to your departure, I had a clandestine meeting with Mr. Bingaru. He stated that having endured for all these years, he is not troubled by a little more time. He wishes to teach the prisoners hockey to prepare for the impending war. Rest assured, Mr. Kawasu, once the time is ripe, I shall liberate Tsuji prison and Mr. Bingaru will naturally be freed. Kawasu, convinced of Tojiro's words, responded gravely, I shall leave all matters to your discretion, young master. An inner sense of satisfaction surged within Tojiro as he thought, these individuals are indeed gullible. A few well-chosen words have ensnared them. Baize had never intended to rescue Mr. Bingaru. The Akazaya Nine were subordinates of Odin and could be relied upon, but that old man was a friend of Odin. Should he be released, with his shrewdness forged from years within the underworld, he might uncover the flaws in their scheme, jeopardizing the entire plan. Such a thankless endeavor was not one he would undertake. As they strolled side by side along the bustling streets, Kawasu, now free, reflected on his return. It has been many years. Everything remains unchanged. As they walked, curiosity got the better of Kawasu, and he asked, Young master, where are we headed? We're going to find my sister Hiyori. I intend to lead them out of Kaido's territory before we deliberate further, Baize replied. Kawasu began to recount his experiences from 11 years prior, detailing his flight by water with Yamato, their life in hiding, and the various tribulations endured until capture by Kaido. Baize listened intently, occasionally affirming, You have suffered greatly, which deeply moved Kawasu. Young master, do you know the whereabouts of the lady? Essentially, a glimmer of hope has emerged. Yamato, now under the alias of S.H. Zuki, suggests that we investigate the entertainment district, where we should be able to find information. In a room on the 3rd floor of the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, Tanshiro, Hiyori, and the recently arrived Azura boy are engaged in a discussion regarding Momonosuke. After much deliberation, the trio resolves to set sail in search of him. Just as they are preparing to act, a voice from outside calls out, S.H. Zuki, there's a guest who specifically requests your company. Hiyori's delicate brows furrow in displeasure at the thought of soon leaving Wano. Her tone impatient as she replies, Tell him I am unavailable. The response comes back that she will certainly comply, for he claims to be Hiyori. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three within the room change dramatically. Tanshiro remains relatively composed, activating his observation haki to extend his sensory range downstairs. Upon glimpsing the figures in the reception area below, he is momentarily taken aback, then elated. Azura, take the lady to our usual spot. Azura boy, realizing who is downstairs, responds with excitement. Understood. I shall await your arrival. Both understand the urgency of their situation and the necessity to relocate swiftly. Chapter 62. Securing territory. Oh, how wonderful, brother. It is such a relief to see you safe. Hiyori's voice, tinged with tears, resonates through the woods 10 miles outside the flower capital. She clings tightly to Momonosuke, her tears flowing uncontrollably as her overwhelming worry and fear transform into joy at their reunion. Simultaneously, a system notification abruptly echoes within Hakuzu's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for joining the Ichiban Film Company as a corporate spy, achieving the position of vice president. A substantial gift package has been awarded. Following this, a chilling note appears. Caution. Should the host's identity be exposed, severe repercussions await. Loss of skills or spiritual energy as punishment. Hakuzu pauses, contemplating the implications. As he suspected, impersonating Momonosuke has its rewards, yet he had not anticipated the accompanying penalties. Well then, Hiyori, I have returned, haven't I? Momonosuke gently reassures her, patting her shoulder. Moments latte. He delicately releases her from his embrace, her presence still enveloped in a subtle fragrance. Not far away, Kosu, Sake Temeru, and Tanshiro, who had been tightly entwined, now gradually separate. These three brothers, having weathered many storms together, share a look filled with nostalgia as they begin to recount their tumultuous experiences over the years. Momonosuke narrates his own tale, maintaining the same narrative he had previously spun for Yamato. As he mentions Kinemon and the others, Kawasu can no longer suppress his sorrow, breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. The news of their fallen comrades leaves Tanshiro and Sake Temeru frozen in place, lost in thought. Even Yamato's eyes moisten with tears. It's all my fault. Had I been stronger then, possessed the might of Kaido, they would not have. Momonosuke's head bows, his face feigning guilt and remorse, his voice heavy with regret. No, you must not blame yourself, young master. Tears streamed down Kawamoto's face as he hurriedly spoke words of comfort. You have avenged our brothers to the best of your abilities. I trust they can finally find peace. Upon hearing this, Tanshiro seemed to recall something and began to speak. That newspaper, but his words were abruptly interrupted by Kawamoto's urgent interjection. Indeed, the young master has endured great hardships within the Navy to avenge our brothers, employing his exceptional wisdom to eliminate their enemies. As he spoke, Kawamoto produced the newspaper, revealing content identical to what Tanshiro had seen the previous day. Oh, dear brothers, do you see? The young master has avenged you. He has not let you down. Tanshiro and Sake Temeru knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Overwhelmed by sorrow, seeing that the emotions of the gathered were thoroughly stirred, Momonosuke calculated in his mind, realizing that the threat of Beckman remained unresolved. He decisively interrupted, Mr. Tanshiro, there is still one more enemy to address. Tanshiro's previously weeping demeanor suddenly halted, his gaze fixed intently on Momonosuke. This man's name is Beckman. He is the most cunning individual upon the seas. It is likely he anticipated the downfall of the red-hair pirates, which is why this insidious fiend did not come to their aid, ruthlessly abandoning his comrades. Momonosuke spoke gravely, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. This scoundrel was involved in the murder of Kinemon. We must not let this blood debt go unavenged. His words ignited a fire of fury within Kawamoto and Tanshiro. Indeed, we must avenge them, they shouted in unison, their voices filled with righteous anger. In the future, do not show mercy when we encounter him. This villain has garnered much acclaim upon the seas, and though he may appear cunning, he is truly a treacherous wretch. He will likely attempt to deceive you with tales of misunderstanding and pleas for mercy, hoping to sway your hearts. Thus, I urge you all, do not fall prey to his insidious words. Momonosuke spoke with deliberate seriousness, intending to shape Beckman into a loathsome figure in their minds, making it so that even if he later defended himself, no one would believe him. As anticipated, Kawamoto immediately vowed, Rest assured, young master, although we are gentlemen, I shall not grant such a scoundrel the opportunity to speak, no matter how clever he may be or how much he may plead. My resolve to avenge our brothers shall remain unshaken. Gentlemen only spare the weak. Treacherous scoundrels deserve death. Tanshiro declared with fierce intensity, his teeth clenched. Indeed, Sake Temeru echoed from the side, and the trio's fury seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Pleased to see the three completely under his influence, Momonosuke nodded approvingly and gravely declared, In that case, when we next encounter our foe, let us wager our lives. Kinemon, Kanjuro, Reizo, and Kikunojo are watching from above. We must not disappoint them. We shall not let them down. The three proclaimed in unison, their voices resonating through the skies. Very well. In that case, let us depart from Wano. Mama no Suk decisively stated, leading the group toward the island where Yarlita resided. All eyes converged on Yalida, filled with curiosity and bewilderment. Brother, who is she? Hiyori couldn't help but inquire. She is my captain. Mama no Suk replied succinctly, continuing to elaborate. When Shanks killed Kineman and the others, I accidentally fell into the sea, and it was Yalida who rescued me. At that time, I was too weak to return to Wano, so I boarded her ship and became a member of the Yalida pirates. Thus, the captain is one of us. Upon hearing this, the loyal Kamasu, Tyrannosuk, and Sake Temaru immediately bowed respectfully, their demeanor earnest. Thank you for saving our young master. Your immense kindness will never be forgotten. Thank you for saving my brother. Hiyori echoed, tears of gratitude in her eyes as she bowed as well. There's no need for such formality. From now on, we are all comrades. Mama no Suk is my first mate, and we each harbor our own dreams. The first mate's dream is to save Wano, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Yalita stated earnestly, adhering to the prior instructions given by Byaku. We are deeply grateful. The four expressed their thanks once more with fervor. Next, we need to recruit and cultivate our forces. Once we have enough manpower, we will strike back at Onigashima and completely expel Kaido and Orochi's influence. Yalita proclaimed with the commanding authority of captain, if you require us, we shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Tyrannosuk declared loudly, his voice brimming with loyalty and passion. In the eyes of Tyrannosuk and the others, Yalita was undoubtedly their benefactor, not only for saving their master, but also for extending her hand during their most trying times, which made them willingly comply with her command for the time being, seeing that most of what needed to be said had been addressed. Mama no Suk found an excuse to send Kamasu, Tyrannosuk, Sake Temaru, and Hiyori to handle the provisions, thus ushering them away, before quietly conferring with Yalita. Do you think these people will heed my words? Yalita's eyes betrayed a hint of unease, her tone laced with uncertainty. As long as you present yourself as one who is willing to do anything to restore our nation, they will fervently protect you. Rest assured, these individuals are rather blindly loyal. Simply shower them with praise for Kazuki Oden, and they will naturally come to trust you. Byakuzu reassured her with a confident smile. Yalita recalled the tales of Wano that Byakuzu had shared, her heart brimming with questions, and she couldn't help but ask, I find it hard to understand. If you're impersonating Mama no Suk, why would you label these people as scapegoats where you could win them over? Only the two of us have shared in hardship. Having just the two of us as truly trustworthy crew members is sufficient. The others are merely pawns to shield us from harm and take the fall when necessary. What do you think, Captain? Byakuzu said with a knowing smile. Ah, so that is your perspective. I understand now. Yalita responded, enlightenment dawning upon her as she smiled in return. Byakuzu's words about shared hardship warmed her heart, and she accepted this proposal with a sense of comfort. After all, without shared suffering, how could one ever truly enjoy the sweetness of camaraderie? What follows is the obedience test. They must be made to comply. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Baizai's eyes as he continued. What must be done? Yalita's curiosity was once again piqued, and she eagerly inquired. Captain, did you not mention that our numbers are few? Let us disguise them as slaves tomorrow and venture forth together to deceive a nation, claiming it as our territory. Baizai spoke with an air of indifference, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yalita's eyes widened in shock, nearly unable to believe her ears. A nation? Indeed. What do you think of Dressrosa? Baizai replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 63. The Dawn Organization? System. Open the package. In a secluded corner, Baizai called out to the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic level of armament hockey. Note, the host already possesses intermediate armament hockey, which has been automatically stacked. Shortly thereafter, another notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic level of observation hockey. Note, the basic observation hockey has been stacked, upgraded to intermediate level. Observing the rewards bestowed by the system, Baizai felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After days of relentless effort, he had finally reaped his rewards. In a moment of elation, he suddenly recalled that Yamato was still awaiting alone on the isolated island. Without hesitation, Baizai sought out Tanjiro and others, revealing Yamato's situation in detail. Initially, upon learning that she was Kaido's daughter, the group displayed expressions of wariness and resistance. However, as they listened to Yamato's past deeds, their indignation grew, vehemently condemning Kaido as heartless and devoid of humanity. Doubts lingered regarding Yamato's genuine intentions to assist them. It was not until Momonosuke brought Yamato before them that they beheld her eyes filled with admiration and fervor, her every word echoing the ideals of Odin. Tanjiro and the others were taken aback at first, but their apprehensions gradually dissipated. They finally understood that this individual indeed inherited Lord Odin's will and shared their common goal, thus welcoming Yamato into their ranks with open arms. Baizai, with a grave expression, began outlining the next steps. Yalta possesses the identity of a warlord, and our immediate priority is to devise a stable territory, gathering talented individuals to expand our influence. When we are robust enough, we shall launch a counteroffensive against Onigashima. Tomorrow, I require your cooperation. During the banquet, Momonosuke elaborated on the current state of Dressrosa and the action plan for the following day. Upon hearing this, Yamato wore a troubled expression. How can this be possible? Feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, images of Odin sacrificing everything for the people flooded her mind. With newfound resolve, she firmly declared, I will do it. What Lord Odin could accomplish, I can too. It may be embarrassing, but if it means saving that nation, then we are indeed doing a noble deed. Well said, Yamato. You truly embody the spirit of the general's will. Tanjiro praised earnestly. Yamato, with a serious demeanor, pledged, for Wano, and to rescue Dressrosa, I will play my part well and will not let you down. The group then deliberated over the details for an extended time, after which Baizai departed the island, diligently preparing the necessary items. At noon the following day, a group stealthily arrived in Dressrosa. The bustling streets were filled with throngs of people and scattered toy figures. Gradually, some began to notice the approaching group from afar, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The quick-witted among them immediately knelt down. Others stood frozen in place, their companions urgently whispering, Hurry, kneel down. Do you wish to die? How could celestial dragons come here? Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd. At this moment, Baizai had already altered his muscle contours through Yalta, seated high upon Yamato, who was masquerading as a slave. He wore a hood, his gaze haughty, looking down his nose at others, exuding an air of unassailable arrogance as he scanned his surroundings. Meanwhile, Yamato, encased in a large headpiece and clad in heavy shackles, struggled to crawl on the ground. To their side, Yalta, Sanjiro, and another masked member emanated an icy aura, while another companion, Hiyori, donned a dancer's attire, her head bowed, feigning reluctance as she trailed beside them. This group of celestial dragons strode boldly towards the palace. On the other side, news swiftly reached Don Quixote Doflamingo. Inside the royal hall, upon hearing his subordinate's report, Doflamingo's brow furrowed in concern. What is happening? What do these bastards want here? Young master, what shall we do? They seem to have appeared out of nowhere. Our men have checked, and there are no ships on the shore. Torbol replied anxiously, indecisive. They are likely here to extort us. Prepare some slaves and rare trinkets. I must confront them personally and discern their intentions, Doflamingo commanded before hastily exiting the hall. Outside the palace, the soldiers guarding the city turned pale at the sight of the celestial dragons, uniformly dropping to their knees. Baizai and his group entered the city gates without obstruction. In the distance, Doflamingo hid in the shadows, observing this unfamiliar group of celestial dragons. To ascertain their purpose, he forced a smile, stepping out from the darkness and laughing heartily. Fufufu, welcome, esteemed guests, to Dressrosa. Despite his inner disgust, Doflamingo did not wish to provoke trouble, lowering himself in deference. This is our master, Uchiha Sasuke. Doflamingo, upon seeing my esteemed master, why do you not kneel? Asked Jutemaru, his tone icy. Doflamingo's expression darkened instantly. He had never heard of this name. Could it be an impersonation? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. No one would dare do such a thing. Perhaps he was simply ignorant of the matter? Just as Doflamingo hesitated, contemplating whether to swallow his pride, a sharp voice rang out, impudent. Without a moment's hesitation, Sanjuro drew his sword, unleashing a swift strike that surged towards Doflamingo like lightning. Doflamingo's pupils constricted as he swiftly dodged to the side. The tremendous strike grazed past him, followed by a deafening explosion. Boom! When Doflamingo turned to look, a towering structure had vanished, engulfed in flames that soared into the sky. The terrifying slash sent a tremor through him, for he understood that the individual before him possessed unfathomable strength. Engaging him in combat would likely prove to be a formidable challenge. Please refrain from violence. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo was once a celestial dragon. There is no need for you to kneel. At this moment, Momonosuke, perched upon Yamato, interjected to halt the impending conflict, prompting Kinemon to slowly sheathe his sword. Doflamingo seethed inwardly. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for the label of former celestial dragon. Yet he could not deny that it was precisely this identity that spared him the humiliation of kneeling in public. Although he had never heard of the Uchiha clan, the fact that his opponent could accurately identify him solidified his belief in the latter's celestial dragon status. After all, on these vast seas, no one dared to impersonate a celestial dragon. The very thought was beyond Doflamingo's imagination. May I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? If there is anything that catches your fancy, please do not hesitate to express it. Doflamingo offered his cordiality, hoping fervently that this group of ominous figures would seize their rewards and depart swiftly. Are you certain? Hakazai questioned from his elevated position, his tone dripping with arrogance. Absolutely. Whatever I possess, I shall readily share. Doflamingo replied with a confident smile. Hakazai surveyed the surroundings, then spoke languidly. Beauty, formidable slaves, and wealth. I lack for nothing. Your nation appears to be flourishing. How about this? You relinquish this territory to me? The audacious demand plunged Doflamingo's heart into despair, and he struggled to mask his discomfort. What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Hakazai's voice turned icy, imbued with an air of undeniable authority. And no, it's just that Uchiha Sasuke, as a noble celestial dragon, if the five elders were to discover that you personally manage a nation, it would tarnish your esteemed reputation and bring you shame. Doflamingo, reluctant to relinquish his hard-earned domain, sought to dissuade his adversary by invoking status and the five elders. Those five old codgers cannot dictate my actions. Hakuzai boasted, exuding an air of invincibility. Perhaps you are unaware of my true identity, so let me enlighten you. Have you heard of the Knights of God? I have. Doflamingo responded. Since you are aware, I shall spare you the details. However, I wish to convey that my father belongs to another organization, Akatsuki, one that surpasses the Knights of God. My father is none other than the leader of the Akatsuki. Uchiha Bido, Chapter 64. Deceiving Doflamingo Akatsuki? Uchiha Bido. Doflamingo was taken aback, having never encountered such names before. Now do you understand why I fear not those five elderly gentlemen? My father's status is on par with theirs. They cannot control me. Hakazai's countenance radiated confidence. I see. Doflamingo's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder he had never heard of this adversary. It was a concealed force. He smiled broadly, having uncovered a monumental secret today, which he deemed advantageous. Yet another bargaining chip. Doflamingo's mind raced, convincing himself of the veracity of Hakazai's claims. I sense your reluctance. However, rest assured, should you surrender this nation to me, I shall compensate you generously. Hakazai continued. Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo was somewhat intrigued and cautiously inquired about the notion of compensation. I wonder, Uchiha Sasuke, how do you intend to make amends? By Zay feigned contemplation, responding, let me think. How about making you one of the four emperors? At this utterance, Doflamingo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of becoming one of the four emperors and toppling the celestial dragons was tantalizingly close. Just as he was reveling in his exhilaration, the other party continued. That won't do. This statement doused Doflamingo's enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. I have heard that you once aspired to become a celestial dragon, only to be rejected. Am I correct? Baizé fixed his gaze upon him. The words struck Doflamingo like a public execution, rendering his expression quite unnatural, as this was a deep-seated grievance he harbored throughout his life. At a loss for response, Doflamingo suddenly heard a phrase he had long coveted. How about I allow you to become a celestial dragon again? Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, quickly adjusting his breathing, his heart brimming with rage. Why? Why present me with this condition now, when it was denied to me back then? As he faced the inquiry, Doflamingo's fingers began to tremble involuntarily, his mind torn between two conflicting voices. One voice urged, agree to their terms. To become a celestial dragon means boundless power, enabling you to trample those who once humiliated you and manipulate the world at your will. The vision of donning the sacred robe of a celestial dragon once more, gazing down upon all, made the temptation feel like a lethal poison, igniting his very blood. However, another voice roared in defiance. They abandoned you back then. Their current generosity is merely a fade driven by self-interest. Once you lose your utility, they will cast you aside without hesitation. Doflamingo clenched his jaw, loathing this condescending attitude of benevolence. Yet, he reconsidered. The identity of the person before him was of considerable stature, and he could not afford to offend him at this moment. To dismantle the celestial dragon's dominion, he must exercise patience for now. Perhaps acquiescing wasn't such a bad idea. With the title of a celestial dragon, the destruction of the world would be far more attainable. Resolving this within himself, Doflamingo grinned, a chill glinting in his eyes behind his sunglasses. I agree. Excellent. It seems you are not foolish. Baizé praised. At this juncture, it was Tsunoshiro's turn to interject. As he immediately spoke up, My lord, have you forgotten that your father is currently not in these waters? Even if you promise them, it will not come to fruition until 2 years hence. Ah, do not mention it. I nearly forgot, Baizé exclaimed, seemingly conversing with himself. Doflamingo felt deceived, his anger flaring. After much deliberation, he had resolved to assume the title of the pig, only to be told it was no longer feasible. My lord, does your statement about me becoming a celestial dragon still hold weight? Doflamingo asked, his tone stiff. My master is a man of his word. Promises made will indeed be fulfilled, but you must wait until Uchiha Madara returns. Keiso interjected with disdain. Ah, I see. My father has gone to the heavens. To the heavens? Doflamingo was again taken aback. Indeed, as the waters of this vast ocean continue to rise, Lordum has instructed my father to seek another habitable planet for the future. Otherwise, when this ocean is submerged, it will be too late. Baizé spoke with a solemnity that belied the absurdity of his claims. How could it be possible? How can humans venture to other planets? Don Quixote Doflamingo was profoundly shaken. Your ignorance is astounding. My father's power is no jest. Even the legendary Joy Boy of your pales in comparison to him. Were it not for my father's unrequited affection for Lordum, this world would have long been under our dominion. That woman, dismissing my father daily, if it were me, I would have long since spanked her. Baizé concluded, his face devoid of jest. Such astonishing revelations and shocking statements left Doflamingo rooted in place, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Internally, he cried out, is this a jest? His breath quickened. If the strength of the other's father was so formidable, perhaps by forging a connection, he might incite the overthrow of M's reign and potentially establish a new order. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. If he could effectively utilize Uchiha Sasuke, opportunities to make the swine experience his former tribulations would surely arise. This country is yours, Uchiha Sasuke. Doflamingo, fearing a change of heart, hastened to speak. The thought of exchanging a nation for the overthrow of M and the Gorosei seemed exceedingly advantageous. You have done well. Henceforth, you shall liaise with the world government regarding the abdication. As for the king, let my people handle that. Upon hearing Baizé's words, Doflamingo was momentarily taken aback. believing that Uchiha Sasuke would personally govern this nation. At this juncture, Tsuneshiro interjected, "How could that be? My master is, after all, a noble celestial dragon. He would never engage in such matters. Might you enlighten me as to who it is, so I may arrange accordingly?" Doflamingo inquired respectfully. "It is I." The voice of Yarlita resonated as she removed her mask, proceeding to introduce herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yarlita, an intern of the Akatsuki, specifically tasked with overseeing maritime affairs." Doflamingo was astonished. He had not anticipated encountering the recently renowned warlord. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. So that is why Bai Zhe, who maintained a low profile, could contend with Mihawk upon his emergence in the ocean. He must be affiliated with your organization, correct? Yarlita, noticing his deductions, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, he is a member and my subordinate, tasked with maintaining equilibrium in the seas." Doflamingo, take heed. My identity must remain concealed. Furthermore, regarding the abdication, it is imperative that you satisfy Yarlita. Should she be pleased, there will be ample rewards for you. Bai Zhe began to weave his enticing narrative. "Rest assured, Uchiha Sasuke, I shall make arrangements forthwith." To demonstrate his worth, Doflamingo promptly retrieved his phone and began dialing. "You may take your time with the phone call. Once you are prepared, simply contact Yarlita. Now let us depart." As Bai Zhe's words faded, he turned and departed, while Yarlita announced her number before turning to leave as well. Once Bai Zhe and his group had left, Torbull approached excitedly from a distance. "Wonderful young master. If you can forge a connection with them, your dream of becoming the Pirate King will undoubtedly be within reach," he exclaimed. "Who would have thought that a nation could establish a relationship with such individuals? In just 2 years, once I become a celestial dragon, I shall incite chaos in this world and reveal to that fellow known as Uchiha Madara just how unfit him and the Gorosei are to rule. Throughout this process, I will consistently demonstrate my worth, convincing them that I am more suitable for governance than they are. The next ruler will surely be me," Doflamingo declared confidently, his mind racing with new plans. Chapter 65. The Empirical Akainu on an island adjacent to Dressrosa. Bai Zhe and his companions made their appearance. "I can't believe it was this simple. Is this person a fool?" Yamato exclaimed incredulously, her words prompting a peculiar expression from Bai Zhe. The scene felt akin to a sibling rivalry, each equally matched. Bai Zhe found himself pondering the audacity of such a statement, almost tempted to inquire what gave them the courage to speak so boldly. However, considering the other party's intellect, he patiently explained, "It's not that. It's primarily due to their overwhelming confidence, likely unaware that someone would dare to deceive them, coupled with the secrets I divulged and a demeanor that dismissed the Gorosei. A typical celestial dragon would never dare behave this way. You all witnessed. That individual didn't even inquire about the surname I casually fabricated." Yamato nodded, seemingly grasping the situation, and promptly asked, "What should we do next?" At this moment, Yarlita, following Bai Zhe's earlier instructions, spoke up. "We wait. We shall allow the other party to complete their communications with the world government. During this time, Tsunaji, Sake Temuru, and Kawamatsu, you 3 should set out to locate Zo Island and summon the other 2 warriors. In the ensuing 2 years, we must strive to grow stronger and cultivate our influence in preparation for the downfall of Kaido." Yarlita's words ignited hope within the group. Tsunaji, filled with enthusiasm, vowed, "Rest assured, we will ensure the retrieval of Cat, Viper, and Dogstorm." Observing their determination, Bai Zhe produced a medium-sized vessel from his spatial realm and casually tossed it into the water. After a brief period of preparation, the trio embarked on their new journey. "Be careful on your way," Yamato and Hiyori called out, waving them farewell from shore. "And what shall I do?" Yamato inquired eagerly, wishing to prove her own capabilities. Seeing that the other warriors had been assigned tasks while she remained idle, she cast an expectant glance at Bai Zhe. "You shall train them to grow stronger," he instructed. According to Mother S prophecy, the Akazeya 9 should consist of 9 warriors, and I suspect the last one to join will be Yarlita. Bai Zhe continued. His words reminded Yamato of the day when Momonosuke had expressed his doubts after she had just given birth. He had lamented, "Yamato, I fear I may have miscalculated." Even with a child, it seems quite challenging to grow stronger within 2 years. My eagerness to vanquish Kaido momentarily clouded my judgment, causing me to overlook another individual worthy of being one of the Red Scabbards. Yamato, intrigued, inquired, "Who is that person?" Momonosuke replied, "It is my captain, Aurita. You shall understand once you meet her. Furthermore, we must keep our plans for children confidential. As the future shogun of Wano, I have made an erroneous prediction, and it would be utterly embarrassing if it were to be disclosed. I implore you to maintain discretion." As the reminiscence concluded, Yamato gazed at Aurita, who stood before her wielding a kanabo, and then glanced at Hiyori, who was frozen in place. Without uttering a word, she gestured grandly, "Follow me. I shall empower you both, and together we shall defeat Kaido." Aurita smiled, responding, "I appreciate your assistance." At that moment, her yearning to grow stronger was palpable. With the incessant troubles caused by Whitebeard, she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to enhance her abilities. During the subsequent training, Aurita exerted herself far beyond her peers, with the exception of the renowned hard worker from the Navy headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Kobe was on the ground, diligently performing push-ups. The last encounter with Whitebeard had nearly cost him his life, but fortunately, his robust physique had saved him by a series of fortuitous events. He caught the attention of Garp, who brought him to the Navy headquarters. Drenched in sweat, Kobe gritted his teeth, laboriously counting 97899,790. He was determined to complete 10,000 push-ups, yet the excruciating pain in his arms threatened to make him surrender on several occasions. "Damn it, I must become a Navy officer," Kobe shouted, his gaze fixated on the wanted poster displayed before him, which bore the image of Whitebeard. "I must surpass that guy. If he can exert 200 times the effort to grow stronger, then I shall exert 210 times. No, I shall give it 250 times. I must become stronger." Whitebeard, fueled by an indomitable spirit, Kobe pushed past his limits and ultimately completed 10,000 push-ups, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Breathing heavily, Kobe triumphantly tore down Whitebeard's wanted poster, exclaiming with fervor, "I did it, Whitebeard. Just wait. One day I shall defeat you." His eyes locked onto Whitebeard's image, brimming with unwavering resolve. In contrast, the scene at Branch 1 was one of utter devastation. The recently returned Akainu wore a terrifyingly grim expression. The architect of this ruin was none other than Kaido of the Beasts. Shortly after Akainu's departure, Kaido had arrived, declaring his intent to seek out Momonosuke. Unfortunately, Momonosuke was absent, and in a fit of rage, Kaido wreaked havoc before departing. This infuriated Akainu, who was consumed with thoughts of retribution, but found himself at a loss for an immediate plan. At that moment, a gravely injured spider demon rushed in, clutching a din mushy Admiral. The Fick pirates have resurfaced upon learning of the destruction of our Branch 1. They have obliterated 2 villages, resulting in the slaughter of thousands of villagers. By the time our forces arrived, they had vanished without a trace. Those scoundrels! Akainu seethed, grinding his teeth in fury. The Fick pirates, notorious marauders of the New World, boast a staggering bounty of 500 million. Their wicked deeds know no bounds. Whenever Admiral Akainu is absent from headquarters, they seize the opportunity to wreak havoc, vanishing without a trace after their malevolent escapades. Coupled with the vast and boundless expanse of the New World, their elusive nature has left Akainu utterly powerless against them. Immediately dispatch personnel to locate them. Akainu's eyes blazed with fury. The recent destruction of headquarters was already infuriating enough, and now this predicament had pushed his rage to its zenith. Yet it was futile. The adversary's vessels possess an exceptionally powerful propulsion system, making it impossible for us to catch up even if we were to discover their whereabouts. They are exceedingly cunning. To ensnare them, we must devise a clever strategy. Goetia lamented with a look of helplessness. "Do you possess any ideas?" Akainu demanded, his voice rising. Goetia was rendered speechless, lowering his head in shame. "No." "Then why are you still talking?" Akainu retorted, a mixture of fury and irony evident in his tone. Suddenly, a vision of Momonosuke flashed in Goetia's mind. and he exclaimed with excitement, "Admiral, perhaps we could consult Momonosuke. That fellow has a plethora of ingenious ideas and is sure to devise a solution." Akainu paused momentarily. Then enlightenment dawned upon him. Indeed, how could I have forgotten Momonosuke? A smile crept across his face as he hastily retrieved his den mushi to make the call. On an island in the New World, Momonosuke reclined comfortably on a beach chair, perusing a newspaper. After a prolonged period of toil, he sought a moment of respite. Just then, the den mushi rang unexpectedly. Baizé turned to see it was Akainu calling, and he quickly answered, offering a greeting, "Admiral, Momonosuke, you must exercise caution. That scoundrel Kaido seems to have taken an unusual interest in you. He destroyed headquarters in his search for you." Akainu's voice resonated from the other end. "I'm aware. It was reported in the newspaper. Fear not, Admiral, he will not find me." Baizé reassured him. "Furthermore, I visited Mariewa. The identity of the red-haired is indeed peculiar, as confirmed by the Gorosei themselves. They claimed we have slain those we should not have, holding you accountable. I did my utmost to defend you, but they insist it is entirely your fault. Coupled with your defection, you have also been issued a bounty. Rest assured, once I ascend to the rank of Fleet Admiral and command the Navy, I will have a voice with the world government. I will assert that you were my undercover agent, and I shall ensure your return to the Navy." Akainu's tone was filled with reassurance and confidence. Upon hearing this, Baizé couldn't help but recall the moment Akainu was publicly humiliated at Mariewa, and silently shook his head. This man was overly simplistic in his thinking, believing that attaining the rank of Fleet Admiral would grant him influence. In the presence of the Gorosei, such status held no value whatsoever. "Admiral, rest assured, that day will come," Baizé replied. Akainu shifted the conversation. "By the way, do you have any means to retaliate against Kaido? That scoundrel destroyed headquarters in my absence, and I cannot swallow this indignation. Additionally, there's a group of notorious pirates in the New World." Akainu elaborated on the Fike pirates and inquired whether Momonosuke had any viable strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Baizé responded decisively, "I have a plan, and there is more than one. It is quite straightforward. You simply need to publicly declare that I have defected from the Navy and joined the Fike pirate crew. Upon hearing this, Kaido will undoubtedly seek me out. When the two factions collide and find me absent, do you not think Kaido will unleash his wrath upon them? Moreover, you could frame the Fike pirate crew by claiming they possess secrets regarding the great treasure that red-haired Shanks held before his demise. Would not those nefarious pirates and agents go mad in their quest to uncover the truth? Once discovered, they will surely be subjected to brutal interrogations, ultimately meeting a humiliating end. If all else fails, you could fabricate a mythical fruit akin to the Edo Tensei fruit, proclaiming that it is hidden on a certain island, weaving tales of Captain John's treasure being connected to this fruit. Upon learning of this, the pirates would surely flock to the island. You could preemptively bury explosives there to eliminate them all in one fell swoop." Akainu, growing increasingly excited, mused that he could even implicate Kaido in the whereabouts of the legendary Pluton, suggesting that he had control over it. The world government, upon learning this, would undoubtedly dispatch us to eliminate him, would they not? Chapter 66. Siblings. Meanwhile, Hakuzu was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes at Akainu's sudden ability to think critically. The notion of framing Kaido truly astonished him. Reflecting on his meticulously crafted plans, he realized that Kaido could not falter at this juncture, as he still relied on deceiving Yamato and others into willingly becoming the personal bodyguards of our leader. Now is not the time for the liberation of Wano. After a moment of contemplation, Hakuzu spoke slowly. "While the possibility of war exists, has the Admiral considered the dire cost that the Navy would incur in such a conflict? Even if victory is attained, how shall we measure the sacrifices of our soldiers? I believe we must deliberate carefully, much like we did with red-haired Shanks, striving to minimize our losses." Akainu, filled with urgency, pressed for specifics. "What exactly should we do then?" Hakuzu had already devised a plan. Although he possessed methods to directly annihilate Kaido, he would never divulge them to Akainu. After a moment of reflection, he proposed an alternative strategy. The Admiral might consider gradually sowing discord between the Flying Six and the All-Stars. First, eliminating Kaido's most capable subordinates to lay the groundwork for the impending decisive battle. What new tactic is this? Confusion colored Akainu's voice as it came through the den mushi. Hakuzu patiently elaborated. The execution is rather simple. For instance, should a formidable subordinate of Kaido set sail, and the Navy encounters them, we should deliberately raise our voices, mentioning that the 3-year deadline has arrived, and they must return quickly, ensuring that the accompanying lackeys hear and relay the message. Thus, suspicion will be cast upon Kaido's subordinates as potential Navy informants. Even if Kaido himself chooses to believe them, others will certainly become wary. As soon as these suspected pirates make even the slightest misstep, it will be magnified, and they will face harassment and ostracism. Those proud pirates will either depart in fury or incite conflict, ultimately leading to their own demise. By the time the Navy launches a full-scale assault, the number of strong adversaries will have significantly dwindled, making our task considerably easier. After Baize finished speaking, Akainu pondered, this method is indeed feasible. It can weaken several of the enemy's formidable generals. However, their numbers are vast, and overuse of this tactic could prove ineffective. Baize interjected, the generals can easily alter their strategies. For instance, they could masquerade as officials of the world government, fabricating a narrative that Queen is to be granted the status of a celestial dragon for his technological contributions. If this rumor is spread in front of other pirates, Kaido will undoubtedly grow suspicious, leaving Queen with no room for defense, regardless of his eloquence. Furthermore, they could impersonate Germa operatives, falsely accusing a member of the Flying Six of being their infiltrator under the pretense of stealing Queen's technology, or claiming to be an ally of the Yonko Big Mom or Whitebeard. In this manner, the frequency of such tactics would increase. Listening to Momonosuke's elaboration, Akainu seemed to have unlocked a door to a new realm, his eyes brightening with excitement as he exclaimed, I see. I could even concoct a tale that Drought Jack is a member of a special race capable of consuming Kaido's form. His allegiance to Kaido would merely be a ruse while he waits for Kaido to be injured, seizing the opportunity to absorb his power and take his place. Baize's lips curled into a knowing smile. Precisely. As long as the narrative is captivating enough, supplemented by fabricated yet plausible evidence, one can easily turn black into white even without tangible proof. Momonosuke, you are nothing short of a genius. After years of battling pirates, I never dreamed of employing such stratagems. In a brief moment, Akainu derived several new schemes from Momonosuke's ideas. For example, constructing a recreational establishment on a certain island under the guise of a pirate haven, then detonating explosives once a sizable number of pirates have gathered, subsequently attributing the act to Charlotte Linlin to incite animosity among the surviving pirates towards Big Mom, thereby fostering potential discord among the Yonko. Alternatively, establishing a shipyard to attract pirates to commission vessels, embedding timed explosives within the ship's compartments to ensure the demise of departing pirate ships. Momonosuke, I've just conceived several new plans that require thorough exploration. Be cautious. For now, this will suffice. With that, Akainu hastily ended the call, eager to consult the scientific team about the possibility of creating a timed explosive switch with a delay of 10 days to a fortnight. Meanwhile, Baize furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, could it be that I have misguided Akainu into concocting something earth-shattering? Though a tinge of worry lingered in his heart, he quickly reassured himself, as long as it does not affect my gains in Taoist power, even if he were to blow up Mariewa, it concerns me not. Finally finding a moment of leisure, Baize reclined languidly in his chair. His gaze swept over the 3 individuals training nearby, eventually resting upon Hiyori as he stroked his chin, contemplating. The experience of Yamato is lacking, yet perhaps Hiyori might be able to invoke some tears in his quest to restore confidence. Baize had set his sights on Hiyori as his next target. After observing her for some time, he realized that Hiyori's aptitude for training was indeed lacking. Every movement appeared to be a strenuous effort. Upon reflection, it was understandable, as she was merely being propelled forward by the ambitions of the Restoration and the prophecies of the Akazeya 9, akin to a duck being forced to swim. Baize silently resolved to rescue her from her plight that very night. As dusk gradually descended, Hiyori, weary and fatigued, hastily consumed her evening meal before stooping towards the vessels moored at the shore. Meanwhile, Yamato and Yarlita persisted in their rigorous training. The day's arduousness made Hiyori contemplate surrender countless times. Yet each fleeting thought was quickly overshadowed by her mother's prophecy and the weighty responsibility of restoring their homeland pressing upon her heart. The Red Scabbards, including her brother Kazuki Momonosuke, Yarlita, and Yamato, numbered only 8. In her quest to fulfill the monumental task of restoration, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and strive to become the 9th member. This unwavering determination left her, who had never experienced such grueling training, utterly exhausted, unable to even straighten her back. Upon returning to her cabin on the ship, Hiyori was pleasantly surprised to find her brother waiting for her. His tone was filled with affection as he beckoned her over, gently inquiring, "Hiyori, are you worn out? Come, sit with me." As she settled beside Momonosuke, her tense body relaxed instantly, and she forced a smile, responding, "I'm fine." Yamato mentioned my weak foundation and suggested I rest first. "Don't worry, brother. I shall double my efforts tomorrow." She did not wish to disappoint him, and even though fatigue enveloped her, she endeavored to project a facade of resolve. Momonosuke nodded in approval. "I have witnessed your efforts. You truly embody the spirit of our Kazuki clan's princess." However, his expression shifted as he sighed softly, "Alas, it is regrettable." Hiyori's heart tightened, and she quickly pressed, "Regrettable? Regrettable in what way?" "Regrettable, indeed, for I fear you may not be suited for this path." He replied gravely, "You must have sensed it yourself, Haven Tiu. The gap between you and prodigies like Yamato is insurmountable. Even Yarlita, with the aid of the devil fruit, has an advantage." Momonosuke shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. These words struck Hiyori like a dousing of cold water, instantly dampening her spirits. It was true. She could hardly aspire to match Yamato's extraordinary physique. Nor could she compare to Yarlita, who, with her fruit, alleviated muscular injuries while constantly pushing her physical limits. Hiyori was merely an ordinary girl. "I have pondered deeply, and I fear the Red Scabbards foretold in Mother S prophecy may not include you." Momonosuke spoke with a heavy tone. Hiyori swiftly countered, "No, brother, I can do it. No matter how arduous or exhausting, I will persevere. Do you believe that within 2 years, you can attain strength comparable to mine?" The question left Hiyori momentarily speechless. The memory of Momonosuke's battle with Yamato lingered vividly in her mind. He had managed to engage Yamato, even in his transformed state, without utilizing his supreme weapon, showcasing an extraordinary prowess that left both Hiyori and Yarlita in awe. Noticing Hiyori's silence, Momonosuke continued, "Once I believed that with the Red Scabbard's assistance, I could vanquish Kaido, leading me to squander my days without earnest training. It wasn't until Kinemon and the others sacrificed themselves, and I witnessed the might of Shanks, that I realized my current strength was utterly inadequate for such a challenge. During that time, I racked my brain for strategies to prevail, but encountered nothing but setbacks, which compel me to recommence my training. Can you guess how long it took me to acquire the skills I possess now?" Curiously, Hiyori inquired, 2 years? Momonosuke shook his head, a hint of pride in his voice. "No, merely half a year. I achieved this mastery in just 6 months." This revelation left Hiyori utterly astonished. "I understand your surprise. I, too, found it hard to believe at first. The men of the Kazuki clan seemed to possess an innate and formidable strength, as was evident in my father's youth. It appears that such power is a birthright. Yet Kaido, who claims to be the strongest creature across land, sea, and air, presents a challenge that we cannot face with our current might. Without uniting the 9 Red Scabbards, our chances of victory are bleak." During the day, I pondered the potential of Shinobu's devil fruit abilities. Given the robust bloodline of our male lineage, why not harness this power? If we could have a child and accelerate their growth with the abilities of the Shinobu's fruit, nurturing them for 6 months in the ways of life, followed by another 6 months of combat training, perhaps we could cultivate a warrior as formidable as myself. The image of Shinobu flickered in Hiyori's mind, and she began to find this plan quite plausible hastily inquiring, "Brother, do you intend to find someone to bear child?" "Precisely. This may be the only way to fulfill the prophecy concerning the 9 scabbards," replied Momonosuke gravely. Hiyori, brimming with excitement, asks, "So, brother, who do you plan to have a child with? Is it Yamato or Arlong? I believe if you explain the situation to them, they would surely assist." Momonosuke sighed deeply. Alas, Arlong is solely focused on becoming the strongest woman in the world. She would never consent to such a thing. Moreover, she once saved my life. How could I ask her to make such a sacrifice? As for Yamato, she is Kaido's daughter. Even if she agrees, I worry about the child. You've seen how sometimes Yamato can be rather absent-minded. My son is destined to become a general. He cannot afford to be lacking in intellect. What shall we do then? The only trustworthy women on the island are those 2. If neither is suitable, you must seek someone else. Nay, who said there are only 2 women on this island? Hiyori, perplexed, gazed at Momonosuke with a puzzled expression. "Have you forgotten? There is also you," he stated, causing Hiyori's pupils to dilate as an ominous premonition surged within her. Moments later, Momonosuke's next statement confirmed her most dreaded suspicion. If those 2 are not an option, then there is still my sister. Hiyori stared at her brother in disbelief, her eyes wide in shock, questioning whether she had misheard. "Momonosuke, what nonsense are you speaking?" Her voice trembled, laden with incredulity. She never imagined her brother would propose such an outrageous idea. Hiyori's pupils contracted sharply as she gazed at Momonosuke, who appeared resolute and serious, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. "It is precisely because you are my closest kin that I entertain such a notion," he declared firmly, devoid of any trace of jest. Seeing this, Hiyori furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with anger as she raised her voice, admonishing him, "That is utterly unacceptable." However, Momonosuke remained unfazed, locking eyes with Hiyori and earnestly asking, "Then, Hiyori, will you marry?" Hiyori was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by this unexpected inquiry. She bit her lip, pondering for a moment before slowly speaking. "I shall not marry until Wano is established." Momonosuke nodded in satisfaction and continued along her train of thought. "Thus, you should agree to my request." Hiyori shook her head repeatedly, her heart brimming with resistance. This demand struck her as utterly absurd. In our quest to defeat Kaido, we are merely 1 person short, and I believe that person should be my son. He hesitated, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. "What if we fail in our endeavor against Kaido? My fate would likely be to perish in battle. Among the Kazuki clan, I am the only man left. Should I fall, our lineage will be severed. Can you truly bear the sight of such a scenario, Hiyori?" Momonosuke's words left her momentarily speechless, unable to counter his argument. If we were to have a son, the situation would be vastly different. When facing Kaido, if we deem victory impossible, we would risk our lives to ensure our son's escape. As long as he survives, he can inherit our will and continue to pursue our dream of founding a nation, ensuring it does not meet an untimely end. The fervor in Momonosuke's voice intensified, his eyes gleaming with fervent passion. Before his words had fully settled, he abruptly pressed Hiyori down onto the bed. Startled, she struggled desperately. "No, let me go. Have you forgotten the sacrifices our father made for Wano? He was boiled alive." This utterance instantaneously conjured a torrent of painful and profound memories in Hiyori's mind. Her father's feigned nonchalance on the execution ground, the bloodied figures of the Akazian 9 as they fell, and the faces of the people, filled with hope yet steeped in suffering, vividly resurfaced. Her struggles gradually weakened. Reflecting on the fallen Akazian 9 and the plight of Wano's populace, she realized that if they could not vanquish Kaido, the people of Wano would endure a lifetime of suffering. "Hiyori, surely you do not wish to witness the continued anguish of our people?" Momonosuke's warm breath brushed against her flushed ear, his words entwining around her thoughts like creeping vines. Her heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions, tears spilling forth as she choked out, but her voice dwindled, her arms losing strength, the internal resistance crumbling beneath the weight of reality. Ultimately, she anguishedly closed her eyes, surrendering to the struggle. The following morning, Yamato, wielding a kanabo, approached Hiyori's door with an invigorated spirit, rapping sharply upon it while calling out, "Hiyori, it's time for training." Her voice resonated powerfully, piercing the serene morning air. The door creaked open, revealing a disheveled, white Zetsu. Yamato, puzzled, peered in. Is Hiyori still asleep? From now on, Hiyori will no longer train with you. She returned last night and secretly practiced, and now she can hardly rise. White Zetsu explained with an air of calm indifference. Is that so? Very well then. I shall proceed with my training. Yamato exhibited no suspicion regarding White Zetsu's presence in Hiyori's room, his mind solely fixated on his own training as he turned to depart. White Zetsu glanced back at the slumbering Hiyori, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Last night's mastery of hockey was truly remarkable. That afternoon, the call from the world government reached Yalta. Yalta, we initially opposed Doflamingo's decision to cede his position to you. However, considering Doflamingo's recommendation and your status as one of the 7 warlords, we reluctantly acquiesced, came a serious voice from the other end. But there are a few points you must remember. The heavenly gold must not diminish, and you must earn the trust of the populace without causing chaos. Do you understand? Understood, Yalta replied succinctly before hanging up the phone. However, no sooner had she placed the receiver down than Doflamingo called again. Fufufu, I trust you have received the news. If you are free, come over here for the handover ceremony. Doflamingo's signature laughter echoed through the line. To think it would happen so swiftly, Yalta exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise and excitement. Of course, I spent 2 billion berries to cultivate these connections. Those involved do not care who becomes king, as long as the heavenly gold is delivered on time, Doflamingo said, a hint of self-satisfaction in his tone. Rest assured, your efforts will be conveyed to my lord. Yalta promised. Fufufu, then I thank you, Doflamingo said contentedly before ending the call. An hour later, the streets of Dressrosa buzzed with the news of the royal transition. The blissful populace, upon hearing the announcement, felt as though the ground had crumbled beneath them, their faces reflecting terror and unease. Violetta, alias Violet, publicly known as Doflamingo's assassin, harbored a secret identity as the daughter of the former king. Upon learning that Doflamingo had passed the throne to another warlord, one who, alongside her first mate, bore a bounty of 700 million, despair filled her heart. She lamented inwardly, with the tiger gone, a wolf has arrived. Meanwhile, the toy soldiers, rendered voiceless by their transformations, clung to a glimmer of hope. They awaited the new king, believing his arrival might restore them to their former selves. They gathered at the city gates, eagerly anticipating a savior. Hours passed, and adorned with a magnificent crown and dignified attire, the great savior Yalta entered the city accompanied by a man. Doflamingo had been waiting, his iconic smile gracing his face as he remarked, Fufufu, I did not expect your pace to be so swift. Truly, you're the swift Baizé. He surveyed Baizé with keen interest. Doflamingo, how shall we proceed with the handover? Baizé inquired, his expression cool and his tone imbued with formality. Noticing the lack of warmth in the conversation, Doflamingo refrained from further probing, smiling broadly. In 1 hour, I will make a public announcement in the square. Your captain merely needs to make an appearance. Then I shall trouble you with that, Yalta replied, unable to conceal her excitement. As their conversation concluded, Doflamingo suddenly furrowed his brow. He had keenly noticed Violet from afar, glaring at Yalta and her companions with a gaze filled with animosity. Just as he prepared to turn and issue a warning, he heard Baizé speak first. Baizé's gaze was piercing, fixed intently on Violet as he spoke with profound significance. It appears, my lady, that you harbor a deep-seated prejudice against those of us who would dare to claim kingship as pirates. Violet's heart burned with indignation, yet, bound by her father's life, she could only silently protest within. Indeed, especially against pirates like you who would usurp a nation. Violet, Doflamingo's voice was low and frigid, his eyes glinting with a menacing warning, as if silently threatening her to refrain from any rash actions. Chapter 68. Come, let's share a toast. The unexpected interruption did not disrupt the rhythm of the subsequent coronation ceremony. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, Arlita was crowned the new queen of the realm. The commoners below appeared bewildered, their faces a tapestry of fear and unease, anxious that this new queen might shatter their hard-won tranquility and rob them of their cherished lives. Nevertheless, there were scattered voices of support within the crowd. Overall, this change in power did not elicit enthusiastic cheers from the populace. Arleta, keenly attuned to the sentiments of the masses, promptly seized the microphone and proclaimed a startling national policy. I have decided that, as long as you support me, taxes will be halved henceforth. At the utterance of these words, the previously numb crowd erupted with fervor. Did I hear that correctly? How can this be possible? Incredulous, they exchanged astonished glances. A bold individual shouted, "Your Majesty, is this truly the case?" "Absolutely true," Arleta replied with a smile. "Splendid." Cheers surged like a tidal wave, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. "So, are you willing to accept me as your queen?" Arleta inquired confidently. "We are willing." The thunderous response echoed to the heavens. Observing the jubilant crowd, Arleta mused. As Baizé suggested, it appears that as long as tangible benefits are provided, the populace is not overly concerned with who their ruler is. At that moment, Baizé, who had been quietly observing the unfolding situation, heard a system notification resonate in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have been awarded the position of vice president, along with a grand gift package." Baizé felt a surge of exhilaration, just as I had anticipated. His ambition to seize power was not a mere whim. Ever since he had impersonated Momonosuke to acquire the gift package, this plan had taken root in his mind. "System, open the gift package," Baizé commanded eagerly. "Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received 1,000 tanks and 50,000 shells. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 100 cannons, William Emperor, and 10,000 shells. Note, this cannon has a caliber of 211 millimeters, a total length of 40 meters, weighs 375 tons, and has a range of 130 kilometers. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 10,000 grenades, 1,000 explosives, 10,000 flashbangs, and 10,000 smoke bombs. A friendly reminder, all weapons come with user manuals, so there is no need for concern about their operation. Listening to the series of system notifications, Baizé's disappointment was palpable. Is this really what I am worried about? These instruments of war held limited practicality for him. The only aspect that seemed remotely beneficial was the daily reward of 20 points of combat power. "Let's go." Arleta's call pulled Baizé from his reverie, bringing him back to the present. He surveyed his surroundings and noted that the crowd had gradually dispersed. The ceremony had come to an end. The two proceeded to the royal palace, where Doflamingo warmly introduced them to the affairs of Dressrosa. However, Baizé trailed behind, his mind preoccupied with scheming how to exploit these weapons against others. Once Doflamingo took his leave, the restless Yalta eagerly ventured out to assess the sentiments of the populace. Experiencing the role of a queen for the first time, she was filled with curiosity about everything around her. Baizé remained in the palace, engrossed in the study of the weapon manuals. Before long, Yalta hurried back, her face flushed with urgency. "What is the matter?" Baizé inquired, looking up. "I just learned from the guards that this nation maintains peace solely due to Doflamingo's notorious reputation. Pirates dare not approach when they see his ships docked at the shore. But our vessel is too small. It lacks any semblance of intimidation. Should we consider commissioning a larger ship?" After a moment of contemplation, Baizé nodded. "Indeed, we must prepare a larger vessel. Once the warriors from Wano bring the beastmen, our current ship will be insufficient." Their present craft was merely a medium-sized ship they had seized. With Yalta's reminder, it became evident that the ship replacement was an urgent necessity. "Leave this to me. The shipbuilding technology in Water 7 is exceptional. I should make a trip," he declared, as soon as the words left his mouth. Baizé activated his teleportation ability and vanished, soon returning to the palace with Yamato and others. With Yamato safeguarding Yalta, he felt assured enough to depart. Upon arriving at Water 7 and nearing the shipyard, Baizé triggered a new system task. Ding! A new task has been detected. He hesitated, knowing that rewards in such places were likely ship-related, and the spiritual rewards would probably be meager. Moreover, His intention was to customize a vessel, and with Doflamingo's substantial resources, money was not a concern. Yet, what if the rewards held a pleasant surprise? Driven by a stroke of luck, Baizé decided to take a chance. He took the recommendation letter provided by the system and returned to Dressrosa, where he had Yalida disguise herself before heading back to Water 7, making a beeline for the mayor's office in Iceberg City. With the recommendation from the master craftsman in hand, Baizé was promptly employed and taken to dock one of the shipyard. Inside the dock, workers were bustling with activity. Among the crowd, Rob Lucci and Kaku appeared out of place, their demeanor exuding an air that belied their roles as mere shipwrights. Baizé wondered to himself, are these individuals oblivious to their surroundings? Everyone halt. The personnel manager clapped to signal the workers to stop. Let me introduce our new worker, Shimura Danzo, who specializes in weapon development and configuration. After the introduction, the manager instructed, you will first accompany Kaku to familiarize yourself with the work. Leave it to me. Kaku replied with an air of authority. I'm a disciple of Tom, so please take good care of him, the manager added. The pigeon perched on Lucci's shoulder flapped its wings and, in a surprisingly human-like manner, remarked, I didn't expect you to be the disciple of that master craftsman. I am Lucci, the foreman of Dock 1, and I look forward to working with you. Belly, a man puffing on a cigar, exhaled a cloud of smoke and scrutinized Baizé from head to toe. As the shipwrights introduced themselves sequentially, Baizé courteously responded, I look forward to your guidance henceforth. We are all brothers here. Kaku chuckled. With your lineage, it won't be long before you two become a shipwright. Bali eagerly offered a cigar, inquiring if Baizé would partake. Accepting it, Baizé ignited the cigar and inhaled deeply alongside him. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from dock number 2. Utilizing his observation hockey, Baizé sensed the turmoil of battle occurring there, but feigned ignorance, asking, what has transpired? Oh, the usual affair. Pirates attempting to seize our vessel. A skirmish ensues, Bali replied nonchalantly, evidently accustomed to such occurrences. Don't delay, let us hurry. Injuries among the shipwrights will impede our progress, urged the pigeon perched on Lucci's shoulder. Then I shall take my leave first, Kaku exclaimed, propelling himself toward dock number 2 like a cannonball. Baizé feigned surprise, a scene that did not escape Lucci's notice. To become a shipwright requires more than mere skill. One must possess strength as well. Without power, one cannot earn the respect of others. Lucci articulated through silent gestures. Let us proceed and investigate. Bali patted Baizé's shoulder, and the group hurried toward dock number 2. Upon their swift arrival, they found Kaku engaged in combat with several pirates, exclaiming, you scoundrels! This dock was built through our toil. How dare you vandalize it? With a flurry of strikes, Lucci joined the fray, grappling with a few pirates. Bali brandished a rope, entering the battle as well. The shipwrights handled the pirates with ease, occasionally casting glances at the still figure of Guntai. Baizé, wishing to conceal his prowess, yet aware that to ascend to foreman he must contribute, devised a plan. He called out, cease fighting, do not continue. At his shout, the conflict abruptly halted, with both pirates and shipwrights looking at him in confusion. Are you suggesting you will gift us this ship for free? Queried the pirate captain, a grin spreading across his face, revealing his lack of a front tooth and an appearance that belied his intelligence. Baizé assessed him, then channeled the essence of Kobe, announcing, enough of the fighting. Subsequently, emulating Shanks, he activated the face fruit, imploring, grant me this favor and desist. However, the pirate captain, chosen by the fruit's influence, responded with a laugh. I may grant you this favor, provided you give us the ship for free. Recognizing the strength of the foreman, the pirate captain, wary of excessive losses among his crew, agreed to halt hostilities. What on earth are you doing? Bali inquired, perplexed and irate. Allow me to handle this matter. After all, I aspire to be a shipwright. Baizé retorted, casting a glance to signal them to remain calm. He then reached into his pocket and produced 2 iron pieces, each the size of an infant's fist, approaching the pirate captain and holding one aloft as a gesture. What is this? The pirate inquired, utterly baffled. This is a rare vintage from the underworld, a fine liquor to celebrate our newfound peace. Let's share a toast. Pray tell, what exquisite wine is this? How can you bestow it upon him and not me? The anxious Bali exclaimed upon hearing of the fine liquor. Before Tuanzong could respond, the pirate captain, with a mocking smile, interjected, "Ah, you possess good taste." He examined the bottle of wine, searching for a cap. How does one consume this? The pirate captain, intrigued by the unusual design, was eager to sample the so-called fine wine. Simply pull this tab, Bai Zhe replied nonchalantly, and the captain complied. A hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a wisp of smoke escaping from the opening. How can there be gunpowder? The pirate captain frowned, puzzled. Ah, that's quite normal. It contains a combustible agent that will cause the sealed wine to boil. In 5 seconds, the scorching liquor will flow forth, and you need only tilt your head back. Ah, I see. The captain, fascinated, tilted his head back, bringing the wine to his lips. Bai Zhe had similarly pulled the tab, and, noticing a group of pirates gathered nearby, tossed the bottle towards them. You all partake. The pirates, upon seeing this, eagerly reached out to seize it. Mine, it's mine. Bai Zhe quickly retreated, exclaiming, "This fine wine will surely elevate your spirits." As his words fell, the captain had yet to utter a response. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The pirate who had managed to grab the wine stood in shock, his head obliterated, leaving his body to stand in a ghastly manner. This is bad. Realizing the danger, the remaining pirates attempted to discard the wine, but it was too late. Another explosion ensued, resulting in numerous casualties among the crew. Bali, witnessing the horrific scene, felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Bai Zhe, noticing Bali's expression, couldn't resist teasing. "Would you still like to sample the fine wine?" No, I do not wish for any." Bali shook his head fervently, panic evident in his demeanor. Chapter 69. The Nickname King. The captain is dead. The captain is dead. The surviving pirates, now awakened from their stupor, shrieked in terror. "You vile scoundrel! Everyone attack! Avenge our captain!" The first mate, eyes ablaze with fury, commanded the crew, brandishing gleaming blades as they charged towards Tuanzong. "I will not allow you to harm our future foreman." Kaku's form flickered, appearing before Tuanzong like a specter, his fist enveloped in a fierce gust of wind, striking with blinding speed. A muffled thud resonated, followed by the first mate's wretched scream. Ah! The first mate had taken a devastating blow to the abdomen from Kaku's full-force strike, his eyes wide with shock as he flew backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground, struggling yet unable to rise again. The pirates, poised to attack, stared in disbelief. How can this be? He defeated the first mate with a single punch. Pirates trembled in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably, their voices quaking with unmistakable trepidation. "Naturally, for I have exerted my utmost strength," Kaku proclaimed with an air of triumph and unwavering confidence. Just as the pirates remained in a state of shock, frozen in disbelief, Bali flicked his wrist and unleashed a rope. Whoosh, 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 the rope sliced through the air, tracing elegant arcs as it swiftly ensnared 2 of the pirates. The captured pirates, in a frenzy of panic, heard Bali bellow. Over-the-shoulder throw, with a sudden and forceful tug, accompanied by 2 agonized cries. The pirates were hurled into the crowd, colliding with their comrades and plunging the scene into chaos, with pirates tumbling in disarray. Meanwhile, another shipwright, having procured a cannon from an unknown source, shouted at the pirates, "Experience this." The pirates screamed in despair. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion ensued, plunging the entire dock into an eerie silence. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the shipwrights. Possessing the ability of observation hockey, Bai Zhe instantly sensed the situation and was momentarily taken aback. The sight before him left him in a state of amusement. Luffy and his crew were striking poses to avoid appearing out of place. Bai Zhe steeled himself and hurried over, adopting the classic stance of little Marco confronting the 8 million. As the smoke dissipated, the poses of several individuals were revealed. Luffy, with an expression of regret, remarked, "I had expected a grand battle, but it seems they are rather weak." How disappointing! This statement elicited a wave of astonished gasps from the shipwrights and the crowd. Wow, the foremen of Dock Number 1 are truly formidable. They are indeed worthy of our trust. You are the pride of Carrera. The crowd stood like statues, silently absorbing the praise. Baisha, blending in, felt a surge of embarrassment. Fortunately, a drowsy man in a suit, accompanied by a long-legged beauty, approached, breaking the awkwardness of the moment. Yawning, Mayor Iceberg lethargically remarked, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Mayor, these scoundrels attempted to take advantage of us and ended up meeting their demise," Bali explained to Iceberg. Following Bali's gaze, Iceberg and Khalifa observed the captain's severed head and body, prompting Iceberg to furrow his brow. Why such brutality? The pigeon perched on Luffy's shoulder flapped its wings, exclaiming, "I believe it was necessary. Only such measures can instill fear in pirates. Let me share a secret, Mayor. This was executed by the new shipwrights, who, through clever tactics, easily dealt with the leader." Khalifa adjusted her glasses, her expression reflecting a hint of concern. It would be best to leave a complete corpse next time. Otherwise, exchanging it for a bounty could prove troublesome. "Khalifa, please calculate our losses," Mayor Iceberg instructed, slightly turning his head. "Certainly," Khalifa responded succinctly before meticulously inspecting the corpses. After a brief moment, she reported, "The total value of the pirates' bodies should amount to 41 million berries. The vessel they commissioned is a medium-sized ship, and under the current circumstances where it cannot be sold, along with labor and materials, we will incur a loss of 51 million. Huh, the Iceberg yawned again, absent-mindedly picking its nose while saying, "Let us sell this ship at a bargain price, perhaps at an 80 discount. Surely someone will be interested. After all, it's a new vessel." "Understood. I will make arrangements shortly." Khalifa responded succinctly and with great efficiency. Once the official business was concluded, Mayor Iceberg turned his attention to Tuanzo, inquiring with genuine concern, "How do you find this place? They haven't bullied you, have they? It's rather pleasant here. The foremen are quite amiable, very welcoming. Moreover, this formidable fellow, Sornin, just treated me to a cigar," Tuanzo said with a smile, glancing at Bali. Upon hearing this, Bali, bewildered by the mention of cigars, realized everyone was looking at him. He quickly defended himself. Hey, I'm not some formidable Sornin. My name is Bali." "Ha ha, you crack me up. That nickname seems rather fitting." Kaku laughed heartily. "This full-strength guy is also commendable. He just helped me fend off an attack." At Tuanzo's words, Kaku's laughter abruptly ceased, and he exclaimed, "Hey, my name is Kaku. What on earth is this full-strength guy nonsense? You mentioned using full strength with a punch, hence the moniker." Baisha explained earnestly. "I didn't realize Kaku had such a nickname." The dove perched on Lucci's shoulder quipped, clearly teasing him. Kaku vehemently disapproved of the nickname and was about to demand its retraction when Tuanzo interjected. "Looking at Lucci, you must be the strongest here, right, joyful guy?" Lucci blinked in surprise, bewildered by this peculiar title. "Ha ha!" Kaku erupted in laughter. This title was even more ludicrous than his own. Tuanzo continued, "I just overheard you say, 'It seems I won't be able to enjoy myself.' I deduce that you are undoubtedly the strongest presence here. Enough already. Cease with these bizarre nicknames." Bali retorted angrily. "Very well, formidable Sornin." Iceberg, unable to tolerate the antics any longer, beckoned Tuanzo to come over, and the two walked to another side. After they departed, Bali expressed his displeasure. "That guy seems utterly incapable of understanding human speech. Indeed, I absolutely detest that nickname." Kaku concurred. "He likely intends to foster goodwill and bridge the gap between us, albeit through misguided means." The dove on Lucci's shoulder chimed in, and both men felt Lucci's guess was astute. However, they underestimated Baizay's penchant for mischief. It was precisely due to Kaku's earlier remark that Baizay recalled a line from an anime, where a character confronts Zoro, stating, "I know you are strong. Hence I shall use my full strength now." Thus, the title of full-strength guy was born. As for Lucci, it appears that one can truly indulge. I do not acknowledge that the straw hat is among the four emperors. As long as I am present alongside Kizaru, your annihilation is inevitable. Even the second in command of the four emperors is worthy of elimination. If I can merely delay you, that suffices. Being defeated by the second in command of the four emperors is not without merit. The deck of the four emperors ship also merits a thorough cleaning. With Kizaru, Akainu, Green Bull, Fujitora, Steelbone, Sengoku, the Gorosei, Satan, Saint-Im, and myself present, your complete destruction is assured. Thus, the moniker of Indulgent Brother was born. Hey, Danzo, even if you wish to cultivate relationships with them, you cannot randomly bestow nicknames upon others. Meanwhile, Ice Mountain was firmly advising Danzo. This is an exceedingly impolite act. They are all skilled foremen, deserving of respect. As a newcomer, you must not treat your seniors in such a manner. You should apologize to them. After Ice Mountain spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Danzo, only to have his defenses shattered by a single utterance the next moment. All right, kidney deficient brother, Ice Mountain exclaimed. I am not kidney deficient brother. The fervent protest echoed from afar, leaving Lucci and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Hey, that guy started giving out nicknames again, Barley exclaimed in astonishment, believing that Danzo's audacity was remarkable, even daring to provoke the mayor of Ice Mountain. Thankfully, I narrowly escaped. These nicknames are increasingly outrageous, lamented the foreman wielding a cannon. On the other side, witnessing the attention directed towards him, Ice Mountain recognized his blunder and promptly lowered his voice, saying, Retract that. You must not call me kidney deficient. I am certainly not. Baizé feigned contemplation and suggested, Very well, if you dislike it. Henceforth you shall be known as Emptiness. How does Emptiness Brother sound? Ice Mountain, realizing that this individual had a penchant for assigning nicknames, felt communication with him was futile, fearing further absurd nicknames would emerge. He turned and fled without a second thought. Don't leave. Emptiness doesn't work. How about weakened? If that doesn't suffice, then how about hollowed out? Consequently, Ice Mountain quickened his pace. Danzo, witnessing the others retreat, grinned broadly. Ha ha! Kaku laughed heartily at the sight of Ice Mountain's hasty escape. Baizé turned to Kaku, stating, By the way, management instructed me to accompany you in your tasks. What shall we do next? Full strength, brother. Kaku's smile froze, as that infernal nickname had resurfaced. Khalifa, unable to tolerate it any longer, interjected, Hey, you are exceedingly impolite. You may speak of them, but the mayor of Ice Mountain is your superior. Regardless of the circumstances, before she could finish her sentence, Barley, fearing that she too might acquire a peculiar nickname, hastily interrupted, Stop talking, lest you be given a nickname. Upon saying this, Barley fixated his gaze upon Khalifa's chest incessantly. Khalifa felt that intense stare and, without hesitation, retaliated with swift kicks. After a series of resounding impacts, Khalifa adjusted her glasses and with a perplexed expression said, You can speak freely, but why are you staring at me? This is outright sexual harassment. With a bruised face, Barley replied, I apologize. I was mistaken. Baizé, having established a nickname for himself, decided to gather everyone together. Intentionally speaking on behalf of Bali, Bali likely thinks you are somewhat attractive. The desire for beauty is universal. How could you resort to violence? Harassment, sister. The nickname was coined. Kaku, Lucci, Shipwright. The crowd fell silent, realizing that even Khalifa could not escape this. Khalifa was taken aback. I look decent? Harassment, sister? Her indignation was palpable. Observing Khalifa's inclination toward a violent outburst, Lucci, worried that she might engage in unseemly behavior unbecoming of a secretary, quickly resorted to ventriloquism to signal, All right, everyone disperse. Go about your business. His words restrained Khalifa, who shot a furious glance at Tuanzong before departing. Tuanzong feigned confusion, scratching his head and muttering, What is going on? Why doesn't she like this nickname? Oh, you are utterly hopeless, Bali lamented. In his view, Tuanzong was astute yet emotionally inept, utterly clueless about bestowing nicknames upon beautiful women. Let us go, sinister brother. Kaku mimicked Tuanzong, maliciously bestowing a nickname upon him and calling out, Huh, are you calling me? Tuanzong pretended to be startled, then seemingly coming to a realization, he mused aloud, I quite like this nickname. Kaku, disappointed, had anticipated seeing Tuanzong's displeasure upon being given a nickname, but his cheerful acceptance was bewildering. What sort of person is this? Kaku shook his head in resignation as he made his way towards dock number 1. In the ensuing tasks, Baizé appeared to genuinely forget Kaku's name, persistently referring to him as Brother Chuanji. Kaku's initial resistance diminished into perfunctory acknowledgement. No matter how he protested, Tuanzong seemed resolute in his choice of address, continuing to call him that until the end of the workday, at which point Kaku had grown numb to it. Fine. Call me what you wish. I'm off work now, Kaku declared, throwing in the towel as he strode out of the factory. Equally displeased, Lu Qi took a moment before leaving to caution Tuanzong, hoping to temper this mood-destroying individual. You, watch out, having offended Kaku. Be wary of him making things difficult for you. That should be the case, right, Brother Jean? Tuanzong's remark silenced Lu Qi, who resolved never to meddle in Tuanzong's affairs again, departing with a cold demeanor. Once they were far away, Bai Zhe burst into laughter, finding amusement in toying with these individuals. As night descended, the busy mayor of Ice City exited his office, only to find workers whispering and pointing at him. Pretending to be oblivious, he stepped beyond the courtyard walls and quickly concealed himself behind a wall to eavesdrop. As the employer, he was well acquainted with the workers' habits and could immediately discern that they were likely speaking ill of him or discussing matters he ought not to hear. Sure enough, within moments, their hushed voices reached his ears. It is indeed true that the disciple of Tadakuri made a compelling observation. The mayor of Ice City appears perpetually listless, clearly suffering from a deficiency in vitality, truly a fitting moniker for him as Brother Vitality Deficient. However, I find this characterization somewhat exaggerated. Brother Emptied seems more apt. For the mayor's countenance suggests a soul drained of essence. No, I believe Brother Void suits him even better, considering he has yet to marry at such an advanced age, clearly reflecting a profound emptiness. As Ice Mountain listened, he grew increasingly incredulous, abruptly interjecting, "You scoundrels. This month's bonuses are gone." "Oh no, we've been discovered," exclaimed one of the workers in shock. Another worker, quick to think, urged, "Cover your faces. The mayor does not recognize us. Let us flee." With that, the group hastily shielded their faces and sprinted away, desperate to avoid recognition. "Do not run." Ice Mountain pursued them relentlessly. As he chased after them, he found himself chuckling, realizing it was rather amusing. Interacting with the workers seems quite enjoyable, he mused, standing still as he watched their retreating figures. Chapter 71. I am but a humble auto mechanic. A special update from my top supporter. I express my gratitude for their generosity. In the days that followed, Bai Zhe completely integrated into the shipbuilding yard, becoming a proficient worker, immersing himself daily in shipbuilding alongside Lu Qi and the others. Leveraging his title in weapon development and assembly, he cleverly utilized the data from the system's reward manual to convincingly establish his identity as a research worker, performing his duties with remarkable proficiency. Amidst the clamor of combat, Bai Zhe remained focused on calibrating the cannon, paying little heed to the fierce battle that had already erupted nearby. A group of audacious pirates, oblivious to their own folly, attempted to seize the ship without compensation. The shipwrights, including Kaku, were engaged in the fray. "Here, give this cannon a try. Let us see how effective your method is," an aging foreman nearing retirement called out to Tuanzong, his eyes gleaming with the prospect of testing the unruly pirates as an ideal experimental subject. Without hesitation, Tuanzong adjusted the cannon's aim, directing it towards the pirates who turned in alarm at the sound. Upon seeing the cannon trained on them, the pirates' faces turned pale with terror as they shouted in despair. No, however, it was too late. With the ignition, the cannon fired in a seamless motion. Bang! A ressounding explosion erupted, sending flames soaring into the air and a shockwave radiating outward. The old master beamed with delight, repeatedly praising, "Excellent. The speed has increased significantly. The design of the rifle barrel is indeed effective. Remarkable. Even the weaponry is so powerful. It truly lives up to the reputation bestowed by Grandma Kokoro." Just as Bai Zhe was engrossed in meticulously inspecting the cannon, contemplating further enhancements, a familiar exclamation echoed from the side. He abruptly looked up to see Usopp staring at the cannon in astonishment. Beside him stood an equally bewildered Luffy and Nami, their gazes fixated on the direction of the battle. With a series of swift and decisive actions, Kaku and the others swiftly dispatched the pirates, confidently approaching the Straw Hat crew with smiles, saying, "Apologies, We hope we did not frighten you. Nami and Usopp instinctively took a step back, their eyes filled with wariness. While Luffy, devoid of fear, observed the other party with keen interest. Usopp? Luffy queried with a perplexed expression. Usopp immediately became agitated, vigorously slapping Luffy's cheek. Hey, I'm right here, Luffy. Indeed, this person has a square nose. Nami chimed in from beside him. Luffy scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. So that means this person is Square Usopp. Before he could finish, Usopp muttered softly, well, I'm neither triangular nor quadrilateral. Nami, remaining vigilant, addressed Kaku. By the way, are you shipwrights? Why are you fighting here? Kaku explained with a smile. Those pirates wanted to take our ship without payment. You witnessed the situation just now. We do not engage in business that involves freeloading. Upon realizing the situation, Nami breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, we have money and wish to hire you to repair our ship. Moreover, we would like to meet Mr. Frankie. We were sent here by Granny Kokoro. As she spoke, she presented a letter. After Kaku examined the letter, he remarked, Mr. Frankie is quite busy, but his voice abruptly halted as Mayor Frankie approached. That's him over there, Kaku pointed out, introducing Frankie. As Frankie ambled closer, absent-mindedly picking his nose, he took the letter and glanced at it, stating, I gather I understand your intentions. Where's your ship? I'll have Kaku take a look. At the rocky cape over there. Usopp replied. Yosh, Kaku affirmed, then turned to Tori and said, you handle their reception, you sly one. I'll take my leave. Zay, lowering his voice, responded, with the mayor present, there's no need for me. At that moment, he wished to conceal his identity and avoid being recognized by Luffy and the others, deliberately lowering his tone. Luffy fixed his gaze on Zay, feeling that the voice was strikingly familiar, tilting his head to scrutinize closely. Sensing Luffy's stare, Zay turned with a polite smile. Yet in the next instant, Luffy's entire demeanor tensed, his eyes brimming with suspicion. Zay noted this and felt a surge of confusion within him. Could it be? Is it his gaze? He found it perplexing. While it made sense that someone as astute as Zoro could recognize him, it was incredulous that Luffy, the simpleton, could discern him through mere eye contact. Unbeknownst to him, Luffy had already set his sights on Zay as a target to surpass. After each battle, Luffy would pull out the wanted poster and scrutinize it repeatedly, using it as motivation, fearing he might one day be unable to protect his crew. Over time, Zay's gaze had been indelibly etched in Luffy's memory. What's wrong? Kaku, ready to set off, noticed Luffy's odd behavior and couldn't help but inquire. Alarm bells rang in Zay's mind, prompting him to speak first. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shimura Tori, a shipwright responsible for weapon development. Zay stressed his identity, hoping the other party would not be ungrateful. What's wrong, Luffy? Usopp also asked curiously. With a grave expression, Luffy turned to his companions and asked, do you remember what Ace said? White Zetsu's heart sank upon hearing Ace's name. He instinctively knew that his cover might have been blown. Indeed, Nami and Usopp's faces changed dramatically, their eyes darting nervously toward the man who claimed to be Shimura Danzo. With a swift motion, a flintlock pistol slipped from White Zetsu's trousers to the ground, its threatening presence unmistakable. All eyes shifted to him, and Usopp and Nami, understanding the unspoken message, turned pale with fear. White Zetsu hurriedly reassured Nami and the others, there's no need to be alarmed. I'm a weapons researcher, and this gun is merely for study purposes. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Yes, very reasonable. Nami replied with an awkward smile, her voice quivering. Absolutely, Usopp echoed, his tone rife with anxiety. Seeing his crew so frightened and recalling White Zetsu's connection to Ace, Luffy concluded that he was no longer an adversary and spoke up. Hey, Ace! Nami's heart sank as she swiftly covered Luffy's mouth. At that moment, a loud thud resonated as a heavy object fell to the ground, drawing everyone's gaze back to White Zetsu. A cannonball, measuring 20 centimeters in diameter, was now conspicuously positioned between his legs. Silence engulfed the room as everyone stood frozen. Unfazed, White Zetsu maintained a serious demeanor, looking intently at Luffy and the others. As I mentioned earlier, he stated as a weapons researcher. It is quite logical for me to carry a cannonball. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 72. Absurdity. White Zetsu's actions were clearly intended as a threat to keep them from speaking out of turn. The timid Nami and Usopp understood his implication all too well. Indeed, very reasonable. Nami forced a smile that was more distressing than tears. Luffy, muffled by Nami's hand, was desperate to speak, but she refused to let go. We can come back another day, Usopp nervously suggested, wrapping his arms around Luffy's neck and fleeing, with Nami trailing closely behind. In no time, they vanished from sight. Once they were far enough away, Kaku approached White Zetsu, tugging at his beach shorts for a closer examination. Tell me, is this reasonable? Pants of the crotch variety, Kaku questioned skeptically, promptly bestowing a new nickname upon Danzo as a form of playful retribution. The onlookers were not fools. The loose trousers could hardly conceal such a heavy object. Iceberg, Khalifa, Lucci, and the other foreman seemed to await an explanation. However, Bally was less concerned, merely finding the cannonball to be quite modern, crouching down to pick it up for inspection. Of course, it's reasonable, Danzo replied, his expression unwavering. How is that reasonable? A cannonball of that size? Don't tell me you have it strapped to your waist, Kaku retorted, his gaze fixed on Danzo, clearly unconvinced. Iceberg's eyes glimmered with suspicion, already questioning Danzo's identity. Yet, Danzo remained unperturbed, turning to point at the cannonball and explaining, "Do you see that layer of grease on it?" Upon hearing this, Bally touched it curiously. "What does that have to do with hiding a cannonball?" Khalifa inquired, puzzled. "It has everything to do with it," Tuanzo emphasized with a serious tone. "It is well known that when a person defecates, the muscles can expand with force, allowing even the largest excrement to be expelled." Upon hearing this, Khalifa was struck by a vivid image of using the restroom, envisioning a golden python raising its head, which made her feel quite nauseous. In contrast, Iceberg's mind conjured images of 8 treasure porridge and strawberry tarts. What nonsense is this? We are inquiring about concealed artillery. Kaku frowned, his thoughts consumed by images of black mambas. "I have already stated it," Tuanzo replied earnestly. "Stated?" The others expressed confusion, seemingly oblivious to how the artillery was concealed. As they recalled Tuanzo's words, realization dawned upon them. Their gazes shifted towards Tuanzo's posterior, eyes widening in disbelief. "No way." Kaku stared in shock at Tuanzo's backside. That layer of grease left Lucci in a state of astonishment. "Do not utter it aloud." Silence. Khalifa immediately scolded. "What riddle are you all playing at?" Bali stared at Kaku and the others in bewilderment. "Fool! That guy has concealed the artillery within his body, and that layer of grease serves as a lubricant. Do you not comprehend?" Kaku shouted hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Bali's eyes widened in shock, and the artillery in his hands felt like a hot potato, which he hastily discarded. Bali, filled with dread, gazed at his hands smeared with grease, exclaiming, "You scoundrel! How could you do such a thing?" At that moment, Bali wished he could sever his own hands, fervently rubbing them on the ground to rid himself of the greasy residue. He felt tainted, his mind flooded with images of Tuanzo's concealed artillery and the subsequent expulsion, realizing he had touched that layer of grease. The grease on the artillery was merely maintenance oil meant to protect it. However, after Tuanzo's comment, a wave of repulsion washed over them. Khalifa and the others covered their noses, retreating further from the artillery. Even a master who wished to study it fled far away. Witnessing their reactions, Tuanzo's heart swelled with delight as he struggled to suppress a smile, picking up the artillery and advancing toward Bali while saying, "I noticed you seemed quite fond of this. Do not come near." Before Tuanzo could finish, he was interrupted by Bali, who continued to back away. "Would you like to examine it?" Tuanzo turned to the master, inquiring. "No, no." The master shook his head vigorously. Tuanzo took a step toward Iceberg, who promptly retreated, saying, "That is your own possession. Just conceal it yourself." Iceberg's expression was filled with disdain. "Very well." With that, Tuanzo grasped the tail of the artillery with his right hand, lifted the elastic band from his lower back with his left hand, and stuffed the artillery into his beach shorts, feigning great effort, while in reality he had already accessed the system space. The onlookers were captivated, their astonished gazes fixed upon him. Tuanzo kept pushing, yet the artillery size remained unchanged. After pretending to struggle for a few seconds, Tuanzo called out to Kaku. It seems to be stuck. Full power. Come help me push it. Use all your strength. Tuanzo anticipated that the other party would not dare to engage in such a task, deliberately making the request. As anticipated, Kaku's head shook like a motor. No, no, no. Let Lucci help you. What a jest. Who would willingly do that? It was utterly exasperating. Lucci promptly declined, stating, I believe that Barty is quite capable. Barty, feeling the gaze of everyone upon him, turned to look at the iceberg, and the crowd's attention followed suit. Yet in the next moment, before Barty could utter a word, Danzo wore a contented expression. Oh. The crowd hastily turned around, only to find that the cannonball had vanished. It was successfully stowed away. On the other side, Nami and Usopp, breathless from their sprint, paused in a narrow alley. At this point, Usopp finally released his grip from around Luffy's throat. Coughing, Luffy rubbed his throat and expressed his displeasure. Why didn't you let me finish speaking just now? Usopp, still reeling from the near miss, retorted angrily. You nearly got us killed. Have you forgotten Ace's admonition? Indeed, Luffy, your brother warned us not to expose one another. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, we would have been done for, Nami reproached. Upon hearing this, Luffy began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. However, upon reflection, he felt he had done nothing wrong and reiterated what he had initially intended to say. What I meant to convey was that Ace told us not to reveal you. And since I didn't mention his name, he shouldn't be upset. This declaration, rather than alleviating the tension, sent Usopp into a frenzy. That statement has already exposed someone. Has it? Luffy tilted his head, displaying confusion. Nami facepalmed, utterly exasperated, feeling at a loss for words with Luffy. Usopp, unwilling to engage further with Luffy, turned to Nami and said, Thank goodness you reacted in time. Otherwise, we would have been blown to smithereens. How terrifying. Chapter 73. I am no longer clean as night approached. Workers, weary from a day as toil, emerged in groups from the factory. Lucci and Kaku stood at the factory's entrance, gazing at the dock that had been their hidden sanctuary for years. Their expressions tinged with nostalgia. It has come to an end, Lucci remarked wistfully. Indeed, it has. If it were possible, I would gladly spend my life here, Kaku reminisced. Let us go to the bar. Khalifa and the others must have been waiting for quite some time, Lucci suggested, and Kaku chose to follow suit. Upon arriving at the bar, Bruno had already prepared 2 glasses of liquor at the counter. After Kaku and Lucci seated themselves, they raised their glasses and drank heartily. Have you made your decision? Bruno inquired with curiosity. Initially, the plan was to escort Nico Robin to Eni's lobby, but today, Straw Hat Luffy and his crew unexpectedly brought letters from acquaintances to seek out the iceberg. I fear that the iceberg may hand over the blueprints to them. We must act preemptively, Lucci replied in a hushed tone. Are you perhaps overreacting? Straw Hat Luffy and the iceberg are hardly familiar. I can assure you of that. Khalifa expressed her perspective. No, Lucci quickly shook his head. Even the slightest chance cannot be permitted. I have a plan. Just as Lucci was about to disclose his arrangements, a group of workers entered the bar, prompting him to abruptly halt his words. Once the workers settled down, Lucci resumed his discourse. After concluding his remarks, he set a time. Let us proceed once darkness falls. The trio of Kaku offered no objections, recognizing that nighttime operations would indeed be more convenient. Let's raise a toast. After their discussions, Bruno gestured accordingly. The group clinked their glasses, only to be met with the jesting voices of the workers nearby. Oh look, the mighty brother Quan Quan, the exuberant brother Xing Xing, and our teasing sister are all here. Turning to see the source of the mockery, Lucy and his companions discovered a ruffian from the dock, a brazen individual who, having once vanquished a band of pirates, had grown excessively arrogant, often disregarding Lucy and his fellow foremen. Upon hearing that nickname again, Kaku expressed his displeasure. We've clocked out. Are we not entitled to enjoy a drink? Of course you are. But please continue, the ruffian retorted with a laugh, turning back to his seat, clearly intent on ridiculing them. That insufferable Tuanzo. Khalifa seethed through clenched teeth. I truly detest that nickname, Kaku remarked. In the past, Had anyone dared to bestow such a moniker upon me, they would have met their demise. Lucy stated calmly. I've also heard of this fellow. He has garnered several bizarre titles. Even managing to survive such absurdity must be sheer luck. Bruno interjected. Califa recalled Toanzo's words from that day, her anger boiling over as she downed her drink. Though I may not possess the beauty of the pirate empress, I am undoubtedly among the most stunning. To suggest I am merely acceptable is infuriating. Noticing Califa's ire, Bruno suggested, since you were so incensed, why not take action and eliminate him? Allow me, Kaku offered. I have endured this title for far too long. Remember, do not strike his abdomen. Be wary of the explosive device within. Lucy cautioned urgently. I am aware. I am not foolish. Kaku retorted, prompting Bruno's curiosity. What are you two discussing? He inquired, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Ah, it's that fellow named Toanzo. He has a bomb implanted inside him. Can you fathom that he managed to fit something with a 20-centimeter diameter within his body? Kaku elucidated. Bruno was astonished. How could a person possibly accommodate such a large object? Indeed, it took me by surprise at the time. That Toanzo is truly a peculiar character, Kaku exclaimed. Just then, a voice piped up suddenly. Did I hear someone praising my handsomeness? As the voice faded, Kaku, Lucy, and the others turned in unison to find Toanzo leaning in, eavesdropping. When did you arrive? Califa asked, her demeanor slightly awkward, fearing he had overheard their plans. I just came over after hearing someone say I was handsome. Toanzo replied, oblivious, and continued, It seems I misheard. The group exchanged glances, uncertain whether he had indeed caught wind of their intentions, before ultimately nodding in agreement. Upon receiving the directive, Kaku approached Danzo and embraced him, exclaiming, Oh, it suddenly occurred to me that during my last encounter with the pirates, I seized a rather peculiar weapon. Come, let me show you. Danzo feigned surprise, replying, Oh, is that so? Then hasten to lead me. In truth, Danzo had been eavesdropping for a minute, aware of Kaku's ulterior motives. Observing the contents of the system's backpack, Danzo prepared to toy with his adversary. With a jovial demeanor, Kaku and Danzo strode out of the bar, arms draped over each other's shoulders. In the tranquil alleyway, Kaku, walking ahead, remarked, By the way, you seem quite fascinated by weaponry. Indeed, as a weapons developer, I must familiarize myself with the unknown, Danzo replied, playing along with feigned interest. However, Kaku shook his head and abruptly halted. What a pity, he declared. What do you mean? Danzo pretended to be perplexed, glancing at the turning Kaku. What a pity it is that your curiosity will lead to your demise here today. As Kaku's words echoed, Danzo saw Kaku, brimming with confidence, deliver a kick aimed directly at his heart. The impact was thunderous. Ugh! Danzo's exaggerated scream resonated as he was sent flying 20 meters away. He landed with a thud, face down, resembling a defeated dog. So weak? Kaku frowned, surprised that his initial intention of merely venting his frustration had resulted in such vulnerability. As Kaku approached to ascertain whether Danzo was truly dead, he observed Danzo supporting himself with his hands, his arms fluttering like butterfly wings, trembling as if struggling to rise. Oh, cease your struggles, dear friend, Kaku remarked, moving closer. Just then, Danzo's arms lost all strength, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Kaku leaned down, intending to utter some vindictive words, but before he could speak, Danzo's mouth bulged, and a spray of blood erupted onto Kaku's face. Yet, the flow did not cease. It gushed forth like a fountain. Kaku quickly dodged, wiping the blood from his face, only to realize Danzo continued to bleed profusely. Puffed. Danzo shook his head, blood spraying as if it were free. 10 seconds passed, and the torrent remained unabated. Half a minute later, Danzo showed no signs of stopping. Unbeknownst to Kaku, Danzo had utilized the plasma he had prepared for ambushing the red-haired members, secretly swallowing the animal blood when Kaku had sent him flying. Hey, you need to stop this insanity, you fool. Kaku was bewildered, questioning whether he had struck an artery. Such a deluge was unfathomable. Upon hearing this, Danzo's spouting ceased, and he feigned struggle, exclaiming, Why must you unleash such brutality upon me? In the next moment, Danzo transformed into a dramatic figure, lamenting to himself. I am doomed today. My hemorrhoids have burst, blood is flowing back, and I am finished. I cannot survive this. Upon hearing those words, Kaku was momentarily taken aback. He touched the blood on his face, and as realization struck, he erupted in fury. You bastard! At that moment, Kaku felt tainted. Chapter 74. The Jet Warrior overwhelmed by disgust, Kaku bellowed in outrage. If I don't beat the excrement out of you today, then I suppose you've done a good job. As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a furious kick. The force of his strike tore through the air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Seeing the fierce assault aimed at his face, Tawanzo hastily crossed his arms to block. With a thunderous crash, Tawanzo's body was sent spiraling like a severed kite, crashing violently into the adjacent wall. Bricks flew in all directions as a large section of the structure collapsed, raising clouds of dust. Having dealt with his foe, Kaku, filled with revulsion, tore off the blood-soaked clothing from his body and frantically wiped the blood from his face. After cleaning himself, he carelessly tossed the garment onto the ground and strode towards the pile of debris where Tawanzo lay buried. He needed to ascertain whether his opponent still drew breath. Upon reaching the rubble, Kaku delivered a series of swift kicks, sending stones scattering like meteors, revealing Tawanzo motionless on the ground. Is he dead? Kaku murmured softly, then crouched down, extending his hand to turn Tawanzo over and check for pulse. At the moment his fingers brushed against Tawanzo's body, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Tawanzo let out a piercing scream, and a jet of blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain. The speed was astonishing. Although Kaku reacted swiftly and attempted a sidestep, he could not entirely evade the splatter. You are truly ruthless. Tawanzo cried out in agony, his voice weak. Why do you attack me like this? You forced out my excrement. He was drenched, akin to a drowned rat. You are truly ruthless. Why do you attack me like this? You forced out my excrement. Tawanzo lamented, his face contorted in pain. He had intentionally eaten some corn earlier to fulfill Kaku's request. Kaku froze again, processing what he had just heard. Excrement? The sticky sensation on his face prompted him to wipe it instinctively. As he did so, he felt a distinct grainy texture in his palm. Slowly lowering his gaze, he discovered his hand was covered in undigested corn kernels. Kaku was utterly bewildered. The harsh words he had uttered had manifested in such an absurd manner. Kaku roared in fury, his voice reverberating through the air. I will kill you. Yet, just as he opened his mouth to scream, Tawanzo seized the moment and spewed another jet of blood, aimed directly at Kaku's mouth. Kaku's roar was abruptly silenced, accompanied by the sound of swallowing and violent coughing. He was choked, his face turning crimson, an expression of shock and revulsion etched upon it. Kaku spat violently, the sounds of his retching echoing around him. A wave of nausea surged within him. An acidic bile erupted from his mouth, mingling with the remnants of his drink. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stood upright, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with rage as he glared at the barely conscious Tawanzo on the ground. With deliberate enunciation, he shouted, You bastard! Kakuzu once again delivered a kick, but this time, Tawanzong did not use his arms to block. Instead, he silently unleashed his haki. Despite his head being drenched in blood, Tawanzong appeared outwardly unaffected. The kick landed solidly, sending Tawanzong hurtling like a cannonball into the wall, his head embedded deeply within it, leaving half of his body exposed, his legs rigidly stretched out, only to soon collapse limply as if devoid of life. Kakuzu, vigilant, observed for a few seconds, only to see Tuanzang's right hand slowly slipping into his trousers. Assuming the opponent intended to retrieve a projectile, Kakuzu growled, Are you planning to attack me with a bomb? I shall not grant you that opportunity. It is over for you, you bastard. Having dealt with Tuanzong, Kakuzu sought a place to clean himself thoroughly. However, after taking a couple of steps, unease crept in, prompting him to check again. Upon returning, he found Tuanzang's head lodged in the wall, his back facing him, and his rear end raised high. Kakuzu approached, extending his hands to pull Tuanzong out. Within the beach shorts, Tuanzong had already grasped a bottle of tomato juice, poised to strike. Sensing Kakuzu bending down, he squeezed the bottle with force. With a splatter, the juice erupted from the small opening of the shorts. Kakuzu instinctively closed his eyes and retreated, but it was too late. A large, wet mess smeared across his face. "You made me shit myself," Tuanzang's feeble voice echoed. This utterance ignited Kakuzu's fury, unleashing a series of nearly frantic roars. "Ah, you bastard." Kakuzu frantically wiped his face, wishing to peel away his skin. At that moment, he had completely lost his reason, unable to discern that it was merely tomato juice, feeling instead as if he had been splattered with filth. Kakuzu once again delivered a fierce kick to Tuanzang's rear, the tremendous force propelling Tuanzang through the wall, landing 100 meters away, motionless on the ground. After all this, Kakuzu accelerated, intent on pursuing, but the thought of the bastard spitting something and carrying a bomb in his belly filled him with dread. Just moments ago, he had attacked the opponent's backside, and, thankfully, it had not detonated. Subsequently, Kakuzu twisted in midair, executing a slicing kick to launch a long-range attack at the distant Tuanzang. Boom! The strike connected, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed the area in smoke. As the smoke dissipated, Tuanzang's posture shifted from lying prone to lying flat. Kakuzu was perplexed. His gale kick could slice through walls, yet this individual's body remained intact. Moreover, having endured several of Kakuzu's attacks, Tuanzang could still speak. It was utterly bizarre. Kakuzu unleashed another gale kick, only for it to collide with Tuanzang's body, which seemed impervious, sliding a dozen meters away under the assault. What is happening? That guy clearly lacks the ability to resist. He shouldn't be capable of defending against my techniques. Kakuzu stared intently at the motionless body on the ground, contemplating, could it be an act? Just as this thought arose, he dismissed it. The blood and mess were indisputable evidence. If he truly possessed strength, he would have retaliated long ago. Was he akin to Big Mom with her iron balloon physique? The idea emerged, and the more Kaku pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, how could one possibly withstand his lethal strike? Standing at a distance, Kaku observed for a considerable time. Noticing that the opponent remained motionless, he contemplated approaching to investigate, yet hesitated, fearing that the adversary still possessed the strength to detonate the explosives within, leading to mutual destruction. After all, the opponent had just displayed an ominous gesture of reaching into his trousers. Opting for caution, Kaku initiated a ranged assault, launching a series of swift kicks. As the attacks landed, blood erupted from the body of Danzo, yet not a single wound was visible. After a flurry of attacks, Kaku remained stationary, scrutinizing the scene. He noted that the ground around Danzo had transformed into a small pool of blood, a sight that left Kaku inwardly astonished. Surely, with such a volume of blood loss, he must be dead. Kaku mused himself, uneasy about approaching for a closer look, fearing another violent outburst. He grappled with his instincts. However, his curiosity compelled him to investigate, as he felt unrest without a proper examination. As long as he was cautious, he should not be at risk of being splattered. Preparing himself mentally, Kaku cautiously approached. Upon reaching Danzo's side, he squatted down vigilantly, extending his hand towards the region of Danzo's heart for a tentative probe. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Kaku was taken aback, nearly stumbling, and instinctively crossed his arms over his face, retreating rapidly. Once a safe distance was established, he hastily lowered his arms and looked up, only to find that the figure of Danzo had vanished from the ground. He scanned the surroundings, but the adversary's presence was nowhere to be found. Kaku stood in disbelief. Where did he go? Chapter 74. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kaku searched for an extended period, yet found no trace of Danzo. Fearing exposure, he urgently summoned Luffy and the others, accompanied by Nico Robin. What have you done? You couldn't even handle a mere mortal, and you let him escape? Luffy inquired, frowning as he stood beside the bloodied Kaku on the rooftop. Look at the blood on the ground. Is this the amount a human can lose? Kaku gestured towards the pool of blood, stating, that fellow is exceedingly strange. No matter how I struck, he seemed impervious to death. Kaku concealed the fact that he had ingested filth, as the memory was too humiliating. evoking a sense of revulsion upon recollection. After hearing Kaku's words, Caliphus spoke with a hint of fear. Do you think that guy might be a ghost? After all, what normal person could possibly fit such an enormous explosive within themselves? And with that level of blood loss? Upon utterance of this remark, the group exchanged apprehensive glances. With the seed of doubt sown, Kaku's mind raced with increasingly bizarre thoughts. The unending blood and the resentful tone upon being attacked sent chills down his spine. Regardless of whether he was a specter or not, Kaku had already exposed himself. We must act swiftly. Nico Robin, the next move is yours, Kaku commanded resolutely. Nico Robin, silent and composed, cast a cold gaze towards the mayor's building before sprinting in that direction. The others followed closely behind, ensuring that Nico Robin would take action, which would grant them some peace of mind. Once they departed, Baize leapt from a distance, landing at the very spot where they had just stood. Gazing towards the direction in which they had departed, he grinned and remarked, Kaku, since you wish to end my life, I shall indulge you in a little game. He vowed that he would not rest until Kaku and his companions were utterly defeated, for he could not tarnish the honor of being a time traveler. Before long, a piercing scream emanated from the mayor's office. Quick, someone! Mayor Iceberg has been attacked. Workers rushing to the office learned from the barely conscious Iceberg that it was none other than Nico Robin who had struck him. Luffy, Kaku, and the others feigned outrage, clamoring to seek retribution against the Straw Hat crew, and cleverly misled the workers, suggesting, if Nico Robin discovers that Iceberg survived, she is bound to return. In a bid to ensure Iceberg's safety, the workers swiftly rallied together. Although it was night, within half an hour, news of the alleged assassination of Mayor Iceberg by the Straw Hat crew spread like wildfire throughout the streets. Luffy and his companions traversed the bustling thoroughfares. Since Robin had separated from Chopper earlier that day, she had yet to return, prompting Luffy and the others to search for her tirelessly throughout the day. In the afternoon, guided by scent, Chopper located Robin, only to be met with her somber declaration that they would never see each other again. Her demeanor suggested something dire had transpired, igniting their determination to seek clarity from her. As Luffy and his crew approached a lively area, they were confronted by a group of workers who, without hesitation, launched an assault, accusing Luffy and his companions of murder. Sanji swiftly inquired about the cause, and upon hearing the unbelievable news that Nico Robin had killed Mayor Iceberg, he exclaimed, I cannot believe Robin would commit such an act. She must be wronged. I will confront Spandam for the truth. Luffy insisted on seeking out Iceberg, but the workers, understandably protective of their nearly deceased mayor, clashed with Luffy and his crew. The workers, though determined, were no match for Luffy's strength. Soon, a breach appeared in their defensive line, allowing Luffy to dash towards the office building. As the battle erupted, Lucci and the others hastened their plans. Califa, standing before Iceberg, extolled the might of the Straw Hat crew, using her words to manipulate Iceberg into believing he was on the brink of death. Only by creating such urgency could Iceberg be persuaded to entrust the blueprints to her. How could he possibly divulge the secrets he vowed to protect? He discreetly summoned Barry and whispered his instructions. After listening to Iceberg's account, Barry's expression turned grave. I understand, he declared, promptly exiting the room in haste. A move that naturally caught the attention of Lucci and the guard stationed at the door. Wait for me, Mayor. I shall uncover the truth. Barry resolved silently. Initially, Iceberg had tasked him with producing the false blueprints, intending to discard them in front of the workers, cautioning that they might be the target of danger. Bali readily agreed and changed his mind, deciding to use himself to fish out the mastermind behind the scenes. Having spent years frequenting bars, Bali had a keen eye for discerning people. He believed it was impossible for the Straw Hat Kid to be the one pulling the strings. Such a fool could hardly devise a plan. Soon enough, Bali was caught off guard by a masked figure who had been trailing him. Within moments, Bali was riddled with bullets, collapsing to the ground. Lucci and his companions obtained what they believed to be the design plans, only for Bali to inform them that they were forgeries, infuriating Lucci and the others. Outside, Luffy, who had ascended the wall, overheard their argument and curiously glanced in, only to witness this chaotic scene. Lucci and his associates also spotted the Straw Hat Luffy. Is the Straw Hat here to take the fall? A deep voice emerged from beneath the mask. "Ah, the mask. So it's you," Luffy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shouting. He recalled Chopper mentioning that Robin had been with a group of masked individuals, bidding farewell. "What have you done, Robin? Return her to me, you scoundrels," Luffy yelled, prompting Lucci to furrow his brow beneath the mask. "What a racket. I'll take care of him." With that, Kaku bellowed, "Storm leg." Luffy was startled by the sudden attack and quickly dodged. "You can do that too. Are you White Zetsu?" Luffy gasped upon landing, eyes fixated on the wall that had been shattered by the strike, thoroughly alarmed. "Stauhat Keat," Bali shouted from the side. Luffy, momentarily stunned, realized too late as Lucci's elbow struck his throat. The ground shook with a resounding crash as Luffy was ambushed and knocked to the floor. Lucci swiftly produced several iron rings, which he deftly used to pin Luffy's hands, feet, and neck to the ground. Initially, Luffy had the capability to resist. However, mistaking his assailant for White Zetsu and pondering why he was being attacked, he was caught off guard by the sudden strike. "You bastard! Given your close relationship with Ace, why are you attacking me? And what have you done, Robin?" Luffy shouted, sprawled on the ground. "I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not that person," Kaku replied, utterly bewildered. "Stop wasting time with him," Lucci commanded, then leaned down to communicate with the snail phone. "We have a situation here. Do not kill him on the iceberg side for now, understood?" After the communication, the two swiftly departed, not sparing a glance at the two remaining. Once they were gone, Bali urgently called out, "Hey, can you move? If you can, you must stop them." "Huh?" Luffy paused, then responded, "I think I can break free." "Then why are you just sitting there?" Bali shouted in frustration. "I was just thinking about why that guy White Zetsu would abduct Robin," Luffy said, his face contorted with anger. "Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, you haven't made any progress mistaking people like that." Suddenly, a faint voice drifted in from the window. Luffy turned to see White Zetsu standing there. "Did I misidentify?" Luffy murmured to himself. "What do you think?" Baize cast a glance at his companion, and then turned to Bali, teasingly remarking, "Oh, isn't this our formidable Lockman? After just a few hours apart, you seem rather restrained. In the past, you were the one locking others up. How is it that you now find yourself ensnared?" The playful banter escaped from Tuanzo's lips, leaving Bali feeling quite embarrassed. However, recalling that Iceberg was still in peril, he immediately shouted, "Quick, Tuanzo, lend me your assistance." "What assistance?" Tuanzo feigned ignorance. At that moment, both Bali and Luffy were bound by iron rings to the floor, their movements severely restricted. "Help me remove the iron ring," Bali shouted in agitation, causing his injuries to flare up, leading to a violent fit of coughing that expelled blood from his mouth. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have mentioned it sooner." Tuanzo shrugged and repeated his words several times, yet remained inactive, leaving Bali in a state of desperation. Cough, cough, cough. The frustration nearly overwhelmed him as he continued to cough. "What does your coughing mean? Are you asking for it to be removed or not?" Tuanzo inquired, tilting his head in perplexity. Blood filled Bali's throat, choking him as he flailed helplessly. He attempted to speak, but words eluded him, his face flushed with urgency. "Cough, cough, cough. Remove." "Remove what?" Tuanzo pressed on. With renewed vigor, Bali coughed violently once more, his voice booming as if bellowing from deep within. The iron ring. Tears streamed down his face as he shouted. Chapter 75. Let none survive. I shall annihilate you all. Seeing Bali on the brink of collapse, Baize finally relented, muttering to himself, "You should have said so earlier," as he casually removed the iron ring binding Bali. Observing this, Luffy summoned all his strength and broke free with a series of sharp cracks, the iron ring shattering upon impact. Rising swiftly, Luffy suddenly remembered his comrade, shouting, "Robin!" He dashed out like an arrow, clearly intent on pursuing the masked individuals. "We must hurry after them," Bali cried out, filled with urgency. Yet, just as he was about to step forward, Tuanzo grasped him firmly. "What are you doing? Let me go." Bali shouted frantically. Tuanzo looked up at him, his tone steady. "Do you really think you could defeat them?" His words fell over Bali like a bucket of cold water, causing him to pause momentarily before clenching his teeth. "I cannot stand idly by while Iceberg is killed. If you truly wish to save him, you must heed my plan." upon hearing Tuanzo's words. A glimmer of hope ignited in Bali's eyes. He grasped Tuanzo's arm eagerly. "Tell me quickly." Tuanzo then leaned in and whispered his strategy into Bali's ear. When they hurried into the room, Luffy was already embroiled in combat with the enemy. Nico Robin's expression was devoid of emotion, her eyes betraying no hint of turmoil as she coldly stated, "Farewell, Luffy. Perhaps this will be our final meeting." With that, she turned and leaped out of the window. "Robin!" Luffy screamed in despair, his voice hoarse as he desperately shouted while skillfully evading Bruno's relentless attacks. A flicker of surprise crossed Bruno's eyes as he exclaimed, "I never expected you to evade my attack. You bastard! Do not obstruct me!" Luffy bellowed, poised to retaliate when a sudden cry rang out. "It's you!" Turning his head, Luffy beheld Zay and the old man appearing at the doorway. The voice that had just spoken belonged to the long-nosed individual, who was now fixated on Zay. Momentarily, Luffy ceased his assault. Bali, upon seeing Kaku, Lucci, Bruno, and Khalifa standing together, clad in their imposing uniforms, sensed that something was amiss, despite his usual obliviousness. The ice mountain, lying on the ground, summoned the last vestiges of his strength to shout, "Bali, Toru, they are members. You must flee. You shall not escape today," Lucci stated flatly, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. Khalifa adjusted her glasses and added, "Indeed. Why?" Bali's voice trembled as he loudly questioned, grappling with the reality that former friends had become henchmen of the world government, inflicting harm upon the ice mountain, an unbearable truth for him. At that moment, Kaku's words diverted everyone's attention. "What is wrong with you? Why are you unharmed?" All eyes turned to Toru, and Bali's inquiry was momentarily forgotten. "Though your attacks are formidable and have nearly claimed my life on several occasions, I have mastered the sit-up skill. As long as I'm not killed outright, I can recover from any injury by continuously performing sit-ups," Toru claimed with a flourish. Confusion filled the minds of the onlookers. What kind of skill is that? How could it be? Kaku's face reflected disbelief. The notion of recovering from injuries through sit-ups seemed utterly ludicrous to him. Lucci's gaze was icy, his tone devoid of emotion. "I care not what skill you possess. Today, you shall meet your demise." Meanwhile, Luffy's expression grew gravely serious. Having previously battled Zay without complete confidence in his victory, he was now astounded to learn that this long-nosed man had nearly killed Zay multiple times, leaving him to ponder the extent of his opponent's strength. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed closer. Thud, thud, thud. Two figures appeared at the entrance. "Luffy," Zoro called out first. "Zoro, Sanji, be careful. That long-nosed man is stronger than Zay. They are the ones who abducted Robin," Luffy urgently warned. Zoro and Sanji followed Luffy's gaze, quickly identifying their target. However, the moment Sanji laid eyes on Khalifa, he could not tear his gaze away. Under the scrutiny of all, Kaku felt uneasy under Lucci's questioning stare and silently thought, "What a joke. How could I possibly be a match for such a notorious pirate?" Kaku was still unaware that the Zay Luffy referred to was, in fact, Toru, standing before them. "It appears today shall be a fierce battle," Zoro murmured softly, swiftly drawing his sword and activating his haki, a faint black glow shimmering along the blade. Sanji similarly felt his energy surge, his haki manifesting on his right leg, adopting a stance poised for immediate attack. Upon witnessing this scene, all members except for Lucci widened their eyes in astonishment. Is this some kind of joke? These two individuals have actually mastered such skills? Kaku was greatly intimidated, losing his composure. Lucci understood well that today's battle would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Those who can proficiently wield armament haki are not to be trifled with. Seeing Kaku and the others on high alert, Tuanzo quickly stepped forward, deliberately attempting to intimidate them. "Hey, Straw Hat Luffy, you are no match for them. They're incredibly strong. That long-nosed guy, nicknamed Full Power Brother, can knock me out with a single punch, and that Pigeon Man, known as Joyful Brother, is twice as strong as him. Indeed, we are indeed very strong," Kaku replied, forcing himself to agree. If they could avoid direct confrontation, that would be most fortunate. After all, these two formidable opponents wielding haki were not to be underestimated, especially the swordsman, who had already reached the level of cutting iron. Kaku felt no assurance in facing them. Zoro turned to Tuanzo, who had just reminded Luffy, and upon their gazes meeting, he could not look away, instantly recognizing the identity of the other. Remembering Tuanzo's warning and combining it with Luffy's prior words, Zoro firmly believed that Tuanzo would not lie. He turned back with a serious expression, fully alert against Kaku and the others. As soon as Luffy gave the command, he would charge forward without hesitation, even knowing it could lead to his demise. At this moment, Bali noticed that the situation on the iceberg was deteriorating rapidly. Anxiously, he shouted at Lucci and the others, "You bunch of bastards, leave here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." He then added, "Also, you are no longer part of the dock. For the sake of our past friendship, scram." Lucci's expression remained calm, his eyes filled with indifference. "What do you mean by being rude, Bali? Who do you think you are?" Ignoring Lucci, Bali turned to Luffy and the others, urgently saying, "Straw Hat Kid, we have misunderstood you. Take this chance to leave as far as you can. If you wait too long, you will truly lose your lives." "Why?" Sanji furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and quickly inquired. Bali smiled bitterly. Despair etched on his face, because, against an unbeatable enemy, knowing you are doomed means you can only perish together. The fish may die, but the net won't break. Bali. Kaku scoffed derisively, eager to see what Bali would do next. Bali's words resonated deeply with Luffy. Robin was of utmost importance to him. But Ace was a friend of Granny Kokoro, and he could not stand idly by while the other was killed, especially since the situation with Robin remained unresolved. "I will not leave," Luffy declared resolutely, his tone unwavering. "You will die if you stay," Bali shouted, his face filled with urgency. "Better to die," Zoro replied firmly, without hesitation, asserting that as long as it was Luffy's decision, he would not regret falling here in battle. "Did you hear that?" Sanji similarly stood resolute, willing to face any peril for Luffy. Seeing this, Bali grew both anxious and furious. "Since you refuse to leave, don't blame us for what happens next." He then turned to Lucci and the others, stating, "You just asked why I'm being rude, right? Let me explain. Are you aware of the explosive device within Tuanzong?" The four members of Lucci appeared perplexed, uncertain of the intentions behind Bali's words. Bali continued, "It is a projectile forged from a nuclear reactor that surpasses even Hades, containing energy that has been ceaselessly compressed into a weapon of unparalleled lethality." Upon hearing the name Hades, the members' expressions shifted dramatically. However, Bali's subsequent revelation sent a chill through Lucci and the others. Do you comprehend the devastation this projectile would unleash upon detonation? Within a 5-kilometer radius, all living beings, whether human or animal, will be wholly vaporized by the searing explosion. He paused before adding, "Since you refuse to depart and seek to eliminate Iceberg, and considering Mr. Iceberg has treated me well, alongside Tuanzong's lingering ailments, which will soon spell his demise, let us perish together here." No sooner had he spoken than, before the astonished gazes of Sanji, Lucci, Zoro, and the others, Bali struck Tuanzong's abdomen with a resounding punch. Chapter 76. Kaku shields by Zay from the blade? This is dire. Kaku's pupils constricted, his voice tearing through the air. He dashed forward with the swiftness of a specter, employing his shaving technique to position himself before Tuanzong. A dull thud echoed as Kaku absorbed Bali's punch with his own body. "Kaku, don't let him detonate the bomb." Khalifa's face turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down her jawline, her voice laced with terror. They did not doubt Bali's words, for the explosive device that Tuanzong carried was palpably present. A calamity had been narrowly averted. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. I was drenched in cold sweat. Kaku exhaled deeply, wiping the perspiration from his forehead, and then forcefully kicked Bali away. Bali screamed in agony as he flew backwards, crashing into the wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Kaku's murderous intent surged, poised to eliminate Tuanzong as a threat. When Lucci's urgent voice pierced the tension, "Do not kill him. The bomb within him is worth a fortune. Surrendering it would surely be a significant achievement." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, a piercing hissing sound erupted. All eyes turned towards Tuanzong, who, unbeknownst to them, was gripping a bomb with a lit fuse, clutching it tightly against his abdomen, his face a mask of madness. Kaku's complexion drained of color as he unhesitatingly reached for the explosive. Yet, Tuanzong assumed a stance ready to perish with them, refusing to relinquish the bomb. "Let go!" Kaku shouted angrily, exerting all his strength. Tuanzong grinned through gritted teeth, feigning to expend his full might as they engaged in a fierce struggle. Time trickled away, the fuse nearing its end. Kaku's face flushed with urgency as he cried out hoarsely, "His strength is absurd. Come help. Otherwise, we shall all perish." Lucci, suddenly alarmed, flickered into action, employing his shaving technique to appear before Tuanzong, aiming a swift hand strike at the arm gripping the bomb. Tuanzong, caught off guard, released his hold, and Kaku seized the explosive. However, at that moment, the fuse had already burned out. In a critical instant, Kaku reacted with remarkable speed, hurling the bomb forward while shouting, "Iron block." He swiftly shielded Tuanzong with his own body. Boom! The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated, and a powerful shockwave rushed forward, prompting the crowd to hurriedly cross their arms in defense. Among them, Luffy and his companions were no exception. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the disheveled figure of Kaku emerged, his face covered in soot. What a surprise! I thought it would truly explode for 5 kilometers. Luffy sighed with relief, his expression one of gratitude. Zoro and Sanji also felt they had been played for fools. Casting a glance at Danzo, he took advantage of the explosion's force to distance himself from Kaku and pulled out another bomb, lighting it with intent. Not so fast. Lucci's voice rang out sharply as he materialized before Danzo, delivering a swift kick that sent the bomb flying out the window. Boom! Another explosion echoed from outside. As the last explosion faded, Bruno appeared like a specter behind Danzo, his hands clamping down on Danzo's arms like iron pincers in an attempt to restrain him. A manic grin spread across Danzo's face as he shouted, "Yes." Harder. Alarm bells rang in Kaku's mind, and he quickly warned, "Don't apply too much pressure. The bomb will explode if compressed, and that would be disastrous." Upon hearing this, Bruno's grip immediately loosened. Meanwhile, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were filled with confusion. They had not seen any bomb. What was happening? How could someone of that caliber be restrained by such force? Was he injured? Zoro furrowed his brow in contemplation, unable to comprehend the situation. "Straw Hat Luffy, if you want to win, attack my stomach. Don't hesitate." Danzo shouted deliberately, suddenly wrenching free. Bruno exclaimed, "How is he so strong?" Before his words could settle, Danzo had broken free and was sprinting toward Luffy. Khalifa shouted in desperation, "Don't listen to him. It could be fatal. Don't worry, I don't have any bombs in my stomach." Danzo called out as he ran, mimicking a charging punch as if preparing to strike his own belly. Kaku was taken aback and immediately used Soru to appear beside Danzo, seizing his poised fist. "I want to let you succeed." Sanji, with a perplexed expression, turned to ask Bari, "Does he really have a bomb in his stomach?" "Absolutely. If you risk your lives to attack Danzo's stomach, those guys will have to shield him if they don't want to die." Bari explained. "It's tantamount to having a hostage. As for what to do next, I need not elaborate." Upon hearing this, Lucci and the others grew increasingly solemn. Kaku, consumed by rage, cursed loudly, "Bari, you bastard!" Danzo observed Kaku's furious demeanor, nearly bursting into laughter, as it was precisely the reaction he had sought. Listening to Bari's explanation, Zoro seemed to grasp something. To confirm, he glanced at Hakuzu, casting an inquiring look, which was met with a knowing grin from the latter. Indeed, Zoro was now convinced. He had thought that with Hakuzu's strength, it would be impossible to be captured at such speed. Although he was unsure of Hakuzu's motives, Zoro was not foolish. If they did not cooperate and the other side turned against them, they would face a formidable opponent. Given their current strength, they could not hope to defeat Hakuzu. Only by adhering to his demands could Luffy and the others remain safe. "Luffy, Sanji, risk your lives and attack Danzo's stomach," Zoro commanded, taking a stance that exuded fierce energy. Hey, Green Algae Head, are you serious?" Sanji was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Zoro would attack such a feeble opponent. Luffy, equally puzzled, cast a bewildered glance at Zoro, questioning his motives for assaulting White Zai. "Trust me, I am certain of it," Zoro declared with unwavering conviction, his voice resonating like the harbinger of doom. The haki enveloping his blade illustrated the formidable might of his technique. Just then, Kaku attempted to intervene, but before he could articulate a word, the sudden surge of power from Tontada flung Kaku's arm aside. With arms outstretched, Tontada charged at Zoro, exhibiting a reckless disregard for his own safety. "This is bad. Stop him!" Both Califa and Kaku exclaimed in unison, springing into action. Califa lashed out with her whip, ensnaring Tontada's neck, while Lucci launched a flying kick from the side, aiming to send Tontada sprawling. Surprisingly, Lucci's kick failed to budge Tontada an inch. Although Califa's whip temporarily restrained Tontada, a gaping opening lay before him. Like an arrow released from its bow, Zoro surged forward with astonishing speed. In a critical moment, Kaku gritted his teeth and positioned himself before Tontada, resembling an indomitable fortress, proclaiming, "Iron block." The clash of metal reverberated as Bruno's fist struck the side of Zoro, who deftly parried with another blade, maintaining his thrusting stance. It became evident that Bruno's intent was to send Zoro flying, but he met with failure. Even more disheartening for Kaku was the sight of the sword piercing through his abdomen. Disbelief filling his eyes as he grappled with the reality that his proud iron block had been breached. "Full strength, my friend," Tontada's mocking voice echoed from behind. "I never imagined you would prove to be so capable, risking your life to shield me from harm." Truly touching. His words dripped with derision. Chapter 77. Caught Kaku. Lucci bellowed, unleashing a fierce wind blade from beneath his feet, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek aimed directly at Zoro. Zoro's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly ducked to evade the lethal assault. Almost simultaneously, Califa, positioned behind Tontada, yanked her whip sharply, utilizing the recoil from ensnaring Tontada's neck. She propelled herself like a released arrow towards Zoro, aiming a powerful kick at his face. Zoro's reflexes were lightning fast. He instantly withdrew the sword that had pierced Kaku, his blade flashing as it accurately intercepted the forceful kick. Meanwhile, Bruno, quick on the draw, seized Kaku's garment, yanking him away from danger. Yet, Zoro was relentless. His other blade slashed out, gleaming with lethal intent, targeting Califa. "Moonwalk!" Califa exclaimed, stamping her foot heavily against the air, releasing her whip, and soaring upwards like a nimble bird. Almost at the moment of her ascent, Lucci appeared beside Zoro like a specter, his fist imbued with terrifying power, hurtling towards Zoro's heart like a cannonball. Shave, a dark figure, enveloped in a gust of wind, executed the same technique, materializing before Zoro in the blink of an eye. It was Sanji who shouted the name of his attack, raising his leg to collide with Lucci's fist, resulting in an explosive wave of energy. The brief encounter left the members increasingly solemn, while Sanji and Zoro maintained their composure, evidently at ease. Zoro assessed the strength of their opponents, concluding that they were somewhat inferior to the Byakko they had faced in Shell's Town. Presently, Sanji had not only mastered the techniques of shave and armament haki, but could also execute the moonwalk, a skill yet to be acquired by Zoro and the others. It was this competitive spirit with Zoro, coupled with the stimulation from Byakko, that propelled Sanji's strength to unprecedented heights. His kick was remarkably on par with Lucci's. "How do you feel, Kaku?" Bruno's anxious shout instantly captured everyone's attention. "I can still fight." Kaku's declaration rang out powerfully, his words a testament to his formidable physique. With his left hand firmly pressed against his wound to stanch the bleeding, his right hand assumed a finger gun stance, his gaze sharp and poised for action. Observing this, Torrens turned to Luffy and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack me." Luffy's gaze shifted, his tone resolute. "Though I do not understand why Zoro wishes to attack you, I'm certain that what he said is true." After a brief pause, he flashed a confident smile, his legs firmly set in a horse stance. "I also wish to test my strength." Luffy's words clearly indicated his desire to ascertain whether his current prowess could inflict damage upon Byakko. Byako, perceptive to the underlying intent, was relieved that Luffy had not revealed his identity, allowing the game to continue. Inwardly, Byako scoffed, knowing that Kalku and the others sought his demise. Today, he would compel them to fight desperately to protect him. He was certain that after years of undercover work, none of them wished to perish beneath a bomb capable of exploding 5 kilometers away. In an instant, steam began to rise from Luffy's body, accompanied by the thunderous roar of compressed air, a constant hissing filling the air. With a deep exhalation, Luffy released a hoarse cry. His skin, flushed crimson, was cloaked in a layer of dark armament hockey. "I see," Lucci exclaimed, his eyes alight with realization, his expression turning serious as he whispered. Soon, excitement surged across his face as he fixed his gaze on the Straw Hat Luffy, his voice tinged with anticipation. "It seems I have underestimated you. With such strength, it should be quite a thrill to continue." Before he could finish, however, Lucci abruptly fell silent, the excitement vanishing from his face as he recalled the nickname of his brother. Meanwhile, Torrens, fully aware of Lucci's sudden reticence, teasingly prodded, "Go on, you rascal." Lucci, filled with indignation, glared fiercely, brimming with rage. Yet, Torrens remained unfazed, turning to Luffy. "Allow me to reiterate his words." He then mimicked Lucci's demeanor, first feigning enlightenment. "I see now," switching to an excited expression, raising his voice. "It appears I underestimated you. With such strength, it should be quite enjoyable, Straw Hat Kid." At this, Kalku, Califa, and Bruno couldn't help but feel embarrassed for Lucci. Lucci, seething with anger, turned a deep shade of crimson, wishing fervently to seal Torrens' lips. In a fit of rage, Lucci found himself devoid of a target for his fury, and his gaze instantly zeroed in on Sanji before him. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed a vicious kick, akin to a sharp slash, slicing through the air with a howling wind aimed directly at Sanji's head. Sanji, quick to react, leaned back sharply, narrowly evading the blow. Undeterred by his miss, Lucci propelled himself off the ground with a powerful push, soaring into the air, his waist twisting with sudden force as his other leg shot out like an iron whip. Sanji promptly raised his knee to meet the attack, and the two strikes collided with a resounding force, the sheer power of the impact forcing Sanji backward. A moment later, Lucci landed gracefully, his gaze fixed like that of a hawk on Luffy, who wore the straw hat. "Hey, shouldn't you be taking off your clothes?" came the voice of Danzo from behind Lucci. "Like this?" he added, as he dramatically tore off his own clothing in a theatrical display. "What bastard?" Lucci gritted his teeth, muttering his frustration. Confusion filled his mind. How did the other party know of his intentions? Though Lucci had indeed planned such a move, Danzo's antics thwarted him. Fuming with anger, he prepared to unleash his devil fruit powers. Yet, before he could act, Luffy executed the shave, appearing before him like a specter, delivering a powerful punch. "How fast?" Lucci exclaimed as Luffy's technique was announced. "Instant handgun." A thunderous crack echoed as Lucci was sent hurtling back like a kite with its string severed, crashing violently into the wall and creating a massive hole. The reverberating sound shook the entire building. Kaku, Califa, and Bruno stared in shock at the gaping hole in the wall, their expressions betraying their disbelief. "How is that possible?" Kaku blurted, his eyes wide, fixated on the direction Lucci had vanished. "I thought he was strong," Luffy remarked, a hint of disappointment etched on his face. Danzo swiftly activated his observation haki to sense the situation with Lucci. He saw Lucci slumped against a wall riddled with cracks in the 5th room, a look of bewilderment on his face. "I was actually knocked away?" Lucci murmured, wiping his mouth and glancing down to find his hands stained with blood. "Am I actually bleeding? I will not admit it." Lucci roared, quickly rising to his feet, pushing off the wall with his legs to propel himself back into action. In merely a second, he returned to the battlefield, channeling all his strength into his right fist, launching a fierce assault on Luffy. Facing the onslaught without trepidation, Luffy met the attack head-on with a punch. The two fists collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Lucci's expression shifted dramatically as the solid impact of Luffy's fist sent waves of agony through his arm. "Hee hee, Luffy, now aware of his opponent's strength, wore an increasingly radiant smile of confidence. This laughter infuriated Lucci further, and he forcefully pushed back, creating distance between himself and Luffy. "Stahlhakit, I admit you possess the power to fight me," Lucci declared, his posture slumped, hands hanging limply, his head bowed. With a thunderous roar, Lucci's garments exploded into tatters. His body began to undergo strange transformations, with numerous spots emerging on his skin, sharp claws sprouting from his fingers, and his physique continuously expanding. In the next moment, the animal-type cat fruit's leopard form fully manifested, and an overwhelming and perilous aura instantly enveloped the area. Chapter 78. The new version of a ship. A spotted leopard? Luffy was taken aback, his eyes filled with astonishment. "I have consumed the animal-type cat fruit." The opponent's tone was frigid. "I originally thought you were merely a minor character, Straw Hat Luffy, but you are worthy of my trump card, and thus, you deserve to be eliminated." As he spoke, Lucci's face was brimming with arrogant confidence, as if he believed that any resistance against his abilities would be utterly futile. "Huh!" Baize observed that all attention was diverted away from him, a sly smile creeping across his lips. "What time is it, and yet you are still showing off? Others, like Luffy, are already at version 25. It's just an enhancement of fruit abilities." Zoro, seemingly indifferent, turned to Luffy and said, "First, deal with them. Then we can inquire about Robin's situation." "Indeed," Luffy responded, his arms stretching back in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Lucci did not hesitate to shout, "Saru!" In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared beside Luffy like a wraith. However, just as he launched his attack, with a swift motion, Luffy's presence vanished, leaving only the elongated arm behind, resembling a curved iron hook. Lucci's movements abruptly halted as he saw a rapidly contracting fist magnifying in his vision. Scythe, 5 meters away. Luffy's figure reemerged, and with a thunderous shout, that curved, elongated arm tightened around Lucci's throat. "Body, empty wood!" Lucci roared, quickly assuming a defensive stance. This was his proud six-style extension skill. He intended to rebound the attack using his iron-hard defense combined with muscular elasticity. Yet the next moment, bang! Luffy's arm struck fiercely against Lucci's throat, the immense impact forcing him toward Luffy, and the anticipated rebound not only failed but left his throat searing in pain. This blow shattered Lucci's confidence, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Before he could recover, that curved arm yanked him before Luffy. Lucci dared not underestimate the situation any further. He swiftly turned, hands darting out like lightning. Finger gun barrage. Countless finger guns shot toward Luffy like a torrential downpour, the sound of slicing air echoing continuously. However, Luffy remained unfazed, tightly clenching his fists and summoning all his strength to withstand the onslaught. With each successive attack, Lucci grew increasingly alarmed. Luffy's body felt as if it were forged from steel, each strike reverberating painfully through his fingers. "I refuse to believe it," Lucci bellowed, his eyes reddening with fury as he abruptly retracted his hands, transforming his fingers into claws, grasping at the air, Six Kings gun. With all his might, he thrust toward Luffy's abdomen. Boom! A white shockwave erupted, propelling Luffy's body 3 meters back. Yet, he firmly pushed off the ground, stabilizing himself and slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute. Gazing at the unscathed Luffy, Lucci's face was one of utter disbelief. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Once, I too fell victim to this technique, Luffy murmured to himself, seemingly lost in recollection. At that time, I was utterly defenseless against this move. To avoid repeating past mistakes, I frequently had Sanji unleash his strongest attacks upon me. As he spoke, he glanced at Sanji, who was beside him, smoking and gazing dreamily at Califa. Upon hearing this, Lucci was completely taken aback. The culinary expert of the Straw Hat Pirates had just demonstrated an attack that rivaled his own base form and power. Yet Straw Hat Luffy was training in such a seemingly reckless manner. Therefore, it's futile. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, a formidable wave of pressure enveloped the area, and Lucci's expression turned grave. "Gum Gum Pistol," Luffy bellowed, unleashing a barrage of black fists that rained down like a torrential storm. Lucci's complexion changed dramatically as he hastily employed his iron block for defense. But the moment he absorbed a punch, his eyes widened in agony. A flurry of blows struck him relentlessly, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth as he desperately used shave to create distance. Seeing Lucci vanish, Luffy halted his fists mid-attack, extending his right leg in a swift, fierce kick. So fast! Lucci gasped upon landing, quickly crossing his arms to shield his head. Bang! The kick, imbued with armament hockey, crashed into Lucci's arms, the tremendous force shattering the wall beside the window. Lucci was sent flying like a cannonball, plunging the scene into an eerie silence. Kaku, Califa, and the others, who had initially planned for Lucci to handle the Straw Hats while they monitored the suicidal troop zone, were utterly astonished by the sudden shift in the situation. They exchanged wary glances, their eyes fixed on the terrifyingly powerful man in the straw hat. What a joke! A furious roar erupted from outside, and Lucci, stepping lightly, launched himself like a fierce leopard towards Luffy, aiming for his head. Luffy swiftly raised his arm to block, while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick. Lucci's tail whipped out, coiling around Luffy's leg in an attempt to restrain him. Yet, he seemed to have forgotten Luffy's rubbery physique. Luffy's ensnared left foot suddenly elongated, twisting beneath Lucci and wrapping around his neck, tightening its grip. Gum overhead throw, Luffy shouted, utilizing the elasticity of rubber to forcefully retract. With immense inertia, Lucci's body was yanked backward, flipping in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, Luffy's neck elongated, his hardened head descending like a hammer onto Lucci's abdomen. Gum headbutt. Lucci emitted a blood-curdling scream. Lucci, Kaku shouted, activating Shave to vanish from his position, aiming to strike Luffy. Observing this, Zoro wasted no time, charging towards Troop Zong with his sword drawn. Kaku, just landing, was suddenly alarmed, hastily retreating to deliver a slicing kick. Zoro effortlessly deflected the attack with a single swing of his sword, a confident smile gracing his lips. Pirate Hunter, do you truly wish to perish alongside us by attacking this individual? Kaku shouted furiously. The only ones who will die are you. Zoro's gaze was icy, his tone resolute. He harbored within him a bomb capable of obliterating a 5-kilometer radius. A bomb indeed. Califa nearly lost her sanity, screaming, Do you not fear death? The moment I set sail, I had already cast aside the notions of life and death. Rather than that, you should be more concerned about your comrades. Zoro replied coldly. Following Zoro's line of sight, Kaku and the others beheld Lucci, who was in a state of utter disarray, unable to cope, occasionally struck by Luffy, clearly nearing his limit. At that moment, a crisp sound of a pull tab echoed through the air. Kaku, Califa, and Bruno turned in unison to see Tonoyasu grasping a metallic object the size of a bamboo segment. Although this item appeared different from the bomb that had previously annihilated pirates, Kaku instantly understood the other's intention, mistakenly believing he was about to commit suicide. You bastard! Kaku shouted, rushing forward to seize it. Before he could act, the iron bomb was hurled towards him by Tonoyasu. Kaku was momentarily taken aback, then realized he thought the other meant to blow him up. Without hesitation, he initiated his technique. Iron block. Kaku maintained a low stance, exuding confidence, believing that such a trivial bomb could not harm him. The bomb detonated merely 40 centimeters in front of him. Tonoyasu shouted something incomprehensible to Kaku. Flashbang. The blinding white light erupted within the room, and Kaku, frozen in his iron block stance, anticipated a searing impact, only to find the world abruptly plunged into a blinding silence. His retinas lingered with bizarre azure spots. The air filled with a relentless buzzing, as if countless sea kings were roaring. The extreme dizziness overwhelmed him, causing his body to falter. Califa and Bruno, situated nearby, were similarly affected. On my eyes, the stinging pain in her eyes brought tears streaming down Califa's face. What in the world is this? Zoro shouted, his eyes tightly shut. He was not much better off than Kaku. I can't see. I'm blind. Even Luffy, engaged in battle with Lucci, was rendered blind, shouting in dismay. You scoundrel! Realizing he had been deceived, Kaku, with his eyes closed, gritted his teeth, uttering each word with venom. He had never suffered such a significant loss at the hands of another. Time and again, "Lucci, I cannot endure this," Kaku shouted, discarding thoughts of the bomb's potential research value, and unleashed a punch aimed at Tonoyasa's position, intent on smashing his head. Yet, as his fist descended, Kaku found nothing but air. "Where is he?" Kaku questioned, bewildered. In the midst of the chaos, Tonoyasu, eyes shut, removed his earplugs. Glancing at the multitude with their eyes tightly closed and the enraged Kaku, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he, utilizing his immense physical prowess, silently maneuvered behind Khalifa. Suddenly, Khalifa heard a voice behind her, and before she could finish her words, Kaku's furious voice thundered, "Die." "No," Khalifa shouted in haste. But the word was barely out when Kaku's enormous fist struck her forehead. A chilling scream escaped Khalifa's lips, and Kaku's face darkened in horror, realizing he had hit the wrong person. With a heavy thud, Khalifa was sent flying, her gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling, and in mere seconds, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Kaku's fierce blow was beyond her capacity to endure. Sanji, upon hearing the woman's anguished cry, roared in outrage, "You scoundrel! How dare you assault a lady? This is utterly unforgivable." Kaku, already burdened with guilt, was further incensed by these words as he bellowed, "Do you think I wanted to? Kaku, hold your attack for now. That fellow is treacherous and has moved behind Bruno." On the other side, Lucci, relying on his animal instincts and his still-developing observation hockey, sensed something amiss and hurriedly warned, only to receive a punch from Luffy. Bang! Lucci's anguished cry echoed as he was sent hurtling away. "Finger pistol!" Bruno jabbed wildly behind him, aiming at Tontada's upper body, but struck nothing but air, for Tontada had already vanished. "Be careful, Kaku." Lucci, now on the ground, did not forget to caution. Iron block. In the absence of visibility, Kaku was oblivious to the impending attack and could only adopt a defensive stance. Tontada, holding a bucket brimming with filth, splashed its contents towards Kaku's head. Yet in the next moment, Kaku felt a rush of air assaulting his face, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Splash! The sound of liquid filled the air. Kaku found himself drenched, an overwhelming deluge of excrement pouring over him. As the foul liquid pooled on the ground, the stench began to permeate the vicinity. "What is that smell?" Zoro sniffed, his brow furrowing upon identifying the source. "Hey, is someone eating canned food? It smells delightful." Luffy's nose twitched as he gulped. Stahlhut! Wah! Luffy screamed. Seizing the opportunity, Lucci launched a surprise attack. Lost in thoughts of food, Luffy was caught off guard and received a solid punch from Lucci. "Luffy, don't get distracted, and that is not food." Sanji, with his acute culinary sense, shouted urgently. "What is that?" Luffy asked, still preoccupied with thoughts of food as he lay on the ground. Kaku, equally perplexed by the foul odor, wiped his face with a hand, rolling the substance between his fingers to ascertain its nature. However, Sanji's revelation incited a fresh wave of rage within Kaku. "That is excrement. Ah, you filthy scoundrel." Kaku roared in fury, horrified that he had just touched feces. Recalling the location of the sickbed on the iceberg, he dashed over to seize a bedsheet, vigorously scrubbing himself clean. In a fit of intense anger, Kaku fought to open his stinging eyes, even at the risk of blinding himself. Fueled by the desire for revenge against this humiliation, a torrent of tears cascaded from Kaku's eyes as his blurred vision began to sharpen. Upon seeing Toby, he was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a visage of sheer terror. Toby held a lighter in his hand, flashing a smile as he positioned it close to the fuse, seemingly poised to ignite it. "No!" Kaku shouted in desperation. Toby, however, paid no heed, bringing the lighter closer to the fuse. The ominous hissing of the burning fuse echoed in the air. Hearing that sound, Lucci, disregarding the pain in his eyes, opened them wide, and the scene before him sent chills down his spine. "Quick, stop him!" Lucci shouted in despair. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, oblivious to the unfolding crisis, sensed something was amiss upon hearing the commotion. Lucci's voice trembled noticeably. The rugged Zoro opened his eyes, wiped away a tear, and saw Kaku racing towards Whitebeard, who was adorned with over 20 bombs, all ablaze. He wore a bomb-laden, rope-woven coat, with each knot securing a bomb. Upon reaching Toby, Kaku swiftly reached out to remove the explosive coat. Yet, in the next instant, Toby lunged forward, enveloping Kaku in a tight embrace. "Let's perish together. Let go." Kaku cried out in desperation, struggling to break free, but Toby's iron grip held him fast. As the fuse neared its end, Lucci shouted in despair, "Kaku! Run, Lucci! Bruno!" Realizing he could not escape, Kaku bellowed. Then, with a fierce roar, he summoned his strength, pushing Toby towards the cave where Lucci had been flung earlier. Hoping to distance himself from Toby and Lucci before death claimed him. However, Toby did not thwart Kaku's actions. "Take Califa with you," Lucci, stifling his grief, urged as he watched Kaku dart into the cave. Bruno, understanding there was no time for sorrow, grabbed Califa from the ground and activated the door fruit, creating a portal. Without hesitation, Lucci and Bruno plunged through it. "Don't go." Luffy realized what was happening and attempted to pursue them into the portal. But a blast of wind erupted from within, sending him reeling back as he crossed his arms in defense. With a thud, the portal sealed shut, and Lucci and the others vanished. The next moment, a deafening explosion resonated. The third floor erupted in a tremendous blast, and amidst the powerful shockwave, Zoro clutched Sanji, while Luffy carried Iceberg and Bally, emerging from the flames. Chapter 80, Usopp's Doom. Quick, put out the fire. The municipal office building blazed with flames. Workers below wielded buckets and hoses to douse the inferno. Inside a shattered structure on the first floor, Kaku lay there, his body torn and ragged, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. In the instant of the explosion, he had executed the 6 powers iron block to mitigate some of the blast's impact. But the internal shock and the wounds inflicted by Zoro had left him gravely injured, now gasping for breath. "Why?" Kaku stared incredulously at the unscathed Danzo, unable to fathom why the bomb had not detonated. "Are you wondering why the bomb inside me didn't explode?" Danzo, with a sinister smile, replied, Kaku, "The so-called bomb doesn't exist at all. I was merely deceiving you. The notion of a bomb was nothing more than a ruse to mislead you." This phrase echoed in Kaku's mind. Danzo, seemingly unwilling to let him off the hook, continued, "I am a user of the storage fruit, and what you perceived as cannonballs is merely an illusion I concocted. After all, how could I live up to the moniker you bestowed upon me? The devious one? You wretch." Kaku managed to utter weakly, staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling foolish and as dim-witted as a pig for having been ensnared by such a trick. It was almost laughable that he had intended to protect his adversary from an explosion. A bitter smile graced Kaku's face. Danzo, fixated on Kaku, contemplated whether to eliminate him outright or toy with him further, when suddenly he sensed a portal of light appearing above, with Lucci peering through. Upon noticing this, Danzo promptly altered his course, fleeing in apparent terror. Once Lucci landed, he did not pursue but instead came for his comrade. Seeing Kaku alive and realizing that the purported 5-kilometer explosion was a fabrication, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "What just transpired?" "Nothing happened at all," Kaku retorted defiantly, unwilling to divulge much, fearing that Lucci might encounter Luffy and the others, which would spell disaster. Bruno stood vigil in the light portal, scanning the surroundings, urging, "We must leave this place." Lucci embraced Kaku, and they stepped into the portal, which vanished without a trace. Once they had departed, Danzo nodded, a series of nefarious plans taking shape in his mind. He had the power to reveal his strength and strike down his opponent with a thunderous assault, but he refrained, believing the useless person was best exploited. Only the living could serve a purpose. Danzo devised a scheme to manipulate Kaku and his companions into eliminating Usopp, only to later emerge himself and slay Kaku, thus eradicating future threats while allowing Luffy and his crew to believe he had avenged them, earning their gratitude. He would then lead Luffy to harbor animosity towards Imu, fabricating a lineage for Usopp that would instill fear in Imu, prompting Luffy, the reckless fool, to probe into the matter and uncover the truth. Of course, if Kaku and his companions were stronger than him, Danzo would find ways to eliminate them. for having stronger enemies would keep him awake at night. Conversely, if they were weaker, he could play with them at his leisure, confident that he would not falter. With iced tea as his assurance. After 2 hours of diligent effort, the workers finally extinguished the raging inferno. Iceberg was transferred to the hospital, during which they received news of Frankie S.'s capture. Under Chopper's care, Iceberg's condition improved as he lay in his hospital bed, listening attentively to Barry S.'s vivid recounting of the events. After Bali recounted the situation, he added, "Mayor, this time, Tuanzong has made a significant contribution. His dream is to become a foreman. Please do not let him down. Fear not. I am well aware of what to do. You and Tuanzong may leave now. Straw Hat Boy, you and the others stay behind. I have something to discuss with you," Ice Mountain stated. Once Bali and Tuanzong departed, Ice Mountain began to narrate the story of Nico Robin and her circumstances. Upon learning that Robin had been compelled to leave by threatening their lives, Luffy was left in a state of shock. They had never anticipated that Robin would willingly sacrifice herself for them. What is wrong with that woman? Those enemies are clearly not as strong as us, yet she is so foolish. Zoro exclaimed in frustration. "We must rescue Robin," Luffy shouted, expressing his determination. "Indeed, we cannot be without our sister Robin." Sanji agreed. Straw Hat Boy, Nico Robin is likely already aboard the Tom ship, en route to Eni's lobby, Ice Mountain speculated. Luffy continued to shout his resolve to rescue Robin, regardless of the organization they faced, even if it meant opposing the world government. Ice Mountain admired Luffy's character and principles, willing to confront the government for the sake of his comrades. He recalled the teachings of his mentor, Mr. Tom, about upholding justice and safeguarding what is precious. With Frankie captured, Ice Mountain resolved to assist them, hoping for a chance to rescue Frankie as well. Ice Mountain contacted fisherman Kokoro, explained the situation, and then led the workers to inspect another abandoned rocket-powered sea train. Before departing, Ice Mountain cautioned, "Straw Hat Boy is uncertain if that sea train can still operate. It is all left to fate. In the meantime, if you truly intend to risk your lives, be prepared. See you at the train station in 3 hours." Ice Mountain was confident in getting the train to start, and he wanted Luffy and the others to consider their decision carefully. "Do not worry, we will definitely be there," Luffy replied, turning to leave, intent on informing Usopp about the matter. However, upon returning, Luffy and his companions found Usopp lying there, bruised and